yeah, and then I knew the but is coming, and I'm not going to hear it.
Depending on how old Aaron is, let me click on this phone.
You will not qualify your statement with a but.
Yeah, right, Aaron, so I went blah, 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 because I knew he was going to say but.
Aaron's got to be 40. He might be, maybe he's pushing 50, whatever. So Aaron's been a fan for, 24 or 34 years, and this is the 24th or 34th time he's heard this.
That is not true.
Yes, it is.
It is not.
He's heard first day camp hype 24 or 34 years. Your point is, yes, you have, but now it's different. There is a foundation that these quotes are being built on that makes sense, even if you heard it in 2018 or 2008
you did.
Or
when
98,
Bronco
whatever.
took over, I was a beat guy. I guarantee you his first year, this is the biggest, strongest team BYU's ever had. Fastest team. He didn't say that.
But it's not just from the coaches. You hear hype about how good a team is going to be.
Well, the coaches are the ones that matter the most. What do I give a crap for Joe Fan, who's got some anonymous Twitter handle?
Depends on the coach and their style. You know, the coaches who downplay it. Lou Holtz and
we just
Nick
got
Saban
three.
will
I don't even, who cares what they are? We're talking about BYU. You're talking about one guy who's dead and one guy who's out of coaching. Who gives a crap what they think? We're talking about Kalani Sitake and the two coordinators. All three of them said it, and you go back to Lou Holtz, who's been dead.
For 30 years, Aaron's been listening to this.
Can we live now rather than 30 years ago?
You bring your past with you, and you do it as much as anybody. That's why we hear about Jersey all the time.
Yeah, but not when it's related to sports.
Oh, come on. We're talking sports in here all the time. You bring up Jersey all the time.
Because it's a joke.
Uh-huh. Nick says...
I don't use it to make points.
Being as they have never been an athletic team, it shouldn't be that hard to be the most athletic. Nick, downgrading BYU's athletic ability. That's a bit of a cliche, isn't it? I think
it's a bunch of white Mormon guys. Yeah. That's the whole point.
But they've obviously had athletic guys. They've sent a bunch of guys to the NFL.
Well, we're talking the skill positions. They don't roll out receivers. They don't roll out running backs. They don't roll out DBs. That's what we're talking about, the black guys. Can we get to the point
and we're also,
rather than beat around the bush because we might offend somebody because we mentioned race?
And we're also talking about you've had stars at the top, but have you had the depth to get through seasons, or do you get beat up because you don't have the second and third string guys? You got 15, 20, 25 guys at the top of the roster.
That's
but
all
when you get down
past.
to 35 or 40, do you have it?
They say they do.
And they say they do now.
So I'm supposed to not listen to them? I'm supposed to say, well, that's cliche. I have known, I literally covered all three of these guys as players. So that means I've known them for almost 30 years as your guy that you just quoted.
Brett Ciancia joins us now from Pick Six Previews. Brett, good morning.
Morning, guys. Thanks for having me on. It's a busy time of year here with Pick Six Previews. The 2026 magazine is rolling off the printing press, shipping across the country, and we have a lot to break down. So excited to be back on with you guys, talking some BYU, talking Big 12.
Yep. Utah and BYU fans are listening, and they are curious. Where do you believe they stack up? Obviously, new coordinator on the defensive side of the ball at BYU, and the Utes with Kyle Whittingham leaving. That's a major change. Morgan taking over. What do you think? Where do they stack up in the Big 12? Who are they? Who's right there with them?
Well, I think it's Texas Tech at the top. They're the defending champions, and I was surprised to see it at Big 12 Media Days. The coaches didn't pick Texas Tech to win it. Maybe that's some off-the-field politicking going on, but in terms of talented rosters, I think you got to start with Texas Tech. We all saw it last year, 11-1 in the regular season. All 11 wins were by double digits, and if you track against the spread kind of stuff, they were unbelievable there, 11-1. The markets couldn't catch up to them, how dominant they were. So very solid season last year. They bring a lot back. They reloaded again from the transfer portal, too, along that defensive line. That's the one question I've got. You send an all-time pass rush to the pros, all four guys drafted. But Joey McGuire claims he brought 4 new draft picks in. So we'll see if that's true along the defensive line. But really talented team. I have them number 1 in the conference, projected to go win it again. But then you've got the 2 Utah teams right there, 2-3. I've got the BYU second, Utah third, both in my top 25. And tell you what, guys, if you want an expanded playoff, you're going to basically get a playoff game there November 7th in Salt Lake City, because I think Utah is going to come in with a nice record, and same with BYU, and that could be for the spot against Texas Tech.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I would have gone with Texas Tech too in my mind in our little unofficial polls that we do. They've done enough, and I saw Hammond go to Rice Eccles and look great as the quarterback. So and now he's got. I know he got injured and didn't get an opportunity to play that much, but he's got more experience in terms of knowledge, and I like him. So in my mind, the question is for the rest of the Big 12, and you've already brought up the two locals, is who is closing the gap, if they are, if any, and how much are they closing it? Because you've got to close that gap with Texas Tech, and obviously they've got the financial wherewithal to be able to do that. You know, we were told that last year BYU's NIL budget was akin to what Texas Tech paid that defensive line, meaning the defensive line for Texas Tech got all the money that is BYU's entire NIL budget. Oh. So financially, wow. It's going to be hard, and that was reaffirmed to us again this year when we were there in opening day of media availability and practice. So that's going to be hard, but do you think that any of these teams, and you've already mentioned a couple, so I assume you think maybe that BYU and Utah, but speak to that. How can these teams, are they closing the gap between them and what Texas Tech is doing?
Yeah, well, I think both the teams you talked about, BYU and Utah, they played them tough for the first half and then into the second half as well. I was down there in Lubbock for the first matchup last year, the Texas Tech BYU College game day game, and BYU was physical right there with them. It was a lot of red zone wins for them to keep the score in check, but there's a lot of work I think they have to do on the skill positions at receiver. That's one spot I have a question about with BYU, but in general, guys, it wasn't that loud of an offseason in terms of big transfer signings or huge recruiting classes, although it was a nice recruiting class. But, in terms of transfers, there wasn't too many headliners. But what stood out to me with BYU, which was impressive, was the retention piece of this, the bringing your returning starters back, keeping them in Provo. I talked to Coach Kalani Satake, too, in the preseason for the research for my book, and he harped home on that, too. The player retention, the culture, all those buzzwords. But I think it was 12 guys, 12 BYU players that could have gone to the transfer portal. All 12 returned to Provo. I cover all 68 Power 4 teams. That's very rare to see. Usually you have a couple guys, if not a mass exodus at some places. So that was impressive. That speaks to the culture of BYU. You watch them play, the physicality is certainly there in the trenches, the front seven, the offensive line. That's just how BYU and Utah, to that degree, how those programs have been built. So if you want to close the gap, I think you find it with a second-year quarterback, Bear Bachmeier. You usually see a big gain from first year to second year as a Power 4 starter. Remember, he was thrown in as a true freshman with no spring ball. I mean, it was unbelievable that he was able to start with just a few weeks of practice. So I look for a big gain from Bachmeier. You get L.J. Martin back at running back, big offensive line. And I like the linebacking core a lot. In fact, I've got them in my national top 15 in terms of units. Love the linebackers. You get Glasgow back. Signed arguably the top linebacker in the country with Cade Ulave coming in. So there's a lot of pieces here to like. That's why I've got the number 2. That's why I've got them playing Tech again. And maybe third time's a charm, guys.
Yeah.
I'm curious who you think the fourth team might be and who might beat any of these three teams, because even one loss somewhere, one surprise might knock you out of that Big 12 title game as those three teams scramble for it. TCU plays all of them. Kansas State, maybe we should look at them getting in the title game because they don't play any of the three of them. Arizona's got their quarterback back. Houston's coming off a good season. They're in a talent-rich area. They did win a lot of close games last year. I'm just wondering how you analyze this next tier of teams and who might be in the mix with the other three.
Yeah, well, every year with the preview magazine, there's always seems to be one spot within one of the conferences where it's a log jam of teams and it's really hard to pick. And this year in 2026, it was this exact spot, the middle of the Big 12, talking from 4th to maybe even 11th, that jam-packed part of the Big 12. All talented teams, all top 40 caliber, and all could push into the top 25 if a couple wins go their way. But I went TCU, and I think this is going against the curve here. I don't see anybody else with TCU this high. I went with them 4th in the conference, 25th nationally on the top 25 board. And what I like about them, it wasn't too much transfer activity. What it was, it's been high school recruiting. Now, if you take Texas and Oklahoma out of the old Big 12 standings because they're no longer in the league, if you look at current Big 12 teams, TCU was the number one high school recruiter in 23, in 24, and in 25. So they have this pipeline of high school talent that they've been recruiting, developing, retaining. And now, it might not be the most proven names out there. It's not the incoming All-American transfers, but they have a solid, talented roster. You look at their receiver core, ton of 4-stars there. The pass rush looks elite. And then we'll see about this quarterback, Jaden Craig. But if I had to pick a team to go fourth, I'm going TCU. And I think they played both BYU and Texas Tech. So that could be a little thorn in the sides there during the season. So look at TCU as a team. It'll be a tough challenge. From there, you can make the case for so many. Real quick, you've got Kansas State in a coaching transition season with Colin Klein coming home. Easiest schedule in the league, though. They miss all three. They miss Texas Tech, miss BYU, miss Utah. With Arizona, I love Fafita, the quarterback, but they lost their elite pass secondary on defense. All 4 guys were drafted, so I think you're going to see a step back from them. And Houston, this is a team we all differ on. I mean, they were strong last year, 10 wins. 7 games were 1-score wins, though. And I don't think that really tends to flip I think it tends to regress year to year. So too tight of margins for me to really call for a run back of a 10-win season. So there you got it. I got TCU fourth. But really, guys, November 7th, I've got it circled. I know everyone in your state on both sides of the rivalry have that date circled. And if you look at Utah's schedule, the way it plays out, it's very backloaded, meaning I think they're going to be 8-0. And I don't think it's a hot take that they should be 8-0 or at least 7-1 heading into that matchup with BYU. So that's going to have title stakes on the board and should be a ranked matchup and all those good things.
Yeah, you know your stuff, Brett. You're all over it. I can't disagree with anything that you've been saying. That's the way we forecast it, particularly with Utah. It does look like there's a decent chance, minimally, that they are 7-1 if you just look at the schedule and you look at the talent that they've got coming back. But that's the thing that I like about the Big 12. The other conferences, particularly the 2 at the top, tend to be a little more predictable. And it's only been just, less than a handful of years that this conference in its existence with these teams. But we've had surprises since Utah's only been in, this is going into the 3rd season, obviously, with the Pac-12 schools. And it's been surprising to see teams each year, good or bad. Obviously the Devils got on top out of nowhere. And then people weren't picking BYU last year with the quarterback situation, and they still got to the final. So that's what makes this conference interesting, as opposed to, okay, who's Ohio State going to play in the Big Ten final? Is it going to be Indiana, Oregon, maybe Michigan? I don't know. We'll see how that plays out. But for this conference, and maybe Texas Tech has established itself and it's no longer predictable, but it does seem like there could be 3 or 4 surprises, even as we follow this conference with everything we have, knowing that we still leave that open. And you just named 4 or 5 teams, at least for me, and get your thought on it. That's what I like about this conference, is that, we have these educated guesses, I guess, but we're not really sure. And it's more fun that way.
Yeah. Well, if you look at recruiting rankings, a lot of the teams are in a similar, group of rankings there. They're bringing in similar talent. The transfer portal has really been the wild card move, because that's where teams can upgrade or downgrade almost instantly and come out of nowhere in shock. If you look at 2 examples this year, I didn't talk about them, but Arizona State, again, leveraged the portal. They might have as many as 17 transfer starters on their team. So your guess is as good as mine on how that's going to look. If that was a home run, all these players are hits, and that could be a playoff contending team. But if not, they could go 4-8. So teams like that, Oklahoma State, same deal. Their head coach brings up the entire offense from North Texas that led the country in passing and scoring. Right. So you think that offense is set. You're going to see old shootouts again from them. We'll see about the defense. But, yeah, I agree with you. I'm sitting here in Pennsylvania. I'm deep in Big Ten country. But when I watch the Big 12, I really enjoy it. You have so many different styles of play. I think it's really entertaining football. The lines are close. The games are always 1 score. They're late 4th quarter games. The fan passion is certainly there, and I don't think it gets enough credit, too. And, you always hear about the big ones like Ohio State and Penn State, but you watch a game that's in Provo or Salt Lake City, literally the camera is shaking on big plays. Like, you can feel the vibration here from your living room. So I have a lot of respect for the fans across the conference. You don't find that in the ACC. You don't see the camera shaking at Wake Forest or Boston College. I don't if they even have cameras there. So I love this conference. I'm not just saying it because I'm on your show. I've been saying it all offseason for years. It's a very interesting, intriguing conference. That's why I went down to Lubbock last year. I had to go see it live. So I want to get out to more. I got to get out to Utah and see a game. But, yeah, it's a very entertaining brand of football.
Brett Ciancia joining us, Pick Six previews. The conference games, especially the rivalry here, everybody's just on edge, at each other's throats and all that trash talk and all that kind of stuff. But here at the start of the season, with a lot of non-conference games, this has been a one-bid league. And we followed the Pac-12 for years. It was always the knock on it. There was a zero-bid league. They were getting 0 teams into the 14 playoff. Now the Big 12 is getting 1 into the 12-team playoff, and it looks like, the weak sister out of the Power 4. So the question is, can they win either enough total non-conference games that can't be ignored? Can they win a marquee games so they can't be ignored? It doesn't look like there are that many marquee games. Some of them, ASU's biting off a lot going to Texas A&M. That's a massive challenge. Oregon and Oklahoma State, yikes. That 2 games into the rebuild with a new coach, you're playing the Ducks, so good luck with that. Obviously, BYU Notre Dame, a massive game. Can they clean up on enough of the Utah versus Arkansas where it's just overwhelming? I think the conference has 4 or 5 games against the ACC. I don't think you get a lot of TCU beats North Carolina. But if you win all those games, maybe it adds up to something. What do you think about the ability of the league in September to build a rep and get a second or third team? Third seems crazy, into the playoffs.
Yeah, that goes a long way because, perception-wise or whatever metrics they look at, it looks like the SEC and the Big Ten, for whatever reason, they have a head start here. They're getting 2, 3, 4, even 5 the SEC last year teams into the bracket. So for the Big 12 and really the ACC, for that matter, to punch back and earn some more credibility, you got to win those non-conference games. And in BYU's case, you got a big one. You got Notre Dame. This is kind of put up or shut up for the conference, those kind of opportunities. And so Notre Dame's probably the most impressive non-conference game, and it happens to be on BYU's schedule. You mentioned a couple more. I think Baylor plays Auburn. UCF plays, I think, Pittsburgh. And, these are just Power 4 versus Power 4. You want to clean up as many as you can, because at the end of the day, that's all going to be used as firepower for your resume. But I think the best case is, this might sound crazy, but to get 2 teams in the conference, I think you need Tech to pretty much go 12-0. Go into that conference title game looking like a top 5 team in the country, and then have the number 2 team upset them in Dallas, because there you're granted the automatic bid for the team that pulled the upset. So like a BYU, a Utah, a TCU, that'd be an auto bid. And I think a 12-1 Texas Tech would still be a strong enough resume to get in there as a conference runner-up. So it reminds me a little bit of March Madness when you hear about those conference tournaments, the bid stealers, where a team that wouldn't have been in the bracket wins the conference and gets the auto bid. That's kind of, I think, the path for the Big 12 and really the ACC for that matter right now, to ensure that you get 2 in the bracket, because we've seen the committee rule against very capable 2-loss teams from these leagues. BYU, an example last year, 2 losses, both were to Texas Tech. One was in the postseason, and they were held out of the bracket. Miami 2 years ago, similar deal. I think they went 10-2, had a nice resume. They were kept out. So if you lose a second game, I don't trust the committee to value the Big 12 and the ACC. You got to go win that conference auto bid.
Yeah, I think that's a fact. So I wouldn't trust them either. I'm wondering what you think. So much hype. Everything Deion Sanders does is big news, right? It just doesn't matter because of who he is and his ability as just a magnet for media attention. And last year, the health issue with him was extremely real. There's no question about it. At the same time, they had a crappy team. And so it was going into his 4th season, and he's had 2 crappy teams and 1 decent season. And so for now, it seems like the pressure's on. What do you make of that situation?
Yeah, well, every year is different with Colorado. And actually, in past years, I've written up their first draft of their team preview. And then after spring ball, 50 guys leave. I had to just delete the whole page and start over from scratch. It's like unbelievable, the player movement up there. Now, this time around, at least there was no second transfer window. So the players that came in the door in December and January, at least you're getting them to kickoff. So, maybe a little bit of player retention in a way for a couple extra months than usual for Colorado. But that said, it was another top 25 transfer class. That marks 4 straight for Colorado. Maybe they were able to retain them this time around, but they have too many questions for me to be considered a contender. Both lines of scrimmage look, they're question marks for me. I don't see any reason to pick them higher than towards the bottom of the conference. I like the quarterback with Lewis. I think that he makes some good throws. maybe some questionable coaching last year. You saw clips out of media day that they weren't even watching film. Unbelievable to think that in 2026 that was the case, but who knows? So they do have some talented players here and there across the roster, receiver, quarterback, but as a complete starting 22 and then a two deep 44, I just don't see it. So until proven otherwise, I've got them down towards the bottom of the conference.
There are multiple teams that went deep into the transfer portal. You've mentioned Oklahoma State, new coach, brings a lot of guys. Iowa State's got a new coach, bringing a lot of guys from Washington State. Rich Rod is going full Dion deep into the transfer portal for his second year on the job at West Virginia. You mentioned Colorado and ASU as well. Are there any teams beyond Texas Tech? Are there any teams that went in the transfer portal where you think, there's no way to know, but I got to keep my eye on them because I think there's a pretty good chance this team has come up big in the portal?
Yeah, I think Oklahoma State, you got to start there. This is the team that most of the staff and the players were at North Texas last year and put up top 5 passing numbers, top 5 scoring numbers. You got an NFL quarterback with Drew Mestamaker and bringing everybody with him, bringing his all-conference running back, his receivers, his linemen, and, of course, the scheme that got them there with Eric Morris. And I talked to Coach Morris. I asked him about the transition up from the AAC to the Big 12, and he kind of chuckled and said, hey, I was born in the Big 12. He's got roots here. He's a Texas Tech alum and former coach, and his track record of building elite offenses is unmatched right now. Now we'll see how it translates up. But I love that offense a lot. I think it does translate 1-to-1. I think they're going to be a team that scores 30, 45 points a game, but can they stop anybody? So that's where I have my questions. Look for some old 2010s Big 12 shootouts there in Stillwater, again, like the old days. But, hey, I'll say this, most improved offense in America for sure. They were dead last. They're going to be one of the best this year and should be one of the most improved teams. 1-11, awful season last year. I think they make a bowl. So not a playoff contender, but certainly one of the most improved from 25 to 26.
All right, this bugs my radio partner, but I'm going to do it anyway. Since you're a Philly area guy, I'm born and raised in North Jersey. A lot of experience in South Jersey. So my Jersey Shore of choice is Ocean City. What's yours?
Right next door, Sea Isle City, New Jersey. Yeah, I love it. Ocean City, you got Mac and Manco's Pizza.
Oh,
you got the boardwalk.
Here we go.
Yeah, the Music Pier.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful town, great family town. You got the Wonderland over there. So, yeah, that's a classic Jersey boardwalk talk. I'm one town south of you in Sea Isle. We've got more of a restaurant, maybe a bar scene. No boardwalk, unfortunately. I'd love to get one like that. But, hey, South Jersey Shore, man, the best spot on earth.
What is that? What is the food that's got the 2 different names depending on where you're from?
Pork roll or tailored ham?
Yeah. Lovely. Look at him.
This is awesome. I didn't expect this on Utah radio.
Nobody does.
That's why he does it. That's why he does it. The number of times we've broken down pork roll, I just can't. I don't even have words for it. I went to college to do this.
It's pork roll in South Jersey, Taylor ham in North Jersey. How many times I got to tell you?
About 500,000.
My sister went to Glassboro, which has now been renamed Rowan, but
Yep, sure.
I've got my brother, my best man at my wedding, grew up in West Deptford, is in the West Deptford High School Hall of Fame.
Wow.
So I got those roots, and I researched who you are, and you really know your stuff. I got to give you credit. So pump your magazine again, because if it's anything like what you've been saying on the radio, it is certainly worth the time and effort and money to get it.
Oh, thanks so much. Yeah, well, it's called Pick Six Previews. It's available at pick6previews.com. We've got the digital copy, but also the hard copy this year, spiral bound. They're coming off the printing press, shipping them across the country. It's a one-man show. It's all me. I do all 68 Power 4 teams, talking to head coaches, talking to coordinators, watching spring games. I've got my advanced numbers in the book, but putting it back into a readable format, the narrative, the X's and O's, really the storylines for the season. So, hey, a lot of transfer movement, all these teams. It's a good way to get caught up. Get excited for the season, bring it to the beach, the lake, the couch. But yeah, thanks guys for having me on. And maybe I'll send you a picture down from the shore this weekend.
Sweet. Very nice.
There you go.
Absolutely.
All right. Put it up on social media and tag us. This is for Utah. All right, Brett. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Beach tags. I'll never get that, man. Paying to go to the beach. I grew up in California. The beach is free. I don't get it.
It's worth it, though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I get it. I mean, I love the beach. I just had a chance to do a little beach time in Oregon, and the water's too cold and all that, but it still smells great and looks great and sounds great. And yeah.
Yeah, the Atlantic is never too cold. It's always funny when we get those guys from back there.
Yeah.
And they on Utah of all places.
Utah, what? What? All right, reacting to what Brett just said, we will do that next. He dropped a few nuggets, confirmed some of what we thought, and also brings up some of the problems with these massive leagues, which apparently we're stuck with for the foreseeable future. We'll get to that next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
I-15 seeing slowdowns from the point of the mountain all the way up to about 53rd South. On the southbound side of things, seeing some slowing from Farmington as you try to get into Centerville at this moment. The crash earlier on Bangor Highway has been cleared, but still have delays from 54 South over to 41st South, so be aware of that if you're in that area. At UTA, we move your early mornings, your big days, your big plans. We also move purpose. We move you. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I think the Jazz want to make the playoffs this year, and they really have no motivation for not making the playoffs this year because their draft pick goes to the Memphis Grizzlies in the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade. How motivated are the Jazz actually going to feel to maximize the win total of this roster using all the assets available to them to get there? My guess is it's actually not as high as fans would think because they don't have to do anything exactly right.
The truth is they are dedicated to it. But that doesn't mean they have to do anything about it right now.
Sure.
But no, not one person in that building, if you went up to them and said, hey, is the Bosnian Beak your answer at center? Not one of them is going to say yes.
Right. Or Jackson Hayes.
Or any of that. No, they're not.
Yeah.
So, yes, they do need to address the problem, for sure. Do they need to address it right now?
I don't think so.
Absolutely not. No, why would they?
Catch Jake and Ben, afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK here for Peach Windows and Doors. Customer service is a big point of pride for the folks at Peach Windows and Doors. They're not a big box store where you go around looking to see if there's somebody to help you. They want to find out your individual situation. What are you working on? Traffic noise, neighbor noise, energy bills. It has been 100 degrees so many days this summer already. What do you do with it? AC bill just going through the roof. They'll talk to you about triple pane windows. They can have an impact in multiple ways. And PK, that willingness to meet you where you are, figure out what's going on in your life, and help you solve some problems, you just can't pay enough for that.
Oh, for sure. You can work with them virtually if you want, or they can come out to your home. And they've got customization, too. They can do so many things. It's almost like the doors and their windows are trick windows with all the stuff and the doors that they can do. But they can also customize it, too. And they understand that you work. And what I mean by that means they're open on Saturdays, so you have the opportunity to meet with them there. And they have strong repeat customers and referrals, over 500 five-star reviews, so you don't even have to take our word for it. You can check it out for yourself.
Peach helps homeowners fall in love with their home again. Windows, doors, energy efficiency, noise, improving your views, whatever you're working on. Give them a call. Check them out online at peachwindowsanddoors.com. Go into their studio, look at all the options. It'll blow your mind. It's just massive walking through their store at 2940 South, 300 West in Salt Lake City. That's Peach Windows and Doors, online at peachwindowsanddoors.com.
Every year, the America First Charitable Foundation Backpack Bonanza provides kids with the school supplies they need to learn and thrive. You can help by dropping off supplies at any America First branch or by securely contributing funds online. Together, we can make sure kids have everything they need to succeed. So please visit americafirst.com to see the items we're collecting or to donate today. The America First Charitable Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit corporation. Federal tax ID number 84-256886. Donations are tax deductible to the extent allowed by law.
It's our summer liquidation event.
So we're making room for the incoming 27s, and we're blowing out all the 26s. Save huge on the Open Range RV Colt 17BH for only $12,995 or $141 a month, zero down. Or the Heartland Prowler 2500BH for $16,995 or $184 a month, zero down. Or the Heartland Cyclone 2214 for $54,995 or $414 a month, zero down. All three models include an additional $699 dock fee.
We must make room for new inventory.
Pair Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores, we're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month. Zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Build your career where the fun never stops. Join the Lagoon Maintenance and Construction team and play a key role in keeping the park running strong. Now hiring ride maintenance technicians and HVAC technicians for full-time year-round positions. If you enjoy hands-on work, problem solving, and being part of a team that values safety and skill, this is the place for you. Plus, you'll get great benefits and real career growth. Apply today at lagoonpark.com/jobs. Must be 18 years or older to apply.
This water bottle is 1 cent. Should we get it? Yeah, it's literally 1 cent.
A penny? Sounds perfect until you spot the $90 shipping. These are the traps hiding in your back-to-school budget. You're the one doing the math at checkout, so we did the homework. From shrinking notebook sizes to backpack surprises.
55. Too much for a backpack.
KSL's Matt Gephardt shows you exactly where to spend less and send your kids to class ready. Back to school bargains tonight at 10.
The truck just arrived at Gillette Services.
And so did the savings.
Gillette has a load of new Carrier air conditioners for an amazing price. Get a new Carrier air conditioner starting at just $34.95.
That's $1,500 off while inventory lasts.
Save big with a trusted family-owned company and enjoy expert installation from Utah's largest Carrier dealer.
And 8-time President's Choice Award winner.
Call 385-273-6628
or visit GilletteServices.com before these truckload savings
are gone.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, KSL Sports Zone. Brett Ciancia just joined us for Pick 6 previews, talking Big 12 football. Oklahoma State, great story, PK. We love the stories, the coaching staff, and a big chunk of the offense coming over from North Texas. Who could they upset? How could they impact the race? Could they pull off a shocker? Well, they don't play Utah and BYU, so we'll just be watching them from a distance. These massive leagues with 16, 17, 18 teams, whatever. You just got to get used to not playing almost half the league, and both the Utes and Cougars are missing them. Could be an intriguing story this year.
Well, I think it will be. I don't think could. I think it absolutely will be.
NFL quarterback Mestamaker's going to get drafted.
Well, he's high on all sorts of lists. You can check that out for yourself if you want. But the thing about it too, and it's not necessarily that they rack up the wins, is that you play teams tough. See what you could do in the WAC and Mountain West when you were BYU and Utah, once Utah got it going on, is that most of the games you knew you were going to win, right? So you can take guys out. They don't have to play the entire time. They can literally sit out the second half. Or if somebody is banged up a little bit, you can sit them for a week and let them get healthy. Well, a team like Oklahoma State, I don't know necessarily, though, that you can do that. And so they may not win the game, but they extend you, and guys get bumps and bruises and get injured later in terms of the game, when if they'd be playing a cream puff, they would have an opportunity to rest. So you just don't look at the record and see, oh, wow, this team's good or bad. They're going to be improved. There's no question about it. Now, can they win how many games? That remains to be seen. And I think that's what you get a lot with this conference in particular, which is why Brett said the same thing I've been saying about Houston. You do not go out there and win a bunch of one-score games 2 years in a row. It normally doesn't work that way. That's why I had the Devils last year not being as good. Now, obviously, they had injuries, and so that added to it. But even still, I thought they were going to drop a peg or two because they won a ton of close games the year before. And that normally shakes out. And so that's why I'm not disrespecting Houston. It's just that I don't know that they're going to be necessarily, wow, what happened with Houston? They didn't really build on that. They're going to be good. There's no question about it. But when you win a bunch of one-score games, things tend to even out a little bit.
And ASU was good enough along the way to beat Texas Tech and give them their only loss in the 12-game regular season.
Yeah, when they had their guys.
Yeah. Be healthy that week.
Yeah.
And take somebody down.
Sure.
And I do wonder, listening to Brett, and it's interesting because he's in Pennsylvania. He vacations at your favorite beaches. And so he's not in the middle of all this. He's not emotionally involved. But he really did take the three and set them apart. Now, it's easy for us to say that, but, do we want to say that? Because we got two of the teams right here, and that means a great race and great stories into the last month of the season and all that kind of stuff. And he's sitting over there, and he's like, yeah, those are the three. And then you try to figure out who's going to rise up. So these 36 games they play, obviously they got to lose one because BYU plays Utah, but Texas Tech doesn't play any other. And I assume Notre Dame is going to be, there's probably a line out already. If there aren't, there will be soon. Notre Dame will probably be a favorite against BYU, maybe a pretty healthy favorite. But beyond that, could they go combine 33-3, 34-2? Can they set it up so their records are so good they can't be ignored and you get multiple teams in and out of the league for the first time?
Well, their records were so good last year.
They were pretty good, man. They were 22-2 going into that last game. And it
Utes
didn't
got
work.
no consideration.
Nope.
And BYU did a little bit.
Yeah, the three of them combined would have been 32-4 last year. And that wasn't good enough. But this year, with Texas Tech not playing BYU and not playing Utah, the numbers could be even more outrageous.
You're saying they could be astounding?
I thought about saying that, but I thought I'd stay away from triggering that because Yock's already told us to go to break.
It's just that now with those things that you point out, the expectation level is, well, you better do it.
Yeah, I get it. And I think there's a lot of that built into the non-conference season because Texas Tech does not have an interesting non-conference game. And multiple teams in the league don't. They don't play a Power 4 team. The Utes play one, but it's Arkansas, and it turns out Arkansas is coming in off a 2-10 season. So it's not like there's a lot of hype around that.
Right.
All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up, Kelly Papinga, BYU defensive coordinator. A conversation with him at 9 o'clock. It's an RSL Thursday. Got tickets to give away later this hour. Stick around. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
First. At Shriners Children's, the world's most advanced scoliosis procedures are born here. In fact, we deliver access to the world's best doctors for nearly every pediatric orthopedic condition. Where delivering care without compromise is our promise. And kids can just be kids. Because being first always starts with empowering the extraordinary. The most amazing care anywhere begins at shrinerschildrens.org.
Hey, this is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. We've had some of the hottest summer temperatures on record, and our phones have been ringing off the hook with people complaining about how hot their home is. Well, the biggest culprit for this is the attic. Recently, I was in an attic that was 172 degrees. This is why your house is so hot and your AC is always running and can't keep up. At Greenify, we have a solution that really works. It's called Radiant Barrier Attic Foil. Radiant Barrier is a highly reflective foil that is stapled to the rafters in the attic. It reflects the sun's heat, which will make the attic and your home much, much cooler. Give Greenify a call today and we will brave the heat and go up in your attic and tell you how to get the cool comfort back in your home. We will also check out your insulation levels and attic ventilation, which will also help tremendously in making your home more energy efficient. And Greenify will make sure you get all the utility rebates that you're entitled to. Call us today and I won't even charge you for the visit. 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464, or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
All right, guys, today I am streaming my evening commute. You're going to love it. And I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage, like zero. Check that out, chat. I got my helmet strapped on tight to protect my brain. I've got my bike, which is looking sick. Woo! And my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. Outsmart the system, ride by the rules. It's a message from the Utah Department of Public Safety, because they care about you. Throw a dub for safety, chat.
Listen every morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with Jake and Ben for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Got a question up on our Facebook page. Many of you reacting to this, and we just talked with Brent Cianci about it. Do you believe Utah and or BYU have done enough to close the gap with Texas Tech? Ken, how about no? Takes a lot of cookies to match up against West Texas Oil.
It do.
See what you did there, Ken. That was very nice. Well played.
He's right.
No. I think BYU's a bit closer this year, but I'd pick Texas Tech to win. But Cougs have a great chance. Go Cougs.
Okay, well, why'd you say no, and then you say they have a great chance?
Because he's trying to talk himself into it because he's a fan.
I think right now, today, they have as good a chance as anybody. I will say that.
Mickey says no, but maybe Texas Tech has slipped enough.
It's hard for me to imagine that Texas Tech is going to be as good as they were last year.
How can you put together that defense? You could have a good defense, but that defense was overwhelming.
Right. And it had, and not just, and it was, there's no question about it. And a lot of their guys were fifth-year guys.
Mm-hmm.
So they had the talent and the experience. Yeah.
And they were unblockable. Yeah. Watching those BYU and Utah games, and both those offensive lines had good years last year. Yeah, I think Utah had a great year. And both times, you're watching guys from Texas Tech just run into the backfield and blow up the play. I don't know what they were trying to do, but there was no time to do it.
So that's where I think that the gap can be closed a little bit, combined with the fact that you've got returning quarterbacks that now have been through it. This was their first time through it, so it stands to reason that they should be better. And I think that if the Utes had retained everybody from the coaching staff, then I'd be even higher on them. And it's not that I'm not high on the guys that they have, but I just think that there's a possibility for some growing pains, some adjustments, some types of stuff, because they're all going through it together. If you would have had Beck with Dampier, that would have been their third year. That's unheard of, which obviously it is unheard of because it didn't happen.
Thanks for explaining yourself.
Yeah. And we understand why it didn't happen. But that doesn't mean that you don't have to totally start from scratch. McGivern was talking about that yesterday in the Utes media availability. You can go hear the sound at KSLSports.com if you want to hear it for yourself. So from that perspective, that's why I'm still high on them. And I think maybe in my mind, and maybe it's wishful wanting it to happen, so I'm believing what I'm trying to see, and I haven't necessarily seen it yet, but I do think that both teams, if they get the opportunity, will be more competitive. And if they do get the opportunity, then it's for the whole thing. And that's what's really cool if they play. So if they get, and I believe one of them will play Texas Tech. If I'm betting right now, toss up, I'd go 60-40 Cougars, maybe 65-35 Cougars, that they would be the team to play Texas Tech in Texas, Arlington, on that first Friday of December. So, yeah, that's the way I see it. And then we'll know for sure if it gets to that point that, yeah, the gap has been closed. We shall see.
Brian Tracy goes full Pablo Mastroeni here. He says both Utah and BYU just need to worry about themselves and show up for a full season. Texas Tech isn't on the schedule. They're the defending champs. You got PTSD from playing them last year.
I don't think they're worried about Texas Tech.
It figures that you could meet them in a conference title game, but you got 12 games, and you got to figure those out before you worry about Texas Tech. But you and I are going to sit here and talk
Kelly
about them.
Popinga that very question, and he said, I'm not worried about them right now. They're over there, and if we get them, it's in the conference final. And he said, I don't know much about them. Well, if it comes to that, they'll know everything about them. They'll have 12 games of film, upside down, inside out. And so, yeah, I understand that. But they're still the team that you're chasing. Everyone is chasing them right now. When the Devils won the first year of the current existence of the Big 12, we didn't think that, okay, they're going to be the dominant team. We thought, okay, Kenny Dillingham's got it going on, and they're going to be better. They're going to be tough. We thought that. I think that's a fair assessment. But now that Texas Tech, Devils won one, Texas Tech won one, but we all think Texas Tech is the team to beat, even though last year we didn't think, well, that's the program to beat. And now we think with Texas Tech, that's the program to beat. It's what I talked about last summer. It's what I was concerned about.
Texas Tech has a ton of money, and in the transfer portal era, set aside the wins and the losses and the ability to game plan or to coach your guys up. Set all that aside for a second. In the transfer portal, Texas Tech routinely wins more than they lose. They have way more guys coming in than they have going out, and they hit on them. Then you look at ASU. When it comes to the big money guys, they lose. Mm-hmm. Now, they may win overall because they're good at assessing talent and they'll find guys up and coming, but when they got a quarterback can do it, LSU and their $50 million budget gets them.
Yeah, that's a fact.
And Texas goes and gets their 1,000-yard running back, right? And you're losing to big brand, big money schools. Yeah. And Tech doesn't. Now, maybe partly Tech doesn't because they go out and get these fifth-year guys.
Well, I think that we'll see that it's not just the transfer portal. I don't think their program is built on transfer portals. It was last year, but I don't think going forward, because if you've been looking at the recruiting,
they're winning there too.
Yeah. And so they're now more about augmenting with the portal, which I think everybody should do, because if you're having to overhaul completely, then you're probably not going to be all that good. Now, some teams have to. Rich Rod had to. North Texas people coming over to Oklahoma State, they had to. But once you get past that, I think what you want is what we've seen from the two locals here. You're augmenting it, not relying on it for the bulk of your talent. And I think Texas Tech is in the process of moving in that direction because they've been getting a lot of better recruits that normally they wouldn't get. And it reflects it. I mean, they've had the history of the program, you can look at it. They had the nice run with Leach, and then it dropped off. Well, now why is it back? Cash. And they're one of these guys with these programs, like I said, they should be like the Dodgers. Say, yeah, we bought these players. Instead of trying to, oh, no, anybody can. No, they can't. And you can. Good for you. You didn't break the rule. The NCAA is not hunkering down in Lubbock. So don't worry about it. That's the way you do it. And it's up to these other teams to close the gap. And I think you can close it because I don't think every single kid is looking for every last penny, especially the younger guys, because you go into it and you want to be a place you're going to be there 3 or 4 years or so, and you want to be a place where it's comfortable. The fifth-year guys, take the cash. You only got to be there 6 months. Who cares?
How hard is it?
Yeah, right. 6 months. It blows by so
and
quickly.
I think some of those questions, the historic questions, do I fit here? Do I like these coaches? I'm going to spend 4 years. I got to really make sure I'm on the same page. But a fifth-year senior has already had position coaches, coordinators, possibly head coach to change, and they then go in for 1 year. I know what I'm doing. Does this coach put guys into pros? Blah, 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 and away you go.
And am I getting paid?
And what's the money? Yeah, what's the money?
Yeah. So I think that's what you got there. And I think that's how BYU and Utah close the gap, is by getting these kids, building them up, coaching them up, those types of things, all those cliches, blah, 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 and away you go. And right now, considering the amount of talent that left the program, and I know Texas Tech can reload, I think they can close the gap. And I want to see it, too. I also want to see it. And in order to see it directly, it has to be a one-on-one matchup. And that'd be awesome. I'm actually rooting for Texas Tech to lose a few, and I want to see BYU and Utah play each other. That would be play twice in one season. That would be incredible.
Yeah. Play that first week in November, and then a month later, do it again.
That's the best case scenario for me.
We'll sign off on that right now. Yeah. But for that to happen, who's going to beat Tech? Because they don't play the Utes and Cougars, and most of the games they play against the next tier, they play at home. I mean, their conference road schedule is Colorado, Cincinnati, Oklahoma State, and Baylor. Now, Oklahoma State and Baylor are back-to-back weeks. Maybe that gets a little tricky. It does sometimes. You mix in a lot of travel and all that. But that's not exactly a difficult road schedule right there. You got major questions about multiple teams on that list. It's 5 home, 4 road, and the 4 road, Arizona State could be hard games. Houston could be a hard game, and all 3 of those are at home. Mm-hmm. So it really lines up for Tech.
It does. Yeah, well,
TCU, that could be another tough game, also at home.
Yeah, it looks like their home schedule is tougher than the road schedule. But, one turned ankle can change everything.
Oh, yeah. Well, we thought they were going in the year with 2 good quarterbacks. Now they're going in with 1 good quarterback, and he's coming off an injury. And
the kid from Tulsa did play, and, I think that for a short time he can help you. So I don't think that it's completely total, oh my gosh, what do we do now? So but that's the reality of it, and you've got to find a way if it should come to that, or if it doesn't come to that where you beat them, that you've done enough to be able to get yourself an at-large bid. That can happen too.
12-1. I mean, if you're 11-1 and you don't make, let's say BYU gets the big win, beats Notre Dame, but they lose to Utah. They're 11-1, and Utah's playing Texas Tech in the conference title game.
Well, depending on what what that game looks like, then
could BYU get in without even being in the conference title game? Yes,
I'll scream from tops of the mountains. If you go to Rice-Eccles and lose a close one, and they
after
tend to be
beat
Notre Dame and handle everybody else, yes, that would be a joke. 11-1 and you're not in, that would just be an absolute joke. That if I'm your Mark, I'm going to their stuff is based in Texas, and I think that's where they end up meeting. I storm that committee room and I start chucking computers against the wall. Yeah, That's what it's going to take. If it came to that.
Now, the flip side, if it's the Utes who lose the game to BYU and they win every other game and they're 11-1, but they don't play Tech and they lose.
Tell me what the game looked like.
Yeah.
Again, if it's 42-10, that's another story. That's why BYU had no leg to stand on last year.
So lopsided.
Yes, 63-14, I think it was. Yes, so you don't even necessarily have to win. That in a form is respect to me. So BYU last year had an opportunity to gain respect, but they couldn't do it. And what I mean by that is I think they could have gotten way more serious consideration and discussion to get in if it would have been 27-24. But it was a blowout. They bounced the ball all over the turf. We know what happened, and I get Bachmeier was banged up and dinged up, but the committee, like, you just can't. You can't. If you make excuses or make allowances, if you want to call it, for one, then you got to go down that road and do it for everybody. It's much easier to say, you got rolled both times, I don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
And that's what happened. It would have been interesting if it would have been 5 minutes to go and a one-score game. But it wasn't. It was garbage time the fourth quarter. And they threw in some turnovers late in that game, too, to make it even worse. So they didn't give themselves a chance, but they had the chance to get respect. Now come back this year and be in that position to, you don't necessarily have to win all your games. The thing would be is if you lost to Notre Dame and maybe lost to Utah. Suppose you lost to both of those teams super close.
I'd like to make the argument, but at 10-2, it just feels like we've seen too many two-loss teams bounced.
But you've got two losses, close losses to two top 15 teams, and in the case of Notre Dame, probably a top 5. Maybe Utah top 10. And what would that be? I think they can get some run as long as you played those games extremely close. I just don't see, if you don't have any other losses along the way, that if you go to Rice-Eccles and lose a close one, you should be penalized that much. And the committee certainly understands the nature of that game. Come on, of course they do. If they didn't, they should be fired from their jobs that I don't think they get paid for anyway. So they shouldn't be allowed. You should know that that game often is a toss-up. Emotions are crazy. Fans are crazy, blah, blah, blah. And that's why I thought the year before they should have got more consideration. I mean, they managed to go, but I guess Utah being 5-7, that's probably what hurt them. They really didn't get credit for that dramatic win because the Utes weren't, record-wise, of the circumstances, weren't good enough. So you need those other teams. Any team you beat this year, you want them to be good because that's going to help you. This is, in a sense, the strength of the opponent now in a basketball way. Until we expand it to 24, that's what you need. So whoever you beat, you need them to be good. Beating a 5-7 Utah team did nothing for you 2 years ago.
Because so many teams did it.
In terms of the committee trying to get an at-large bid. That's,
part of that.
That's I don't see how you can argue that.
It is. It's not debatable.
Right.
I mean, you were part of a team's 7-game losing streak while they went through 4 or 5 different quarterbacks. So
yeah.
And one of the guys who was supposed to play, as he went down the depth chart, didn't play because he was already hurt. I think they played 4, but I think they missed 5.
I think Brandon Rose played that game, who threw passes to Tiger Bachmeier in high school, and Bear Bachmeier was Brandon Rose's backup.
Go figure.
Small world.
Small world. Yeah. Tiger filled us in on all of that.
I think that's Marietta. I think I knew that, but it's they're all from Marietta, right?
They're from like some small town nearby, but yeah, they go into Marietta High School, Vista Marietta, or whatever they call it.
Yeah,
takes in the greater Marietta metropolitan area.
I wouldn't go metro area. I've been there, but it's decent enough, and it's close to everything else too.
All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Cougars opening practice yesterday. We spoke with Kelly Papinga. You'll hear that conversation at 9 o'clock. After the break, we'll give away tickets to see RSL. If you want to go out to games Saturday night, stick around. That's right after the break, right here in the Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoux.
Joining us now, it is the head coach of the Utah State Aggies, Bronco Mendenhall.
I know you're so process-driven and there's a plan to every part of the season, but is this your favorite part?
There's an excitement that comes to the start of every season for sure. I would have to say, just in terms of full transparency, I really like the off-season. I like the molding, forming, crafting, forging the next team through the weight workouts and through the runs and through the early morning workouts and through spring practice. I think that's my favorite era. Nothing takes away from the season, or can it take the place of the season, and the excitement going into today, certainly at a really high level. I think foundationally that my favorite part is the formation of the team, and now this part where you get to see kind of the fruition of the formation of your program.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's our summer liquidation event.
So we're making room for the incoming 27s, and we're blowing out all the 26s. Save huge on the Open Range RV Colt 17BH for only $12,995 or $141 a month, 0 down. Or the Heartland Prowler 2500BH for $16,995 or $184 a month, 0 down. Or the Heartland Cyclone 2214 for $54,995 or $414 a month, 0 down. All three models include an additional $699 dock fee.
We must make room for new inventory.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, 0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
This is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. If your home feels like it's overheating the moment the sun comes up, your windows could be a major reason why. In the summer months, inefficient windows let in heat and force your AC to work overtime, driving up your energy bills and making your home less comfortable. The problem is most homeowners know they need new windows, but put it off because they assume it's going to be too expensive. At Greenify Energy Savers, we install high-performance AMSCO energy-efficient windows manufactured right here in Salt Lake City, so install times are typically just a few weeks, not several months. And most homeowners are surprised to learn that we can often save them thousands of dollars compared to other window companies while still offering premium windows with a lifetime warranty and flexible finance options. Don't spend another summer fighting the heat inside your home. Give Greenify Energy Savers a call today for a free, no-obligation quote at 801 801-948-4464. Again, that's 801-948-4464. Or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com. Let us save you literally thousands of dollars and greenify your windows today.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Real Salt Lake back in action Saturday night. You want to go to the game? Be caller 12 right now. 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-ZONE. You win a 5-pack of tickets to watch Real Salt Lake and Atlanta in Leagues Cup action. America First Field Saturday night. 801-575-ZONE. It's August, PK. All the writers on all the major websites have got to come up with something. And they come up with a lot of lists. CBS Sports with a list of the Big 12 coaching rankings. Your guy, Kenny Dillingham, number 4, the biggest riser in the Big 12 a year ago, holds steady after validating ASU's rapid turnaround. Joey McGuire at Texas Tech, number 3. I guess they have so much money, it's really hard to impress as a coach and get all the credit for all the wins because everybody's looking at the money. Willie Fritz at Houston, number 2, getting them to double-digit wins. He came in with a good rep, and he has improved that rep with a good season. And at number 1, ranked number 12 nationally, Kalani Sitake at BYU. They're doing those rankings. Can't ignore the fact Penn State went after him, and that was a story nationally for a little while until he decided to stay.
Well, it'll be a story again this year.
Waiting to see what comes open.
Yeah.
Somebody will come after him.
We don't know what's going to be open.
Right. Early speculation already centering on USC.
His name will be
around something
in the Majerus format. Now, if he keeps turning him down, then eventually Majerus petered on that because it was clear he wasn't going to go. And so for here, Kalani, and Kalani's a lovable dude. Majerus, he was quirky, minimally. I could go worse than that. I can tell you a million stories. But Kalani's not like that. I mean, I watched him yesterday go around and make sure everybody got some form of a salutation. That means greetings, Ute fans, for every person media-wise who was there. I mean, we're interviewing Papinga. He gives me, the hey, because he got done. He was walking in the locker room, and so he gives me like the heads up, catches my eye. Well, that's not good enough. Then he's got to come over, and he's not going to interrupt the interview, and he's got to give you bones, right? That's just who the guy is. So the dude is lovable, but yet he is also he's won, and ultimately a coach is going to be judged by his record. But I think that. From that perspective, if they win again this year, which we expect them to do, BYU is going to have to go through that again. And that's the old Chris Hill theory that, well,
that's what you want.
If they come after you, that means you're doing well. And so, and Chris was right about that. So with this in mind here, the way I look at it is, what have you done with everything that's available to you? Not how much have you won, but what have you done with what is available? I mean, Ryan Day, okay, he's winning, but everybody wins there.
Congrats. Get in line.
That doesn't mean he's not a great coach. It's just that he may not get the run there that he would if he went to Purdue and did what he did, or any of those other sort, Michigan State, you name it. So for here, I've got no problem with that list. And Morgan, he should be at the bottom because he hasn't done anything yet.
They got him next to last.
Well, he should be.
Yeah, and the two guys at the bottom are brand new coaches, and they ranked him 15th because he coached one game, and they looked good doing it, and they won the bowl game and all that. And there's only one coach in the league who's never coached one game.
Klein.
So you put him at number 16.
Yeah.
And then there's
Now,
one
he
guy
may
who's
end
coached
up
one
being a
game,
great coach.
15. Right. Now, there's a couple other new coaches, but obviously, they're coming in from North Texas,
Yeah, you got a
Washington
track
State.
record.
They got a track record to grade those guys on. So basically, it was like the two guys who got incompletes were put down at the bottom of the list.
I think that if you want to evaluate Kalani Sitake, there's very different ways to evaluate these guys these days. And one of the things that really, really screams to me what he's got going is talk to guys that are in the program, but they're on the edges. They're support staff. How do those guys, what do those people think of him? And we've had the opportunities to do that.
Yes.
And then also, too, look at the changeover.
There it is. Okay. I was about to make that point.
Very little changeover in players, very little changeover in staff.
Actions and words.
Yeah.
And they match up. They say they like being with him, and then when they have the chance to go elsewhere, which just like the players, when you're winning, it doesn't matter if you're the head coach, if you're the assistant coach, whatever, people are going to come for you. And we had people talking to us about that off camera. Yeah, we had a couple of people talking about it off microphone yesterday.
Yeah, because I'm not on camera anymore.
You were just a couple of weeks ago. After
It's just a vacation fill-in.
Yeah, we'll see.
I don't have regular. I'm not a regular TV guy anymore. I've retired the print. I've retired the TV.
Yeah, but there's something else about to happen. I just got told about yesterday. So hold on there. I know, Madon.
But that's a real barometer for judgment, and that's exciting. If I'm a BYU fan, I love that. Morgan will get his opportunity to prove that. He proved it to an extent. Go back and listen yesterday. They made the coaches the assistants. Now, the assistants are just for 5 minutes, but trying to get Sharif Shaw 5 minutes, that ain't happening.
That's one question.
That's one question, quite literally.
He got asked a question. It's a good question, but I've heard him asked it before.
It's a great question.
And I knew what the answer was going to be, and he gave virtually the same answer.
And he shouldn't be limited to 5 minutes.
No, he's got something to say.
He sells your program every time he's out in front. Get that man out in front as much as possible because he was there. He came up from L.A. down there at Dorsey in L.A. City, just right off below the freeway there. I don't want to tell you the freeway because then you'll look it up. But Dorsey and his brother, I actually covered his brother when I was covering preps down there.
The 91?
No.
Oh. The 55?
It's a 10.
Oh, okay.
You went stuff that's more south.
Yeah.
And he sells it, and he was asked. Coach Witt was very persuasive, but I wanted to be here. I want to be with that guy that we've spent over a decade
sitting in the corner room thinking, if we ever had the chance, we'd do this or we'd do that.
Right.
And Sharif's already called Morgan. Hey, do you remember when you said if you had this moment, you do that? Here's the moment. And Morgan's like, no.
And those guys are boys. I've seen them on the golf course together.
Mm-hmm.
I've talked to them on the golf course together.
Mm-hmm.
So from that perspective, that's Morgan's time will come. Kalani's got 11 years into it, so obviously we've got more ammunition to talk about him. But the fact that all of these guys, the two guys who left went to Michigan. And one actually had the deeper connection, speaking of Jay, obviously, with Kyle longer than he did with Kalani. So there was a strong connection there. And then clearly Guilford had developed a connection with Jay. But that's pretty good. You lose 2 to Michigan, tip your hat. Way to go. Good luck, guys. But everybody else stayed. And guys wanted to be here. The 2 new coaches that they got, they're ecstatic to be there. So that's and hardly any. He could have lost a bunch of players, but
easy. And right at the top of the list, I had Satawala. That was the number one. As soon as all this went down, I was like, "What's Satawala going to do?"
Well, great player, local kid.
Mm-hmm.
Smith Snowden went.
Yeah,
I got no problem with him going. He chose what he chose.
Again,
so be
really,
it.
really good player.
Satawala chooses. Now, I think he just got engaged and all, so he had a gal here and all that stuff. So that stuff matters, your personal life and whatnot. But he still had that opportunity.
I'm sure.
And I would assume Glasgow had the opportunity.
Yeah, I think these are guys that we're sure they can play in the Big Ten.
Of course they can.
We think they can play in the NFL, we're pretty sure they can play.
Yeah.
I mean, now we're at the point where we just look at these rosters, and they got like draftable guys every year. And you can look, they may not be in this draft class if, Satawala as a sophomore can't be drafted.
Weeks ago, I put a question up on Facebook, and we never even got to it because we had so much going on with the Jazz at the time that somebody had said, some draft, ESPN or whatever it was, said that there's up to 10 draftable guys on the Cougars team. And we never got to it.
We didn't.
Yeah.
But that NFL draft's a long way away. We got time.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if...
but I think we're at that point now where it's not unusual.
It's not unusual to have NFL guys at BYU.
It's not unusual to see...
He does it again.
2, 3, 4 guys... I want to finish the thought. 2, 3, 4 guys in the draft class.
You will not stop me from making this point.
I'm going to make the point.
Yeah, and you should make the point.
2, 3, 4 guys in a draft class is not surprising to say that play.
No, go unusual. I like it's not unusual. It's not.
It's not unusual. And then you multiply that over 4 years, and you're like, well, that's 8, 12, 16 guys on these rosters. And you got transfers, and you got Michigan guys, so guys may not be, but you get the point. Yeah. It's not, if they've got a pretty good team, and we think both these teams are pretty good teams, it's not going to be a big surprise to say that. Now, if they start getting to a point where you can say, hey, they got 6 guys this year, and there's going to be another 4 or 5 next year.
That's what you want.
They're all out there on the, so first off, I'm not surprised by the 10. Now, second, tell me how many are going to be on the field, because some of the guys may be younger. They may not be out in the field. Obviously, there's guys to injuries and all that. But it's
I
not
think they were
shock.
saying that's 10 this year. Now, that's not all seniors, because Satawala, this is his 3rd season, right?
Yeah, Satawala is draft eligible.
He's draft eligible. It's draft eligible guys
so you're
in
talking,
2027.
You're talking, I was just talking the whole roster or the year. But what you're saying, and this is the way football works, we just have to adapt to it, there's 3rd, 4th, and 5th year guys.
All those guys are draft eligible.
All those guys are draft eligible.
Yeah.
But again, if it's 3 per class, you got a 15 on the roster, but 3 per class is 9 eligible for a draft. So to say, and I don't think they said there are 10. I thought I have to go back and read the story.
They said up to 10,
up
but
to.
That's this year's draft class. To PK's point, they also had the caveat on there
so they
are
weren't
more.
counting Satawala because he's a
yes,
Satawala
junior.
He's a redshirt
draft
sophomore.
eligible for 2027
because he's about to play his 3rd season, right?
But they didn't include Bear Bachmeyer because he's draft eligible, and they said,
wait, you said he is or he's not?
He's not. It's a 2nd year. He's
right. Okay, I thought you said is. I did not hear you say not. I could hear PK say not, but you're talking over each other.
No, I remember it. They were talking this
year's 10 guys.
Draft eligible dudes.
The name BYU will be called by the commissioner on the stage 10 times next spring.
We'll see.
Could be.
We'll see. Yeah. That's the projection.
But you've got to go through the 3rd, 4th, and 5th year
they're
guys.
obvious. We can all name them.
Do it.
Want me to name them?
Sure.
I'd have to get the roster out.
Yeah. Well, you're right off the top. You're right about Satawala, and you're right about Glasgow.
I wrote down. In fact, when that thing came out, I wrote it down.
LJ Martin has got to be on your list, right?
Pac-12 notebook.
That is a collector's item. I don't think you should be writing that. It's a museum piece.
Let's see. You want BYU? Okay, draft eligible dudes. You got certainly Bruce Mitchell along the line. Gentry. Now, I'm being not necessarily specific. I'm naming possibilities. Walker Lyons, guys up front, Tanavasa, maybe Kirkland Schoonover, we'll see. At the linebacker, Glasgow, Olivea, how is it? Olivave, yeah.
Uluave.
And I'll screw that up all season. And DB, we already mentioned Satawala, Evan Johnson. I wouldn't put possibly Demooney. We shall see.
Trey Alexander should be on that list.
Yeah, I'm going. Well, he's in my neck. I got to get down on it. I have him at.
Well, you're talking about secondary, so I just think,
let him talk, Doc.
Yeah. So how many guys did I name?
That's 11. I'm counting. You've named 11.
Yeah. I mean, it's obvious, and there'll be other guys maybe
emerge.
maybe JoJo Phillips has this breakout 1,200-yard season that we've been talking about because, oh, my gosh, he's got the size. And for whatever reason, I don't know, because I wasn't following Oregon the last couple years the way we used to. But you look at the Casper kid, and, he certainly has the measurables. And I don't know why he didn't play at Oregon. I understand there were some injury issues, but I didn't follow Oregon the way I normally would if they were still in my beloved, dearly departed conference. I would know way more about the guys that they had, but we don't have to pay attention to them that much anymore. So maybe he's somebody. Who knows? I don't know. And maybe there's a couple other guys along the offensive line there. Finau, for instance. We'll see how that plays out. But yeah, those are the guys, and maybe even Saliha Sarah. I mean, he could have a breakout season. I think he'd been in the program for 3 years, or going to be draft eligible. But yeah, those are your dudes, and away they go. So that's this year that we're talking about, and obviously there's going to be underclassmen that will.
Second-year guys might contribute a lot.
Well, Bachmeier would be the leading candidate, obviously. Oh, and I didn't even put L.J. Martin on that list. I didn't even say L.J. Martin.
I know. I named him. I named him while
okay.
you were waiting, so I figured just skipped over him.
LJ's probably the highest of the guys on that list in terms of what people think right now.
And then we'll have the whole decision, even if you can be drafted, do you come back? What's your NIL money? If you think you're going to be a fifth, sixth round pick, maybe you come back a year. I mean, there's all kinds of question marks. But the point is, there's no shortage of talent, and there's going to be NFL scouts at games and watching film. And when you got that many talented guys, you ought to win. And that, to circle back to our earlier discussion, that's why the head coach and both coordinators are saying biggest, strongest, fastest team. And then you got NFL people backing it up, and they don't even care about the wins and losses. You can have a hole in a position group that costs you a game, and they can still draft a bunch of your guys who play in other position groups.
And, yeah, at the start of the segment, that's why Kalani is rated as high as he is, because the reality is he's got the program humming right now. You cannot argue that. And that's why I think there was some higher-ups, and I got information here, that said, no, he's not going to Penn State. I mean, he may go, but we're going to do everything in our power to keep him.
Yeah, we're not letting him go.
Right.
If he wants to walk.
Even though Jay Hill was an awesome alternative.
Oh, yeah.
The folks at the highest levels, which are not necessarily at the campus level, we're keeping him. We're gonna keep him. This is our number one objective. And normally in those situations, when those people who really, really have the decision-making power, if they say, this is our number one objective, it's going to get accomplished.
And then, see, we had to go down to a press conference because they got done.
Right. And
there's so much that goes into it. And you start with the winning, because it's always about the winning. 4 double-digit win seasons in the last 6 years. The other 2, they had QB injuries. So that's right there. But then when you talk to people about how much they like interacting with them, how much they like working with them, how much they like sitting in meetings, strategizing about what the plan is and what has to be done. Right down the list, A, B, C, what the next year, 2, 3. Man, the people who sit in those meetings rave about him.
And he got the best endorsement a week ago, just 7 days ago.
And that would be?
JK telling him, big fan. She looked at him and just said, big fan. What more do you want?
See, there it is. Now you want to tell people who JK is?
The old lady.
What?
The old lady.
There it is. Mrs. K.
Yes.
The most powerful endorsement.
Just, I said, this is JK. Oh, I love this guy. And she just looked at him and said, big fan. What more do you need?
And for people who don't listen to the show a lot and aren't paying attention, she's got a little bit of experience in this area. She has dealt with coaches and recruiters in multiple sports for years as a high school teacher and coach. And coaches come through campus from literally, and I mean, for a while she was at junior high, so she wasn't seeing it. But then for a while she was at high school. And previously in her career, she'd been in high school in the L.A. area where there's a gazillion athletes playing a gazillion sports. Yeah. And everybody recruits L.A. And now up here at Corner Canyon, everybody recruits. So is there a little bit of, I turn on the TV, I watch games, I listen, I hear PK stories when he comes home. That's a factor. But also, literally, she's talked to hundreds of coaches.
I'm the kind of husband, I never kept her barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen.
See, I literally had someone complain about that yesterday. You have a great show. I want to listen to your show, but sometimes that dude you're with, and they did say sometimes, like sometimes they like listen to you, but sometimes that dude you're with, right there.
That is the advancement of women, and women are being attacked these days. And I say, I don't keep her barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen. I'm a progressive dude.
That's progress, huh? that's
compared to barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen. Yes,
sure. That's your starting line. You
got to start from the start.
And why is the fact that you would label that the start?
I didn't label it.
Oh, I'll tell a guy to talk to you. I don't want to get in the middle of you two. You two can have it out over there. I don't have the energy for that. All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Top of the hour conversation with Kelly Papinga. He's done the tour, PK, or been around the block to BYU, to Virginia, to Boise State, back to BYU. We'll talk with him at the top of the hour. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Delays remain northbound I-15 at the point in the mountain, and then again from 72nd south into downtown. Also seeing southbound delays from 33rd south over to 45th south at this moment. Drivers are trying to get into Parley's Canyon. We'll see slowing on I-215's northbound merging onto eastbound I-80 to go up Parley's Canyon. Attention property managers, customers see your parking lot first. If it's cracked, they're already walking away. Call GoPave Utah. Seal coating, crack sealing, striping, patching all across the Wasatch Front at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jay Catch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
I mean, honestly, this is uncharted territory for Utah. Other than Witt like to change his offensive coordinator every 45 minutes, we have not seen a switch at head coach for Utah, hardly ever. I mean, they are the Pittsburgh Steelers of college football. Kind of had a couple of coaches, and they've all stepped in and been very successful.
I think Morgan probably will try and find the sweet spot in being a little bit more aggressive. If he tries to go full Mike Leach on it, Utah's going to learn some painful lessons. But
there's more room for error than Witt thought.
There is, and I think
in a good way.
And we saw that in the bowl game. Mm-hmm. Deep down, Witt is a soccer coach, and I don't think that Morgan is a soccer coach. And when I say that, I mean like, oh, you've got a 1-goal to none lead. Well, let's sit on that thing. Yep. Let's anchor it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Love that strategy.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Thinking about replacing your windows? Choose the company that builds and installs them right here in Utah. Advanced Window Products is Utah's local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to homeowners. Nate Orchard here. At Advanced Window Products, there are no dealer fees, no middleman markups, and no extra costs to cover someone else's profit. From manufacturing to installation, every step is handled by Advanced Window Products' local team. Every window is custom built in Salt Lake City for Utah's homes and backed by one of the strongest warranties in the industry, a lifetime warranty covering labor, glass, and parts. Even better, it's fully transferable to the next homeowner. Right now, get $2,000 off when you purchase 10 or more windows. Financing is available, and Dominion Energy rebates may help you save even more. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100, or visit us at advancedwindows.com. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
Build your career where the fun never stops. Join the Lagoon Maintenance and Construction team and play a key role in keeping the park running strong. Now hiring ride maintenance technicians and HVAC technicians for full-time, year-round positions. If you enjoy hands-on work, problem solving, and being part of a team that values safety and skill, this is the place for you. Plus, you'll get great benefits and real career growth. Apply today at lagoonpark.com/jobs. Must be 18 years or older to apply.
Visit Serenoni's Summer Warehouse Sale, Saturday, August 8th, 11 a.m. until 6 p.m. at Bountiful High School. Save up to 70% off luxury blankets, baby gifts, and more. Celebrate 20 years of comfort with Serenoni.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Went down to BYU, talked to a bunch of people. We'll play some of the interviews here. One of them, Kelly Papinga, next. And we'll probably play our conversation with A-Rod tomorrow. Then you talked to a bunch of people, PK. We had a couple of interviews. We talked with Tiger. Any impressions you took away from that opening day? We had the impressions on the opening day at Utah Monday and on the air with the Aggies Media Day Tuesday. Scotty G and Tim Lacombe at the broadcasting live. The Cougars are live. The Cougars are the last of three to get underway. Headlines, takeaways.
They're bigger, stronger, faster.
That sticks with you, huh?
Yeah. There is a confidence level that I haven't seen this team have in maybe Taysom and Jamal's senior season, but everything was brand new then with the coaches, so you didn't really know what to expect. You might have to go back to Broncos' run of, what do you have, 43 wins there in the 4 seasons from 2006.
Where they knew when they walked out on the field in August, we are preparing to just knock people over week after week.
Yes. And, we've been around long enough to be able to assess that. Like I made a statement the other day at Utah with one of their administrators that I think Devin Dampier is the best leader that they've had at quarterback since Brian Johnson. And he looked at me and says, well, you would know more than I would because I wasn't there then. Right.
Brian Johnson was a great leader, and Devin is. And I think that what they kind of knew it, but it's just being underlined at Michigan is like, man, he was good. Because this quarterback's really good. And they have a talented quarterback, but Dampier is like a leader in the film room with the guys.
Right,
His
and that's
grasp
to take
of the
nothing away
offense.
from any of the other guys. Cam Rising was a great leader too.
To take nothing away from the current quarterback in Michigan, previous quarterbacks at Utah, he's just got something. And when I hear the current OC McGiven talk about, hey, we're putting stuff in, he's grasping, and it's much better. I'm like, man, if he's getting his arms around in a month, what I've been told about this guy, like if it's good with him today and you like the progress you're making, and you still have a month before you have to play a game and it really matters, well, that's awesome. Because whatever grasp he has on it now, it's going to be times 10 3 weeks from now.
So that's not to say that the other ones, I want to make that abundantly clear. And I just use it as an example that when I say to me, this is my own personal opinion, take it for what it's worth, that I believe that this group has been the most confident since Bronco probably going into Max's senior year. That's based on my experience of being around the program. That's one of the benefits of being old as crap, is that you can make statements like that because we've been around and covered these programs intensely.
So shorthand for the listeners, expectations for a fifth double-digit win season in the last 7 years.
Oh, I think that's very realistic.
And that's with Notre Dame and Utah on the schedule.
Expectations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's
Arizona, TCU. Don't you can put those other two there. I've got no problem, but don't limit it to that.
There are plenty of
other
other
games.
games.
The Devils come up and they'll have 2 months in the season. We'll know. Maybe they're really good. Maybe they're just fighting for bowl eligibility. We shall see.
But even if they don't have a great season, can they be good on any given Saturday?
I think there's plenty of teams in this conference that
can be good on any given Saturday.
Yes.
TCU, Houston, Arizona State.
Yes. No, there's no question in my mind.
DJ and PK, when we come back, our conversation with Brady Papinga, BYU defensive coordinator, next. Excuse me, did I say Brady? Yeah. Kelly Papinga. I got Brady on the brain. Kelly Papinga, BYU defensive coordinator. Sorry about that, Kelly. Coming up next. Stay with us.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Well, you heard me just say I can make these assessments about BYU football and compare them to 20 plus years ago because I've been around. Yeah, and I think they're accurate, and my opinion, go with it. As far as that goes, take it or leave it, but that's what I think. Same thing here, when I talk about the fiduciary advisors of Trajan Wealth. I've been around, I've had other fiduciary advisors, and I can honestly say when I sat across from them, their table, their desk, and their office in Draper, and I felt a level of confidence that they knew exactly what they were talking about. Plus, and they told me right up front, hey, we're not going to try to sell you anything. We're going to explain what we're about, and then you decide. It literally told me, last thing we need is to have you be dissatisfied. It doesn't work. What's the point, right? So that's what you're going to get for you when you sit down and talk with them. And let them an opportunity to just review it. Even if you already got a financial advisor, why not let them review it? See what they can do for you, and maybe you'll like it. Give them an opportunity, because I've talked about that and the experience that they have, and they understand that at Trajan Wealth, an informed client is a better client. So their fiduciary advisors, this is what they'll do. They'll take the time to listen, explain all the stuff, all the options, and then together build a plan that reflects what you're looking for, what's going on in your life. It's not a template. And with that in mind, got nothing to lose because the first consultation is for free. So give them an opportunity to see what you have, and then you see what they're about. Go from there. The local phone number to set something up is 1-855-TRAJAN-1, 1-855-TRAJAN-1. And you spell Trajan, easy to remember, just like it sounds, Trajan. I told you I met with them at their offices in Draper because I live in the South End. You live up north, no problem. They've got offices in Farmington. They can meet you on your turf up there. And the website, I've checked it out multiple times, Got a lot of information available immediately. TrajanWealth.com is the website. TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Get hunt ready before you head into the backcountry. Gear up at Mountain Land Truck Outfitters. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment, and you'll get a free $25 Maverick G card. Don't miss his limited time hunting season offer. Visit your nearest Mountain Land Truck Outfitters location or shop today at mtnlndtruck.com. Offer valid through August 31st, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment to receive one free $25 Maverick gift card. Limit one gift card per customer account while supplies last.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Do you love your front door? Does it improve the curb appeal of your home? Does it feel secure and new and perfect for your home? No? Let me direct you to Peach Windows and Doors, where everything they do is custom. They can install a front door or a basement door or a big door that you could drive a car through if you wanted to. And the knobs on these doors are not just knobs. They're like a locking system that works like a safe. These are the most secure doors, and Peach builds those doors. So when they install, they are custom fit to your home. You can even have an option to have like a glass window on the side of your door. They're called operable side light doors, and they can open themselves, which would allow you to move something large in or out of the house. It's just all of the custom features that we can do for you at Peach Windows and Doors. I encourage you to stop by their showroom on 3rd West at 2940 South, or see some of the beautiful doors and windows online at peachwindowsanddoors.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, and we are joined by BYU's defensive coordinator. Kelly, do you look over your shoulder for someone when I say that? Are you used to that title?
No, I've always, like linebacker coach or defensive end coach, but man, when I said defensive coordinator, man, the little weight comes on your shoulders a little bit, but it's been fun. I keep saying it. I got great people around me. It makes the job way more manageable than I thought it would be, and it's been fun. I'm excited.
You're now the first-time defensive coordinator, but it's kind of like Scally up at Utah. You've been training for this for a long, long time. So how much does that give you a level of comfort that even though the title is new, you were special teams coordinator, and then you've been around both sides of the country, different places. Seems like you got a lot of experience as you assume this mantle.
Yeah, no, I've said this from day one. I look back to my playing career with Bronco and my coaching career with Bronco, and then on to Boise State, and then with Kalani the last 3 years, and Jay, I've learned a ton, and I've been well prepared, and And I got good guys like that around me that have, been and seen and done everything. And so, having a guy like Coach Anderson around has been awesome and learning from him. So to me, it's all about the people that you have around you. And obviously the experience helps, but there's a lot of other experience around us that I think prepares the whole staff to be ready for what's coming.
When I hear people talk about this and Cougar fans, a lot of them are like, Jay Hill was awesome. We're going to miss Jay Hill. And I think, well, that's true. Yeah. Jay was awesome. He had a great run at Weber State. He had a great, the last 2 years here have been awesome. But I keep thinking, because they're able to promote from within, you've literally had full access to Jay, everything he thought, why he did the things he did, why he regretted some of the things he did that he didn't do. It's kind of an unusual transformation here. It's not a lot of stuff has been lost. You were taking notes. You knew this day could come.
Oh, yeah, and Jay's awesome. I learned a ton from him in 3 years. He was a huge help for me on special teams, too, as well. Really good coach, really good person. I learned a lot from him as far as how to manage people, too, as well, how to manage players. He was exceptional at all that stuff. But at the end of the day, I've told this to everybody, Jay learned it from, at the same time Kalani was learning it. They both learned it from, Gary Anderson, who's in the building with us, and Gary learned it from Kyle Whittingham. And, there's this whole tree, and I feel like I have access to this whole tree. And, Jay and I still talk, and we were out golfing at this Pebble Beach deal, and we were, talking through stuff. And, we didn't sit back and watch, Self-Scout together. We watched it, while he's at Michigan and I was here. And it's funny, we had a lot of the same conclusions from what, could have been better from a year ago, and who played better than we thought and who could have, maybe played a little bit better. But anyway, it was pretty interesting to just get that feedback when we'd been in separate rooms and kind of came down to the same ideas. But I just think ultimately, to have Kalani, to have Gary, to have DeMario Warren, to have Lewis Walker, all these guys have D coordinator experience, and just to have all that around me, I just feel blessed to have a bunch of good people around me.
Okay, I don't want to talk football anymore. I want to talk Pebble Beach. You played Pebble Beach?
Yeah. Kalani, it's something that Lavelle, I think, started about 30 years ago. Oh. And, we were able, Kalani goes every year, so maybe you can get it in with Kalani right there. And a bunch of coaches from around the country go there. You get a foursome. Each coach gets a foursome, and you play 3 courses over a 3-day period. It's a pretty sweet deal, and you end with Pebble Beach on the last day. So, it was awesome.
All right. Just a little more football here, although we could talk Pebble Beach forever because that's fairly nice perk, dude. Yeah, very good perk. Yeah. You mentioned DeMario Warren. Remember him at Southern Utah. Southern Utah has some advantages, but they also have a lot of disadvantages, a lot of hills to climb. His time there, they were right there with Jay, sharing Big Sky title, playing head-to-head in an NCAA playoff game, and they had tough times after he left. So what is the secret sauce he's got? He's clearly got something because he outperformed what happened right before him, and he outperformed what happened right after him. That dude's got something. What are you seeing?
And there's a reason why I brought him here when I, was with him at Boise State. He did some awesome stuff at Boise State too as well. And very detailed coach, very smart, very intelligent. He's one of those guys that, I think he came from the offensive side. He was a running back, so he had to go through the grinder to be able to learn, what defensive football was all about, coaching the back end, and then becoming a coordinator under Ed Lamb, and then becoming the head coach and having a lot of success. And so I just think it kind of goes to that same mold I was in, but he was kind of under that Ed Lamb tree for a long time. He was at Southern Utah for 14 years. And so I just think that experience that he has as a coordinator, as a head coach, and then being able to see what he did as a position coach at Boise State, he's everywhere he's been, he's had results. And I know immediately when he stepped in the room and went through his first position meeting, the guy sat back and was like, they love Jay Hill, but, they listen to this guy talking, his knowledge of the game. I think they were all blown away, like, holy cow, this guy knows the game of football, and he knows coverages, he knows the back end. Not just that part, he knows the front end too as well, which is pretty, that's different for a back end coach to know a lot about the front end. So he's a super smart guy that I just think brings a lot of knowledge to the staff.
You left BYU, was it 2015?
2015 was our last year. 2016 was our first year at Virginia. Yep.
So at that time, I can remember talking to you about what you experienced in Virginia versus here in terms of resources. And you're a guy who speaks his mind, and you said, no, there's more resources over there than there was here, and you laid it out. Now that we're a decade later and we know what happened in December and more resources, just speak to the level of commitment financially and all the things that go into running a big-time program and what you've seen from BYU first time around to where it is now.
Yeah, all you got to do is walk into our weight room and see a complete remodel of our weight room. That's top of the line. This addition was done after Bronco left. And then you look at our nutrition center, we didn't have any of that when we were here before. So the access to the food that these guys have, the access to our sports science, that sports science department's as big as, anywhere in the country. I mean, we got Ohio State and other SEC schools, Big Ten schools coming after Skyler, our sports science guy. So, I mean, it's that part of it of just being able to take care of the players with their bodies, their nutrition. There's a sleep part of it too as well. I mean, it's not even close. It's night and day. It's honestly two different programs. You wouldn't be able to tell the two programs side by side. That's how different it is. And just the quality, nothing against the players in the past, but I would say the quantity of the quality, right, is a lot better than what it was. We're deeper and more talented than we've ever been. And I think a lot has to do with going into the Big 12 and being able to recruit and have the finances to do all that. But I think they walk in here now and they're like, oh, these guys care about football. Look at their weight room. Look at the nutrition. Look at all just the access that the players have to a bunch of different resources. It's night and day from where we were, 10 years ago, independent with Bronco.
And what about night and day from a year ago? Because obviously that process with Penn State, it was a lot of money, and it's not just about a salary for the head coach. It's not just about a salary for the assistants, the staff, everything. How does the program move forward because of the discussions that happened last December?
Yeah, obviously there was a lot of resources committed to Kalani, and there was, a lot of discussions there that, he wanted to make sure our players had. And ultimately for him, which I really respect about Kalani, a lot of it didn't come down to him. It was about what more could the staff have and what more could the players have. And it wasn't more for him. It was more for everybody else that he wanted, because he knows if the players are taken care of and if their bodies are right, mentally, physically, emotionally, academically, all that stuff, we're going to be a successful football team. And what I've been able to see honestly in the last 6 to 8 months is that this team is right now, we're bigger, faster, stronger than we were a year ago. And I thought last year was one of the fastest teams BYU's ever had. So I think we're a step ahead, and I think a lot has to do with the resources Kalani got for our team.
Do you guys talk about expectations much? Because obviously they're extremely high.
We call that, I think Nick Saban used to say rat poison, PK. That's the rat poison on the outside. He said, that's just rat poison. But, there's expectations outside the building, but our players know what we want. Yeah, we know what we want, and we talk about it. But at the end of the day, it was a saying I actually got from Bronco all the time. He used to say, keep the end in mind of, like, why did we come out to practice today? Well, it's because what we want to have accomplished in December and January. Mm-hmm. And we don't need to talk about it. We don't need to go tell the world what we're all about. We can talk about it in our building, but that's the process, I think, of what Kalani talks about, being humble and hungry and, just going to work every day. And you chip away every single day, and that, those goals that you set for yourself are going to come to fruition if you just stay the course.
We've been here so long, and we've seen so many people like yourself. We remember when you played, and we remember when you're a position coach, and then your career progresses. And so, of course, we're impartial journalists, but it's just more fun when the local teams win. Yeah. But we can't lie. There was a clear gap between Texas Tech and both the Utes and Cougars a year ago. When you say this team's bigger, stronger, and faster than a year ago, I hear that and think the gap is closing big time, or it's closed, or maybe they've surpassed them. Am I crazy? Am I up in the night? Before I go blathering away on the radio, do you want to say anything about that? Because that's right where my brain went.
Well, I just think, you have to play the games to obviously see that. But from my standpoint of just from our team, I don't know what they're doing, but I know from our team, we're bigger, faster, stronger, more experienced than we were a year ago. Obviously, having a quarterback that's more experienced helps us as well. And so I just look at that. I don't know if the gap's closed. Maybe they've gotten bigger, faster, stronger too as well, sure. Right? But yeah. I just feel from where we were a year ago, from our standpoint, I think we've closed the gap on that. And yeah, they're the standard right now. We got to catch those guys, and they're doing some great stuff. And hopefully we have a chance to play them. And if we do, they'll be in a championship game. That's when we'll play them, because we don't play them in the regular season. So I would like to experience that game to see if we've closed the gap.
We've often heard over the years for BYU football and for others that were in the Mountain West and WAC that the starters were able to compete with just about anybody, but the depth really dropped off. Mm-hmm. And so what you're saying now, and answer this question then, that the depth now is something that I don't know if you're satisfied, but you're happy, whatever word you would use, as far as, because we know injuries are going to come.
Yeah. I was looking at our 3 deep today, and I'm just looking at linebackers now and trying to get these guys all reps in practice. And usually you don't worry about getting your 3s reps in practice. You know, those usually happen at the end of practice, usually, like we did today, have a set for the 3s. But now I'm trying to rotate my 3s in because I think I don't want to say they're just as good as my starters, but they could go start for us and we would be just fine. And they have started for us. It's Ace Kafusi and Miles Hall. Those are our 3s right now, and those guys have both started games for us. And so to be in that position at the linebacker, and I think it's the same at D-line and DB and safety, I just think we're 3 deep, and all those guys could be starters for us.
Is that going to translate on special teams?
It should. I mean, I think the deeper your team is, the better you are on special teams. And that's why I think we've been really good on special teams the last 2 years. We were deep in those positions to where you didn't have to have your starters out there playing all the special teams. You still have them out there for 1 or 2 units, but that's where I credit our team over the last 2 years. We were deeper than I ever had been at BYU before in 24 and 25. And so I would believe it would go in that same direction as long as those guys are bought in, which I know Coach Anna will get those guys bought in to do it.
And so you mentioned, Coach Anna, you're not special teams coach anymore, coordinator. Are you going to be whispering in his ear, fake punt, fake punt? What are you going to do?
I'll let him do whatever, because that was Kalani's pretty. I mean, he's pretty aggressive when it comes to that stuff, and so I'm excited about it. Yeah. So I know Coach Anna. It's really just the mindset that we do as a team. So I'm sure we'll be ready for that stuff.
Yeah, but you can really green light it when the defensive coordinator is like, "We got this. Go for it. If it works, great. If not, we'll clean it up. We got it."
That was what was great with Jay. Jay was always ready for it. He knew what we were going to do, and always had the defense prepared. And we'll be the same way.
All right. Thanks for a few minutes. Congrats on the new gig, and congrats on the Pebble Beach stuff. Good work.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
The perks, PK. You really perked up at the thought of that perk. That was sweet.
Well, I know Kalani does that because he told me a story. He said, "Yo, yeah, man, I'm on that first tee." And he's golfed more. This is going way back. And I was shaking, and I just topped the driver, and man, hit it about 150 yards. And then I took a 2-iron when no one was looking on the second shot, and I smoked it.
That is the nature of that sport.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He was he was all nervous, and that's what you got there. But I think Kelly is ready to go. He's got the training. He acknowledges the mentors that he's had. And the funny thing is that he will always first go to Bronco. And Bronco, long since removed from BYU, but his influence is still at BYU. And Kelly Poppinga is a literal example. And Kyle, who has been 5 decades ago from BYU and wouldn't say their names, blah, 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 his influence is still there. Yeah. And Gary Anderson is there. We saw him yesterday walking around. And then I saw him later, and he went to the weight room. And, you know, he still gives me a jab every time he sees me. Like he told Poppinga, be careful of this guy. That's what I think is so cool, is that you've got these guys that have been trained here and they're around now training people. I think Gary basically he's, I think, a new title, special assistant to Kalani.
I think it's like head
chief consultant to the head coach.
It's a fancy title because it's indicative of his influence that he has on his program.
But he might as well be the Godfather.
But he's not retired. He's not phasing out. He has influence. He's there. And that's a great sounding board. And because he's been there, done that, he's not looking to take anybody's job. And everybody knows there's no threat of, hey, if this doesn't work, this guy here, you know, he's going to be, no, not at all. That's just not going to happen. He doesn't want it to happen. He could have been a coordinator somewhere if he wanted to, but this is the position that he wants to be in. And he wants to help his guys. And his guy, right off the bat, was Kalani. And now his guy has been Kelly.
He has said that multiple times.
Yeah.
And he said it to multiple people multiple times.
Yeah.
And he said
chief
it.
Consultant to head coach / to senior defensive consultant.
That's a powerful statement.
It's a mouthful. Say that again.
Chief consultant to head coach / senior defensive consultant.
All right.
That's like Big Fred was the chief consultant to Kyle. From the great beyond, he was. And that we saw what the influence that is. And I remember Bronco told me this story. His brother played at BYU, played in the NFL, and was a defensive line who was a little bit bigger. I think his first name was Matt. And he told me that Matt said the best coach, now this is a guy who played in the NFL, the best coach he ever had was Big Fred. And that was when
and then you
Kyle and Bronco are not exactly bosom buddies.
That was as fiery as the rivalry has ever been.
And so he said that. So that influence is still around. So I'm excited for Kelly because he's earned this spot. You know, he could have stayed, well, I don't know if he could have, but maybe just stayed local. But no, he took his family all the way on the other side of the country. His in-laws, obviously his family's from Evanston, but his in-laws, I know that his in-laws live close to me. And he told me that, and I already knew it anyway. But all the way over, then comes all the way back, then gets back here. So this is a guy who's put in the time to have this position. He's earned the right to be the D coordinator. And Kalani said that he's never had a D coordinator work harder than Kelly. So I'm excited for him. And, yeah, I'll flat out tell you, I'm going to be rooting for him. Yeah.
Get in line.
Yeah. I covered the guy as a player. I was the beat writer for the Tribune when he was a starting linebacker. Back when that Bronco era there, where they seemed like they had a ton of great linebackers.
Because they did.
Yeah.
They did. They were really, really strong.
Yeah. Right.
They have been historically. I mean, that's always been a great position for them.
But that was...
Lavelle had great linebackers.
Yeah, they were really good then.
Kalani's had great linebackers.
Keel, Nixon. Was it Buchwald and then Kelly, and I'm sure there's other guys that if you told me those guys, Cam Jensen, yeah. I mean, I'm not going to name them all. There's no way I'll forget.
Yeah. All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We've covered a lot of ground this morning. There's some NBA news, NFL news, big contracts being handed out. What has gone wrong with the Dodgers? We'll get to everything you missed in this show next. Stay with us.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeComb.
For Utah, it's offense and maybe defensive line, but primarily the offensive line. And so I'm like, okay, maybe I got to dig a little deeper here. But honestly, the more I kept looking at it, the more I kept thinking, it really comes down to those two position groups. Can Utah have offensive linemen that can step up?
You know, I think the big question mark outside of the offensive line for Utah nationally is Morgan Scalley.
Yeah.
But, nobody even talks about that around here because I think everybody has a real comfort factor with the way things looked in that bowl game, honestly. But the bottom line was they were sharp. They took advantage of opportunity more so than maybe a Whittingham team would. It felt like the guys were loose and ready to ball. That's like a sign. And then you hear all the stuff from the guys, how happy they are.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? Everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Roll into summer in a new Chevy from Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. We've got cars, trucks, and SUVs perfect for fun under the sun. Together, let's drive.
Hey, Doug.
Hey, honey, I was thinking about updating the house a little.
A little?
You know, new siding, new windows, gutters that actually work, maybe even a new deck.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, I called RGS Exteriors.
Well, that's a good decision.
When it comes to upgrading your home's exterior, the right choice is easy. RGS Exteriors specializes in siding, windows, gutters, and decking that transform the look and protection of your home.
Hi, Tim Brown, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight and tomorrow, the Salt Lake City Bees and the Oklahoma City Comets play at 6:35, and you can listen to the game on both 1280 and 97.5 The Zone. Saturday, lots of games. It starts at 2 o'clock with the Utah Royals in Denver to play the Summit. NWSL action starts at 2 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. The Bees and Comets will play at 6:35 on 1280 The Zone, and then RSL in Leagues Cup action against Atlanta, 8 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone.
Help maintain fun at Lagoon. Join their maintenance and construction team. Now hiring full-time year-round ride maintenance technicians and HVAC technicians. Great benefits and career opportunities. Apply at lagoonpark.com/jobs. Must be 18 or older.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice ground chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Slacker Radio Lines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 1-855-TRAJAN1 or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. How many losers are there in pro sports, PK?
I haven't found one.
0. There are some players. I mean, these are nice players, but they're not exactly the megastars here.
I will say, before you get to the numbers, I've met a lot of losers in sports radio.
See? Phoenix Suns give wing Dylan Brooks. You love his flopping. I know you do. Prepare to hit the memes. Let's go. Phoenix Suns give Dylan Brooks a 3-year, $73 million contract extension. They overachieved expectations last year. He's a key part of the Suns' rotation. He averaged a career-high 20.2 points per game. He gets 3 years, $73 million.
Wow.
And, go ahead.
Wow.
Yeah, right. Wow. Ravens give Zay Flowers a contract extension, 4 years, $140 million, $108 million, $108 million guaranteed. And Colts running back Jonathan Taylor, who I think is the biggest star of all of these, 2-year, $44 million contract extension, $39 million guaranteed. Bonuses could push it to $47 million. He ran for almost 1,600 yards last year. He's had 4,000-yard seasons, so that's why it's a 2-year extension. He's already had basically double the average running back career. A little risky to give him big money further out than that, but 2-year extension, there you go.
He was a stud in high school. I told you he was a Jersey kid. I followed him. He was a stud at Wisconsin. Saw him play when I went back there, covered BYU, and he's been a stud with the Colts.
He's been so good for them.
Yeah, been a stud every step of the way. Good for him. I like to see those NFL guys get the money because that's brutal. And get that money, get that guaranteed money, and use it wisely. and away you go. And that's pretty cool.
27 years old, to give him 2 or 3 seasons healthy here, he's going to be over 10,000 career yards. He's already over 7,500. And I always think, man, when you get to 10,000 yards as an NFL running back, that is rare. That is hard to do. That is quite the career. And he's right there.
Is that 1,000 football fields?
Yes, it would be. Very good.
Just nice round numbers.
That is not true. I just did the math on that again.
That's why I asked before starting it.
That is 100 football fields.
100?
100, yeah, 100 times 100
Okay.
would be 10,000.
Okay.
Don't do math on the radio. How many times did I said that? If I'm just sitting there
That's why
doing
I threw
it,
it to
I can
you.
figure it out and I can get it. But if I'm talking and doing something, then I'm going to mess it up.
That's why I asked.
It's 100 football fields.
So you expect him to run for 100 football fields?
That is saying something.
I agree.
All right. So big money, pass it around. Yay. Everybody get the cash. Here you go. I left out Stephon Diggs. 1 year, $12 million. He was saying, hey, I'm good enough to be, you can have your stars, but I'm good enough to be the second receiver on most teams. And he found one who agreed, and the Commanders give him a year and $12 million. Commanders, that's a little, that's kind of the Colorado Buffs, right? Could be good. They were up, they were down. There's explanations. The coach stepped away. He had health issues. They lost their quarterback.
I'm expecting him to be good.
Yeah. Everybody can't be good in that division. People expecting the Cowboys to bounce back. The offense was good. The defense has got to be better. It was just
bounce back from
terrible.
what, though?
The Cowboys get back to 10 wins, be a playoff team. They should be that good. And when you say bounce back for Washington, I thought that's what we were talking about. Winning record.
Oh, yeah, but that's another story.
Right,
but it seems
is
like I've been saying the Cowboys this. I'm wondering what they're bouncing back from. I know 2 years ago when Daniels was a rookie, Washington was really good. Then they had the problem last year. So it's easy to see the bounce back.
Mm-hmm.
But the Cowboys, I'm trying to figure out what are they bouncing back from?
Bouncing back from being, they were a playoff team, and then they had I just thought they had a terrible year. They had a losing season. So get back to being a playoff team. That's bounce back.
But it's been that way for a number of years. So, but I don't consider that bouncing back. Washington, when they draft Daniels, he comes up. He's a surprise maybe to some, and they're a revelation. They had struggled. He gets them. They got to the conference final, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so you can see what their bounce back is. But the Cowboy story has been the same story for a number of years.
Well, they had back-to-back 12-win seasons, and now they've had back-to-back 7-win seasons. And I expect them to get back to double digits and playoffs. The defense was bad. They spent a ton of money on it. They brought guys in.
Maybe they will.
And they
That's
don't.
what I wanted to I wanted to figure out. What are they bouncing back from?
I'd have to look at the defensive stats, but I think there's key categories where they're like 30, 31, 32. I mean, not bad. Like literally bottom of the league bad.
Okay.
If they could just get to 15th or 20th in key defensive categories.
But what does that translate to
Playoffs.
in the postseason? To me, that's not bouncing back.
Well, that's all they've ever been. I mean, I don't want to talk about it.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So they're not bouncing back.
I don't think either Washington or Dallas should be Super Bowl teams. I think they both can be playoff teams. I think everyone's chasing the Rams, and Seattle, they're the defending champs. There wasn't much difference last year. It looks like the Rams have made moves to improve. It looks like Seattle, because of financial stuff, not sure they're quite as good, quite as deep. But that's the West is the top of the. I just don't think Washington and Dallas are going to that class. If Philly does, great. But I think the Giants should be way better, and Philly should still be pretty good, and that just can't all happen.
Yeah, they play enough. I mean, they only play each other a minority of the schedule.
They have 6 games in the division and 11 out.
Right.
So if they really clean up.
I mean, I think there's opportunities there. Don't be dissing my childhood division.
I know. You go back to your childhood, fine. I go back to mine.
But not to make salient points. Again, when it's a joke.
Okay.
You need to understand that, dense boy.
They do, to your point about the 11 games, they're playing the AFC South. That's a division. They can make some headway in that division. They can pick up some W's there. There's wins to be had.
Just go Dubs. You don't have to go all the way.
I say Dubs. You start giggling.
Well, I want street cred. That tat didn't do it. You need more.
Tat. Now, they do have to play, the NFC East plays the NFC West. So there's a dub waiting for you in Arizona, but those other 3 games are going to be hard. Yeah, maybe you can just split it and go 2-2, right? Beat Arizona and pick off one of the other 3.
You dissing the Carson Beck tenure, which is going to start tonight?
The Cards are going to have their challenges. I believe there is a rebuild that might take a little bit of time. I have low expectations for the Cardinals. I have very low expectations for Miami. There's full-on rebuilds going. Starting over. Hit the reset button, people. Dolphins and Cards.
Well, you don't say for the Cardinals the rebuild is going to take a long time. You just say business as usual.
Yeah. Okay,
they're like the Sacramento Kings. They had a little blurb,
right? Yeah.
But that's about it.
And it starts at ownership. And until they get that straightened out,
well,
the Bidwells aren't selling, so This is just going to be the way it is. Every once in a while, they'll catch lightning in a bottle. But it's every once in a while.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Kurt Warner, Hall of Fame quarterback, and Carson Palmer was pretty good. But that's it. And I think before that, Jake Plummer got him a game or 2 in the postseason.
High expectations for the Dodgers. Who has the best record in the National League now, PK?
I think it goes Brewers, Braves, Dodgers.
Yeah, there it is.
If I remember.
Because you do, because you look at the standings and you know.
Well, I watched that.
Brewers
game.
are 2 up on the Braves and 2.5 on the Dodgers.
I watched the Brewers yesterday because I wanted to see Skeens. He's not been dominating to the level that he had been.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't rough him up. But you talked about, if the Brewers had gotten Scooble, but they still have this Harrison kid to join the Miz kid, and he's pretty good. And he was pitching yesterday, so I watched that a little bit before flicking over to, I had the Philly game on with Montreal. Not Montreal. Montreal. Then Washington.
Wow.
I don't know why I said Montreal.
Old school.
And then at 7:40, Diamondback game. And then they scored a bunch of runs in that Diamondback game, 8-0. I thought, sweet, I can go to bed. If they can't hold an 8-run lead, then they don't deserve to win.
And you don't want to watch that kind of meltdown anyway.
10-4. I wouldn't want to, but I would have been screaming at the television.
Yeah. So. The important thing about the Dodgers here, it's not so much that they're not number 1, and I get they're the Dodgers and they're expected to win it, so they don't have the best record. But the fact that you're 3rd, now you don't get a bye. Right. Now you're in a 2 or 3 wild card series where anybody can be vulnerable because baseball is just, it can be so,
it's
fluky
random.
doesn't fit. Random is a better word than fluky. It can be so random. Anybody can lose 2 out of 3. The best teams lose 2 out of 3 series. It happens. And you really want to stay out of that. But right now they're in it. And a long way to go still. So.
Well, I'm wondering what they'll do now. They get a little kick in the pants and maybe have some motivation.
Get focused.
And they're supposed to get a couple of pitchers back. Starters.
Always a big deal.
Yeah, we'll see. Snell.
And Shohei's hitting, and they've got enough, with those guys healthy and Scooble, just take Shohei out. The knee's got to calm down. Just
so you're
let him
going
hit.
To what I've been saying for 2
homers. You never wanted him to pitch. I love the show of it all. Plus, I don't care if the Dodgers lose. I'm a Padre fan. I don't know what to tell you. I don't care if the Dodgers lose. But it's made the decision. They did not have enough pitching, and he's a very good pitcher.
Should have been no decision in the first place.
They did not have enough pitching. And injuries did it to him. And now they're getting healthy guys, and they've added Scooble. I do wonder in the playoffs.
Mike Trout threw a no-hitter in high school. Don't pitch him.
I do wonder in the playoffs if we'll see him for an inning or 2. That would irritate the knee, and an inning's such a big deal in a playoff game. And I wonder, I don't know.
You haven't done something for months. Now I'm going to put you in the most important time. That screams a little bit of panic.
I get it. But, an extra inning game, deep in the series, you've used pitching. And also, I think Shohei's got the mentality, and, he's speaking through an interpreter and all that, but I think he's got the mentality like, we're going to win this game. We're going to win this championship. I'm going to get 3 outs. Give me the ball. Stop talking about it. I
think they got his countryman who did that last year, Yamamoto.
Yeah.
And he can speak, both of them can speak English.
Oh, yeah. They may not want to do it with the media, but
they do some.
But they'll definitely talk to managers in the dugout. Give me the ball.
When they have that TV thing, because anytime you ask him a question, he's nodding his head.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's been in the U.S. 10 years.
Yeah. He's picked some stuff up. So they lost to the Cubs, so they get swept, so they lost 6 in a row as the Red Sox and Cubs both sweep them. You say, well, it's a tougher part of the schedule, and yeah, those are playoff teams. Those are teams they're going to have to beat.
So you think they're going to break through, their next series?
I do not know the Dodgers schedule.
Yeah, well, I do.
What is it?
Diamondbacks.
Ooh, week out. They got a series of the Brewers coming up. Arizona, Kansas City, Milwaukee are the next 3 series. All right. That Brewer series will be a big deal. That comes to your point about the kick in the pants. Get locked in this week, and then next week you got a series like, okay, we're going to send a message.
Okay,
here.
get locked in next week then.
Don't get locked in against Arizona. Well, I'm a Padre fan. It's a wild card race. Go ahead and get
where there will
be
the place will be packed. And
it's in Arizona.
65% will
be Dodge. So many Dodger fans. So many. Yeah.
I went to a game last year with Dodgers and Diamondbacks in Phoenix, and I got so mad. I was just dropping Dodger fans left and right.
Combination of people from L.A. who live in Phoenix, people from L.A. who travel over for it, people in Vegas who come down for it who are from L.A. Yeah, there'll be there'll be so many Dodger caps there. Mm-hmm. There'll be a ton of Dodger caps there.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, lids.
So
lids, dubs.
Oh.
I don't want to be chastised here. Caps. My dad wore a cap. Kid wears lid.
Okay.
Didn't see that coming, huh?
I did not. I didn't even hear you. I heard you, but I didn't know what I was hearing.
Golf Wyndham Championship got a little juice. Got 4. Count them 4 local names here in Small Lake City, where everybody knows somebody or knows somebody who knows somebody. Tony Finau, Patrick Fishburne, Zach Blair, and Kia Hakina. Cougar golfer, Lone Peak High product. 4 guys with local ties in the field. You got to know somebody who knows somebody.
That's super cool. And, golf is largely a Caucasian sport. But no, we got 2 minorities from the state of Utah playing in this.
See?
That's super cool.
Now, how many of the 4 could make the cut? Let's get them there on the weekend. We're all more likely to watch.
Geez, you want to talk about random.
Yeah, I know.
Golf. 72. And then the next day, same course, 62.
Playing earlier this week, 3 swings in a row. Mediocre swing, bad swing, great swing and result. And I get back in the cart, and the guy I'm playing with, how do I go? And he doesn't even look at us. It's golf. It's like, what are you going to do, man? Pros are hitting the ball in the water. What do you want? One of the things came up in my timeline last night. I don't know why. Classic 1960 U.S. Open, and Ben Hogan's explaining how he dumped one in the water on the next last hole and lost. And he's Ben Hogan. Got 9 major titles, and he got a line of clubs named after him long after he's passed away. Legend. He dumped one in the water. How could he? Because it's golf.
Well, there's a Rancho Park. It's it's just down the street in L.A., just for those of you who've been to the Latter-day Saint Temple. It's like a mile away, just south. And they used to play the L.A. Open there, and they have a memorial. Well, I think Arnold had like a 12, and there's a monument there, his shots and whatnot.
What happened?
Because it's right along the road, and he yanked a couple in the road, blah blah blah. That's golf. You just don't know.
Yeah. All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. A lot of football today. If you didn't hear Brett Ciancia talking about pork rolls and what?
Taylor ham.
Pork rolls and Taylor ham. Pennsylvania guy who talked Jersey Shore with PK. But also, for a guy who lives on that side of the country, plugged into the Big 12, loves the Big 12, went to a game at Texas Tech last year.
The BYU game.
As he pointed out, he said, you see ACC games, the stands aren't shaking. He says, you watch big games in the Big 12, Utah, BYU, Texas Tech, the stands are shaking. People are going nuts. Amount of passion. And he really thinks those 3 have largely pulled away from the league.
I would love to see him find his way out here November 7th.
He brought the date up with us. We did not bring it up with him. He thinks both teams are going to have really good records going into that game.
I regret being on vacation that week.
What?
See if you're listening.
We've been talking about PK's vacation schedule and commercial breaks for the next year. I've been urging him to take a couple big trips. Go for it. Do it. Pack up and go. And literally, we were talking about specific sporting events. Can't miss that event. Well, if I go to that, I could leave from that event.
Yeah.
But not that week.
No, I anticipate as long as everything's on the up and up, being in Rice Eccles Stadium that night.
There you go.
Or that afternoon.
That afternoon, I would think. 1:30, I would hope. That time of year, you want the day game. Plus, I think you want when more of the country is awake and can watch. I mean, granted, there'll be a bunch of good games on TV that day.
Games.
Yeah. Oh, you don't like the night games in September? Long before TV intervened.
If I had my choice, no, but I can handle them.
Long before TV intervened, the Utes used to play night games in September and then day games in October and November.
But for me, I'd still rather have it be in a day.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your feedback when we come back next, right here on the Zone.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I think the Jazz want to make the playoffs this year, and they really have no motivation for not making the playoffs this year because their draft pick goes to the Memphis Grizzlies in the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade. How motivated are the Jazz actually going to feel to maximize the win total of this roster using all the assets available to them to get there? My guess is it's actually not as high as fans would think because they don't have to do anything exactly right.
The truth is they are dedicated to it. But that doesn't mean they have to do anything about it right now.
Sure.
But no, not one person in that building, if you went up to them and said, hey, is the Bosnian Beak your answer at center? Not one of them is going to say yes.
Right. Or Jackson Hayes.
Or any of that. No, they're not. Yeah. So, yes, they do need to address the problem, for sure. Do they need to address it right now?
I don't think so.
Absolutely not. No, why would they?
Catch Jake and Ben, afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only two kinds of people in this world that need cold showers, pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
IFA knows the secret when it comes to growing a thick, green, healthy lawn this summer. And you could say those roots run deep. Deep roots help your lawn better absorb water and help prevent damage during the dry months ahead. Our expert team can coach you through all the variables, like combining our locally formulated 4+ lawn care fertilizers with our recommended soil surfactants. Stop by or visit ifa.coop today to learn more. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
Hey, this is Aaron with Greenify Energy Savers, and I want to extend the incredible offer exclusively for KSL Sports Zone listeners that I recently introduced live on air with DJ and PK. For a limited time, when you purchase a new solar system for your home or business, Greenify will give you a Tesla Powerwall 3 backup battery free. That's right, you'll receive the battery at no cost. You simply pay for the installation. Already have solar but don't have a backup battery? Give us a call. We're also offering unbeatable pricing on battery add-on installations. And here's even more good news. Thanks to the partnerships we've built over the past 14 years in business, we can offer a 25% upfront discount on your entire project. Call us for the details. Every homeowner can qualify. Call Greenify Energy Savers today for your free no-obligation solar and battery quote at 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464. Or visit greenifyenergysavers.com to claim your free Tesla Powerwall 3 with your qualifying solar installation. That's greenifyenergysavers.com.
As a pedestrian, it can feel like getting home safely is the final boss. Now, here's how to max your stats and take 0 damage. Here's the strat. Try this killer combo move right here. Cross with your phone light and make eye contact with drivers before you go. Upgrade your visibility. Make sure you always use the crosswalk and wear reflective gear. Save stealth mode for video games. Stand out, stay seen, and stay safe. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety. They're looking out for you.
This water bottle is 1 cent. Should we get it? Yeah, it's literally 1 cent.
A penny? Sounds perfect, until you spot the $90 shipping. These are the traps hiding in your back-to-school budget. You're the one doing the math at checkout, so we did the homework. From shrinking notebook sizes to backpack surprises.
55. Too much for a backpack.
KSL's Matt Gephardt shows you exactly where to spend less and send your kids to class ready. Back to school bargains tonight at 10.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Closing time, open all the doors and let you out into the world. Closing time, turn all of the lights on over every boy.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is time for your feedback. What are you thinking about today's show? Do you believe Utah and or BYU have done enough to close the gap with Texas Tech? Jimmy, yes. Gary, I think those three teams are neck and neck for the Big 12 championship.
Would it be neck and neck and neck?
It would have to be yes.
Right?
But isn't this
They're going
like
3 wide down the stretch?
Isn't this like the golf tournament that it's like a shotgun start on the final day? Like, you're not all head to head in the final group. Texas Tech can get to the title game and then they'll play BYU or Utah, and BYU and Utah have to play each other.
They're starting on the back nine, where the other two
starting on the back nine or whatever. You get the morning tee time versus the afternoon tee time, and you're playing in the wind and they're not.
Yeah, and they won't be playing each other the last 3 weeks of the season either, for that matter. So, but that's...
last year it made sense. It is the way it is with these 16-team leagues. And last year the league got a break. Everybody played each other, right? And Utah lost to both of them, so they were the one who was out of the title game, and you knew why, and it was decided on the field.
But it's been that way for over a decade.
Going the 10 teams leagues that wouldn't play 9 games, that's where it started. Who do you miss? 1 game. Then you go to 12.
Once it became the Pac-12.
The Pac-12. Who do you miss in 2 games?
Yeah.
And that mattered. And the Utes, the year they went in, were literally celebrating. They weren't playing Oregon and Stanford, who at the time looked like the 2 best teams in the North. It's like, whoa, catching a break there. And it just accelerates as you go to 14 to 16 to 18.
Even at that, like when Utah first got in the first Pac-12 title game, they had to have Oregon beat the Sun Devils. And I was texting. They played Colorado earlier in the day, and then they played the Oregon game was at night because they always made sure the Devils went to the Pacific Northwest in November and 8:30 starts.
Sweet. Can we get back at 5 in the morning, having played in the rain and 41-degree weather?
Precisely.
It's like every single thing you don't want to do.
So I'm in a hotel at Colorado because I don't charter back after the game, and Utah does. And I am texting with an unnamed coach on Utah's staff.
That seems unbelievable because you're a huge Cougar and all the Utes hate you.
Well,
except for the people who work there and get paid there.
Yeah. And we're going back and forth. I'm in a hotel room. He's at home. And we're both watching the game. And we're texting back and forth.
About what's going on, what it means.
And Oregon won on a bad call, I might add, but that's just my bias. And so then the Utes got in. Great. And I think that stuff kind of happens even before they did. You need this team to beat that team, whatever. And obviously the craziest one was one of the Rose Bowl years in which they needed 4 things to happen, and they did.
Well, yeah, the thing is I thought 3 of them were always going to happen.
Understood.
And they did. But the 4th one I did not think would happen.
But you still needed them to happen. You still needed 4 things to happen.
And the upsets happened, and the shocker happened where they needed the shocker to happen, I mean, Oregon State with the second half, you're like, if I told you that was going to happen, you wouldn't have believed me. It was the inferior team did 74 things right in the second half, and the superior team did 83 things wrong.
Kenny Dillingham's last game as an assistant coach. He was the OC at Oregon.
And
the plane, how about that?
nuts.
How about that being distracting? The plane was literally right there to get on the plane so we can fly to Tempe for the press conference. And I'm grateful that he's the coach and all that stuff, but still.
And to circle back, when we see people staying at Utah and BYU, sometimes in huge numbers, it is crazy because look at Oregon with all the money they have. Look at how many times we've had that plane story.
Yeah, that was a coordinator to head coach.
That's a coordinator to head coach. It's also been a couple of head coaches. Yeah.
But can you imagine if a player, well, I got to go because I got this, I'm flying over here for my new school.
I know.
We'd go crazy.
Hey, I'm going to leave right after practice on Thursday. I got to fly up to Kansas City to talk to the Chiefs.
or another college program.
Yeah.
That would be unheard of.
DJ and PK, thanks for joining us. We're back here tomorrow morning. DJ, PK, and Aaron Roderick tomorrow morning. Thanks to the Cougars for letting us chat them up for a while. Tim Lacombe and I are coming up next. Stay with us.
That show is over!
So soon.
So soon?
We were just getting started.
Let's pack it up.
Thanks for listening.
Don't worry, we'll be back soon.
Bye-bye now.
See you later, alligator. This stuff is available everywhere.
Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
The truck just arrived at Gillette Services. And so did the savings. Gillette has a load of new Carrier air conditioners for an amazing price. Get a new Carrier air conditioner starting at just $34.95. That's $1,500 off while inventory lasts. Save big with a trusted family-owned company and enjoy expert installation from Utah's largest Carrier dealer and 8-time President's Choice Award winner. Call 385-273-6628 or visit GilletteServices.com before these truckload savings are gone.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations at American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Roll into summer in a new Chevy from Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. We've got cars, trucks, and SUVs perfect for fun under the sun. Together, let's drive.
Hey, Doug.
Every year, the America First Charitable Foundation Backpack Bonanza provides kids with the school supplies they need to learn and thrive. You can help by dropping off supplies at any America First branch or by securely contributing funds online. Together, we can make sure kids have everything they need to succeed. So please visit americafirst.com to see the items we're collecting or to donate today. The America First Charitable Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit corporation. Federal tax ID number 84-256886. Donations are tax deductible to the extent allowed by law.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, it's 10 a.m. and this is Utah's best sports radio.
Say my name.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeComb, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hanging on, closer to the end of the ride. Roller coaster rolling out of bed outside. Squeezing it close, squeeze it till it's scream and cry. Wait until the coast is clear enough for goodbye in the sky.
David James sitting in for Scotty G here for a little bit. Tim LeComb, it is your show, big dog.
No, it's our show.
Okay, well, for a couple segments.
Yeah, for a couple segments.
If I did the whole show, I'd walk out of here so gassed. A couple times, PK and I had the chance, because I went to school with Jim Rome, and Jim was on vacation, do the rotating guest host. And a couple times, when the contracts and the stations were aligned, we got to sit in. We literally sit in the same studio, and they do it out of the same thing. You walk out, and you're just like, gassed.
I bet.
It's 1 o'clock. Like, we've been on for 7 hours, man. You're like, it's just sitting there talking. I shouldn't be this tired. I didn't run a marathon. What's my problem? So,
no, it is weird, though. It is
Yeah.
it's a different kind of fatigue.
Yeah.
You know, I find a way to kind of just roll home, if that makes sense, now that I live close. State Street has become a great friend of mine. And I just kind of get in that far right lane and take it easy home so I don't have to think much. Because you do. You'd think sitting here, no big deal. But, yeah, it wears on you. It's good to have you with me, man.
Good to be here.
I caught the tail end of your show as I was driving in. What did we talk about today? What was, what were the things that were...
Well, the big locally and nationally, locally, the deal is it's been 3 days in a row here of each team starts off and takes its turn. The Utes open their camp Monday. You were up at Utah State Tuesday with Scotty G broadcasting live. We got all the interviews there. And then Wednesday it was the Cougars' turn to step up and do all their interviews. So locally, that's been the thing this week. And obviously today's our first chance to come in the morning and talk about the Cougs because we drove straight down there after the show yesterday. It was kind of a late morning kind of deal. And it went into the early afternoon, as it turned out.
That's the only bummer about our time slot is a lot of work.
You don't have access to that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I think a lot of work will be getting done, but we've got it covered. I mean,
you know what's cool though is a lot of people release breaking news at 10 o'clock Eastern. Or
that
excuse
is
me,
true.
at noon Eastern, 10 Mountain.
That is true. We have gotten our fair share of that.
You get a lot of breaking news off the top of your story. BYU, because they got their own TV show, on the athletic department, that tends to be when they release a lot of stuff, and they release it there, which means they're also releasing it to you for your show, boom, right as it starts. PK and I are constantly looking at our phone. Yeah, look what just came in. That's great. Well, we'll be the last ones to talk about that tomorrow after the entire news cycle gets to talk about it before us. We have a little pity party.
23 hours from now.
And Alex tells us to shut up and quit our whining. Draw the line, Alex. You don't have to tolerate us and our whining.
So tell me what you saw with your what I would say very insightful eyes, I've learned. I mean, you and I have watched so many games together. We've watched baseball together. That's been on while we've been in the studio up there.
Basketball,
Certainly
hockey, football, we've watched it all. It all overlaps.
And
all the seasons run together.
And I don't know if you have a buddy out, think about your buddy group, but there's a couple of your buddy groups that just come to eat. I get that. Some guys just come for the drinks, and some guys come to actually just be a fly in the ointment. Yeah. But there's a couple people there that really, at certain points, really, okay, we got to watch this. We got to focus on this.
We got to get locked in now. After we do the eating and after we do the BSing.
Right. I mean, there's that point where you got to get locked in.
Did you hear that bite earlier today? I did. And meanwhile, the game's going on. What did you say that for? I don't know, man. Well, you're a coach.
All right.
Why did coaches say that?
We got to get locked back in.
Oh, yeah. Let's get locked in.
No, but I think it's, I think you and I have, you're one of those guys I can sit and watch a game with. And
it's easy for the two of us to hang out and talk and watch a game.
But there has to be, for me, too, a level of respect, I'm sure for you, too, because you start talking to somebody and you can kind of tell really quick that they don't get the nuance. So you kind of just dumb it down a little, walk away. But I like that we get the nuance.
The thing that you could really feel there yesterday, you could feel the confidence. You got a group of people now who've been doing it a while. They've done it. They've done it again. They know they can do it. It's just not a surprise. Kalani's been a head coach for a decade now. And A-Rod was telling us, it's my 26th year. Can you believe it? I got some
that is
going.
insane. Just to hear that. It's almost like I got in the DeLorean.
Yeah, and they're in a good spot in that they're coming off back-to-back double-digit win seasons. And they got a lot of guys back. And there was a lot of talk about their ability to retain both players and coaches. Because as one of the people we talked to said, you win like that, and you get, on average, college football has 30 to 40 jobs open up. And you know this because you did the basketball thing, both at the U and the Y. If you win, people are coming for you. There's always people, if you don't have the most money, right, they're coming for you.
That's right.
So they're just that confidence permeates all that. They were able to hold on to their coaches. They were able to hold on to most of the coaches and most of the key players and bring a big group back. And there's always some turnover, right? I mean, Kelly's a huge loss. He's off to the NFL. Time comes and everybody makes their move. So it's not like they have everybody back, but they got most of it back. So there's just a whole expectation. But it's also a high bar. It's it's like, well, right now we're going to win the national championship, and we lose one game, we're going to be idiots. That's a pretty big swing of the pendulum.
Hey, I feel your pain.
And the truth is in the middle, because they're literally sitting there in the middle of the third quarter thinking, what do we have to do to win this game? What is right? It's not a slam dunk. It's highly competitive. And in some of these games, it's right. I mean, the Utah game's a 3-point game. 3-point games by nature is right. You're not even breathing easy with 3 minutes to go.
No.
It's right down to the wire. You're just sitting on pins and needles the whole time. But there's confidence. They got confidence in each other. And even the new guys' experience, and that sounds like an oxymoron, but the thing I really liked about, I like it in general, and Papinga just did it special. He's the guy in the moment who has to say it here. But when there's something that might not be a compliment or it might be a neutral or a little negative, just say it. Things aren't always perfect. You don't always have to go out and say the perfect thing. And as sports fans, and I am a sports fan, I'm also media, but just as a fan, driving in my car one day, I was down in San Diego visiting my parents when they were alive, and I was listening, just going down the freeway, I had sports talk on, and the Chargers could win the Super Bowl. And at that point, they were coming off like a 5-win season or something. It's like, no. Get back to 500. If you catch fire, you get the playoffs. You don't win the Super Bowl. I can name 5 teams that don't have a chance of beating, and they'd have to play 3 of them. So stop it. You're wasting my time, right? And so I was talking to Kelly about, hey, big shoes to step in here with Jay Hill, but who's better equipped to do it? And he just went through the whole Fred Winningham senior coaching tree.
Yeah, that's the part I heard of your show.
And the number of guys that he's either worked with in the past or is currently working with, the number of people he has access to. Like Jay's gone, but he still talks to Jay, and they still talk about what they see, even though it's now from different perspectives. And Kalani is in that tree and is in the building, right? Kalani and Jay were learning at the same time under Kyle. And then it's a big fancy title for Gary Anderson. It's a double thing. He's like chief I'm going to mess up the title, but it's like
Just call him Grand Poobah.
Grand Poobah, chief advisor to the head coach and most special defensive consultant or
Of
something.
all time.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. And so, but Gary, same thing, straight out of that tree, right? So between them, they've all seen it, and when it comes time, and they're sitting there, whether it's trying to figure out what an opponent's going to do, or trying to figure out how to get the third string guy to second string, or the second string guy to step in and start, whatever it is. They come off the field. What's the next possession? Been there, done that. It just feels like everything's lined up. And having said that, they're going to be underdogs against Notre Dame. Having said that, they won 3 in a row against Utah. And maybe they make it 4, but they're usually close games. And, if the thing swings your way for a while, it probably swings back against you. The last time, when the Utes were in the Pac-12 and BYU's independent, the ground was uneven, so we saw a big winning streak. But when they were both in the Mountain West together, you could see it swing back and forth. And I remember talking to Gary after one of those games, and he was last year's Utah's defensive coordinator, the 08 Sugar Bowl team. People forget this, BYU came in with 1 loss to TCU, and Utah was undefeated. And Utah won big, but Utah broke it open, forcing a series of turnovers in the second half. And Gary was telling me much later, he was at Utah State. He's like, I went back to look at that Utah BYU game for something we were talking about. And he goes, I forgot how tight that game was in the third quarter. I knew I was getting stressed watching the film. He's going back looking for some specific stuff. And I was getting stressed watching that. He goes, oh no, we're going to force a bunch of turnovers. We win this game. Why am I so stressed? But that's how those games are, And the other thing we talked about, we had a guy on from Brett Ciancia from Pick Six Previews, and he's in Pennsylvania, and he's a long way away, and he doesn't buy the hype, right? And people assume we got our biases, and people have their biases and all that stuff. This dude's in Pennsylvania. He didn't care. He thinks Tech, BYU, and Utah have pulled away, and that it'll be 2 of those 3 teams. But there's a group of, he thought, from 4 to 11 who on any given week could rise up and get a win.
That's the danger.
That's the danger. And that's that both these coaching staffs know it, and I think large portions of the fan base don't believe that. But one-on-one conversations, like, both these coaching staffs know that. Like, you're better, but you're not that much better, and you bring a B- game and you turn it over 2 or 3 times and you're going to get beat. So don't bring the B- game. You got to bring the A game, and you can't take the penalties, and you can't shoot yourself in the foot with the turnovers and the penalties, and then you go out there and you got a great chance of winning. If it's just snap to snap, these teams can win. But couple timely penalties, couple timely turnovers, everything gets turned on its head. Arizona, Arizona State, TCU, Houston, all dangerous. Ciancia, like a lot of people, is looking at Oklahoma State. Ciancia thinks Oklahoma State will go from 0-9, 2 disastrous seasons, 0-9 in conference last year. He thinks they're bowl eligible this year.
I can tell you the dude, their coach is no nonsense, really super sharp.
He's awesome. He brought a lot of his offensive players and staff.
Yeah.
But the D has holes in it. They're going to play 35, 31 games. They're going to play 42, 38 games. They're going to win. They're probably going to win one and shock you. They'll probably lose a couple and just get bowl eligible.
That's what made.
But they can't upset Utah people. We don't actually see them here. They don't play either the Cougars or the Utes.
That's what makes the Big 12 tough for me. Is it's just
it's frustrating.
It's almost like each team's doing a tour of it. When you go to get pasta and you can't decide, so you go, give me a tour of the entire province. That's kind of what you feel like with the Big 12. For Texas Tech not to have to play BYU or Utah in a season, it seems like, what was the guy or gal drinking to put that thing together, right? Because I think you do have to foresee where your strength is, but I guess at the same time, you don't want to.
They wanted to be, I'm going to make air quotes now, they wanted to be fair. And so they are, in 4 years, there's some rivalries that have to be preserved, and you play 4 times. Utah and BYU need to play 4 times in 4 years. Arizona, Arizona State need to play 4 times in 4 years. Kansas State need to play 4 times in 4 years. There's others that are being played just 2 or 3 times because you can't play everybody.
Right.
And because they predetermined it for a 4-year cycle, last year, Utah and BYU both, and Texas Tech, everybody had 2 games, right? Everybody played the other 2.
Right.
But this year, Tech skates. And
But
if you look
what
at
stinks
Tech's
about
schedule,
it is trying to be fair. I mean,
Yeah,
it
it ain't
impacts,
happening.
but it impacts your
100%.
Like if you have it built for 1 year and you can really do some damage, but you don't get to show it against your league, and
Yeah.
everybody questions your strength. That stinks.
Yeah. But these second-tier teams, Texas Tech gets the second, assuming the top tier is the three, Texas Tech, Utah, and BYU. Texas Tech gets this next tier. They're at home. They get Houston, dangerous game, at home. Arizona State, dangerous game, at home. Arizona, dangerous game, at home. TCU, dangerous game, last game of the year, at home. The road schedule, at Colorado, at Cincinnati, at Oklahoma State, at Baylor.
Maybe that's the one Oklahoma State gets. I could see a field rush there on that one.
The thing I will say, the toughest thing about Texas Tech's schedule, because the non-conference schedule, their game, their power game was Oregon State, and then the league fell apart, and it's not a power game anymore. So Abilene Christian at Oregon State, who won I think they won 2 games last year, and Sam Houston at home. That's 3-0, and you prove nothing.
Right.
And you prove nothing to anyone. You don't burnish your rep at all. It's just like 3 scrimmages and get through.
Yeah,
them.
you put your starters out there like they do in the NFL preseason for a couple drives.
Well, that's old school. And old school coaches still do it, but a lot of the younger coaches don't. The Rams don't do it. A lot of the younger coaches are like, nope, keep them wrapped up. We're not.
The old school approach.
But the old school approach was play 1 or 2 series the first game, play a quarter of the second game, and
I still can't watch those games. I know we have one tonight, but it don't mean nothing.
No, I can watch for an individual player if it's a local guy and you want to see, if they're going to make a team.
And if
they're good, if they're really good and they're established, like the Niners, what's the point of running Warner out there?
Right. But yeah, the zero, right?
And that's
There's
why he
no
doesn't.
upside. I will say, if you are wagering money on this game, you're listening to me. Yeah, you hear me. I'm talking to you.
You have
You're
a problem.
sick.
You
go
have
see a
problem.
doctor because this is not one you mess with. I mean, seriously, the mascot may be eligible at a certain point.
I do think that the only tough thing about Tech's schedule on the surface right now is games 10 and 11 are back-to-back road games at Oklahoma State and Baylor. Now, it's not a lot of travel. They're not going very far. But if you look at back-to-back road games, teams often split them or get swept. The teams that sweep back-to-back road games, they don't do it all the time, and they're usually really good, and they're usually playing teams that aren't. So that might be where they get bit. But honestly, as hard as it is to pick someone to go 12-0, I'd almost never do it. This Tech schedule is the one where I'm like, okay, this might be the outlier. This might be the one where I should pick a 12-0. And I just routinely refuse to do that.
It's just
Stuff
so
happens.
doable, right? I mean, you talked about some of the scary ones, but they're all at home. And, teams do lose at home. I get that. But it just gives you an extra layer of insulation, I guess.
Yeah.
And, you've seen many a game where that visiting team goes in and runs roughshod for about 2.5, 3 quarters. And then that crowd gets crazy and you can't hear anything, and a couple turnovers flip the momentum, and a game that, if you're playing at your place, you'd win.
Kalani's been there a decade as head coach, and I've got a couple stories there. One, Al Davis fired the legendary John Madden.
Just win, baby.
Right. Al Davis, who was the Raider legend
I'm
when
a
they
Raider,
when they were good. I did not know that. So, but there's a whole generation that doesn't know it either, because for 25 years they've been bad.
Well, I've only been one for 2 months.
But there was 20 years where they were great, and Madden was there for 10 of them.
I did it for Lloyd.
And he fired him. And I remember thinking, why would you fire John Madden? I think, in high school when it happened. Why would you do that? And Al Davis, I've never forgotten this. It's very true for managing your own career. Al Davis said, after a decade, you need new challenges. You get stale. You need to switch jobs. And that is much more, in this era, I think a lot of 20-somethings think I'm going to have multiple careers, as opposed to a previous era where people thought they'd go to work and be somewhere 30 or 40 years.
Get their watch at the end.
And get their watch, right? And so then years later, I get out, I do TV, I do a couple of years of radio, I do a couple of years of TV. I'm in Santa Barbara. I drive down to Ventura, where the then LA Raiders, man, they've moved around, are training. And the field, the paranoia, the 20-foot high chain link, green screen for the wind, because he was worried about spies, all the way around the field. And when they opened the huge gates, we had to walk through this muddy area. And I remember picking my way, and I looked up, and the whole team's to the right. They're going 11 on the 20-yard line with 80 yards of field in front of the offense. And 60 yards downfield to the other 20, a dude in an Elvis jumpsuit, Al Davis, dressed like Elvis, unreal. And next to him's a big, heavy-set dude with a Gilligan's hat on. John Madden. I remember thinking, he wasn't kidding. He does love John Madden. He fired him, but they had the cone around them. That, like, nobody went near them. Nobody. Like, we're John Madden and Al Davis. We will summon you if your presence is requested or required. And I remember thinking, wow, he really is tight with him. And then as I got into my own career, even though I stayed at one TV station for 32 years, my job changed. And you probably had this as a coach where your responsibilities change.
Yes.
You're not in charge of scheduling, but then you are. It's a new thing. And so to get it back to Kalani, full circle here, he's got the experience of a decade, which I think is a huge plus. But independence was one thing. Hiring his own OC was another thing because Detmer was not his hire. He was basically assigned. Then going into the Big 12 and bringing in a third offensive coordinator is another thing. And so in a way, he's got a new challenge here, and it's just year 4, going into year 4. So I don't think you have to deal with that whole it's getting stale kind of, you don't have to deal with that, right? But you have all the benefits of all the experience. So just a lot of things line up, and it could all, it's sport. Injuries could wreck it all in September, so there's no guarantee. But it just lines up as a fascinating season. They ought to be undefeated going into the Notre Dame game. That would just Notre Dame could be undefeated for that. That could be a massive game.
I mean, game day maybe, right?
Could be game day. Could be 2 unbeaten top 10 teams.
Party hounds
outside.
I mean, dude, it's setting up to be the deal.
And Utah and BYU could be a couple of 7-1 teams.
Wow.
I think having 2 8-0 teams is a stretch. Maybe one of them's unbeaten. Maybe Utah's unbeaten. Utah, their schedule's backloaded.
I think they go 6. I think they start 6-0.
Houston is game 7, and so I get that challenge there. But yeah, they could be 7-1 or 8-0.
I hate doing that. I hate to just flippantly throw that out there because it doesn't just happen.
But nonetheless, the lingo is like they will be favored in either 7 or 8 of the first 8 games.
Right.
And stuff happens. Back to B-minus game, 3 or 4 turnovers, and you can lose to a team you think you never lose to. To this day, Urban Meyer comes back to town. The next time Fox brings him back into town, anybody asks him, explain to me what happened in New Mexico. The dude won 2 conference titles in 2 years and went 22-2, and New Mexico was one of the 2, and it drives him nuts, and he can't explain it to this day. How did we get bullied? How did that game plan and that team get wrecked like that? And it bugs him. And he's got 22 wins over here, had the shutout of BYU to end a shutout streak, had the undefeated, had busted the BCS. But you know how coaches are. They don't go back to the 22 wins. They go back to the 2 losses.
Of course.
And especially New Mexico.
Agonize.
Yeah, especially New Mexico. The other one was.
So when I've got you for another segment, right?
Yep.
All right. When we get back, I want to give just kind of an observation from Media Day that I had and have given a couple times.
From the Utah State Media Day you're at on Tuesday?
No, I'm talking Big 12 Media Day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
right.
From Big 12 Media Day. And maybe share a couple things about Utah State Media Day too. But I've got some thoughts as to why BYU's, why this has all really started to gel. And there's a lot of ingredients to it, but I think there's something major, and it has to do with the guy calling all the shots. So we'll get to that on the other side.
Okay.
You're listening to Scotty G and the coach right here on KSL Sports Zone 97.5.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I think the Jazz want to make the playoffs this year, and they really have no motivation for not making the playoffs this year because their draft pick goes to the Memphis Grizzlies in the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade. How motivated are the Jazz actually going to feel to maximize the win total of this roster using all the assets available to them to get there? My guess is it's actually not as high as fans would think because they don't have to do anything exactly right.
The truth is they are dedicated to it, but that doesn't mean they have to do anything about it right now.
Sure.
But no, not one person in that building, if you went up to them and said, hey, is the Bosnian Beak your answer at center? Not one of them is going to say yes.
Right. Or Jackson Hayes.
Or any of that. No, they're not.
Yeah.
So, yes, they do need to address the problem, for sure. Do they need to address it right now?
I don't think so.
Absolutely not. No, why would they?
Catch Jake and Ben, afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
Picture this. You pull into your driveway, and for the first time in a long time, you will love what you see. Beautiful new siding, bright energy-efficient windows, gutters that protect your home year-round, and a deck that makes the backyard feel brand new. Not someday, not after one more year. With RGS Exteriors, the home you've been wanting can start today.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
Chevy is called the heartbeat of America for a reason, and Silverado keeps its rhythm. You feel it in the Turbo Max engine with best-in-class standard torque, an available Z71 off-road package that keeps you rolling when the road turns rough, and the most functional truck bed with best-in-class cargo space. They're trucks that work as hard as you do, so you can do more of what you love without missing a beat.
See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Based on latest competitive information, excludes other GM vehicles.
Visit Serenoni's Summer Warehouse Sale, Saturday, August 8th, 11 a.m. until 6 p.m. at Bountiful High School. Save up to 70% off luxury blankets, baby gifts, and more. Celebrate 20 years of comfort with Serenoni.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeCaux, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Blowing the line when you're making a scene, oh girl, you got
and PK. No. DJ and Tim Lacombe. Yes. But should it be Scotty and Tim Lacombe? Hey.
Yes.
Just roll with it. Roll with it, people. Scotty needs a little time
Hey, we're
off.
on the same team, right?
Exactly. Scotty needs a little time off for some family stuff, so he'll be back, but probably not right away. All the best to him and his family. Hard stuff, and we'll have to go through it at some point. So, you, Big 12 Media Days, you've been reflecting on things that you saw, heard, and were told.
Well, just one particual thing.
And that is?
I've known Kalani a long time.
Okay.
And, we're on a, bro hug relationship. And he's always, what's that?
That's a very Kalani thing.
Yeah. Bro
right.
hug.
Yeah.
But he came in there when I was at BYU, and I didn't have much interaction with Bronco up at BYU. The two programs didn't have a lot of crossover. We were in different buildings. It was
like
all
a mile apart,
right.
half a mile apart.
Yeah, so it was
is.
just different, and so you didn't have a ton of interaction. Obviously, knew some of the staff, but when Kalani got the job,
is it mostly recruiting? Like you see the basketball coaches when they bring football recruits to a game, or you take basketball recruits to a football game?
For sure.
I always loves walking into a stadium and see some 7-foot dude
down on the field,
who looks like he's 16 years old. And they're like, if I look around, I'm going to find basketball coaches here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, so Kalani actually came to a basketball game.
Mm-hmm.
It was during that really fun postseason NIT run. We ended up getting back to Madison Square Garden one of the 2 years. And he was hanging around after a game and basically came up and said, hey, man, I want to get a hold of you. Can we go to lunch or something? I know you kind of do recruiting and being new. I just want to kind of understand from the inside, which I thought was so cool, right? Because
it's a very Kalani thing to do also.
Yeah, but so many guys, and I'll just go like the Kentucky coach. Like I know you're supposed to act like you have all the answers and that you're the be-all, end-all as a head coach, but I think that, like you mentioned, the way that maybe people approach preseason games with their roster, I think that's old school. I think there is a level of the transparency, the humility, that Kalani has that has really served him well. So we get to media day. He's always fun. He's always happy. He's always, jovial. But he was more steely-eyed, more resolved, more still kind and all that. But I can just see an extra level of focus from him this year. And I'm just curious, and having talked to him over the years, if you feel like that's something that is valid or,
When I hear you say that, the thing I think is that they know they have a good team. They know their high expectations. They know it's doable. They also know it isn't guaranteed and it isn't easy. And so I think it's that whole.
But maybe it's the confidence you talk about.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think they not only have a chance, they have a good chance. And there's also no guarantee. And it's not just Kalani, but he's got people with him a long time. Gary has not said this to me, but he probably would. A-Rod has said this to PK and I as recently as yesterday. I don't think he said it during the interview. But he said, and he was talking about all the positives. He said, but you got to approach all this with a lot of humility because this game will humble you. It will slap you down, and you think you should see it coming, and you don't even see it coming.
No,
that
is
game,
so
the
aptly
field just
said.
Tips in the middle of a game. A couple of big
so
plays.
Fast.
Yes, that's what he was. He didn't say it, but that's what he was getting at.
I mean, that was a thought I had because dude, we had it rolling down at BYU for a long time, and it was really kind of in that deluge of the change in leagues where we lost our identity.
Yep,
and you could feel it, and you fought it. You could fight it like crazy, but they're really. Outside of, just trying to do your best every day, there's nothing you could do about it. But I would admit it turns fast. I think the other thing I want to talk about, and you hear it, so Kalani talks all the time about being humble and hungry. Had the opportunity to listen to, Kalani talk on the radio yesterday. I think you guys, we aired his sound yesterday from his press conference. And the number of times that he deflected praise of any kind to himself and kind of put it back on somewhere where it came from, if it were a coach or somebody on the staff, he was just so quick to identify and not take the credit, just sitting there in the chair like so many guys do. And then today I hear Kelly talk about, he's in a pretty big spot here, and it's daunting as all get out. But at the same time, like, he's done his work. He's prepared.
Yeah.
And to his point, he's surrounded by incredible people.
Mm-hmm.
Gary Anderson's like, it's like having, in the old days, a thumb drive with everything you needed in it. That guy's, he's seen it all, been through it all, weathered crazy storms, had great experiences, and is such a wise guy that he can lean on. I think that humility, that culture of humility, I just see it seeping through the team in talking to the guys. LJ Martin, as good as he was, I mean, you'd never known, if I didn't know him, as LJ Martin, if I just met the guy at the bus stop, I'd have been so impressed with the kid, right?
Like you'd be at a bus stop.
Hey, man, times are tough. Those gas prices.
No, I get your point. You've just seen him walking around town.
Yeah. I guess my point is, I think the humility piece of this, hey, look, we're all in this together. Nothing's bigger than us. We can figure it all out, but we're in it together. Man, I think that's serving BYU really well.
Everybody's been there, and I think you can look at whatever team and look how things changed on a dime. I mean, the Utes had a quarterback injury, but they seemed to weather it, and they were 4-0, and they won what looked like an enormous game at Oklahoma State. And who knew they were on the stretch of 7 straight losses? And Oklahoma State, that's basically the end of the program. I mean, they'd just go 2 years just being a punching bag in the Big 12 when they'd been one of the better teams for most of the previous decade. So how fast did it turn at Oklahoma State? How fast did that season turn on the Utes? And they did have an injury, and then they had a couple more that were a big part of the problem. So I think they know all of that as they walk out yesterday, and yet you can't sit there anticipating the things that go wrong. You have to plan and prepare for them because it's not going to be a super smooth road. That just never happens. You're going to have to deal with some adversity at some point. So I think that was what I really felt there. At Utah, I felt just the newness and the excitement and a breath of fresh air, and that creates its own energy. And not that energy isn't important for a college basketball team, you know that well. Lethargy will kill you in a lot of sports.
Oh, my gosh.
But there are so many collisions in football. The winning team gets knocked to the ground. Even if you're awesome, you get knocked down 30 or 40 times in the game, right?
Yeah.
So that freshness, that energy, that is just super exciting, and that might propel them through some tough stuff. And I also think that the way that Utes schedule stacks up is very favorable for getting your feet under, having a little test drive in the thing, and working some stuff out. The risk is a false sense of confidence because November's, on paper right now, looks so difficult. And maybe the injuries that happen to those guys, and it won't be difficult, and they'll sail through. Who knows, right? But right now, it's like, okay, you could be 7-1 or 8-0, but that doesn't mean you're the greatest thing since sliced bread, because we always thought the meteor schedule was in November. I was just telling you earlier about back-to-back road trips, and it's hard to sweep them. Well, guess who goes back-to-back on the road? Games 10 and 11. It's Utah.
Right.
And they go to Arizona and TCU, who are both certainly on that second tier right behind nipping at the heels, right? And you got to play those road games after what is usually a massively emotional game with your arch rival in BYU, Game 9. And there's no bye in November. The games just keep coming. So I think everybody knows you just got to remind yourself, and you got to remind yourself of the new guys in the program that haven't been here. You can get humbled quickly. Like BYU was awesome last year, and then they ran into Texas Tech and got humbled twice. Utah was awesome, ran into Texas Tech and got humbled. And Kyle Whittingham, telling the truth after the game, I never would have believed that we couldn't block them.
I mean,
He
straight
called
out.
that O-line. He said, this is the best O-line I've ever had. And now that the season's done, it was the best O-line he ever had.
No
Once
question.
again, he told us before what was going to happen. But on that day, they weren't close to good enough. And then the NFL validated 2 guys get drafted in the first round, and the rest are getting camp invites. So go figure, man. But they got humbled. But that's why we love it. You love going to the stadium and not knowing. And I think that's the difference between now and the end of the Mountain West. Because the end of the Mountain West, we knew TCU, Utah, and BYU were way better than everybody else. But the gap was so big that you didn't go to the stadium thinking that they could get humbled, that something could go wrong and bite them. And you look at the results, it didn't. Those three just cleaned up on the rest of that league. But this league, it still feels like there are at least 4, but probably 6 or 7 teams on any given day might take you down if you show up with the B- plan, effort, attitude.
That makes it fun. That makes it fun, though. I mean, you want, in a league that I guess that maybe equalizes some of the teams that don't play each other, is to have a pool of dangerous teams that could get anybody on a given Saturday. I guess we play on Saturdays.
The one team we have to watch, which we won't actually watch because they don't play Utah and BYU, which is part of the reason to watch them, is Kansas State.
I've heard great things they're going on there.
They're supposed to be pretty good, but on top of that, they don't play Texas, and they don't play BYU, and they don't play Utah. Now, they may not be good enough to capitalize on that advantage, but that's a pretty massive advantage right there.
Right, new coach Colin Klein going in there, former quarterback.
So, and he's got to get that, and he does play, I'm looking at their schedule now, after Cincinnati in the opener, which is the first road game, and the only road game they play in the first 6. They have 5 of 6 at home.
Wow.
And they don't play Utah, BYU, and Texas Tech. But they do have home to Houston, home to Kansas, at Arizona State in the middle of October. They could be knocked out of the race by then. But they could also be sailing, and everybody will be looking like, like some of the, you don't have to name anybody, but some of the players you coach who weren't great defenders, help! Little help!
Well, Jackson could give you a list. Jackson Emery could give you a list.
Yeah. Utah, BYU, and Texas Tech could be looking at Kansas State going, little help!
Where are you?
Because you're not in the schedule.
Right.
And these guys are sailing along.
Yep. No, I mean, that's a part of it, man. I wasn't above, sitting there after our games and the Zags are playing a late game against Santa Clara.
Little help.
Santa Clara's got them on the ropes, and you think maybe this is the time. Yeah. And then
the Zags figured it out.
It got really irritating. Hey, man, thanks for hanging out.
No
Appreciate
worries.
it.
Good to talk a little football with you.
Yeah, it was great. I can't wait to actually be sitting here, during the season and being able to see it all on the weekends like I have forever, but then get in here and share ideas.
Yeah, you're going to have a press pass. You can slide into some games. Dog. And at the same time, if the games are overlapping, we just go somewhere and put them up on a big screen and watch them.
And then make sure we lock in.
There you go. Lock in.
All right, we got a lot more sound we can play over the last couple of days from all of the camps that we've covered. I think the station's done a great job of being everywhere the sound's been, so we'll utilize that and play some of that. We also will be joined by Steve Bartle at 11:05 and talk about the latest what's going on up there on the hill. So we got all that when we get back. You're listening to Scotty G and the coach on KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined by Jim Williams, longtime sports media producer, director, and executive. Keep an eye out when MLB expands. Salt Lake City is quietly becoming one of the hottest sports towns in America. Sports Business Journal just vaulted Salt Lake from number 44 to number 12 nationally, ahead of some legacy markets on its best sports business cities list. What has changed? What's driving that?
I think a lot of it is people are discovering Utah. And I think what's driving it is look at the attendance. Look at the attendance at the Mammoth hockey game. The Jazz have always been strong. And then you've got, of course, Real Salt Lake. People are getting to understand numbers are numbers, whether you want to argue them or whatever. But at the end of the day, you want to be where you're going to be appreciated. This is a fantastic up and growing market. It's going to help the entire region.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Huge fans of Bar W Beef and what they can do for you. All you have to do is go to barwbeef.com and they will ship out so many great cuts, whether you need ground beef, whether you need ribeye steaks, whether you need your chuck roast, whatever you need, Bar W Beef has got it for you, and they will ship it to your house for free on an order over $150 or more anywhere in the state of Utah. Now, the same steak they're going to send to you at your house is the same steak they're going to serve at the Bar W Steakhouse. It's down in Nephi off of exit 222. There's also the Bar Dub Grill. These cattle are raised here in the state of Utah. They're processed here in the state of Utah. They only have one bad day in their life. Bar W Beef, they know how to get it done. It's the best beef in the state of Utah, bar none. All you have to do is go to barwbeef.com or check out Bar Dub Grill and the Bar W Steakhouse in Nephi.
All right, guys, today I am streaming my evening commute. You're going to love it. And I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage, like zero. Check that out, chat. I got my helmet strapped on tight to protect my brain. I've got my bike, which is looking sick. Woo! And my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. Outsmart the system, ride by the rules. It's a message from the Utah Department of Public Safety, because they care about you. Throw a dub for safety, chat.
Hey, this is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. We've had some of the hottest summer temperatures on record, and our phones have been ringing off the hook with people complaining about how hot their home is. Well, the biggest culprit for this is the attic. Recently, I was in an attic that was 172 degrees. This is why your house is so hot and your AC is always running and can't keep up. At Greenify, we have a solution that really works. It's called Radiant Barrier Attic Foil. Radiant Barrier is a highly reflective foil that is stapled to the rafters in the attic. It reflects the sun's heat, which will make the attic and your home much, much cooler. Give Greenify a call today and we will brave the heat and go up in your attic and tell you how to get the cool comfort back in your home. We will also check out your insulation levels and attic ventilation, which will also help tremendously in making your home more energy efficient. And Greenify will make sure you get all the utility rebates that you're entitled to. Call us today and I won't even charge you for the visit. 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464, or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Listen every morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with Jake and Ben for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoche. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back in. It's Scotty G and the coach, but I'm flying solo.
No, you're not.
I mean, I'm
you're not solo.
Well,
I got you.
There's no one in here with
Alex got you. We got you.
Okay. Well, we're just at this very minute, but I'm not. I'm never alone. You know, it's like Kelly Papinga said. I'm surrounded by just amazing people.
Yes, surrounded by greatness, as I like to call it.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing so good.
I was gone for 2 days. I feel like I've been on the tour of Utah.
You have been. I feel like I haven't seen you guys for about 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks.
Almost 2 weeks, so yeah. But all's well. You made it back. Things are safe and sound.
I made it back. That fun thing about vacation, the amount of work that takes to go on vacation and make sure everything's kind of ready, and the amount of work when you come back from vacation, it's almost like, let's not do vacation.
Can we just think about staycation?
No vacation.
Yeah, staycation this year. I mean, nobody bugs me. I'll be in my room for a week, you know?
Yeah, well, even still then, if you're not working, there's always things you're going to come back to and things you're preparing for when you do leave.
No, I get that. It doesn't ever leave your mind.
It's like a lot of work to just do a vacation.
No, it is, man. And
when you're out, and it's awesome, and it was amazing. And it's like for the most part, stayed on off social media outside of a couple posting of some pictures that were, that was fun.
Is that Wyoming?
Yes, that is
it's
Wyoming.
beautiful.
That's Star Valley.
Okay.
Yeah, Star Valley.
Been through
that's
there.
That's God's country
yeah,
right there, my friend.
I'm telling you what, it is absolutely gorgeous. And those the drone, man, I had to watch that a couple times. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, as I'm starting to learn. It was a little glitchy on the flight pattern a little bit, but I'm getting there.
Look at you go.
I'm becoming quite the pilot.
Look at you go. Well, yeah, and brings us back to me being solo. So that's good. That we talked to pilot language.
Again, not solo. You got me. I'm here with you. You're not solo.
I went to the Bees game last night.
How?
I had not been out there before.
Did you do that solo?
I did not. I went with a couple buddies.
Okay.
Yeah. And
Such a beautiful ballpark.
Oh my gosh!
Out there.
And I had one of the guys had some really great seats, so we sat in that little diamond area with it had coverage, so I wasn't in the heat, and it was all you can eat, all you can.
Had
drink.
really great seats, right?
Yeah. I mean, I look, man. I invited you to the show Saturday. You can't go, and that's a you problem because I don't mess around with tickets.
I know, and I
I'm a snob.
want to because
it's the
I
last
do
weekend.
love that. I do love that group, but I've got last weekend. Which, by the way, can we talk about this
How
first?
fast
We're
summer went?
going to get on that. We're going to go back to the Bees.
Yeah, for
here
sure.
in just
But
a
that's
sec,
part
'cause
of the summer.
Yes, but I'm telling you, the kids, their vacation is so short now. It used to be we didn't go back to school until like the mid, like 24th or 25th, something like that. That's when we went back to school. And now, because they have all these days along the way, these
out
rest days and all these extra things,
injury management,
and they have all these days. And in fact, I asked Xavier, I said, "Hey, let me ask you this: if you had to just all these extra days that you had to go to school, some of those days off, would you take that and do that, and then have a longer summer vacation, or would you rather have all those extra days?" He's like, "Summer vacation?
Yeah, of course.
That sounds amazing." Because once he got done with baseball and all that stuff, he had like 2 weeks of vacation for the most part. Like that's it, like 2-3 weeks, and that was his summer break.
I'm with you, man. The kids need more break.
Give them a little more,
because we think about how magical summers are. I went out there, walked into that ballpark, and like the stuff around it that they're building, like it's really, really cool. There's going to be apartments out there in that right field wall that you actually could sit out on your patio, like in Wrigley, and watch across the street, which I thought was pretty cool. All the restaurants, stuff that's happening out there, but the ballpark itself, they did an awesome job. And like most minor league games, I wasn't really focused too much on the game. We just visited and ate the free food and
really with baseball, you know what? It's such an atmosphere.
It's an atmosphere
event.
game. Yeah,
it's an atmosphere thing. It's the the hot dog, the drinks, the beers if that's your choice. It's all that stuff. It's the ambiance. That's what baseball really is.
And last night they were not the Bees. They were not the Salt Lake Bees.
Oh, what were they?
They were their alternate ego, the Salt Lake Dirty Sodas.
Ah, yes. I love that they did that, by the way.
It was actually pretty cool, man. And they were giving T-shirts out, the Dirty Soda T-shirts at the gate, and so many people there. But this place will be ready for baseball because you can tell the excitement. The place was packed. I know it was probably the promotional, Dirty Soda a couple nights, but still, this announcement comes that we're going to get Major League Baseball because there's guys, grown guys in different jerseys of their preference. I think there's only one that you should be wearing right now. It's the Red Sox, who are now 30-5 in their last 35. But I saw Braves and Phillies and tons of Dodgers because it was the Dodgers affiliate they were playing last night from Oklahoma City. Yeah, it was just it was awesome, and I thought, man, we get this kind of.
That's the Dodgers affiliate now.
It is now, yeah.
Really? Because for the longest time,
it was the Albuquerque Dukes, right?
The Albuquerque Dukes.
Yes,
I used to go to the Albuquerque Isotopes now,
right?
But I used to go to Dukes games because I've got family in New Mexico, so my uncle would take me anytime I came to town. We'd go to an Albuquerque Dukes game.
So the stadium.
I loved.
You know where the stadium was?
Yes,
right across the street from the pit.
Yes,
the pit was right there.
Yeah.
And
the Dukes uniforms, it had that cream orange kind of to it a little bit, like a red. It was
It was
Super
big
cool.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Oh, that's cool. I saw the Dukes play the Goals back in the day, I think, when they came through. So anyway, baseball, to me, like sitting out there thinking what that could do now, you just kind of round out. We got the 3 majors. You know, the article came out just the other day that Salt Lake is now viewed as the 12th the best sports city in America. And, man, you got baseball added to it. Talk about not having any time off. Like, it'll be like the summer for us. There won't be any break anymore. We used to have college football, basketball, right? And we'd cover everything the best we could. Now we've got
There's
the
no
whole
breaks
calendar
now.
field.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
There's almost like no breaks right now.
Well, all
You
the
add
breaks
that,
we
and
had,
it's-
we'd add baseball. I mean, so when you're gone for, up to Star Valley, you're missing a week of baseball.
I know. And don't get me wrong, it would be awesome to see Major League Baseball, but I don't. People always say, "Would you leave your team to take on?" I'm like, no, I cannot leave my team.
No, I wouldn't do it either.
That's my Giants. Not leaving my team.
I could have a
Same with the NFL. I'm not leaving my Raiders.
No, the Raiders.
Yeah,
I
just can't
actually
do it.
just told
Had
somebody
that,
I was a
had that, by
Raiders
the way,
fan.
had the Raiders say, because it went to Vegas, and had they become something else, which would have been stupid to even do because it's such a brand. I was like, if the Raiders and they became something else, then I would have left. And then I could have left. I'd be like, okay, I don't have a team anymore.
I think they should. I think they should name the baseball team the Salt Lake Housewives of Utah.
The Housewives of Salt Lake.
Okay. And just gonna play off the brand.
Okay, that's.
I don't
know if that's going to work. I don't know if that's going to work.
Scrap it.
Scrap it.
I mean,
Let's start fresh. Start with something else.
Stick and something scrap.
Yeah, it didn't.
Okay, scrap.
That one definitely didn't.
Well, we are going to put together some sound from the last couple of days, and we're going to hit that. But on the other side, we are so fortunate, as always, to have basically just a tether to every one of these places. And Steve Bartle does such a great job of covering the University of Utah. We'll talk to Steve on the other side of the break. Stay with us here at KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
It's our summer liquidation event.
So we're making room for the incoming 27s, and we're blowing out all the 26s. Save huge on the Open Range RV Colt 17BH for only $12,995 or $141 a month, zero down. Or the Heartland Prowler 2500BH for $16,995 or $184 a month, zero down. Or the Heartland Cyclone 2214 for $54,995 or $414 a month, zero down. All 3 models include an additional $699 dock fee.
We must make room for new inventory.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores, we're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Zach Bryan with Heaven on Tour.
Poison myself again. Something in the orange tells me you'll never.
Friday, August 7th, Rice Eccles Stadium.
I wish I didn't, but I do.
With special guests, Ryan Bingham and the Texas Gentlemen, and Faye Philly. Tickets are on sale now at ZachBryan.com.
I think I heard you coming.
Don't miss Zach Bryan live.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Roll into summer in a new Chevy from Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. We've got cars, trucks, and SUVs perfect for fun under the sun. Together, let's drive.
Hey, Doug.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I've waited here for you.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scotty G and the coach. I hate to tell you this right now, but you're getting the lesser part of that duo. Scotty's made for this thing. He's been doing it so long, but I am so fortunate to have Lloyd Cole by my side. And we're going to have some fun today. Excited right now to bring Steve Bartle on and talk to him about, of course, the University of Utah. Steve does a great job for KSL covering Utah, and it's kind of fun right now. It's almost like getting an update on something really exciting. You get them often when camp opens. You get a couple things every single day that seem to stand out. Steve, thanks for joining us, man. Appreciate it.
Coach, man, it's good to be on with you.
Well, I appreciate it. I like people around me, so you help that in a ton of different ways. After a couple of days, Steve, what stands out to you about this Utah team?
Yeah, obviously with week one, you have to sort of take everything with a grain of salt, but there's, again, it's been kind of the continued theme throughout the off season, but just again, the vibe, the energy around the program just seems a little different. And with how camp has started, we've had the opportunity now to talk to select players on offense and select players on defense. And then we got to interact with assistant coaches yesterday to get a better feel and sense of what's going on and kind of where the program is at. And, all in all, it sounds like, the biggest thing that we've learned so far through the 3 days that we've been up there is the summer off-season workout plan was really good for Utah. And, Morgan Scally, after spring ball, made a change with the strength and conditioning program, bringing in Steve Saunders as his new S&C coach. And, that's been the hot topic this week, has been just how good those summer workouts were and how much better players feel coming into fall camp. And, that's always the case. Players are always coming in and after a great off season and ready to get after it. But there really was a noticeable difference in terms of, players that came into camp. Coach Gross, in our availability with him yesterday, singled out Zeroe Williams, who I think is going to be a pretty important part to Utah's potential this year. He singled him out as a player that, put on a significant amount of weight, said that he checked in at one point at 331 pounds while still, coming in under 26% body fat, which, I envy that pretty significant, pretty
I'm pushing that myself, bro.
Yeah, as somebody trying to drop some LBs myself, I envy that number. But, a lot of players have come in to camp in really good shape, and I think we'll get a much better feel for the football aspect of it once pads come on next week and they start to, incorporate the physicality. That's going to be the big question mark for, both sides of the ball, really, because the story all offseason for the offense has been replacing that offensive line. And then on the defense, it's been, replacing, 4 starters on the defensive line as well. So lots to figure out, but still just a lot of excitement around fall camp beginning. You can feel the transition to football season. I went golfing, yesterday morning. There was a crispness in the air. I had to wear a little crew neck.
Yeah.
It's just, we're getting close. We're getting closer and closer, bit by bit.
Did you find any birdies?
I had a couple chances at birdies. We played Mountain Dale. We played the lakeside up at Mountain Dale yesterday morning.
Beautiful, man.
Yeah, it was great.
That is so cool. Awesome. Let's talk a little bit. I just want to dig in because everybody that's talked about, I want to kind of just try to figure out the main differences, in terms of what you feel. So put yourself in Steve Bartle's shoes last year, walking into, first day of a Kyle Whittingham training camp. I would assume having done that before, you kind of knew the lay of the land, what to expect. And then obviously this year going in, having Morgan now at the helm. But what is the biggest difference in your mind from those two experiences?
When I'm asked specifics in describing what is different, it's hard to really explain it, but because it really just boils down to, it seems like this group is just having more fun. Like things are just more fun, more energetic, and more engaging. And so it's in a lot of ways, things are pretty similar, right? Monday, Tuesday availability was pretty much the same as last year, where we got to talk to only a select few players. We had coaches availability like we did yesterday. We had that last year as well, but being up there, waiting around for practice, you can hear the energy. We don't get to watch practice, but you can hear the energy, while they're practicing on the other side of the facility. You can hear them yelling. You can hear them hollering. You can hear the music being played. It's just a different vibe around the program. And still, the players, the coaches have all talked about, they're still being that sort of standard, right? There's still the things that Utah has built itself up on, the pillars that you need as a football program to have success. It's still the physicality, the toughness, the, a high standard of execution. It's still those things that we're continuing to hear, but it's just the energy and sort of the atmosphere around it all that is a little bit different. And I think, is more in tune, more in line with, today's athletes. And so it doesn't necessarily mean that it's better or that things were bad. It's just that it's different. And I think it's in line with today's athletes and how, they want to practice and how coaches, feel like they need to engage with their players. I just think it's a completely new and energetic atmosphere around the program.
And the thing I want to be careful not to do is I certainly the Whittingham regime and standard was excellent. I mean, for a long time. So I don't, try to look at what's better. I'm just curious from a process standpoint, what's going to be different. So keep your eye on that through the year for me, and we can talk about it. One other thing I want to ask you about, talk to me about you talked about the coaches all taking their turn. I loved, we aired the sound from Jordan Gross, and I was very impressed with his time and the level of detail he got into about his whole crew. Talk to me about the coaches that took part and some of the things that stood out to you and what they said.
Yeah, with Coach Gross, he is a really intelligent person. That comes through whenever he talks. Is just he is smart. He understands, how to explain things at a really high level where, he's making a really intelligent point, but it comes across supernatural, super easy. So, a dum-dum like me can still pick it up and understand what he's talking about, And I think what stood out, the most was the way that he talked about his players and the buy-in that they have with him and the process that went into that to earn their trust and to earn, that respect. He's in it with them. Like, he is not coming in as a coach that, rests on the fact that he played in the NFL for so many years and played at a really high level that his players have to do things, certain ways, the way that he coaches, and that's it. He's coming into this with a pretty open mind and a willingness to really engage and embrace his players' perspective. And I think that was really unique. And then, beyond Coach Gross, getting the opportunity to hear from Coach Shaw each and every time it's so fun to listen to him talk. He can talk about a long snapper and just make it, an incredible listen. He was talking about Logan Castro, the long snapper for Utah, and his process and journey to become, an all-conference, honorable mention as a special teamer. He was a former walk-on, and just kind of talking about, his journey to becoming a specialist at Utah was really, really cool to hear. But he continued to talk about his cornerback room and sort of the belief that he has in that room that, he feels like he's got some elite potential, but they've got a ways to go to get to that ceiling. And I feel like, that sort of summarizes a lot of the same sort of message from coaches yesterday, was that there's a great deal of belief in the players that they've brought in, that there's potential and a really exciting ceiling that this group can get to. But there's a lot of work to be done to get to that point. And, Coach Ellis, and Coach Odom, the safeties coach, they both talked about they have to find, there's not only their starters, but they've got to find who are going to be the key rotational players. And, for them, that's a genuine process. For us, it feels like we know who those guys are penciled in, right, as starters. But for them, this is a process of really kind of keying in on who are the guys that are earning it, who are the guys that are stepping up and earning those roles. And that's going to be the process over these first couple of weeks of fall camp is these coaches figuring out who they can depend on and build from there. That's going to be the big key for, just about every coach outside of quarterback and running back. A lot of these groups have a lot of work to be done to figure out those rotations.
Steve, let's talk about the running backs. I know you had you guys talked with Coach Atwaya, and actually, I'm more so going at this for. I know you discussed obviously the 5-for-5 in college football has been a big discussion point.
Yeah,
there's thoughts of maybe some other running backs like Nakari Rogers, maybe getting another year. And Coach Atwaya was like, was intrigued by it, but also said, hey, let's wait a sec because I got some young guys, and what does that do to their development? We'll talk a little bit about that and the conversation and how Utah's kind of feeling about some of that and what that looks like.
Yeah, that was, at first when he was asked about it, I was genuinely surprised that he talked about it as openly as he did. It's usually something that, coaches, for a variety of reasons, normally it circles back to compliance and being within the rules and all that. But, Coach Atuaya talking about it and addressing it, I thought was really insightful. He acknowledged that, they're having conversations about Nakari Rogers, who was a senior running back last year, who all of a sudden now has a fifth year of eligibility. And, it was announced from various sources that Nakari is looking to make a return to college football after his, he thought his career had ended after last season. And obviously, given the connection between, Nakari and Utah and his time here, there's an easy connection to make between him and Utah making a return here. And, for Utah, when you look at that running back room, you've got Wayshawn Parker, who, really came on strong over the second half of the season last year. He's got high expectations for himself. He's somebody that wants to, be a true RB1 and really kind of lead this group and produce at a really high level. He has high expectations of himself. But then there are other guys in this room. Daniel Bray is the name that I think everybody is really intrigued by and who a lot of people expect to have a much larger role this year. But then there's other guys like LaMarcus Bell, a true freshman who was, committed to Utah last year, picked up an Oregon offer late in the process, and Utah had to fend off the Ducks to keep him committed in the class. So, he's somebody that I think Utah is really excited about, and also someone that they want to get on the field. And this is part of the conversation that Mark Atuaya shared with us is that, it would be intriguing. It is something that they're talking about and exploring is the possibility of bringing Rogers back for another year. It would certainly help, solidify the depth in that running back room. But it's also something that they have to weigh against what does it mean for everybody else in that room, right? Bringing Rogers back isn't just, hey, adding another player and everything is going to be all hunky-dory moving forward. You assume that it would, given just kind of the culture and atmosphere around the program. But still, guys are wanting to, make sure that they're going to have their opportunities, and Utah coaches want to make sure that those guys have those opportunities as well. So that is kind of the balance. When you have these situations arise, the coaches have to consider and weigh the pros and cons. And that's what Utah is doing right now with the possibility of, adding a player. And it could be Rogers. It could be somebody else that maybe they look elsewhere beyond, potential return. But that is something that the coaches are clearly discussing. And Morgan talked about it on Monday as well, is that, hey, anytime we have an opportunity to improve our team, we're going to look at it. We're going to evaluate what our options are to help us, improve our odds at improving our roster. So that's going to be the process. But still, I think Utah feels really good about the guys that they have in that room. And a lot of guys are really excited and chomping at the bit to get after it this season.
In terms of Morgan, his comments after practice, he talked, it seems as though structurally they're doing things maybe in smaller bursts. They're definitely being very thoughtful about this process. When do they actually start hitting? When does that happen? I know that's mandated, start next
week.
Right?
I think it's practice number 6 is when the pads come on and it's full contact. Yeah, right now, Jackson Benny actually shared this with us on Tuesday. Was Morgan's trimmed down, the number of practice periods. They're still practicing for a good chunk of the same amount of time that they were last year, but they're just kind of focused in on certain aspects of practice. And with those periods cut out from practice, Benny shared that, hey, Morgan, he's giving us that, right? He's trimming some of those periods down, but he also demands and expects us to give us, 100, 110% during those shorter practices. So that's kind of the trade-off. And again, it sort of speaks to, the shift in how the team is maybe operating with the strength and conditioning program, just being more mindful. And that was what Benny shared. That was the message behind, sharing that, was that, hey, Coach Scally is being more mindful of our well-being and where we're at physically. I think Utah, I was talking about this with a couple of friends, but I go back to that 2023 season where Utah was just, snake bitten by the injury bug. And really it wasn't necessarily being snake bitten, but, that team had Florida coming in game 1 to Rice-Eccles. And I remember Kyle Whittingham talking about they needed to be physically ready for that game, and just the physical demands through fall camp. They seemingly practice at a really physical rate throughout fall camp, and it just kind of took it made an impact the rest of the way on everybody else's health. So I think from that season on, I think Utah has been a little bit more mindful of player health and well-being, and I think Morgan has even cranked that up even just a little bit more than it was under Kyle Whittingham over the last couple of seasons.
And you mentioned the name Steve Saunders. I've heard that name a couple times, obviously the new director of sports performance. But tell me about him, what you've been able to understand about him. I know he has an NFL background.
Yeah, that's the big thing, right, is he's coming from the NFL and coming from the Baltimore Ravens, where he was there for 7 or 8 years. And, there's a lot of talk around, his departure from Baltimore. But Eric Weddle, former Utah safety All-American and the all-time great, going to have his name added to the Ring of Honor, great friend of Morgan Scally, he gave his stamp of approval on Steve Saunders, endorsed him to Morgan Scally as somebody that, this is a guy that you can lead in charge, or you can have in charge and feel comfortable with him leading a young group of men to lead your strength and conditioning program. So there's a lot of optimism around what he will mean to this team, to this program, leading the strength and conditioning program. And again, just with the way that players have talked about it this week, it seems like a lot of players have benefited from it quite a bit.
Steve, Utes come in the coaches poll, come in at number 21 in the preseason coaches poll. You think they had that about right, or too high, too low? What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that's fair. Given what Utah accomplished last year, it's the quietest 11-win season that I can recall for Utah. They won 11 games last year, and it's like it didn't happen. Now, obviously, there's context there where the 2 losses were pretty significant to BYU and Texas Tech, and that sort of outweighs the conversation there. But this is still a program that is coming off 11 wins, that returns its starting quarterback, backup quarterback, starting running back, and a handful of other key pieces, that with Morgan Scally taking over. And that's kind of the big X factor for a lot of people, is just the uncertainty around what this program is going to be. A lot of people consider this to kind of be more of the same, right? A continuation of what Utah has done and how Utah has built itself up. And that is, there is going to be a lot of that. There is going to be a lot of just the same things that we've become accustomed to with Utah football, but there's still just kind of that uncertainty with how things are going to go in Morgan Scally's first year. And that's totally fair. Utah is bringing back their starting quarterback, their starting running back, but they've lost a lot from last year's roster, right? The offensive line, 2 first-round tackles, defensive line, losing all 4 starters, and that there's a lot to replace. So, I feel like you can make the case for Utah to be a double-digit win team this year and be a top 25 preseason ranked team. You can also make the case that they don't belong in the top 25. It's all on the table, and I think it's fair. I think they belong in the top 25 because of the fact that they do bring back their quarterback and how rare that is in college football these days, and how impactful that quarterback position is on team success. I think that's really, really the foundational piece to Utah's outlook this year is Devin Dampier and Bert Ficklin. But Utah is going to need, a number of individuals and a couple of position groups to really progress and develop over the course of the season if they want to be ranked in the top 25 at the end of the year, which I think this team, this group definitely has that sort of potential. It's just going to be, what sort of progress do they make through the first couple of months of the season in order to get to the end of October and November and being in that conversation, being in the Big 12 championship conversation. That's going to be the key. But I do feel like they've got the pieces to contend this year.
Steve, let me ask you this. When do you think, at what point in the season do you think we're going to have, because obviously, the first game you're going to be like, okay, you're just filling something out. You're not going to really know who this team is. Where do you feel like we'll really know who this Utah team is? Like, we'll know what their identity is under Morgan Scalley.
Yeah, I think obviously, week one against Idaho, just seeing the team, you'll learn quite a bit. Arkansas, we're going to learn a lot more, right? Even though Arkansas is picked to finish dead last in the SEC, that is still a program that has SEC athletes and SEC bodies. And that's a challenge. That is always a challenge. So we're going to learn a lot about Utah after week 2 in that Arkansas game. But then, they're going to go on the road to Iowa State. That's going to be a challenge. Even though Iowa State is starting over, Jimmy Rogers is somebody that has done a lot with very little. He made Washington State very competitive last year, despite losing a lot of talent from the year before. So, Jimmy Rogers, you expect Utah to go into Ames and come out with the victory, but that's going to be, a tough challenge. First game in the Big 12, in the conference race, going on the road for the first time this season. There's some interesting challenges. So how does Utah handle the road? How do they handle an atmosphere that isn't Rice-Eccles? Those are going to be things where we learn about this team. I feel like we'll have a good idea of what this team is going to be and what it is when we get to that Houston matchup. That's where we're really going to learn, what this team is. I think that's game number 8 in the year. And then there's still plenty of room for this team to sort of surprise and evolve as we get into the final months. But I feel like week 2, that's a benchmark. Going on the road to Iowa State, that first road contest, that's another benchmark. And then I think Houston is where we really kind of get a grasp of what this team is.
What's the schedule today, Steve? Anything going on up there? Do we lose you?
Practicing today, but no media availability today for us.
Okay, nothing for you guys. So that means you can head to golf, dude. And get that birdie. You got a couple cracks at it.
He's on hole 7 right now.
That's true.
I'm about to head out the door.
He's riding
Attaboy.
So
that's what when I would play golf from time to time, coaching in the summertime. It would end up me starting the round and then walking through the woods with my phone talking to a recruit. So, man, turn your phone off. You do such a great job, and I can't wait to get more updates as they happen, my friend.
Hey, appreciate you guys. Thanks so much for having me on.
You bet. That's Steve Bartle, covers the University of Utah, does a great job, and some good insight. Felt like the vibe definitely feels different. Can't put his finger on why, but I'm excited to see, too, Lloyd.
He is right, like when he says that it was a quiet 11-win season, and I think a lot of that was because not necessarily how the losses went to BYU and Texas Tech. Obviously, there was a thought that they were in those games, absolutely. But
did you lose to BYU up there?
There was I feel like towards the end of the season when kind of the defense broke a little bit, it had a feel almost, even though they won, it had almost a losing feeling to it.
Right.
Like it was like, wow, how, it's like as soon as Kansas State did what they did, it felt like that defense broke and everything. And granted, they won, they were able to continue to win, but it felt like I guess there was a little shine off it, which I don't know why there would be, but I think that's what made it a little more quiet.
Well, it could have possibly been too the coach leaving in that process and a new coach coming in to coach the bowl. I mean, that stuff gets convoluted in seasons, but I would say, having been on both sides, that when Utah loses to BYU or BYU loses to Utah, regardless of the season, you left something on the table. It's just the way people look at it. You know, that game is so massive, it almost counts as two. So I would say that that's probably part of why, too. I mean, Utah, you could set the clock by it. BYU plays Utah, Utah's going to win. You know, that was basically 10, 11 years. How many was it? 11 years in a row? 12? We got that result?
I know
Kyle was doing the hands down at Lavelle.
I feel like I remember 11 is coming, and that one did not.
So bottom line is,
I'm trying to remember. It was quite a few.
I lived through the 80s, too, and Utah never beat BYU. I mean, it was the same type of thing. It was the yearly, how far can we beat these guys game. So at least we're back to where that game definitely not only means something, is competitive, but it's in the same league again, which I love. So we'll keep on this train. Got more for you on the other side. It's Lloyd and I today. How about that? I like this.
You know, we'll have our guy Naples. I'm gonna call him Naples because that's what Sirius does. Like when I call Tim Lacombe, it says Tim Lacombe. It says Alex Naples.
When I say call Lloyd Cole, it says, "Oh, the smartest man in the world." I don't know how you got that done.
Tell me he or she's wrong.
Well, you won't want to miss the fun because Lloyd and I will. One thing we'll do, we'll make it fun. You're listening to KSL Sports Zone on 97.5 FM. This is the Coach and Scotty. We'll be right back.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Should BYU and Notre Dame be playing football every single year? An annual matchup.
Yeah, if they have this opportunity, build something new and see if it sticks. So if you have a chance to get Notre Dame, sign on.
I would assume that Brett Yormark would be in Santiago's ear saying, do it. How can I help you do it? It's just going to elevate the league's profile.
I don't think we appreciate the level of improvement and status BYU football program is right now. This is a team that has won double digits here 2 years in a row at the Power 4 level. It's something that has never been done. And you can argue that this is the best that the program's ever been.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You're the turf whisperer, the grass-cutting guru. Dandelions don't stand a chance on your watch. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Weed and Feed for strong, dark green turf without a weed in sight. IFA's Weed and Feed. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Isn't it something, the homes that they built in the state of Utah years ago that would have beautiful views because they're facing the mountains, but the whole side of the house facing the mountains has like 2 or 3 small little windows. And I think, why don't you want to see that magnificent view? We can fix that. Peach Windows and Doors. Peach Windows and Doors can put in larger windows that will bring in more of the beauty of the view outside your home. It'll make your home feel so much newer and more beautiful, just changing out those windows with custom windows. Of course, it will help your energy bills because they can do triple pane windows that are so much more energy efficient. But you know, one thing people don't realize is how much it cuts back on noise. Do you hear every car, every lawnmower every dog barking. You'll be blown away at how much quieter and more peaceful it is inside your home once you get new windows from Peach Windows and Doors. They even have payment options that'll make your project happen sooner rather than later. I recommend stopping by the showroom because you can really see all the options at 2940 South 3rd West, or go online to peachwindowsanddoors.com.
As a pedestrian, it can feel like getting home safely is the final boss. Now, here's how to max your stats and take 0 damage. Here's the strat. Try this killer combo move right here. Cross with your phone light and make eye contact with drivers before you go. Upgrade your visibility. Make sure you always use the crosswalk and wear reflective gear. Save stealth mode for video games. Stand out, stay seen, and stay safe. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety. They're looking out for you.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight and tomorrow, the Salt Lake City Bees and the Oklahoma City Comets play at 6:35, and you can listen to the game on both 1280 and 97.5 The Zone. Saturday, lots of games. It starts at 2 o'clock with the Utah Royals in Denver to play the Summit. NWSL action starts at 2 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. The Bees and Comets will play at 6:35 on 1280 The Zone, and then RSL in Leagues Cup action against Atlanta, 8 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone.
I don't need to explain to you that water runs Utah, that we didn't get enough last year, or that Utah is one of the driest states in the country. But I will tell you, slowtheflow.org has tons of tips for saving water. Head to the website to learn how you can keep Utah beautiful and livable.
Listen every morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with Jake and Ben for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
Welcome back, Scotty and the coach here on KSL Sports Zone. Great to...
Hey, when Scotty's gone, it's the coach and Scotty G.
Oh, I do that? I flip it? No, it's actually Lloyd and I is what the show's called. I like that better.
That's got the king and I feel to it.
Right. Yeah, and you are the king, so... I worked for that guy for a minute.
Did you really?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I think I was at UVU at the time, and they came to town, that station. I don't remember what it was, but the guy's name was Barry King, and he did a show called The King and I, and it really, because from time to time when I was in Boston on my mission, I would, kind of hear the way they do sports radio back there. It's very different. They yell and they scream and they're very loud and demonstrative. And that's kind of how he was. And I liked it. So I started listening. And then one day I found out where their offices were, and they were actually somewhere in Provo, I think. It was weird. Anyway, I just showed up there and I was like, hey, I want to do this. How do I do it? He's like, well, go interview somebody for me. I said, okay. And it was San Diego State was coming in. So I went to the Provo Marriott and I didn't know the protocol. I wasn't looking for the SID. I just saw Marshall Falk. And so sat down with Marshall in the lobby, and I got about 20 minutes with the kid after they got back from practice, and walked back to the king and handed it to him, and thank you very much. But I never got a job or anything, but that was a cool experience.
Yes, it was.
And you just do what you do. Well, it's speaking of this is the good, the bad, the ugly, and we're just going to focus on the good today on the Lloyd and I show. And what isn't
Which
good,
is always on this show, by the way. We're all about the good.
Always about the good. I mean, we don't like to argue. We like to pick on each other a little bit. Maybe
what you guys do to me is the picking on. Yes, you're correct.
Right. It's not fair. It's not right. And
it is
while
not
I'm
right.
here alone, I will tell you that it's all Scotty's fault.
Sure.
But, we focus on the good. This dude, Sharif Shah, is pretty darn good. And he enters his 15th season coaching at the University of Utah, his 8th as special team coordinator, 15th as the cornerbacks coach, and now adding associate head coach to his title, which is so great. Had some awesome comments yesterday, and I just thought this should be the good today, Lloyd.
Sharif, obviously you're going to get a lot of questions about corners, but I want to ask you specifically about special teams.
Sure.
You are the coordinator of that group. How have you seen maybe Dylan Curtis or Ryan Phillips and the rest of the special teams unit come along from the end of spring to now?
What's been fun is to watch somebody like Logan Castor. Logan is our long snapper, short snapper. He does all of our snapping. Logan's been in the program for years now. And when you think about Utah football, Logan is who I think about. Somebody that just works, doesn't complain, never asks for anything. Oh, I absolutely love him. And I love that he said, Coach, if I just focus on one thing and becoming the very best snapper for you, you think I can probably find a way on the field? Like, maybe. Not only did he find his way on the field, he found his way to becoming an all-conference long snapper. So I'm extremely happy about him. It's now about who's behind him. And that's what we've had to kind of go out and find, or like we always do in the Utah way, is anybody on the team ever long snap? No. You got 42 hands to go up and you're like, okay, let's all meet after practice and let's see if we can figure out who's going to be somewhat decent. Well, then out of that, those bevy of kids, you get, a couple that are actually pretty good. You're like, hey, Logan was one of those guys. He said, I think I can long snap. I'm 6'5", 231, and maybe I can run a little bit. And I have massive 12-inch hands. The ball looks like a tennis ball when it's going back there. So, some people have God-given physical attributes that make it easier for them. He's one of them. And there's a kid behind him named Mitch Nielsen who's showing up. Another kid, Gage Victor, who we got from Snow College, who's also doing a fantastic job. Super pleased with what I think can be a very good long snapping group. Orion Phillips, when we first got him, he looked like my baby from Joe Dirt or something. He just looked crazy. And I tell him that all the time. I said, you were 162 pounds. He's 193 now. And I watched him punt. I'm like, you might have a chance to do something special. He is so good, just in terms of attitude, demeanor. Coach, you think maybe we can try this or that? And it used to be, Coach, this is crazy. It's a little bit chaotic. Everybody's coming at me. I'm like, yeah, mate, because he's from Australia. I'm like, that's what we do here in America. People's going to blitz you. So get used to getting the ball off faster. I like to go on and get my steps right. And I was like, look, punt the ball. Let's get this thing going. Well, he got good, and he got really good. And I think he's poised to be a lot better. Dylan Curtis is who I'm most excited to watch. He had a tough freshman debut, showed the capability of which we all thought he had. An outstanding elite leg. He still has it. Coming off of an injury that now I feel like he's probably just about 100% watching him kick in practice. I'm like, oh man, we might be pretty good. And at least if we're not as good as I think we'll be consistent. We'll be good enough to, I think when Coach Scally looks and says, should we put our field goal unit on? I'm like, Coach, go right now. And we all feel good about it, and the kids feel good about it. So that's what you love to see coming out of spring. That's what was been happy. I love Tanner Craig, and a young man that we got who was with us, went to Utah State, I then think to UTEP, and now is back. Love him. He's a kicker and a potential punter for us. So long snappers, punters, kickers, well, at least we're in a good spot where we can continue to grow some kids and get people better and get ready for this season.
Coach Shaw, you've obviously had a very close relationship with Morgan Scally, as you did with Kyle Whittingham. I want to ask you just about the decision to stay with Morgan and stay at this program instead of going to Michigan or even other places. What was that process like for you, and was it an easy decision to make, just given your relationship with Morgan?
Coach Witt, I would not be coaching had it not been for Coach Witt. I wouldn't be here. So I will always love Coach Witt. Always, forever, has a very special place in my heart. So when he initially left, it was something that I had to consider. I knew where I wanted to be. I know I wanted to be with Coach Scally, but Coach has a way of being very persuasive, Coach Witt. He can be very persuasive. And when I talked to my wife and just going through the things that I still wanted to be able to achieve here, it made sense. It was what was in my heart to be with Coach Scally. We had a lot of plans that we sat in the corner, that defensive room for years, just well, if I were this and if I could do that, wishing, and now some of these things are starting to come to fruition. No, you don't want to go anywhere. You want to see if you can make those dreams a reality. So, man, I absolutely love what I believe Coach Witt is going to build, but my home was here. It was with the guy that, I was able to cut my teeth with. And on the defensive side of the ball, it's with the thought and expectation that we want to win in a big way. We want to do what Indiana showed everybody that you can do. If you can assemble the right young men, have the right culture, the right mindset, you can do that. That's not a one-off. I think that's going to become more apparent and more commonplace than people think, especially with what's happening in college football, what's been happening, transfers, more good players and on virtually damn near every team. So I wanted to be here.
Let's start from Josh. You have a lot of competition in your room. I know you're never satisfied with where.
Never.
But where are they right now? Do you feel comfortable that you have guys that can get out there? I think in spring you were saying they were a little too physical. Are you at a point now where you feel comfortable with at least where you're at?
I'm at a point right now where I can look in my room and say, these 5 or 6 guys should be able to really help us. I didn't know that in the spring. In the spring, I'm like, I think he might be able to do it. I'm not sure about this kid. But now, having gone through summer, just a few days in the fall camp, and Coach Scally is so good. He wants an assessment on everybody, like, what about this room? And we do that as a coaching staff like everybody else in the country. But I look at the room and say, yeah, I'm getting comfortable with believing that these 4, 5, 6 kids can really do it. I guess the level of impatience with me is invariably injury happens. So I'm looking at the other kids in the room like, you should be able to come along faster, which makes me incredibly impatient. I'm always yelling at somebody for something. They're like, well, I didn't even get a rep. Well, you've been watching for the last 3 days. Why don't you know it? It's kind of wrong, but it is what it is. But you want the accelerated development right now because we play. The kids are like, oh, Coach, we don't play until September. I'm like, we play in 5 minutes. That's what it feels like to me. But I've grown a lot more comfortable watching the kids in the summer and then again in these last few days to say, man, Scooby should be able to have several guys be with him. Scooby because he has the most experience. But then it's Eli Reed who showed his physicality and length. James Chenault, we call Bobo, incredibly savvy. J.C. Hart, who's been with us, now is comfortable in the defense and starting to make some plays. Earl Parker, young man we got out of JUCO. Brandon Holmes, another young man who would probably be vying for a nickel spot. The person I'm probably most excited for is Jeremiah Caldwell, who we call Rock. Rock played safety, played outside corner, played nickel. His versatility and command of the room just gives us such, I think, a benefit. Especially it helps to be 6'2" and a half and playing nickel as well as corner. And then the young kids who I'm impatiently patient with, your Dylan Waters, Major Henshin, the kids that just got to us in spring who I'd love to continue to take a big step forward. It's and the person I hope continues to show me improvement like he has the last 2 days is Nick Brown. He came from Lamar, and I've asked him to play nickel, and it's just a lot to do, and it's a lot to digest in that spot, but he's doing a great job. So I can at least confidently say, man, I have a good room. I feel like I have good pieces to assemble to make us really, really competitive, if not absolutely elite, I believe. But we have a lot of camp left. A lot of camp left.
Man, I can identify with that for sure. The just that feeling of the season starts in 5 minutes, because a coach, you've been through it so many times, you know what's waiting. And that's kind of the urgency you want to see from players, but it's so thoughtful.
Always thoughtful from Sharif.
Loved the Australian accent when he's talking about the punter. That was a good one. Yeah, that's what we do. We blitz here. But man, I could listen to him talk all day. Love that little snippet of sound, and it just shows you the level of leadership up at Utah. We've spent enough time with Morgan, and I thought the most poignant part of that was him talking about the decision to stay and do something really, really special with somebody that means a ton to him. So,
and a place that means a lot to him.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Like that's what
it should be.
You have
about.
that decision of Michigan or Utah, where that's where you played, and like you have that decision of that, and I mean, Michigan is, let's just be honest, it's one of it's the blue blood of blue bloods. It really is.
Yeah, I mean, we all grew up watching. For me, it was Bo Schembechler back in the day on the sideline. But yeah, that would be a hard pull. But man, the commitment and the continued excellence of Sharif Shah impresses us. So that is our good. We got more for you around the bend. It is the Scotty G and the coach, or as I call it today, Lloyd and I, hanging out. We'll get Alex Snapoulos to come in as well. We'll keep talking football. That is the big theme of the day, and then we'll hit the highlights in the sports world as well. All right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
America First Credit Union wants to get you $350. It's a summer cash campaign where they want you to become a member. If you're not a member of America First Credit Union, all you have to do is open up a checking and savings account, and boom, you're going to have $150 ready to go for you. Now you can add an additional $200 simply by setting up your direct deposit and have at least $1,000 in direct deposit in that account within 60 days of that account opening. And they will get you $200. AmericaFirst.com and go to your local branch. Either one. You can become a member very easily. It doesn't take a lot of time, and you'll have that $350 to put into savings, use for your barbecue, your vacation, whatever you want to put it towards. It's there for you. AmericaFirst.com, or check out your local branch at America First Credit Union. They'll have a branch near you. It's a massive organization with so many branches, but the great thing is you're going to walk into a branch and you're going to feel like family. They don't treat you like a number on an Excel sheet. They treat you like a member of the family. It is a family. America First Credit Union. Go to your local branch or go to AmericaFirst.com.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight and tomorrow, the Salt Lake City Bees and the Oklahoma City Comets play at 6:35, and you can listen to the game on both 1280 and 97.5 The Zone. Saturday, lots of games. It starts at 2 o'clock with the Utah Royals in Denver to play the Summit. NWSL action starts at 2 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. The Bees and Comets will play at 6:35 on 1280 The Zone, and then RSL in Leagues Cup action against Atlanta, 8 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone.
This is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. If your home feels like it's overheating the moment the sun comes up, your windows could be a major reason why. In the summer months, inefficient windows let in heat and force your AC to work overtime, driving up your energy bills and making your home less comfortable. The problem is, most homeowners know they need new windows, but put it off because they assume it's going to be too expensive. At Greenify Energy Savers, we install high-performance AMSCO energy-efficient windows manufactured right here in Salt Lake City, so install times are typically just a few weeks, not several months. And most homeowners are surprised to learn that we can often save them thousands of dollars compared to other window companies while still offering premium windows with a lifetime warranty and flexible finance options. Don't spend another summer fighting the heat inside your home. Give Greenify Energy Savers a call today for a free no-obligation quote at 801-948-4464. Again, that's 801-948-4464. Or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com. Let us save you literally thousands of dollars and greenify your windows today.
Help maintain fun at Lagoon. Join their maintenance and construction team. Now hiring full-time year-round ride maintenance technicians and HVAC technicians. Great benefits and career opportunities. Apply at lagoonpark.com/jobs. Must be 18 or older.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Scotty G and the coach. However, we're missing the velvet tones of one Scotty G. So we're getting through it together. You got Coach Lacombe, Tim Lacombe sitting here.
Replaced one velvety tone with another velvety tone.
That's right. Just a more...
That's all I got.
Yours is like... I don't know, man. Yours is like a dark room. His is a velvet couch.
No, his is so polished and inviting.
No, but I'm just saying,
and mine is like death.
But it's so deep
it's so
that it's
deep,
just
like
I just want to sleep,
gotcha.
dog. I love
I'm gonna put you to sleep.
I used to sleep to Anthrax at night just because I like the hum of the bass. You know.
Thanks, Tim. Talking to you makes me sleep. Yeah, let's do it.
You motivate me.
Yeah. Okay.
And inspire me to be
Very
my best.
Nice.
Of course, Alex's playlist today. Lloyd, you've never been one to judge, but
no,
man.
I try not to judge one's music, but I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually starting to get on that music snobbery.
Yes,
with you. I feel
that.
like,
but I do.
Like this is very beneath us.
I do like that song.
Police,
and I'll tell you why. That's a Party Hounds tune. We play that, and
in all seriousness, I will never be a music snob. That's just not me.
I liked when you said,
won't do it.
Yeah, that was slop. No,
that is not me. I will not do that.
So, Alex, I'm loving the playlist so far. Good work, my
Alex
friend.
Naples.
And Alex joined me at Bar W yesterday, and we had a great time down there. He got to try
a lot of food. I know.
Well, and everything else. We got cinnamon rolls and biscuits and gravy. Probably the best breakfast sandwich I've
keep
ever
running
had.
into the perfect storm of not being able to get down there. And it's very upsetting.
Bart feels like it's personal.
It so is not.
He feels like you guys, pardon the pun, that there's a beef.
There's a beef?
That there's a beef.
Oh, well done. There is no beef whatsoever. I want to get down there and try some of his beef.
I'll tell you, it's worth driving down there for.
Yeah.
It truly is. And I had one guy walk by the table, and shout out to him. Couldn't talk to him because the headphones were on, but he and a buddy, and he said, we drove from Salt Lake for this. I was like, that's pretty cool. Because they heard the radio, they wanted to try it. So shout out to those guys.
I know. I see all the pictures that you guys always put out on social, and I'm just like, oh, man, I need to get there so bad.
Oh, and I met a really nice couple as well. They love Lloyd.
Of course they do.
Brought Lloyd up and said how fun Lloyd is to the show. And
like you want to add something.
like fun, like you want to
ointment. I feel like you want to add something. Yeah, I feel like you want to add something.
I told him
that's okay.
I told him, hey, look,
I'm an acquired taste. I'll be honest with you. I am.
I said as
I am who I am.
And kind as he sounds on the radio, he's even more so in person.
Yes,
and
this is true.
But this couple was from Blanding, which was like 4.5 hours away.
Okay.
I mean,
those are my people.
They're big fans for a long time of Scotty, Hance, and Lloyd, and so I just got grandfathered in, and I apologize for any of my,
It's better than not being fathered in at all.
That's true. Yeah, that would make me a radio orphan, and I don't want to be a radio orphan. So it's football, man, and we were pumped to talk about BYU, obviously getting going yesterday. Scotty and I spent the day in Logan and had awesome conversations.
By the way, it's like, okay, so you're gonna see this like right now. All this stuff is fresh and it's great,
right?
Like we're hearing this and it's good,
yeah.
And it's nice. And then next week you might have another week of where it's still good because you're getting some other fresh stuff, but then you're gonna hit a point where it's the same thing over, and let's get to the season.
But the off season's done that, right? Like it all has. Like I've been talking since I got here. We've uncovered as it gone, but I can tell you the weaknesses on every team. I can tell you where national writers are nervous.
By the way, who was it that we had on? We just had somebody on that said they expect Utah.
Oh, he said
top
to
10.
Really. Oh,
to be top 10. Who was it?
Top 10.
We just had somebody. I feel like it was the last couple of days. No, it was this week. I swear I heard it.
I've been to Logan and Nephi, so my. Especially I-15, I feel for all those that have to drive on that all the time.
I think Utah will be. I know there's this amongst a lot of people. It's anywhere between 6 and like 3 is what you're getting for a lot of people in Utah, and I think for sure in Morgan's first year, I think they will be sneaky good.
I think they're going to sneak. I'm fully bought in. I'm bought in on the Utes. I'm bought in on the Cougs. And you know what? I'm bought in on the new vibe between the two, too. It's kind of cool, to be able to.
A little different.
Yeah.
It's different than what it's been.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
And you can actually,
I don't know if you're ever going to get that. You're not going to get that with the fans, but it's a breath of fresh air. It's like bringing back the Mac and the Lavelle.
No, you know what's crazy, Lloyd?
I'm waiting for the Mr. Mac commercials.
What I've learned being out there, being on both sides, and then being out there is kind of Switzerland, right? I've learned that it really is not the lion's share of fans. It literally is like everything else in this world, a skiff of people that take everything too far. And then everybody else gets lumped into it. Because I will tell you what, being there at both places, there are people that are unbelievably great. And I can tell you the other side, there are people, because I wore different colors going into those places. And it's crazy how, some of the people that make it bad for everybody, regardless of the situation, if you're wearing that other color, they are going to hate you. And I think sports hate is okay, but I think you taking it any too far. Spate's fine. But we're not we're talking about hate. We ain't talking about hate. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about hate. A little strong.
So we're covering football, and like you said, like you get a news, you get a whole bunch of stuff, and then it all bubbles. And then you wait. Okay, we got to play the first game.
It gets crusty.
And then the first game's played, and some guy runs for 300 yards. And then, man, you're talking about him and then you're just off to the races. But that's the way it works. We have been able, in all the spots we've been the last couple of days, to get great sound. And we want to share that with the rest of you. We've got some BYU sound here. And remind me again, we've talked.
Going to have a little LJ Martin and Isaiah Glasker.
Okay, two guys that are going to be. So LJ's a proven commodity. Obviously, the preseason Offensive Player of the Year was so great for BYU. But this other guy is a new name, but I think he's going to have a lot to do with them moving the ball, and that's Legend Glasker. Is that the Glasker, or is it Isaiah Glasker?
Legend is the freshman.
Yes.
Is the freshman coming from Lehigh?
Yes. Is that who it is?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, that's not who we're playing. We're playing Isaiah Glasker.
Oh, we're playing the defense. Yes. Okay. Well, I set it up as the other, but just keep that as
okay.
Keep that as a tab, but we'll hear from
I'm sure we might hear from a Legend at some point.
After the first game.
Yes.
Right?
Right.
So let's just, hey, I've made a big enough mess of this. Let's go LJ Martin right now, shall we?
Oh, we got to do that now? We got to go to break first. We have a break. We're behind.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I didn't have any. We're talking.
That's okay. We got talking for a sec. I understand. We got to go. We're going to take a quick break. You want me to do this?
Yes. Would you do it?
Okay. We got more on. You're going to hear from LJ Martin and Isaiah Glasker.
Isaiah,
a little
not
BYU fall
legend.
camp check-in on the other side. You're going to get. Obviously, we'll have the coach. You're going to get Alex Napples on the other side as well.
That was basically a legal procedure on the offense.
More next right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Thinking about replacing your windows? Choose the company that builds and installs them right here in Utah. Advanced Window Products is Utah's local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to homeowners. Nate Orchard here. At Advanced Window Products, there are no dealer fees, no middleman markups, and no extra costs to cover someone else's profit. From manufacturing to installation, every step is handled by Advanced Window Products' local team. Every window is custom built in Salt Lake City for Utah's homes and backed by one of the strongest warranties in the industry. A lifetime warranty covering labor, glass, and parts. Even better, it's fully transferable to the next homeowner. Right now, get $2,000 off when you purchase 10 or more windows. Financing is available, and Dominion Energy rebates may help you save even more. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100, or visit us at advancedwindows.com. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Roll into summer in a new Chevy from Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. We've got cars, trucks, and SUVs perfect for fun under the sun. Together, let's drive.
Hey, Doug.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
The best radio in Utah is right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We passed upon the stairs, spoken walls and when, although I wasn't there, said I was his friend, which came as a surprise. I spoke into his eyes, I thought you died alone, a long, long time ago. Oh no, not me.
Hey, welcome back in. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scotty G and the coach, Alex Napolis, now sitting in for
Thank you
Scotty
so
G.
much.
Tim,
Also known as Alex Napples.
Thank you
apparently,
so much.
Apparently,
Alex
that's what Lloyd Siri calls me when he tries to call me, and
That's what
it's
it
like,
says?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, mine's Lackham.
Lackham, yes.
Tim Lackham. By the way, do you guys, real quick before we get to some of this audio, do you guys mess with the voice of your Siri?
Yes.
At all? So mine, I went with Fat Amy. If anybody know who Fat Amy is? I'm assuming because it's a musical movie, so I know you've seen
Absolutely.
it. Okay.
When I was in high school,
And it sounds just like Fat Amy. It's great.
When I was in high school, I had mine set to the you can do accents on it, right?
Yes.
So
Right.
so I had it set to the
Hence, I got the British.
The British accent, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so at any time I would feel like I was talking to Jarvis from Marvel, and I thought I was super cool in high school.
See, I've never been smart enough. The only thing I've done with Siri is made sure she knows what to call me, and that is Rock God.
Okay.
So when I say something, she said, "Yes, Rock God." I'm like, "Thank you." At least somebody thinks I'm good.
Appreciate that.
But let me just, before we get going,
Wait. Can you give us an example? I got to hear this now. Let's hear your Siri. I got to hear the Rock God.
Siri, what is my name?
Maybe, maybe not. You got some volume settings. Some volume
awesome.
settings to adjust.
I don't know how to do it.
Come on.
Siri, what is my name? Before I can help with that, you'll need to add a first name or nickname to your. I do have that.
Maybe you have to say, "Hey Siri."
Hey Siri.
Wow.
What's my name? Nope.
Nope, not working. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out coming up here on the
I'll
coming
know
up
you
on
as
the
Rock
coming
God.
on the break.
Well, see now I guess she must have been listening.
Left you hanging.
She knew it was live. Before we get going though, I want to say like the radio. This thing looks easy, right? Like to be able to bring it in and out of breath. You got stuff in your ear. I just want to thank Alex for sitting it in because if there was a radio penalty box, I think that last segment I would have been put in for high sticking and a 5-minute.
Well, you have
major.
been joining us on 97.5, the KSLSports.com.
Yes, that's what I was about to say.
I know, but still, I'm grateful to have you, buddy.
Thank you, man. I'm happy to be here. Always
Yeah.
happy to sit in and fill in for our guy Scotty G. And yes, yesterday I did have for the reference there is that Lloyd's making is that I did have a.
It happens. It happens
messed
to the best of
Messed
us.
it up yesterday. But you know what? Let's jump in.
I'm humble and hungry.
Absolutely. Let's jump in. Let's talk BYU football. That is Kalani Sitake's mantra, always for the football season and always for his guys and his football team. Humble and hungry, and that was the message and that was the vibe that a lot of people got yesterday as BYU kicked off day one of fall camp, and you can hear that even in the tone and the voices of some of the players. We'll listen to LJ Martin first. The big story with LJ, of course, is the fact that he had the chance to go to the NFL, decides not to take that route, gets healthy, comes back for his final season with what is intended to be his final season with BYU. And so here is LJ Martin from day one of fall camp.
Yeah, I mean, we're not really worried about stats or anything. We're just really worried about wins. And yeah, I mean, every time I'm trying to touch the ball, the goal is a touchdown. So, yeah, I mean, if I'm doing my part, we should win. And, I'll have whatever I need.
What was accomplished today in day one?
Yeah, a lot was accomplished, just going out there, just getting back familiar with the playbook and just competing again. So it was good for us just to come out here and get to competing again.
How much of a workload is maybe the first team offense, taking on in camp? Because with so much experience, are you guys just kind of pacing yourselves for the battles of the season, or are you guys kind of in the thick of it already?
No, yeah, I would say we're in the thick of it already. Yeah, we want to do a lot. We're trying to get ready, but also there is that happy medium of getting ready to have a long season. So I would say we're trying to do as much as we can while also being smart.
LJ, what were your impressions of the new running back? I think his name's Journey Tonga.
Mm-hmm.
Was he out here today, and what were your impressions of him?
Yeah, Journey was out here. He did well. He's a young guy. He knows the playbook pretty well already for someone his age, so I'm really impressed. And, I think he'd be really good.
Sione Moa back to his usual self in the backfield?
No, yeah, saw Sione today. He looked good. He was doing great in spring as well. So, he just picked up where he left off in spring, so I'm really excited for him.
So we haven't seen you on the field since the game before the bowl game.
Mm-hmm.
How did you feel coming back out here for the first time in whatever it's been?
No, yeah, I felt great. Just a little bit of rust to be shaken off. Just haven't had actually people in front of me whenever I'm running the ball or just going through things. So now having someone in front of me, going against one of the guys one-on-one, it's been fun and it was fun.
When did you get fully cleared?
Yeah, I've been cleared since about early June. So yeah, a couple months now.
Do you anticipate a lighter than normal workload, just considering what you've accomplished already in your career?
I don't know. It's whatever Coach A-Rod wants to give me. So yeah, that's going to be my workload.
What have been kind of the things you've worked on to get ready for fall camp and kind of get back to where you were last year?
Yeah, just getting my shoulder back, and then as well as just trying to be better all around, just speed, strength, and just also being smarter.
What's this team's level of motivation like, and could you feel it even on day one of camp?
Yeah, I think we're real motivated. I think we're really excited to be out here. I think we're having a great time, and you see all the guys out here. We're all enjoying just being back out here competing with each other. So I think we're really excited to play football again.
Multiple of your teammates have said that you are the best tailback in the country. That comes from your quarterback. How do you take that?
Yeah, everyone has their own best tailback, and if I'm there, it's cool. If not, I'll just have to go out there and show it. So, that's, anyone's goal. You always want to be the best. If not, then why you play? So, I'm out here trying to be the best and just keep going.
With so many returning faces, this offense, what's going to be different this year, you think? What are going to be some of the characteristics that may be different or elements to this offense in 2026?
Yeah, I think we're going to be able to throw the ball. We threw the ball well last year, but I think it's going to be a lot better this year. We got a lot of targets coming back, and we added a lot of targets too. So I'm really excited. We got a lot of guys with a lot of ability out there. So just getting familiar right now, and and then game one we'll have to go out there and showcase it.
Any plays that stood out to you from your vantage point for the offense that caught your attention that you could share with us?
One of our receivers caught a touchdown deep down there, so I was really excited for that. And so there was that.
Who was it?
I believe it was Jared Esplin. So he's a receiver. Yeah, he came over last fall, and he had a good showing, and he's been doing good spring, good during workouts, and I'm excited for him.
How much better can Bear be after a full offseason actually being here?
Yeah, he could be a lot better. Just going from high school to college, it's a whole nother jump. So he's I feel like he's gotten a lot better already, and I feel like he could take even a bigger step just, being in a college offseason and just getting used to things.
What specifically have you seen from him that's maybe different from last season?
Yeah, I would say the biggest difference is, he's just a lot familiar with the playbook, and he just knows where he's going. I feel like a lot of stuff pre-snap, he's already knowing what's going on, so I just think he got a lot better in that area.
LJ, the offensive line has big expectations this year. A lot of people saying good stuff about them. What do you see specifically where you think that they're going to be good this year?
Yeah, they just based off what they did last year, they did really well last year, and just today in practice they were opening up holes. They were doing a great job today in practice, so I'm really excited to see what they could do in games.
There you go. That is running back LJ Martin for the BYU Cougars. Really, really excited to see him return again for for, again, what should be his last year with BYU. There's unfinished business there. And I think, he hit it a little bit when he talked about it at media days. And you heard the conversations a little bit about the unfinished business of trying to come back and get over the hump and win that Big 12 championship, and be able to get back to the game to win it. And then, of course, having him back, I think, just gives that the confidence that the running game can be as elite and as lethal as it has been the last couple of seasons.
Well, as long as he's back there, they've got a chance at that. This guy is he's a warrior, and he's right there, on the verge. If he could have a season like last year, could actually surpass Jamal Williams and be the all-time leading rusher, which I think would be huge, just from a legacy standpoint. Those things are going to be harder and harder to break because guys are going to spend a little bit of shorter time at certain spots. So he's definitely had a storied career, but I think what stamps it, what galvanizes that is doing something really special. This team's been on the doorstep a couple of years in a row. And I mentioned just kind of the singleness of mind is what comes to mind when I talk to anybody from BYU. It's, you can tell a team's maybe not quite ready if they're crowing and, are talking about too far down the road. These guys are so in the moment. And you talked about LJ, like somebody asked, can you have the confidence this offensive line's going to be good? He said, I just ran through these massive holes today, right?
Yep.
I'm experiencing it in real time. So I'm thrilled for him. I think he's got a real chance to set that record, but more importantly, be a part of a team that goes to the playoff for the first time.
Absolutely. I also like that, Mitch Harper asked the question of what play stood out right during the first day of fall camp and immediately goes to the wide receivers. That is a big question for BYU heading into the season. And I'm sure the team has, they'll never say that they're on social media. They never say that they hear it, but they hear the noise. And so to highlight, right, the wide receiver and to say that, though, it was Esplin, he said, who's made a big play downfield, and to kind of shed some light and share the spotlight a little bit with that wide receiver room, knowing you have those questions coming into the season with that room. I thought that was a perfect answer for LJ.
Well, I think it just, again, it speaks to culture. Being part of being humble is not worrying about who gets the credit. So many teams are destroyed when guys get the single-minded disease, the disease of me. Mm-hmm. And, the locker room has to accommodate for something like that. That doesn't happen at BYU because the culture is top down. You're not going to find a guy who, practice what he preaches more than Kalani. And he is humble. I promise he's hungry. And that just kind of seeps through the rest of the team. And I feel like, I've said it just a couple days ago, in terms of the receivers, these guys are just names right now, but as plays develop and, whether it be practice or scrimmages, like these guys, this is their time to make their name. But yeah, deflecting attention from oneself to somebody else, man, he's seen his coach do it a million times. It's really easy for him to do.
Absolutely. Another big name, another key contributor returning for the BYU Cougars this upcoming season is, of course, Isaiah Glasker. Glasker also, having potentially the chance to move on and make the next step in his career, decides to run it back. Maybe necessarily didn't have the season that I think he expected for himself, but he's back coming in for another season with BYU, and this is what he had to say after day one of fall camp.
I think the team's looking good so far. I know our defense stacks, so it's going to be fun getting back out here and playing with these guys.
What's it like having Kelly Papinga as the defensive coordinator?
I definitely say he's an intense guy, but it's I feel like you learn something new every day from him, and I feel like especially being as a linebacker, it's like he was a linebacker, and I'm just excited for the season to come. So
Jay Hill was pretty hands-on. How was he in relation to how Jay was?
I love Jay Hill. He was a great coach. He was, like you said, super hands-on. I feel like with Jay Hill, he was more of like a safeties type of guy. He was hands-on with the safeties, and then you get Kelly Papinga, like I said, linebacker guy. So it's, you learn a lot from him. So.
What do you say about the team's mentality coming into camp?
I feel like really just the same thing. We take it day by day, and then when the season comes, it's going to be game after game. So really just trying to get our things together and, dominate this season. So,
what are your expectations?
Right now, it's just win our first game. That's all I can really say.
Does it feel weird to be back out here? 'Cause I know last year you were planning on being maybe in the NFL this time last year.
Yeah, definitely, yeah, for sure. But I'm excited to be able to run it back and hopefully go get that national championship. So.
Yeah, your cousin's on this team. Have you had a chance to go up against him yet?
Shoot, I'm just waiting to get those pads on and give him that welcome to college football moment.
Where do you feel like the defense's biggest strength is this year?
I feel like there's not really one specific. You got guys up front with Keanu, and then you got guys the back end solid, Falatau, Satuala, Raider. Like really all those guys can play, and then just our linebackers. It's really any guy can go in and make a play at any time. So really, just I feel like everyone has it. So
will that front be able to put pressure on quarterbacks without your help?
Shoot, I feel like they can do it themselves. Really, if anything, they're going to open it up for me. So I'm excited.
It seems like the defense has a lot of ball hawks returning this year. What does that mean for your ability as a team to create turnovers? Because I know that's kind of been the calling card the last couple of seasons, and you guys have been right there at the top of the Big 12 in terms of getting those takeaways.
I would say really it's nice just because, especially as a linebacker coming off the edge, it's always nice when the quarterback drops back there and he's just putting the ball. So I don't know, a little bit easier to get sacks, and I feel like we got those guys like Trey Alexander, Evan Johnson, these guys who can just lock down. So I'm excited.
How good can Justin Kirkland be?
I've never seen a dude like that before. Him and Keanu together, you're in for a long movie.
Being such a leader on this team, just what can you say? What do you think the identity of this group in 2026 will be?
I would say really just to make plays, and I feel like we're the hard-working team, and I don't know, I've seen over the offseason, dudes are taking that extra step, so hopefully we can just show it on the field this season. So
there you go. Isaiah Glasker meeting with the members of the media yesterday to kick off fall camp. Again, you hear the excitement in his voice of how much talent that defense returns, highlighting some key contributors, some elite contributors on that defense, like Keanu Tonavasa. And I think it's now it's up to Kelly Papinga to, of course, continue where Jay Hill left off, kind of pick it up and put his own stamp on it, but continue to be elite defensively for BYU. I'm a big believer in defense wins championships, and BYU has the defense to go along with that.
Yeah, the things I read, last night, just kind of perusing things, Evan Johnson's going to be a guy that probably, has a real chance to be a guy who's drafted on the first day of the NFL draft. I mean, that does not happen a ton at BYU, but I think this guy's for real. And then, we talked about Satuala, Uluave's kind of been the big buzz at camp.
Yep.
But I love Tonavasa in the middle. I loved visiting with him. Guy that will, respectfully shake your hand and then get down in a stance and rip your head off.
Exactly.
He's that type of nasty. So, I think we've said it. I don't know how many more ways you can say it. I think that in terms of talent, I think BYU is loaded. And even in Kelly Papinga's comments, he talked about the biggest difference in the era prior and the era now is that depth, is really the difference. BYU has always been able to go toe-to-toe pretty much one-on-one with one, but it's the twos and threes that come in and are vastly different in their ability to step in and play, and I think that's been one of the bigger differentiators for sure.
Join Scotty G and the coach tomorrow. Coming up tomorrow at RGS Exteriors from 10 to 2. Again, that's Scotty G and the coach tomorrow at RGS Exteriors from 10 to 2. We'll take a break. Coming up next, we got some tickets to give away, so make sure to stay here. It is Scotty G and the coach. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to This is Chase Scott and Ben Anderson.
I mean, honestly, this is uncharted territory for Utah. Other than Witt like to change his offensive coordinator every 45 minutes, we have not seen a switch at head coach for Utah, hardly ever. I mean, they are the Pittsburgh Steelers of college football. Kind of had a couple of coaches, and they've all stepped in and been very successful.
I think Morgan probably will try and find the sweet spot in being a little bit more aggressive. If he tries to go full Mike Leach on it, Utah's going to learn some painful lessons. But
there's more room for error than Witt thought.
There is, and I think
in a good way.
And we saw that in the bowl game. Mm-hmm. Deep down, Witt is a soccer coach, and I don't think that Morgan is a soccer coach. And when I say that, I mean you've got a 1-goal to none lead. Well, let's sit on that thing. Yep. Let's anchor it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Love that strategy.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, this is Aaron with Greenify Energy Savers, and I want to extend the incredible offer exclusively for KSL Sports Zone listeners that I recently introduced live on air with DJ and PK. For a limited time, when you purchase a new solar system for your home or business, Greenify will give you a Tesla Powerwall 3 backup battery free. That's right, you'll receive the battery at no cost. You simply pay for the installation. Already have solar but don't have a backup battery? Give us a call. We're also offering unbeatable pricing on battery add-on installations. And here's even more good news. Thanks to the partnerships we've built over the past 14 years in business, we can offer a 25% upfront discount on your entire project. Call us for the details. Every homeowner can qualify. Call Greenify Energy Savers today for your free no-obligation solar and battery quote at 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464. Or visit greenifyenergysavers.com to claim your free Tesla Powerwall 3 with your qualifying solar installation. That's greenifyenergysavers.com.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
This water bottle is 1 cent. Should we get it? Yeah, it's literally 1 cent.
A penny? Sounds perfect until you spot the $90 shipping. These are the traps hiding in your back-to-school budget. You're the one doing the math at checkout, so we did the homework. From shrinking notebook sizes to backpack surprises.
55. Too much for a backpack.
KSL's Matt Gephardt shows you exactly where to spend less and send your kids to class ready. Back-to-school bargains tonight at 10.
Visit Serenoni's Summer Warehouse Sale, Saturday, August 8th, 11 a.m. until 6 p.m. at Bountiful High School. Save up to 70% off luxury blankets, baby gifts, and more. Celebrate 20 years of comfort with Serenoni.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe.
Now I know y'all are tripping.
Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's Scotty G and the coach, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Napolis and the coach, Tim Lacombe, here on a Thursday. We got some tickets to give away. We're going to hook it up with a family 5-pack of tickets to go see Real Salt Lake take on Atlante this Saturday at America First Field. And so right now, if you are caller number 12, 801-575-ZONE, 801-575-ZONE, you can win a family 5-pack of tickets, RSL versus Atlante, Saturday, August 8th at 8 p.m. Give us a call, 801-575-ZONE.
Is this like one of your last chances to see Xavier Gozo?
He's probably not even suiting up.
Pretty big news, dude.
Tuesday, when they had that game Tuesday, it was supposed to be his final time, and then gets pulled.
Oh, suit him up one more time.
Yeah, got pulled. I would love to see him one more time, but yeah, I don't.
Hey,
I wouldn't count on it.
Came on the show, and his career went bananas.
There you go.
That's what happens when you come on the show.
I just
BANANAS.
Hey, how about before we jump into this? How about my Calcetines Rojas?
Calcetines Rojas.
Calcetines Rojas. Again, they won again.
Gotta get you. They did.
Who?
They won again last night. The Red Sox.
Oh, that's awesome.
What did you call them?
That's Spanish for Boston Red Sox.
Oh, gotcha.
Red Sox.
Calcetines.
The Boston.
Rojas de Boston.
Boston. Yeah, there you go.
Boston.
How about some supervillains in college football? This was an article that was put out earlier today by ESPN, and there's a lot of names and faces that I think a lot of locals here remember throughout their times following the sport of college football. The very first one on the list, number 10, it is of course Caleb Williams. You and
fingernails.
You and Scotty talked about Caleb. Was it last week or was it earlier this week? Where
his media interaction with him?
Yes, because of he's just always had that feel to him, the little bit of the diva-ness. You hope now that he's in the NFL that he's mature a little bit and he can move past that. But everybody here locally is always going to remember Caleb Williams for the fingernails and the expletive that he had there towards Utah.
Well, and the fact that, he talked to really big games and then,
and then never beat Utah.
But both games was left crying on the sideline.
And then even that game down there at the Coliseum that year that Cam Rising's hurt and they're rotating between Bryson Barnes and Nate Johnson. Even then, right, without a starting quarterback, Utah still goes down to the Coliseum and wins that game.
That was an incredible game. Like one that you thought, they're going to hang close, but in the end, this dude's going to figure out a way to get his team the win.
Yep,
because that's what great players do.
And Caleb will always have that thorn on the side of never being able to beat Utah, but he comes in on the list at number 10. At number 9, Deion Sanders, someone who I think here locally too will even continue to draw headlines, considering the fact that he is the head coach over at Colorado. Tim Tebow, which I thought was interesting.
Oh man, people hate Tebow, don't they, Lloyd? Lloyd, you're a big Tebow hater.
He, obviously, right, Florida and that team, the championship team, under Urban Meyer, had his, it was the face painting right situation that made national headlines, for Tim Tebow, and then doesn't necessarily really translate to the NFL level, but now he's seems to be a well-respected, guy on SEC Network and a voice on there that people enjoy hearing.
I think we hear the term right now, donor fatigue. I think there just got to be Tebow fatigue, period.
Yeah.
I think it was awesome in the beginning, and then, like this Taylor Swift. If I never see Kelsey and Swift again together, I'll be good, especially during a football game. You know what I mean? Just get overkill of something.
Right.
So, yeah, I think that's probably one of the bigger problems with Tebow is he got a lot of intentional for a long time.
At number 7, I thought this was an interesting inclusion to this list, especially considering it's an article from ESPN. But number 7, it's ESPN, the network itself being one of the biggest supervillains in college football.
They said, perhaps you've heard, but we hate your team. It doesn't matter which team that is. We hate them all.
Yeah.
I mean, because that is the narrative, right?
And
ESPN's against us.
It goes back to the SEC bias. I already saw it coming into this season, right? They do their FPI rankings, which they take all the analytics, they take the strength of schedule, all these metrics to rank the teams, right, based on their metrics. And, of course, it's littered with SEC teams. They litter the strength of schedule metrics with SEC teams. So it's always, when it comes to ESPN, it's always going to come back to the SEC bias and their refusal to acknowledge that the Big Ten has won the last 3 championships.
Which I tend to think is real. I mean, especially you see ESPN people get on around the time the vote happens, or they're trying to decide playoff teams.
Every year
they politic and push like they shouldn't.
Right.
And so I like that they're on the list because they should be.
Yeah, every year you have the biggest names popping on there and pumping up Alabama. It felt like that's what it was like last year. When the conversation was Notre Dame or Alabama, they had everybody they could jump on there to pump up Alabama, and then Alabama ends up getting into the college football playoff. Number 6, Notre Dame. Boo. Locally relevant because the Cougars play them this year. But the Irish, they're coming in at number 6.
That has to go to like the NBC, having your own platform that you negotiate, not being willing to join any not joining conference because they're beneath us.
Absolutely.
And of course, then the Golden Domes. I mean, there's lots of reason to dislike them.
I remember back when NIL was beginning, and I remember when this era of college football was starting, everybody, and I remember reading articles of people talking about how this era of college football benefits Notre Dame the most because they don't have to share revenue as far as the ratings or as far as the TV media rights deal goes. They don't have to share that with everybody, right? You look at the Big 12's media deal and everything is split amongst the teams in the conference, whereas Notre Dame has this deal with NBC and they don't have to share with anybody because they're independent. They're all themselves, so they have the money, they have the resources. They're bringing in incredible amounts of talent, and that's why I think a lot of people this season have the Irish winning the national championship. Not only that too, but there's stipulations in the college football playoff expansion that the memorandums of understanding that immediately puts in Notre Dame if they're in 11 or 12, that they automatically get their bid to the college football playoff. Because they don't have to share with anybody else.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And that is the reason I think there's disdain. But I don't know that, like, over the years, coaches like Lou Holtz did him any favors, and that sort of thing. This Marcus Freeman guy is hard to dislike. I really like everything I see from him. He's done a really good job. And he's brought Notre Dame along. I mean, they would have kind of up and down years, but he's got them, kind of where they should be in terms of their advantage. I think he's played that well. So as much as I don't like Notre Dame, I do like him.
Coming in at number 5, it's the 1990 Miami Hurricanes team, which I hear all the time is one of the best, if not the best, college football team of all time. Everybody always asks, the 1990 team versus the 2019 LSU team, which team was better, which team was the greatest college football. I always lean 2019 LSU. I saw that team live. I saw them on TV. I wasn't around. I wasn't alive in the 90s to see.
Well, and strength training is a thing. Yeah. So if you're taking guy against guy, I'd probably take the technology and science.
The defending national champions, right? They opened that 1990 season. They ended up losing to BYU.
That's right.
Yeah.
I watched that one from Boston.
So another local tie there, as far as that, what ESPN calls it, stunning loss to BYU.
Yeah, that was a stunning loss. They were preseason number 1, defending national champs. They go to Provo. And a young guy by the name of Ty Detmer just undoes that team. And yes, as arrogant and brash as they were, man, BYU tamed them that day.
Now, I learned about this guy last week, thanks to you and Scotty. But coming in at number 4, it is the Boz. The Boz.
Now, you know him as the sheriff in Dr. Pepper,
yes,
right?
Yes, I know him now as the sheriff in the Dr. Pepper commercials. But apparently this guy brought some fear to college football players back in the day as an All-American for Oklahoma.
Yeah, this dude was so tough, and the picture that's associated with his traditional haircut, he kind of cut stripes in his hair and colored them. Definitely a guy that loved the fight, and you can see him to now not playing football and kind of slimmed down as the sheriff of Fayetteville.
Coming in at number 3, Johnny Manziel. Everybody remembers the Johnny Manziel story, the antics and the craziness that went along with the true freshman quarterback in Johnny Manziel, and then, of course, his short-lived career in the NFL to wrap things up. Coming in at number 2, Lane Kiffin, which I thought was him being this high, I thought was interesting.
Oh, people hate Lane.
Yes, and then because I kind of, it's a little recency bias because I remember everything that happened last season with Ole Miss and his departure and everything that went along with that. And now you have the Lane Kiffin rule that's trying to be added into this Protect College Sports Act, so that way teams can avoid poaching coaches the way that the Ole Miss and the departure went for Lane Kiffin. But then I have to go back into the archives and remember everything that happened at Tennessee and his departure at Tennessee and how that all played out, and that ended up seeing him go to USC.
Well, and even take the wheels back more. He was made a head coach at 31 of the Raiders. Okay.
Oh yeah. Yep.
I mean, so this guy has a long history, and he can't help himself. He is going to make people mad and frustrated. So he's just been a lot of places. He's been from Fresno State all the way to LSU and everywhere between 1997 and 2026. So he's made many people mad. That's just the end of it right there. I mean, this guy is brash. He's confident. He's really good at his job. But he has that extra, I don't know. He always says the thing you shouldn't, I guess.
Yes. Very vocal on social media too. Always lets his thoughts be
so he
known.
earns that spot. I like it.
Everything that he says too on social media. Plus, one of my favorite stories in college football is the tarmac firing for Lane Kiffin.
Oh yeah, I've been on that tarmac, that exact spot.
Oh really?
Yeah, that's where we used to fly in to play LMU. So they were like, the ground crew was like, "Yeah, Kiffin got fired right there."
They should make it a tourist spot.
Exactly. Put a star.
Oh, that'd be awesome. And then finally, Steve Spurrier coming in at number 1. Of course, Heisman winning quarterbacks, won national championships, and big name in college football when it comes to Steve Spurrier.
Spurrier's he's the old ball coach, man, and he was brash enough back in the day. Somebody said, how do you think you'll play against Florida State? He's like, I call him Free Shoes University. Taking a shot at him across town. So definitely a guy who was always really brash as well. I would say most of the people on there, they probably deserve it. And they found a way on there. Tim Tebow probably just backed into it. Like I said, he's a good dude, but he was just too successful too quick. And then we had to hear about it all the time.
Any local supervillains? Huh? You think in the college football landscape of things?
Oh man. Well, I would say that BYU would say Kyle Whittingham was.
Yeah, absolutely,
right?
Absolutely. I mean, to this day, you still see people going at him and his comments right now that he's at Michigan and how that all went down. You still see all types of things going Kyle Whittingham's way.
I mean, when Kyle was at Utah and Bronx at BYU, there was zero love lost, and there was zero camaraderie or affiliation. Even though close ties, it was just kind of, there was a wall between them. It was like the Cold War. And I feel like Morgan and Kalani are tearing that down.
Oh, absolutely.
But supervillains through the years, there's been a ton. There was a BYU fan that went in the stands and started beating on, somebody. There was a cheerleader at Utah that got into it. Through the years there's every kind of story, so there could be a lot of dishonorable mentions.
That's the ranking there from ESPN on the greatest supervillains of all time in the landscape of college football.
That was fun. I like going through time.
That was fun, and it was nice to go back and nice little trip down memory lane too, talking about some of these older guys and remembering the times and some of the players before in the college football era.
Would you consider Lloyd a supervillain?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
No, absolutely.
I don't quite have him there either. I just have him kind of possibility of one. He shows signs.
He's on the watch list?
He's on the watch list.
It could be in the future. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Not right now, though. He's great.
All right, we got to take a break. Coming up on the other side, we'll dive into some more college football talk, as well as coming up at the top of the hour, we'll hear from new offensive coordinator for the University of Utah in Kevin McGivern. That's all coming up on the other side. It is Scotty G and the coach. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I think the Jazz want to make the playoffs this year, and they really have no motivation for not making the playoffs this year because their draft pick goes to the Memphis Grizzlies in the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade. How motivated are the Jazz actually going to feel to maximize the win total of this roster using all the assets available to them to get there? My guess is it's actually not as high as fans would think because they don't have to do anything exactly right.
The truth is they are dedicated to it, but that doesn't mean they have to do anything about it right now.
Sure.
But no, not one person in that building, if you went up to them and said, hey, is the Bosnian Beak your answer at center? Not one of them is going to say yes.
Right. Or Jackson Hayes.
Or any of that. No, they're not.
Yeah.
So, yes, they do need to address the problem, for sure. Do they need to address it right now?
I don't think so.
Absolutely not. No, why would they?
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Advanced Windows, Coach Lacombe, and you know what I've learned about windows, you don't really think about them until they're bad. You're sitting there and you feel the cold air coming through. Sometimes the noise from the outside, your heating bill's acting like it's tied to Brendan Sorsby's account, and that's why I like Advanced Windows. They're local. They've been doing this for more than 25 years, and they build custom windows right here in Utah. Advanced Window Products, and the big thing for me, efficiency and sound. If you've got an older house, new windows can make a huge difference in keeping the outside noise out and the temperature in. So if your windows are drafty, hard to open, or just look like they've been there since I wore shorts, maybe it's time. Call Advanced Window Products and get a free estimate. Advanced Windows make your house quieter, more comfortable, and a whole lot more efficient.
It's our summer liquidation event.
So we're making room for the incoming 27s, and we're blowing out all the 26s. Save huge on the Open Range RV Colt 17BH for only $12,995 or $141 a month, 0 down. Or the Heartland Prowler 2500BH for $16,995 or $184 a month, 0 down. Or the Heartland Cyclone 2214 for $54,995 or $414 a month, 0 down. All three models include an additional $699 dock fee.
We must make room for new inventory.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores, we're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, 0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
This is Colin Curie from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change. Retirement questions come up. Family situations evolve. And when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating so there's always space, even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
The
Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeCaux, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, welcome back. It's Scotty G and the coach, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is Thursday, so today's playlist is brought to you by Alex Napolis.
You, man.
Yeah, there we go.
You've done a good job, too. This is Ziggy.
Ziggy Stardust, David Bowie. Love David Bowie, one of my
Did you
favorites.
just go third person on you?
I did.
You
I
couldn't
did
say
use.
me.
I did use third person.
I mean, hey, look.
Alex Napolis.
I think we
right
probably fed this, right?
here. We did. We so did.
No. The only reason.
Hold on, let me scoot over this way.
It's only
Anyway,
he's
take it-
already hopping off the headset. Right when the mic goes off, it's like I'm out.
And I'm,
I
of
got
course,
people to see, babies to kiss. I'm out.
And I'm, of
Had it.
course, Alex Napolis.
The only reason I went third person was because I had to clear up the pronunciation of my last name.
Oh, that's true.
To make sure everybody got it right. It's Napolis. It's not what does Siri
Wherever
say?
you're-
Naples or Naples.
There you go. It's Napolis. Correct pronunciation out there. But yes,
we all
this
know
is,
that is a Naples is that's a place in
that's what I think
in Florida.
That's what I most commonly got growing up. When people would see it and would ask it, that's like the most common pronunciation.
Mine was I got wish I had the bankroll, but I was Lancome everywhere I went. Timothy Lancome. Hold on, can we stop things? Do you see an N anywhere in there? Yeah, no, you don't.
Timothy Lackham. Lackham.
Lackham, I could see as far as like the spelling goes, but there's no N in there. That doesn't make any sense to me.
No, but why it's simple. La, like, fa, la, 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 and comb. Yeah.
So hitting the news earlier today, On3 posted a video of the Purdue athletic director. The new Purdue athletic director, Tommy McClellan, in his introductory press conference, he, of course, talked about the university and, talking a big game. And this is what Tommy McClellan had to say.
Every recruit, every current student athlete will hear this message repeatedly. We are here to win championships. If you don't want to win championships, go to Indiana.
Just mildly tone deaf, if you ask me.
Yeah, he might necessarily, you might want to look and do a little research, my guy, because not only they win one, they won the biggest one that you can win.
Coming off of a national championship for Indiana, which of course, like 4 years ago, you probably, would have never thought so. Never would have.
And you could have said it 3 years ago.
Yeah, and you never would have.
Absolutely.
But even then, I was doing some research during the break of comparing the basketball programs too, because obviously Purdue has been known to have some good basketball teams over the course of the last couple of years. But even then, Indiana has 5 NCAA championships. Purdue has none.
That is true. That is very true. I mean, Gene Katie was there with that comb over for many years. Sweet Coach Katie.
So really, if you want to go and win championships, and if you
might
recruits, you
Indiana.
might want to go to Indiana. They have more in basketball. And then, of course, now under Kurt Cignetti are the new talk of the town in the Big Ten when it comes to football as well.
So that would be our, bonehead comment of the day,
yes,
right?
Yes.
And in theory,
Current student athlete will hear this message repeatedly. We are here to win championships. If you don't want to win championships, go to Indiana.
You probably could have thrown a shot at other schools within the conference, or somebody else who's struggling.
I get it.
Another
They're in
program
state.
struggling.
They're in state.
And they're in state. They're
Yeah.
your rival. Like, I get it. I get you want to fire up the fan base or whatever. But this just seems so silly, considering you have still yet to win a national championship in basketball, and you have, they're coming off their national championship in football.
Kurt Signetti is going to drop 70 on them.
Mike, that dude.
Like, that is going to be.
I think this
Have
last
fun.
season, they
know
dropped
that?
66.
How could you get up there and say that? Maybe they should say, maybe they have like a 30-day clause that if this guy says one more dumb thing, he's done.
He's out.
It
See ya.
seems such a silly comment to make on your way in, but here we are. We'll see if we'll see what Purdue is able to do under Tommy McClellan, and we'll see if
I don't think they're going to be winning championships. I don't think that's going to happen.
We'll see if he lives to rue the day for going after Indiana.
You don't want to win one, go there. Well, I hate to break it to you, pal. That's not our thing.
All right, coming up on the other side, we mentioned it. We'll hear from the new offensive coordinator from the University of Utah, Kevin McGivern, what he had to say about that offense and what his thoughts are on the first week of Utah football, first week of fall camp. That's coming up on the other side. It is Scotty G and the coach. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, and a state attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Hey, this is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. We've had some of the hottest summer temperatures on record, and our phones have been ringing off the hook with people complaining about how hot their home is. Well, the biggest culprit for this is the attic. Recently, I was in an attic that was 172 degrees. This is why your house is so hot and your AC is always running and can't keep up. At Greenify, we have a solution that really works. It's called Radiant Barrier Attic Foil. Radiant Barrier is a highly reflective foil that is stapled to the rafters in the attic. It reflects the sun's heat, which will make the attic and your home much, much cooler. Give Greenify a call today and we will brave the heat and go up in your attic and tell you how to get the cool comfort back in your home. We will also check out your insulation levels and attic ventilation, which will also help tremendously in making your home more energy efficient. And Greenify will make sure you get all the utility rebates that you're entitled to. Call us today and I won't even charge you for the visit. 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464, or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today.
Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, welcome back. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scotty G and the coach. No Scotty G sitting in today. It is filling in. It is Alex Napolis. And then, of course, you have the coach, Tim LaCombe.
I'm just my lighter over here.
Jamming out to some Jimi
like
Hendrix.
the concert in our days, we picked it. And this is my best job. Yeah.
I love Jimi.
Can you imagine seeing Jimi Hendrix live?
Oh, I wish. If I had a time machine, that is one of the very first things that I would go do. I'd go back and I'd go see Jimi Hendrix. And
straight greatness, man.
Yeah.
And totally authentic.
And probably Nirvana and Kurt Cobain.
I could get that too.
Yeah. That would be one of the first things I ever did with the time machine.
Well, mine would be Zeppelin.
Oh, yes.
That would be mine.
Absolutely. Utah football rolling on with fall camp. It is first week of fall camp as Utah State, and BYU all starting up the new season of college football. One of the big storylines for Utah heading into the season is, of course, how much difference are you going to see from the offensive side of the ball now that Jason Beck has moved on with Kyle Whittingham. He is over at Michigan. You bring in Kevin McGivern from Utah State. How much of that is going to differentiate? You've heard it a little bit through the first couple of days through some of the media availability and through some of these guys talking. Is a lot of the terminology is the same. A lot of the concepts and a lot of the ideas are the same. So I'm curious to see as far as the scheme goes and as far as how much of it does Kevin McGivern kind of try to go through and put in his own stamp while put his own stamp on it, while also trying to play to the strengths, of course, of Devin Dampier and his ability to be a dual threat quarterback in the air and using his feet.
Yeah, I think part of being a great coordinator is being able to modify to your personnel. And talking to Robert and I up at Utah State on Tuesday, he said that's kind of what I learned through the process, evolving into being, somebody that is mindful of what the quarterback does well, spends less time trying to improve the things they don't per se, and really leaning into the things they do. And I feel like that's something when you get a guy, McGivern's done this for 17 years. He's 49 years old. So it's a guy who's been able to test a lot of stuff, but I think he's right in his wheelhouse. I think he's going to have a ton of weapons. And then the other fun part for Utah is he's going to have a lot of mystery and misdirection and, be able to put guys out there in spots as decoy. Mm-hmm. Like this guy can really, really do a ton of things, but without physicality. Coach Morgan Scally talked about it. Physicality's got to rule the day. So all that stuff's nice, but they've got to be physical in the trenches and then be able to protect those guys, be able to open up this offense. And I think we will see not a loose and free Utah offense by any means, but I think we'll see a very potent offense that does more than just churn the yards on the ground this year.
Let's hear from him. It is Kevin McKiven, the new offensive coordinator of the University of Utah. He met with members of the media yesterday during the big assistant coach media availability. Here he is, Kevin McKiven.
Morgan has talked about how you fit your offense to the personnel. As you kind of surveyed this team, what do you feel like the strength of this team is and where you want to design your offense around?
I think always first and foremost, I look at the skill set of the quarterbacks, and so designing things that we feel like Devin can handle, that he can do well. Obviously integrating Bird into that, and what that package looks like for him, and what the volume looks like for him. And so I'm always going to look at those two components first. With the skill guys, a lot of different pieces there. So I think we can kind of mix and match some things, but utilizing two backs and what their different skill sets are, especially with Wayshawn and Daniel Bray, they both bring some different elements and different skill sets where you can utilize them in different ways than just ball carriers. And then trying to look at the versatility of the wide receivers as well. There's, sometimes those guys are just wideouts, but there's guys that that you can put into a little bit different roles sometimes as well with the wideout groups, and still trying to formulate that to its fullest extent, but starting to get a better understanding now.
Coach, Dev shared on Monday that he'll have the ability to kind of change things at the line of scrimmage, pretty simple stuff. But what has he done to earn your trust in doing that, and how do you kind of help develop that in him to make sure he's making the right decisions?
Yeah, just kind of always a slow process with that, just making sure that he has command of the offense, and so as you go throughout spring, you just kind of integrate little things here and there. He's already exhibited, even in the two practices we've had up to this point, much better command of what's going on. And so, he did some things in practice yesterday with some protection checks that were not anything that he did in the spring. And so he directed some things to handle some pressures in defense, and so we're giving him the keys to the car in that element. There's some different things on the perimeter with looks that he sees where he can get himself into the best situation based on the look that he's getting with route concepts and things like that. And so as we go and as he exhibits that command, we kind of put more on his plate in terms of taking control.
Last year, Devin said last year was probably the most banged up he's ever been in his career. I mean, had a multitude of injuries, but now he's fully back healthy. This is kind of a two-part question, so if you need me to rephrase it.
No, it's good.
First, just how has his mentality kind of evolved through the spring, coming off multiple injuries? And two, knowing how banged up he got last year, have you kind of catered the offense to kind of put him out of harm's way, given, you have a plethora of receivers to go to now? How has that changed at all, if anything?
Yeah, I think, my mindset-wise, I haven't really, seen much of a shift from spring to now, other than he just looks and he's moving, like he's healthy, but he's attacked all the practices. There hasn't been anything where he's really tried to hold back, or that you could see that he was still pushing through after the surgery in the off season and things like that. We tried to manage that in the spring as much as possible, and that, now being full go, you can definitely see the comfort level just in when he gets out and he's on the perimeter and he opens up, then it looks like a little bit different Dev than it did in the spring. What was the second part? Sorry.
Just given how banged up he was last year, and now that the offense has so many weapons on the perimeter, does that change maybe run heavy versus maybe pass heavy?
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say the run pass ratio. That can always change from week to week based on how you're trying to attack an opponent. But I think given the fact that we have weapons out there that we want to feature, then that could shift a little bit of the focus. I think what we tried to focus on in just with his development, knowing what he can do, has pushed him into that realm a little bit more. And then always sensitive to to how many hits the quarterback is going to take, whether it's how we're constructing our protection or what we're doing with him in the run game, and then also knowing how much he just creates on his own. And so, that's something we're going to have to manage. We're going to want to utilize his feet. We're going to want to create numbers in the run game, the advantage that you can have when you involve some quarterback run game. I don't think we want to take that element of the offense away, but in terms of the hits and the types of hits that he's taking, definitely want to manage that.
Over the summer, Devin took the wide receivers down to Arizona with him to train. What have you seen from him as his growth in terms of the leadership, but also just what does that do with the connection with him and the receivers and what you're trying to build? And is that something that is common for a quarterback to take it to that level in the offseason?
They're always going to. I think guys are always going to put in work in the off season, going to the extent where you take them down to Arizona and do something like that. Maybe not to that extent, but he is. I think by Coach Scally, myself, with Coach Gunderson, we've tried to push him into that leadership role, and guys are reacting to him, because of the type of player he is, and so he has influence that way. But just using his voice, a little bit more influence, and then creating that connection, creating that chemistry. The chemistry is something that we're trying to build on a day-to-day basis with the team and the offense in its entirety. But he's been more vocal, and you can tell that there has been a connection that is starting to be established, or getting established with the work that they put in the off season, and that manifests itself in practice the last couple of days. Also, there were, like I said before, he has the ability to change some things. And I want them to take ownership of the offense. I want them to kind of put their flavor on it. But he gave the receivers a check that we never talked about. So that was talked about sometime in their off-season training when they were together. And he saw something, and the receivers reacted to the check, and he threw a big play off of it, because of what he saw in attacking the coverage. And so, I just kind of looked over at Gundy and said, I don't know what you're teaching these guys, but that was kind of cool.
From the end of spring to now, where would you say the offense has made the biggest jump?
I just think I think from a cultural standpoint, there's a way we want it to look. There's an effort that they're giving on a down by down basis. That is something that has been established with the defense, prior to this year with Coach Scally, that he wanted to carry over and make it a team mentality in terms of the culture. And so we were really trying to push that. That was really coach driven in the spring, just getting that to show up on a play-by-play basis in terms of the consistency that we want. And so that is showing up way faster than it did in the spring. And so that culture piece of it is carried over. And then, in the first 2 days, two installs, and the first install kind of vanilla. And then we went from 0 to 100 in the second install with all the things that we're doing. But in the spring, that came as kind of a shock to him. Didn't handle it real well. There was, just the level of focus it took to execute that install. Yesterday, it was like clockwork. I mean, the way that they ripped through that thing, and there's always a lot of details, but how clean it looked from an operational standpoint was pretty impressive, the way they carried that over.
How do you feel like Bird's development, particularly as a passer, has been going so far this year?
Yeah, really well. We've pushed both him and Dev kind of the same way. In terms of becoming elite decision makers and having elite processing skills and being able to apply concepts to coverage, defensive looks, things like that. And so I would say Bird has made incremental progress. And again, early on in fall camp, that development through the spring is already showing up, and and I think where some of the tight windows that you would say quarterbacks are being a little bit risky, but as long as it's calculated risk, there's been some ball placement in the first couple of practices where you can tell he's much more comfortable ripping that in there because he knows what he's seeing, and it's not so reactive.
Listen to again. There it is, a new offensive coordinator for Utah, Kevin McGivern, addressing the media here as fall camp starts up for the University of Utah football team. And then, of course, you heard from Devin Dampier on Monday and through day one of fall camp. And the thing that I keep coming back to, Coach, the thing that I keep thinking about when it comes to hearing all the offensive coaches and hearing from Devin Dampier. I keep coming back to the term freedom and the freedom that now Devin Dampier keeps bringing up as far as leading this offense. And I think one of the nice things about Utah this season, too, is what you're getting out of Devin Dampier. You know the type of quarterback he is, and you know what he brings. And now you have Kevin McGivern who's saying, essentially, hey, we're giving him the keys to the car. We're giving him that freedom in the offense. And I'm curious to see what that looks like and how that translates for now what you anticipate to be a much healthier Devin Dampier. And what's the next level? What does the next evolution look like for Devin?
And unlike Kyle Whittingham, Morgan Skelly will do that. Like Kyle Whittingham, giving the keys of the offense, like letting the offense really do what
he would let you borrow the car.
Like you could borrow it, but
you ain't taking.
I'm
going
to tell you how to drive that car.
I mean, how many clips did we see?
I'm going to let you know. Last year was like probably the first year. I think you got a feeling of towards the end of the season, like okay. I really feel like Jason Beck is driving. Like,
he
really
drove
driving
most of the year, right?
Yeah, I feel like he drove.
Yeah, he did a good job.
Like, okay, he's actually driving because there's no way Kyle Whittingham is letting you call that play right in that instance.
I mean, the number of times through the years we saw him, walking furiously down the sideline away from anybody that could hear yelling, "Run the ball!" Up to the box, and look, man, again, like it's. Why mess with what works for you? And I think that's the most
Kyle
important
Whittingham
thing.
Won a lot of games
exactly.
doing that.
And sometimes you don't got to get pretty. You line it up like the not Blind Side, but the what's the other notorious football movie I'm losing, where they put the two teams together and
The Replacements.
No,
remember the Titans?
Yes, remember the Titans. Don't act like you haven't seen it. No,
God,
what isn't it?
You are
everybody's
such a
like,
fun
hey,
sucker.
Coach, I got to play for you, and he's like, yeah, we're going to run this play to the right and to the left till we do it right.
You don't have to name it right away, Alex.
Yes, you do.
Like you are an absolute fun sucker.
I'm going to be so honest.
I don't even know how you even know the movie anyways.
Took a shot in the
dark. How did you even do that?
Took a shot in the dark. It was the first football movie that came to my mind, and that's the one that I threw out there.
My next call was going to be Little Giants, but whatever.
Oh, man.
But, when he said that, just keep it simple. And Kyle's deal, man, he just wanted to line up and kick your tail. Line up and kick your tail, and they did it for years.
And then you go back to a comment that Morgan Scally made earlier this week during his availability, and I think maybe even kind of alluded to it at Big 12 Media Days, and it's the fact that you know what you're getting out of Colton Swan when it comes to defensive coordinator, and obviously Morgan Scally's fingerprints are all over that defense because they worked hand in hand together for years, and he trusts Colton Swan, right? He gave him the keys to the defense, and Morgan made it a point to essentially say, now I want to put my fingerprints on the offense. Now I want to put my imprint and my mentality on that offense too, and it's nice to kind of be able to impact both sides of the ball. So I think now to Lloyd's point and to what we're hearing with Kevin, what we're hearing with Devin, I keep just coming back to that freedom, and I'm curious to see what that looks like for Devin and even Bird, right? And even Bird Ficklin and what his role will look like in this Kevin McGivern offense, and how much they get him involved too in all this.
Necessary roughness.
What? No, it wasn't that either.
Any given Sunday.
And it wasn't
the program.
What was one with Adam Sandler in prison? And don't say Happy Gilmore. I'd take a wild twist. You got me all befuddled now, man.
Oh, man.
No, I think the thing that Morgan, he has going for him, and I experienced this, I was at University of Utah with Rick Majerus, and I've talked a lot about how tight he kept things, and everything was so detailed. And as a coach, you better have your, everything down to the nines, not make any mistakes and show no signs of weakness. I mean, that was how Majerus ran his thing. And then Ray Giacoletti came in after Rick left, and he was a really good coach, but a better human being. And he really went in there, and with the background of having come up and learned through Rick, that detail. It was almost a breath of fresh air when he came in and just said, guys, I'm not going to necessarily tell you exactly where to point your toe. Let's just make a play, right?
Yeah.
And it freed those dudes up. So usually your word freedom is a perfect word, and that team went on to go to the Sweet 16 that year. I think Utah is going to be really good. And I think that Morgan, the questions about him will not – there's never been one with me. But if people wonder if he can be a head coach, all I got is for you is wait and see.
And I know nationally there's questions. I know nationally. I mean, we've had plenty of guys come on here, jump on with you guys last week previewing the college football season, and they've came back to that question, right? Can Morgan Scalley kind of pick it up where Kyle Whittingham left off, and as a first-year head coach? And I think those questions will be answered pretty quickly, right? You look at Utah's schedule, and it ramps up perfectly, I think, for Morgan Scalley and that new coaching staff to kind of get their feet under them, kind of figure things out quickly. You have some pretty decent tests in the non-conference, and then you start off with Iowa State, with Kansas, and some games that you can essentially kind of ramp up the season and kind of ramp up where you want to get this team going before you have a really brutal stretch coming up late October to the end of the season. Now,
the schedule serves them well.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
The offensive line, they're going to go a little, today, you're going to do 2+2, and that's Idaho. And then we're going to add a little bit, now we're going to start doing parentheses this week. It's the SEC. So they're going to have an opportunity through camp to really acclimate. And then, the schedule progressively gets more difficult. But I think they're going to start out really, really hot.
Absolutely.
Friday Night Lights.
No, it was actually
Varsity Blues.
Monday Night Mayhem. Or, wait, was the Junction Boys, or was it Jerry Maguire? Show me the movie! Or was it, yeah.
Okay.
That was one of the ones.
Invincible.
With
the receiver.
Vince Papale.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
It's crazy you can remember all that stuff. But
we really could have put the screws to our guy Tim, and Alex is just
the longest yard.
No fun.
The longest yard.
I
couldn't remember.
I took a complete shot in the dark. It was the first football movie that came to my mind. I didn't know that was actually the movie that you were referring to. Okay. Sorry, I killed the fun.
Well,
a party pooper.
Everybody needs one.
All right, we got Sports Roulette coming up next.
American Underdog?
Sports Roulette coming up next here on Scotty G and the Coach. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined by Jim Williams, longtime sports media producer, director, and executive. Keep an eye out when MLB expands. Salt Lake City is quietly becoming one of the hottest sports towns in America. Sports Business Journal just vaulted Salt Lake from number 44 to number 12 nationally, ahead of some legacy markets on its best sports business cities list. What has changed? What's driving that?
I think a lot of it is people are discovering Utah. And I think what's driving it is look at the attendance. Look at the attendance at the Mammoth hockey game. The Jazz have always been strong. And then you've got, of course, Real Salt Lake. People are getting to understand numbers are numbers, whether you want to argue them or whatever. But at the end of the day, you want to be where you're going to be appreciated. This is a fantastic up and growing market. It's going to help the entire region.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Zach Bryan with Heaven on Tour.
Poison myself again. Something in the orange tells me you'll never.
Friday, August 7th, Rice Eccles Stadium.
I wish I didn't, but I do.
With special guests Ryan Bingham and the Texas Gentleman and Faye Philly. Tickets are on sale now at ZachBryan.com.
I think I heard you coming.
Don't miss Zach Bryan live.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
I have a dare for you. After you use your old mop and bucket, put on your whitest socks and walk across the floor. Now look down. What's that gray stuff on your socks? I used to have that too, until I switched to Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop breaks down and locks away tough messes. Take the dare. Try Swiffer Power Mop. White sock approved.
The smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap. Swiffer Power Mop.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Lessel's and IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let less be here for you.
Chevy is called the heartbeat of America for a reason, and Silverado keeps its rhythm. You feel it in the TurboMax engine with best-in-class standard torque, an available Z71 off-road package that keeps you rolling when the road turns rough, and the most functional truck bed with best-in-class cargo space. They're trucks that work as hard as you do, so you can do more of what you love without missing a beat.
See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Based on latest competitive information, excludes other GM vehicles.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
It's time to spin the wheel and talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, welcome back in. It is Scotty G and the coach, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is time to play Sports Roulette. We have a bunch of sports topics lined up on a roulette wheel. Lloyd spins it, and then we talk about whatever it decides to land on. Tomorrow, you can join Scotty G and the coach coming up from 10 to 2 at RGS Exteriors. The coach will be hanging out there at RGS. So go join Tim tomorrow at RGS. All right, Lloyd, let's spin it for our first one.
Jonathan Taylor gets that toast.
Yes, sir. Jonathan Taylor, the running back for the Indiana Colts, gets a 2-year, $44 million extension to stay with the Colts. And it seems like this offseason emphasis has been put on across the NFL to get some running backs paid. You saw Bijan the other day get his big payday. Now Jonathan Taylor gets added onto that list, and you know it's interesting because the conversation even maybe 3 years ago in the NFL was the running back. Is the running back not as important as it was back in the day? Is it not as big as it was in the day? Then you have guys like Jonathan Taylor, guys like Bijan who come into the league and come in, have fantastic seasons, and kind of revive the running back a little bit. Now they're getting what they money that they've earned, money that they deserve, and Jonathan Taylor is the next one added to that list.
That's right, and I can never begrudge when a man gets his bread, and when it's toast, it's even better. You know what toast is? That's mean it's almost all guaranteed. So you ever had toast just sit around for a while? It lasts longer than regular bread. So that's why toast, just so y'all know.
Yes. This does, though, I think, open up an even bigger can of worms for the Detroit Lions who possibly have the best
They have a
running
hold
back in the NFL, and Jahmyr Gibbs still hasn't been paid. That's wild to me.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how long the hold in lasts.
Yes.
It's friendly, at least he's not some other place just hanging out. But yeah, it seems to be getting tight, and typically if the player waits long enough, they get what they want. We'll see what happens there.
Yeah. As far as the revival of the running back goes, it feels like there are some of these younger running backs, some of these guys who are a big reason as to why this is all happening. Obviously, you have Saquon, who had his fantastic season with the Philadelphia Eagles a couple years ago. But then you have Jahmyr Gibbs, who kind of out of nowhere. I don't think anybody was really thinking about or talking about Jahmyr Gibbs when he entered the NFL. Now, like I said, amongst one of the best running backs, the revival of the running back, he's a big part as to why that's happening, and he's still just sitting out waiting for the opportunity to get his money. But as far as the Indianapolis Colts go, Jonathan Taylor broke onto the scene when he first started, dealt through some injuries. I had questions whether JT was going to be able to stick around and be kind of be a contributor in the league, but he's turned it around, and I think the Indianapolis Colts, I think in general, have turned it around now, and we'll see what they're able to do with what they anticipate is a fully healthy Daniel Jones.
Well, since entering the NFL in 2020, Jonathan Taylor is the second most rushing yards and scrimmage touchdowns behind only
Saquon. No.
Derrick Henry.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So he's been durable and is certainly getting those yards. So in turn, he gets his toes.
I remember that first or maybe second year too. Tremendous fantasy player.
Oh,
that second year with with the Indianapolis Colts. But then again, gets hurt, kind of has this little downward trajectory. But it's good to see him get back up there and get to a point where he's getting the money that he deserves. All right, Lloyd, spin it.
Belichick Jr. on medical leave at UNC.
Preface this by saying first, whatever the leave is, whatever the medical situation that he's going through, we hope that he is okay and can, move past it. But the hits keep on coming for North Carolina. Now it is Bill Belichick who is announcing today that defensive coordinator and his son, Steve Belichick, is on medical leave and out indefinitely for North Carolina.
And their season opener is, quicker than the rest. It's at week 0, August 29th. So it's definitely, coming faster than I think UNC is ready for right now. I think UNC has been through a ton this offseason. I think it's almost like one of those old motorhomes on the freeway that keeps losing siding, as it drives and the guy doesn't know it. And by the time they get somewhere, half their shell's gone. It's what it feels like's happening here. And Bill's just kind of driving, and, his young girlfriend's taking pictures out in front of the motorhome. And meanwhile, that whole thing's blown on the freeway.
Bill Belichick provided no further details and did not say what was obviously the situation happening with Steve Belichick, nor did he say if they were going to name an interim or somebody to kind of fill in for the spot, or if he'd be available for that opener on August 29th against TCU. Instead, Bill Belichick did say that it'll be a collective effort to fill in Steve Belichick's spot. The defensive staff would work together to essentially kind of take over as the defensive coordinators.
That's kind of an important
Wait, they're opening against TCU again?
Yeah. In Ireland.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, in Ireland.
Okay. They opened last year against TCU. I remember that was why UNC actually beat TCU, and you thought, maybe Belichick can do this.
No, so they were up.
They ended up losing.
And they lost.
That's what it was.
TCU had a big comeback, and they ended up losing. That game. I can't remember if it was overseas or not, but this year it will be overseas in Ireland. And Bill Belichick did say if he is unavailable for the season opener, then he will consider naming an interim coordinator. But for now, it's a collective effort.
Well, man, just at some point he'll realize there's a lot of carnage on the road. But to your point, you never joke with health.
Mm-hmm.
All the best to the Steve Belichick family.
Absolutely. But that's another person close to Bill at UNC that is now unavailable for whatever reason. All right, Lloyd, spin it.
What is Jason Licht doing?
This makes zero sense to me. Obviously, The situation down in Tampa Bay. You guys talked about it last week a little bit. Vita Vea, who is amongst one of the better defensive linemen in the NFL, has requested a trade. Baker Mayfield was very vocal about his unhappiness and his uncertainty as going forward as the franchise quarterback for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Both of them kind of waiting, sitting, holding out, whatever the case may be. In Vita Vea's case, even asking for a trade because of the lack of contract extension. Now you have the general manager, the decision maker, in Jason Litch coming out and saying no plans on trading Vita Vea, and they have full faith in Baker Mayfield still being their franchise quarterback. If that's the case, pay the players what they deserve.
Show me the money.
Show me the money. Exactly. Full Jerry Maguire.
Yep. We just talked about Jerry the segment before.
I get you have no plans and you don't want to lose Vita Vea. And I think, honestly, losing Vita Vea would be a massive, massive loss for Tampa Bay. But your refusal to go back and essentially pay some of the most vital players on your roster makes zero sense to me.
Yeah, it seems to be picking on the wrong guys.
Yeah.
Go find guys that haven't done very much and string them along. But go ahead and pay these dudes. So I'm with you. What are you doing, man?
And this kind of comes too after the one of the bigger stories of the offseason as far as the Tampa Bay Buccaneers goes with the refusal to extend Mike Evans, their longtime storied wide receiver. Obviously now older, the last couple of seasons having to deal with some bad injuries.
Hasn't been as good, no.
Hasn't been as great. Missed out on his record or on his streak of 1,000 yards or more seasons. He moves on. He's now at San Francisco. And now you have more, I guess, vital players, more leaders in that locker room coming out saying they want to be traded. Baker Mayfield has made it clear that he's not wanting to talk contract. He just wants to play ball. But the Buccaneers in a spot where they don't want to pay their guys, the leaders in their locker room right now.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me. You've got part of it is like we talked about with Kalani. Kids want and guys want transparency. They don't want games. So just tell them what they need to do and how to get it. But I feel like those two guys on that team have been pulling in the right direction. So, like I say, go pick on somebody else. Sign those guys.
Absolutely. We'll see what Tampa Bay, we'll see what they're able to do. Their collapse late last season, they started off the season really strong. It started off really good. Baker Mayfield started off well, and then it all kind of went downhill with the injuries as they kept picking up. I don't know if this is the first sign that the Bucs GM is thinking about rebuilding and thinking about heading another direction after that kind of after that team that probably should have done better, probably should have made the playoffs, didn't make the playoffs, and this is just their kind of way of like a silent rebuild starting. Saying we're not going to come out and actually say it, but this is how it starts.
We'll trade them to the Raiders then.
All right, we got time for one more. Spin it, Lloyd.
Red Sox.
Just say it the way it says it.
What?
No, I'm talking to Alex. I'm not. You're fine. You're great.
I thought you were trying to get Lloyd to.
No, I want you to say it.
I thought you were trying to get Lloyd to speak Spanish.
No, I want you to, because you
I
speak
speak
it so
Portuguese.
well.
So on the
cousins, lingo cousins, is that about what they are? You kind of. I see some familiarity.
Sí.
Los calcetines son o tan rojos, which means
the Red Sox are so red.
There
and
you
I'm just
go.
going to keep adding to that as the winning streak continues, unless it's scratched. So 30-5, last 35. Won again last night against.
How many in a row are they at it again right now?
I don't know. I'm not going to talk about that with you.
I can look it up, I'm sure.
I know, but that would be on your own doing. Last time I caused the fall.
Last time jinxed it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We started talking about it, and then those guys were like, oh, for sure they're going to win 25. Well, they've done well.
That wasn't said. I don't recall that. I don't remember that.
Yeah, I don't either.
Not exactly.
But I haven't seen Remember the Titans.
That's actually one of the few that apparently Alex has seen.
Yes, I have seen that
No,
one.
he was just like...
I have seen that one. Look, it was a total shot in the dark, and it just so happened to be the right one.
Could have as easily been the Walt Disney donkey kicking a football, Gus, which was don't watch that one.
Man, look at them go. They've won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7 in a row.
They will make it 8 in their next game. They do play tonight, right?
Tonight, 5:10 p.m.
Yeah. Right. So they will make it 8.
Now sitting at 62-51 on the season, sitting at third in the AL East. Los calcetines rojos son tan rojos.
Also known as
Rojos.
the Red Sox.
Exactly. All right.
Thank you guys for humoring me.
Absolutely,
I do appreciate
man.
it.
Let's wrap it up on the other side. Get you ready for Jake and Ben coming up in the 2 o'clock hour. That's coming up straight ahead. It's Scotty G and the coach. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I mean, honestly, this is uncharted territory for Utah. Other than Witt like to change his offensive coordinator every 45 minutes, we have not seen a switch at head coach for Utah, hardly ever. I mean, they are the Pittsburgh Steelers of college football. Kind of had a couple of coaches, and they've all stepped in and been very successful.
I think Morgan probably will try and find the sweet spot in being a little bit more aggressive. If he tries to go full Mike Leach on it, Utah's going to learn some painful lessons. But
there's more room for error than Witt thought.
There is, and I think
in a good way.
And we saw that in the bowl game.
Mm-hmm.
Deep down, Witt is a soccer coach, and I don't think that Morgan is a soccer coach. And when I say that, I mean like, oh, you've got a 1-goal to none lead. Well, let's sit on that thing.
Yep.
Let's anchor it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Love that strategy.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals. You know, football season's here, and you know what that means. Saturdays for football, and somebody's got to feed the crew. That's where Beehive Meals comes in. You get these great ready-to-go meals that you can throw in the oven, air fryer, whatever you're using. Of course, flat top menu as well, and boom, you've got dinner handled. And the coach's rule during football season, don't miss a third down because you're standing in the kitchen. Beehive Meals makes it easy. You get great food. You're not spending all day cooking, and you get back to what really matters. So whether you've got the whole neighborhood coming over or it's just you, the remote and a plate of food, Beehive Meals has football season covered. Be smart, eat good, Beehive Meals.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
This is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. If your home feels like it's overheating the moment the sun comes up, your windows could be a major reason why. In the summer months, inefficient windows let in heat and force your AC to work overtime, driving up your energy bills and making your home less comfortable. The problem is, most homeowners know they need new windows, but put it off because they assume it's going to be too expensive. At Greenify Energy Savers, we install high-performance AMSCO energy-efficient windows manufactured right here in Salt Lake City. So install times are typically just a few weeks, not several months. And most homeowners are surprised to learn that we can often save them thousands of dollars compared to other window companies while still offering premium windows with a lifetime warranty and flexible finance options. Don't spend another summer fighting the heat inside your home. Give Greenify Energy Savers a call today for a free no-obligation quote at 801-948-4464. Again, that's 801-948-4464. Or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com. Let us save you literally thousands of dollars and greenify your windows today.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Help maintain fun at Lagoon. Join their maintenance and construction team. Now hiring full-time year-round ride maintenance technicians and HVAC technicians. Great benefits and career opportunities. Apply at lagoonpark.com/jobs. Must be 18 or older.
Listen every morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with Jake and Ben for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Welcome back. It is Scotty G and the coach. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Annapolis sitting in for Scotty G. To my right, it is the coach, Tim Lacombe. We've reached the end of Thursday. Friday coming up, and that just means we are 1 week closer, 1 day closer to college football.
I think our, you and I's segments when we're together should be called Napples and Lackham. Like Lloyd's phone calls us.
That would be good.
That's good. No, I've texted you a few times. It's always great to work with you, but I get out and about on Saturdays, and I highly recommend if you're out there, you get out and drive and flip on the radio. These guys, Christian, Alex, every Saturday. That Saturday show is awesome. So jump on there and give these guys some love. They work really super hard.
It's Tune In Radio.
Every
Absolutely.
Saturday, 10 to 2.
I used to do a Sunday recap show on the NFL with...
Oh, sorry, 10 to noon.
Hey, stay in your lane.
You've already went away from it.
Stay in your lane, man.
I'm a Saturday show guy.
You stay off this 10 to 2 train. You'll be there soon enough.
Yes, 10 to noon. Me and Christian every Saturday. We recap the week, and then this week, we'll continue talking about fall camp, and we'll continue bringing you awesome, incredible sound from all the coaches.
And two of the kinder young guys I've met, this industry brings more kind of, I just like the way you guys do your business. So give these guys some love on Saturday. It's good stuff.
Always love sitting in and filling in, and it makes it even more fun, of course, when we're just getting ready and previewing what's to come with the college football season. I highly, highly recommend, too, if you haven't yet, go over to KSLSports.com, go to the podcast feeds, go listen to everything that we have from Kevin McGiven, from Utah's assistant coaches, Colton Swan, Luther Ellis, everybody, all the assistant coaches sat down yesterday with the media. That is all available where you get your podcasts. And then, of course, everything that we have from BYU and BYU said as we get ready for the college football season to start. A lot of really great insight, a lot of really great information coming out from both programs this week, talking college football.
Yeah, and loved our time up in Logan, being able to sit down with Bronco, McKay Hillstead, who's definitely put on some weight. Excited to watch him compete, but I just love this time of year. It's ramping up, and every show that ends means we're 1 day closer to football.
What is the expectation for Utah State, I guess, entering this first year for the Pac-12 in the Pac-12?
Well, I think every team there, whether they say it or not, they're kind of auditioning for their spot in being able to take the next step up, because that's you want to play the best. So, I mean, I think to me, I think they're going to have a guy who's been behind center before there. The guys that I talked to, they've got a lot of weapons, a lot of talent, brought good transfers in. But I think they're like everybody else at that level. Does it all fire? Does it all fire? But the expectation with Bronco is to be your best today. Not to get too far out in front of your skis, and just really work on being precise. And I think that will mean that, as usual, they win a lot of games.
Really excited how it looks as far as on the basketball side of things, and how that looks. Right, you add Gonzaga to the mix.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
The Mountain West basketball was already super, super fun as it is. Now it's under the Pac-12. It's now you add Gonzaga to it. Really looking forward to those matchups. But on the football side of things, I think that right now Utah State has a fun opportunity in front of them, where you can kind of establish yourself as being a contender and establish yourself as being one of the names in the Pac-12, right? It's not just Boise State. It's not just, whomever. Bronco, I'm sure that will have those guys hungry and ready to roll for the season, but I feel like you have a good opportunity here to kind of put your stamp on the conference and say, hey, Utah State's here to play. No, that's Bronco, man. I promise you, when he's around, and he's guys play, really committed football. So it's fun to watch. To watch it all come together. I'm excited for all three, major programs, and looking forward to them getting going. 1 week closer, 1 day closer to college football. That's going to do it for us here on Scotty G and the coach from Alexapolis. Big thank you to Tim Lacombe sitting next to my right, and of course, big thank you. Big thank you to Lloyd behind the glass. This has been Scotty G and the coach. Jake and Ben coming up next. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hundreds of children are experiencing homelessness, living in a family shelter with just the bare essentials. And back-to-school shopping is a luxury they can't afford. But you can help. The Road Home Apple Tree program provides a brand new outfit, shoes that fit just right, and a backpack. Giving is easy. Donate online or shop for a child in need. Visit theroadhomeappletree.com today, because every child deserves to start school feeling like they belong.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Les Olson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
Hey, Mammoth fans, the 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Be there for every goal, every hit, and every moment of the next season. Season ticket members get the best seats, the best value, and exclusive perks all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK. That's 801-325-PUCK to reserve your seats today. Don't miss a moment next season. Tusks up. 3, 2, 1.
This is Scotty G and Coach Tim Lacombe.
Joining us now, it is the head coach of the Utah State Aggies, Bronco Mendenhall.
I know you're so process-driven and there's a plan to every part of the season, but is this your favorite part?
There's an excitement that comes to the start of every season for sure. I would have to say, just in terms of full transparency, I really like the off-season. I like the molding, forming, crafting, forging the next team through the weight workouts and through the runs and through the early morning workouts and through spring practice. I think that's my favorite era. Nothing takes away from the season, or can it take the place of the season, and the excitement going into today, certainly at a really high level. I think foundationally that my favorite part is the formation of the team, and now this part where you get to see kind of the fruition of the formation of your program.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only two kinds of people in this world that need cold showers: pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We're all locked in now.
Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to kick off your afternoon drive with Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Allow me to introduce the best of the best.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ed, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, 202 along the Wasatch Front. Thanks to everybody, however you may be absorbing the show over the air, KSLSports.com, on the YouTube, and to our friends in the future via the podcast, we say hello. I note the time just to give a hearty thank you to Alex Napolis in particular, but Alex and we'll throw Coach in there too. On a day that I'm by myself, Alex, who's by the way doing a great job, but is on the younger end, so he's eager for airtime, I'm sure. Alex sees 55 after the hour. He's like, "We got to get out. We got to end the show. We got to end it on time." I'm over there in the other studio with Lloyd, like, oh, maybe Alex and Coach will do a crunchy one, like really dive into something. Alex probably has something, on top of his mind he's been thinking about for a long time. Now's the chance. Man, hard out. Got to end the show on time.
On our graphic, it says Jake and Ben 2-6.
Alex,
and they mean it.
Alex
and they mean it.
Yeah. They totally mean it. So Alex is doing a great job filling in for Scotty. Shout out to Alex. Very serious about the clock.
Remember how grumpy Lloyd used to get when we were 10 to noon?
Oh, yeah, and we'd go late.
Well, you'd wrap at 11:55.
Oh, yeah, right. It was the other
Scotty,
way.
Yeah, Lloyd and Scotty would go after
Oh, and you'd kill me on Fridays. That's right. They're like, oh, Friday at 11:55. Go ahead and wrap up that show. Man. So, yeah, 2:04 and ticking.
Well, I hope you've got a lot in your mind.
I mean, how could you not? Honestly, I'm
Thursday, August 6th.
at 2:04:30. Jake and Ben show.
It's been hot, dude. It's been hot outside.
Oh man, yeah, it has been hot and getting hotter just in time for the weekend. Thank goodness. I was worried we were going to have a pleasant, temperature weekend because my family is going to be outside this weekend, specifically on Sunday. So it'd be nice if the temperatures were a tad bit cooler.
I do think it's supposed to rain again sometime.
Oh man, well, good times. I was amused looking into this let's see here, this congressman or somebody running for Congress in Hawaii who got beat up because somebody asked him to turn his music down. Because Ben and I, it stood out to me immediately, and maybe we can play some sound associated with it later on in the show. But it did immediately remind me of a conversation that Ben and I had about places that music has infiltrated that we're not all that wild about it. And I think we brought up golf because I definitely do not like how music has infiltrated golf and everybody's just rolling around in their cart playing their, their music of choice or whatever. It's not my favorite thing. I think it was Ben. Wasn't it Ben who brought up music at the beach? Like, I don't want to listen to your music, pal. So, turn it down. So apparently this guy, this candidate for Congress, somebody asked him to turn down his music, and he said, "I'm armed with a gun." was so upset about somebody asking him to turn his music down that threatened them with physical violence.
This is a crazy video. I mean, he pulls out the beach chair and goes WWE style, and he tries to hit the other guy with the chair.
This is just a dude who says, "Hey, you can't talk to people that way." Let's see here. The incident began when a 61-year-old man asked Basin, this guy, to lower the volume of his music. Basin allegedly threatened the man by implying he had a firearm and would shoot the victim's wife. Wow. A bystander intervened, leading to a physical altercation, during which Basin allegedly armed himself with a knife and threatened multiple people before throwing it into the ocean. The knife was later recovered by police. Dude, you know what? We play music on the beach in the Outer Banks, when we're there sometimes. It's usually at an appropriate level, and it's nice most of the time out there where you have a significant gap between the party that's next to you. Like, I don't even know if the people next to us can hear music. But if you go to the beaches in Southern California, what's the famous one in San Diego? Pacific Beach, right? PB? Man, you're lucky if you got a spot for a towel. You know what I mean? So if you've got your boombox down at Pacific Beach and you're blasting the Macarena, I got to side with Ben here. I think that's discourteous.
So, congressional candidate threatens to shoot another man's wife.
And why pick his
Gets
wife?
Beat up.
Yeah.
How do you feel about his chances? Is it safe to say that he's not going to make it?
I don't think he's going to win, no.
Not a candidate anymore.
No, and you know what? Apparently this kind of justice really plays in Hawaii. Because do you remember, what was it? Somebody threw a rock at a seal? Do you remember that controversy? In Lahaina, also in Maui? And someone, it was it was a seal, right? Or a sea lion?
So. Yeah.
That had come back after the fire and had become somewhat of a mascot for Lahaina and Maui. And some millionaire idiot was throwing a rock at it. And then he got beat up. Somebody showed up at his door and beat him up. I'm fine with it, by the way.
In May 2026. Was that recent?
Yeah.
Coconut-sized rock.
And filmed himself doing it, right? Or somebody did. And then he went off and said, I don't care, and was really ugly about it, right?
He's pled not guilty. And then the video below it is the video of him doing it. Like the news article, pled not guilty. And then the video evidence is right there.
Is right below it. Yeah. And then that guy got beat up. Somebody showed up and beat him up.
And deserved it.
Yeah, and deserved it.
This candidate at the beach looks like he deserved it.
You know, life is funny. We talked about this with Sharon Moore, right? One day you wake up and you're the head football coach at Michigan. And when you go to bed at night, you're in jail. You're unemployed and in jail and have been humiliated nationally. Like, this guy woke up, a candidate for Congress in the state of Hawaii, went to the beach, got way too into the Oingo Boingo or whatever he's listening to at the time. Some geezer, some old guy was like, "Hey, pal, you know what? I'm not into the dead man's party. All right, can you just turn that down?" Then the congressional candidate threatens to shoot the guy's wife, then gets beat up, then gets arrested. Again, goes
not a candidate anymore.
Not a candidate anymore, or I would think not a real viable one. So there you go. That's the internet sensation thing out there today. As a congressional candidate getting beat up, and justifiably so. Are you the type of person, Christian, that will confront someone if they're being rude?
It's something I got to work on, I think. I think I'm too passive. I think I need to be a little more confrontational when the time calls for it.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Okay, so I'm generally what you are. Just go along to get along. Like, it's fine. Whatever, right. I'll deal with it. I did speak up. Tell me if you do the same thing. I did speak up one time. I've got the aisle seat in a plane. Guy sitting across the aisle from me is some sort of manager / boss, right? And he's on a business trip, obviously, because he has some of his employees that are sitting other places on the plane. 2 of them. And then those 2 guys took turns standing there and talking to the boss. So when they did that, like, for long periods of time.
Sir, the fasten your seatbelt sign is on. Can you sit down?
So these guys' backside is directly, is inches from my face for extended period of time. And then they just kept taking turns. When one sat down, the other went back up there. And I, at one point, said, "Hey, listen, this has got to stop. Like, you guys need to go back to your seat and you need to stay there and find a different time to have a meeting, because I can't handle this anymore." And they gave me a bunch of attitude, but they did it.
Okay. I would have gone more passive. I would have probably gone to the bathroom and brought it up to the flight attendant or something instead of directly confronting the guy.
Yeah. But I mean, honestly, if it was just a couple of minutes during a 4-hour flight.
No, but you had a face full of tush.
For like an hour.
Yeah, that's nobody wants that.
All right. Well, anyway, they were nice enough to do it, by the way. Unlike this guy who...
You didn't have to beat him up.
Who could not be bothered to turn down his music. Oh, man. I'll give him this. I bet more people know the name Kirill Basin today than they did a couple of days ago. So maybe there's mission accomplished, right? Name recognition. That's a thing in politics.
Yeah, he's probably going to start like a YouTube channel or a TikTok or something.
I think that's about all he has left.
Right, yeah. He's not making it in a Congress, but his name is infamous enough now. He's going to try to capitalize on this.
Yeah, but now he's rude guy that got beat up at the beach. Just like
there's an audience for that.
Just like the rude guy on the golf course that got beat up by the hockey player. I mean, now you are... Now you're not known as Kirill Basin congressional candidate. You're known as Kirill Basin congressional candidate that got beat up at the beach. Life comes at you fast, Christian. Life comes at you fast. We played Kevin McGivern yesterday on the show. We can salvage some football here. And I heard it again when Tim and Alex played it before their abrupt exit from their on-time exit from their show. I did hear them play that. And I listened again to, and I think it might have been Bartle's question about giving Devin Dampier more authority about check downs and things like that.
Like that?
And it was a good question, and Kevin gave a good answer. You know, it's a coming of age question, right? You've got a really experienced quarterback that had a bunch of success, you know. And I can't remember how Steve asked it, but it was like, how did you decide to empower him? And then Kevin gave a really good answer and talked about some examples of his leadership and what he saw in practice. And it was it was all very good. But the snarky side of me couldn't help but thinking, you know, Kevin probably wanted to say, because I've watched him play football and he's been doing it for quite a long time. And that's what happens when you're a quarterback at the D1 level after this many years of experience. Next question. You know, but it is a good sign that he is open to that. Some coaches are much more hard-nosed about latitude that they hand their players. But I think most good coaches with upperclassmen quarterbacks take advantage of the fact that they have a veteran. You know, Bear Bachmeier is going to get more of that authority at BYU, and he'll get all the authority if he stays another year. You know what I mean?
Yeah, how many pass plays did they run in the first 2 games last year when Bear was a freshman, right?
Right.
They're just training wheels. But then you look at like Noah Fafita at Arizona and how long he's been around and how in sync he is with the coaching staff because he is so experienced.
I do enjoy giving you history lessons, Christian. But do you remember, Kyle, you must have been, what, like 3 years old. Do you remember the 2008 Sugar Bowl?
I was 8.
You were 8.
So vaguely.
Vaguely. Okay. Andy Ludwig was the offensive coordinator. Witt's first 4 years at Utah going up to 2008. And he wasn't popular. He wasn't. He had had a rep for overthinking it. And a lot of the time, even in 2008, the offense was viewed as kind of clunky. And they had 2 monster comebacks that season to stay undefeated. And they were against Oregon State and then against TCU. And the one against TCU was wild. It was wild. I did a post-game show from TGI Fridays on Foothill. And Brian Johnson came to our post-game show. Like, I don't know where he was headed. He drove right to Fridays after he got out of the locker room and threw on the headset. Brian was so rad. He was so cool. It was such a boon for us. After that game in particular, I mean, wild stuff.
Was that Andy Dalton TCU?
Yes. And how they won both those games basically offensively was Brian Johnson, who was at this point senior, seasoned, seen it all, started running the no huddle with the offense, and he would just call everything at the line, and they won those games. Fast forward to the Sugar Bowl. What did Utah had an offensive game plan from the very start against Alabama, which caused the rush to get all over them, and eventually it did the Crimson Tide in. You know what that strategy was? Let Brian Johnson call everything from the line of scrimmage, and they played this no huddle, and Alabama was kind of fat and out of shape because they'd had a month off or whatever it was, you know, thinking that they'd just roll in and stomp Utah, the lowly little Mountain West team. And Brian Johnson was all over them. And all of a sudden, Utah scoring points, and then the rest is history. As far as Ludwig goes, he left for Kansas State to be the offensive coordinator there, kind of a parallel-ish move, because the rap was, wow, Utah's offense wasn't great until Brian Johnson was the one who actually started making the decisions. And thus, that little narrative led to Brian Johnson being the offensive coordinator, like, I don't know, 3 years later when he was super young. 4 years later, he was the quarterback coach, and then all of a sudden the offensive coordinator, because everybody's like, well, Brian Johnson, when Brian Johnson was calling the shots. And it was true to Brian's credit. But my long-winded point is, when you've got a really experienced quarterback that can read the defense and decide where the weaknesses and where the right way to attack in the right place, and you can diagnose that at the line of scrimmage, you use that as much as you can. Peyton Manning made an entire living out of doing all that. You remember how annoying Peyton Manning was to watch play football?
Yeah, the Colts-Bears Super Bowl, where it's Manning on one side and then Urlacher on the other, and they're constantly, they take all 25 seconds from the play clock, just changing plays back and forth.
I mean, his whole Omaha Productions thing, that's because everybody in the country could hear him scream Omaha for 25 minutes before they would snap the ball. It's the most obnoxious thing to watch ever. But what was the point? Peyton Manning looked out. He knew what was coming. He knew exactly where everything needed to be attacked. He adjusted, and then the Colts had the prolific offense that they had for most of his career. And he sucked in Denver, so I'm not going to add the donks to this conversation.
That's okay. It's a Utah conversation. That's fine.
So, I mean, I think it shows that Kevin McGivern is smart enough to recognize if I've got an upperclassman quarterback that is perfectly capable of giving us an advantage.
Well, why else would you bring him back?
Yeah, I mean, it just makes a ton of sense. So I thought it was a great question. And I thought he gave a great answer, but it kind of led me down the mental rabbit hole of no duh. I mean, he was good last year. He was really good last year. It was a really good decision maker in particular. If you want to maximize that, well, yeah, of course you want to maximize that. And I think he will. I think he will be very good this year. We'll see how he evolves as a passer, because how much of his struggles passing the ball last year were, I don't know, culture
or roster inflicted,
or even injury inflicted. Which
we know he was injured, so we will see now that he is fully healthy.
So let's see how he is as a passer. It's not like he doesn't have anything to prove, but from a decision making standpoint and a leadership standpoint, and I mean, he's very charismatic. Talk to him for 2 minutes and you'll figure that out. PK, who's going to be on the show later today in the 5 o'clock hour, PK is going to jump on with us for Live at 5. He was calling him the best leader Utah's had since Brian Johnson. And I could probably get on board with that. I don't know. We don't always get the whole leadership story. You know what I mean? But
it's hard to know that from the outside.
But it would appear that that's a strong quality of his, and that position requires it most of the time. So, let him get up there and do his thing. And it's probably a pretty good sign that he's picked up the offense fast enough, because McGivern talked about that too, that he's able to maximize some of those things.
Again, in this day and age, especially for programs like Utah, when you
return, like that, if you would.
Or like that.
Like that?
When you bring your quarterback back, that tells everybody what you think about them. Because every year, you have to constantly pitch on them. You have to constantly recruit them and recruit against everybody else in the country. I'm sure a lot of teams, probably Michigan included, wanted Devin Dampier. And there's a reason that Utah fought tooth and nail to bring him back.
Probably a good sign, yeah.
They tell us how they feel about him with their actions.
And even when they're wrong, sometimes they accidentally are right, as in Cam Rising.
Right.
Where they continued to try and play other players besides Cam Rising.
What are you, the fourth string quarterback? Is the kicker available? Can we get the punter in there and throw a pass?
It's funny that stuff happens. That it happened at BYU with Brandon Doman. The great Lavelle Edwards tried to move him to safety a bunch of times. And he's like, no, dude, I'm a quarterback. And then they have to play him. And all of a sudden they've got an All-American on their bench. You know what I mean?
Do you see that there's a safety at Michigan who quit because he was like the highest ranked running back in 24, and Witt got there and moved him to safety?
Yeah, I did not. But that, yeah. You know what? In all honesty, it's harder to get away with that sort of thing when you're dealing with
the best recruits in the country.
The best recruits, yeah.
That's why Witt had to do it here, is because he didn't have that.
Because you can take a, fourth tier receiver and say, hey, pal, you're going to play corner, and they have to listen to you, or they're not going to play.
This is your only shot at college football.
But that running back can go somewhere else and play running back.
Exactly.
And offense gets attention, Running backs get attention. Oftentimes, well, at Utah, Witt always turned out to be right. The players that he moved to defense, I can't think of one that turned out to be wrong. You know, if you go from Sean Smith to Paul Kruger, I mean, how many, the list goes on and on, to who was the quarterback from Utah County that he flipped? It was a linebacker, played in the NFL. God, why am I blanking? Because Norm Chow pretended for a spring ball that he could play. Chase Hansen, that he could play quarterback. And then I think he went on his mission and came back, and it's like, yeah, bro, you're a linebacker. But Witt always turned out to be right. You know, this running back will probably be just, you know, another running back. But if he listened to Witt, he could probably be an NFL star. You know what I mean? But ego gets in the way. Attention gets in the way. How dare you? Because scoutfans.com had me as the 6th running back in the country or something stupid. He'll probably go to, I don't know, another Big Ten school and be 2nd or 3rd string. You know what I mean? Because Witt isn't flipping the star.
Yeah, if this dude was good, Witt would have said, oh, great, I need a running back. I like to run the football.
Chase Hansen was never going to be a star quarterback, you know? Paul Kruger was a quarterback, never going to be a star quarterback. Sean Smith played, do you know that origin story on how he ended up being a corner at Utah? It's a great story. I hope I do it justice. But Sean Smith and Brent Castile were talking trash in practice. And Sean said to Brent, I believe, and I think it was Brent Castile. I wish I should have written this stuff down. But Sean Smith said, oh, man, even I could cover you. And he said, okay, prove it. And then they did like a snap with Sean's playing cornerback, and the coaches just happened to see it. And then, you know, you can
come over here.
You can hear the coach on the bullhorn, right? Like, show us that again. Show us that again, you know? And then next thing you know, next practice, he's playing corner, never played receiver again. But he was a receiver on the roster for at least a season or two and was just a guy, you know, just another receiver, far from a standout. Dude played in the NFL forever. Speaking of that Sugar Bowl, he shut down Julio Jones in the Sugar Bowl by himself. I mean, he turned out to be one heck of a player. So this running back would do well to actually listen to it, but tough to do that when you've got such high-profile recruits.
Yeah, they don't want to listen.
Nope. All right, top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. How about that, Alex? How about that long segment, pal, of radio brilliance? So glad he got out on time. All right, more next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah is dry, but did you know it's one of the driest states in the country? Water runs Utah, and we can all do something to conserve it. Slowtheflow.org has tons of tips for saving water. In fact, you could save up to 795,000 gallons of water this year with these simple changes, preserving Utah's beauty and economy. Visit slowtheflow.org to learn more and save a little money on your water bill.
Technology never stands still. Neither does Les Olson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
It's our summer liquidation event.
So we're making room for the incoming 27s, and we're blowing out all the 26s. Save huge on the Open Range RV Colt 17 BH for only $12,995 or $141 a month, 0 down. Or the Heartland Prowler 2500 BH for $16,995 or $184 a month, 0 down. Or the Heartland Cyclone 2214 for $54,995 or $414 a month, 0 down. All 3 models include an additional $699 dock fee.
We must make room for new inventory.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores, we're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, 0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Get hunt ready before you head into the backcountry. Gear up at Mountain Land Truck Outfitters. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment, and you'll get a free $25 Maverick G card. Don't miss this limited time hunting season offer. Visit your nearest Mountain Land Truck Outfitters location or shop today at mtnlndtruck.com. Offer valid through August 31st, 2026 or while supplies last. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment to receive one free $25 Maverick gift card. Limit 1 gift card per customer account while supplies last.
Hey, honey, I was thinking about updating the house a little.
A little?
You know, new siding, new windows, gutters that actually work, maybe even a new deck.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, I called RGS Exteriors.
Well, that's a good decision.
When it comes to upgrading your home's exterior, the right choice is easy. RGS Exteriors specializes in siding, windows, gutters, and decking that transform the look and protection of your home.
Hi, Tim Brown, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
Hey, Mammoth fans, the 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Be there for every goal, every hit, and every moment of the next season. Season ticket members get the best seats, the best value, and exclusive perks all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK. That's 801-325-PUCK to reserve your seats today. Don't miss a moment next season. Tusks up.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Stay tuned. Coming up at a little over 10 minutes from right now, we are going to talk to former college football writer Dennis Dodd. Dennis is now retired, but still willing to jump on and give us his thoughts. Dennis, one of the greats. If you ever went to Pac-12 Media Day or Big 12 Media Days, even up until recently, you would always spot Dennis right there asking questions with his phallically challenged dome.
I knew that's where you were going.
I don't mean to be mean. It just, you could spot him from across the room. But no, truly one of the greats. I'm super excited to talk to Dennis and find out what he thinks about the future of college football and where it is we're going or not going. So stay tuned for that. Right now, it's time for the top 3 stories of the day. KSLSports.com. Brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, we spent some time talking about BYU's passing attack yesterday and how we think that's going to look. Well, L.J. Martin, Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year, he has pretty high hopes.
I think we're going to be able to throw the ball. We threw the ball well last year, but I think it's going to be a lot better this year. You know, we got a lot of targets coming back. We got a lot of guys with a lot of ability out there. It's just getting familiar right now, and game 1, we'll have to go out there and showcase it.
It's kind of interesting to hear him talk about the pass game because last year he was such a safety blanket for the pass game. I mean, BYU with the true freshmen, their passing offense oftentimes was predicated on LJ Martin and his effectiveness. I mean, it's just the natural rhythm of football. And now that you don't have a freshman quarterback and a quarterback who is capable of more, what does that open up for the offense? And actually, and this sounds counterintuitive, but it's not. It's going to make LJ Martin's job a lot easier because other teams can't stack the box and concentrate only on taking him away, which made his life very difficult, and he was still extraordinarily successful. And so, it's BYU's offense should be pretty fun. And he's got a great offensive line to run behind. I mean, I don't know if he'll repeat as Offensive Player of the Year, but I expect him to have a pretty good season.
Yeah, he wants the passing attack to be good because that makes his life easier. That's less on his plate. And also team success and all that fun stuff.
All right, Christian, what's next?
Number 2, did you see this? Kevin Durant was asked about LeBron joining Philadelphia and basically who's the bigger bandwagon, which situation is worse. Kevin Durant said, it ain't close, LMAO. Joel Embiid, MVP recently. Jaylen Brown, recent finals MVP. Tyrese Maxey, all-star the last 3 years. We all know what LeBron does. Meanwhile, Klay Thompson, never an MVP candidate in nothing. 22 points a game.
I think, how do I want to put this? I don't care who's the bigger bandwagon fan or bigger bandwagon player. I absolutely don't care. And once you leave your team for a better team, you should relinquish any ability to have an opinion on who's a bandwagon player and who is not.
I think that's totally fair.
Kevin Durant left his team to join a team that had just been in the finals and had won the championship the year before. LeBron left his original team to join 2 other Hall of Famers in Miami and then has done it multiple times since. So I don't want to listen to Kevin Durant's opinion about who's more of a bandwagon player and who's not. Don't forget, Kevin Durant went to Brooklyn with Kyrie Irving and James Harden, trying to form a super team or whatever. Him actually caring about who's perceived as a bigger bandwagon player, I actually think is very telling on Kevin Durant himself. Like the fact that he'd be criticizing LeBron for it tells me he feels bad about or he knows what he did was a bad look. You know what I mean?
He's been clowned for it for 10 years.
And so he's now saying, no, this guy did it worse. And it's like, dude, that doesn't let you off the hook for anything. If you wanted to be a legend, if he wanted to be not seen as a bandwagon player, he would have stayed in Oklahoma City. But he didn't prioritize that. If his legacy was all that important to him, he didn't prioritize that. LeBron didn't either. But you can't call someone else out, right?
Right.
Like my 5-year-old can't call out another kid for being a nose picker. You know what I mean?
Throwing rocks from a glass house.
All right. What's next?
Number 3, I know you're going to love this one. The NFL preseason officially begins tonight. It's the Hall of Fame game. Tiny Hands going to be starting for the Carolina Panthers. Carson Beck going to be starting for the Arizona Cardinals.
Tiny Hands is on the Panthers? When did that happen?
This year, I think.
Oh, old Pickett.
Yeah, he's bounced around a few times already.
Now, I'm guessing you're going to be watching this.
I will, yeah, because I have nothing better to do.
Why? Yes, you do. I could list you a million better things to do than watch that game.
Dude, I'm going to put my kid to sleep, and I'm going to turn on this horrible football game.
Speaking of nose picking, put that on the list for better than watching a better thing to do than
my own.
Than
picking
watch,
my own nose.
Yeah, than watch the Panthers and the Cardinals in the first game of preseason.
That's fair. It's not for everybody. This game in particular.
do some laundry.
What about watching like the Hall of Fame inductions? Does that move the needle for you? You like seeing those videos?
No.
Okay. You're heartless.
Unless somebody really bombs a speech. If somebody really bombs a speech, I'll watch.
That's fair.
If Michael Jordan clowns Brian Russell, I'm going to watch that.
But so you're an East Coast guy. You don't even have a glimmer of, wanting to root for the Panthers tonight?
No.
Okay.
No, I have no opinion on preseason NFL football.
All right, that's fair.
I mean, don't the Jets go undefeated every preseason and then stink it up every season?
Yeah.
Isn't that the rap?
Can't wait.
Everybody's like, oh, it's the Jets' year. And then the season comes and everyone's reminded like, oh, yeah, it's the Jets. So, no, are you you're dialed into this one, huh? You're wanting to see Tiny Hands? See what he's got?
I'm wanting to see Carson Beck kind of fail because I didn't like him in college.
No?
And I kind of hope he...
Cheering against him?
Yeah.
Okay.
I kind of hope he doesn't make it.
A wreck in the preseason. I don't know. That's a little heartless of you. I kind of like that. Dennis Dodd joins the show coming up next. Really eager to get Dennis's opinion, not only on our local schools, but the future of college football and how this whole thing is going to play out. We'll talk to Dennis next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Like that?
Turn it up.
Let's go! It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then, introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? Everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Roll into summer in a new Chevy from Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. We've got cars, trucks, and SUVs perfect for fun under the sun. Together, let's drive.
Hey, Doug.
Build your career where the fun never stops. Join the Lagoon Maintenance and Construction team and play a key role in keeping the park running strong. Now hiring ride maintenance technicians and HVAC technicians for full-time year-round positions. If you enjoy hands-on work, problem solving, and being part of a team that values safety and skill, this is the place for you. Plus, you'll get great benefits and real career growth. Apply today at lagoonpark.com/jobs. Must be 18 years or older to apply.
All right, guys, today I am streaming my evening commute. You're going to love it. And I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage, like zero. Check that out, chat. I got my helmet strapped on tight to protect my brain. I've got my bike, which is looking sick. Woo! And my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. Outsmart the system, ride by the rules. It's a message from the Utah Department of Public Safety, because they care about you. Throw a dub for safety, chat.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahan, proud to support BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
In today's digital world, outdated technology can slow you down. Les Olson IT is your business partner with top-tier office technology. From copiers, advanced IT, hardware, and security services. More than products, they're your partner.
Les Olson IT.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
Not only do these guys give you the best jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben Anderson. We're going to talk to Dennis Dodd coming up here momentarily, formerly of CBS Sports, longtime college football writer, and excited to talk to him, have him back on the station. Super excited about that. Mitch Harper is going to join the show at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. And then PK is going to jump on with us for the 5 o'clock hour. So we will talk to PK. We had David James on the show yesterday. He and PK went down to the opening for BYU camp, and I know they either are doing this for Utah or have done it. I'm not sure. But they go down there, and they're able to get you call them one-on-ones, but I guess it's a 2-on-1 with coaches and players. They're really good at it, been doing it for years, and got a ton of material down at BYU yesterday. So we'll talk to PK about his thoughts on camps. So stoked to talk to PK. All right, let's get out of the zone phone. Joining us now, longtime college football writer, now retired, of course, of CBS Sports fame. Been coming on the station for years and years. We appreciate him continuing to do so. He is Dennis Dodd with us here on Jake and Ben. Dennis, what's going on? How are you?
Jake, I am great. Plenty of time for you guys now.
Oh, man, how is it? How's retirement? Are you having a good time, adjusting well?
Yeah, a lot of golf, a lot of travel, a lot of reading, but not sitting around. We've adopted a dog, my son's dog, basically. So we're grandparents in the dog world. So doing that.
Oh, I love it. It sounds like the dream. What you work a long time for sure. So congratulations on it. And again, thank you for jumping on with us, because I am curious for your thoughts on where we are now in the college football universe as somebody who covered it, and the sport was one way for a long, long time. And now we're talking about Senate bills and making it off the floor and maybe having some sanity again. I mean, I'm dying for your overall thoughts.
Oh man, I hit my knees every night thanking God I didn't have to cover this summer, because there were stories in the off season, obviously, when I worked, but this is one that drove me crazy just following it. We are waiting for the Protect College Sports Act to perhaps get by the Senate and be advanced to the House. But no matter what you think, it is now faced a huge hurdle. The Congressional Black Caucus has said they will not support it, and they're looking for unanimous approval in the Senate to move it on. So that's going to be a detriment to that. Look, I have a simple solution for this. People may not like it, but I'm one of those people who think you negotiate with players, collective bargaining, if they're employees or not, whatever. I don't care, but there's a way around this quote unquote disaster that's happening to college football, college athletics. I mean, right now, you can build the case for it's absolutely out of control. The game has never been better, Jake. Record attendance, record ratings. I think anybody would agree that the 12-team playoff has been an overwhelming success. Because of the portal, because of NIL, the game now has something it lacked forever, and that's the Cinderella factor. Indiana won a national championship, Vanderbilt, Texas Tech, James Madison, Tulane competed for it. I think that's a good thing. And I think anybody who thinks employment or collective bargaining won't work or pay for play, we have lived literally that scenario the last 5 years since NIL came about. And look where we are. The only people really upset are the coaches who cry about roster management, which I really don't care about. That's just something they have to figure out themselves. And the coaches who make these tens of millions of dollars who have no gutters on what they earn. So I think this thing could be solved easily without the federal government getting involved.
Well, the new environment has created a cash-rich situation for some schools and not so much for other schools. And to deal with it, Utah has decided to enlist some private capital with Otro Capital, and that deal all became finalized a couple of months ago. And they're the first school to do this, and nobody's fallen in line quite yet. I'm curious, what do you think about the direction Utah's going?
Yeah, I don't know if I have an informed opinion because there's been a lot of critics of this. I do know the math that goes with it. I know a couple of years ago, the Big 12 tried to do a private equity deal with a European firm, which is huge, that was going to pay $1 billion for a 20% stake in the conference. And the residents eventually decided not to go for it. Now, Utah on its own did, but just the basics of private equity is when a private equity firm buys into your company or your school, they're basically buying a place to live. Whether that you want to go to the extreme, do they have a say in coaching changes? Do they have a say in who you recruit? Do they have a say in how that money is spent? Those are the critics of it. The short-term advantage, you have this money that you can compete now in a world. We just mentioned the Protect College Sports Act, which would allow schools a rev share cap of $50 million. Now, not all schools can get to that point. Looks like Utah can now. What does it mean if you can't? So you either have to get to that $50 million among the elite, or you're falling behind. And we've seen how the SEC and Big Ten have kind of taken over college athletics, college football. I think Utah is sending a message that they want to be, whatever this looks like in the future, and I'm trying to predict what it is, they want to be part of that, I don't know, group of 40, 50, 60 schools that I believe will move on in the next 10 years and form another division. I think that's the biggest advantage for them. Someday, Otro Capital is going to want to return on their investment, and that investment typically for private equity is anywhere between 12 and 20%. So somehow Utah has to find 12 to 20% over $500 million to pay them back.
That's a lot of dough.
Yes, it is.
As far as from an athletic, standpoint or health of the programs for BYU and for Utah, you've covered both schools' journeys, right? And it's been an interesting one from Mountain West, in Utah's case, to the Pac-12. That blows up in spectacular fashion, and they end up in the Big 12. But also BYU going independent and then finding themselves in the Big 12. What do you think about these programs and this league where they are now, assuming maybe a next division is coming?
Yeah, no, I think they're both in great shape. Brandon Sorsby not only sucked the oxygen out of the Big 12 conversation, but really for a long time, the national conversation. Whereas on the field, not no one, but a lot of people are not even talking about BYU being a legitimate challenger to Texas Tech in the Big 12. I've just been doing my reading. BYU already has the best-rated offensive line in the Big 12. They have their quarterback back there, who was what was the numbers? The only true freshman in the country to go over 3,500 total yards, passing and rushing. BYU, obviously, still one of the toughest places to play in the country. L.J. Martin, I think they've, under Kalani Sitake, I think that was a compliment that Penn State came after. They built sort of that SEC model where they're very, very physical, and they have great finesse and especially not special teams, but great skill players. I think the arrow is going way up for BYU, and Utah maybe just a little bit, a little bit behind because of the loss of Bingham, and good for Kyle. I mean, I won't get into what happened at Utah and why he left, but they have their own. I think they're going to be challenged too. Again, not really a talking point in the offseason. 11-2 season. Dampier back at quarterback. Wayshawn Parker could be 1,000 this season. A little bit, I think the offensive line I saw last week against 5 starters. That's what camp is about. But they've got to get better at the run. I think they were 110th nationally against the run last year. But I think Utah's on their way up. I mean, Morgan Scalley is going to be the coach sooner or later. This is one of those coaching things that worked out because you knew he was going to be the next guy.
Man, the coach in waiting thing is it rarely works smoothly.
Yeah,
rarely works smoothly. I wonder if all parties involved wouldn't have done something different if they had to do it again.
Yeah, they traded Texas a few years ago. Their defensive coordinator, who's back, name slips my mind, back at Auburn right now. And it got really messy because Mac Brown didn't want to step down, and right. Mac Brown was getting older. That coordinator eventually left for another job. So I think it's good that again Morgan Scalley's a legacy. He's a great player when he was there for a period of years. He was going to get a job. Still, though, running a whole program, you have to learn how to run a lot of this stuff, but I think one of the advantages in the Big 12 is I've said since the 16-team leagues, formed that it is probably the most entertaining conference. Not saying the best, but the most entertaining conference, and that anybody can jump up and make a move. 6 different champions the last 6 years. So, why not Utah right now? Why not BYU? Although Texas Tech, even without Sorsby, I think has to be the favorites. Anything can happen.
Well, Dennis, can't thank you enough for jumping on with us. So happy to hear that you're playing a lot of golf and traveling. That sounds awesome. And, hey, listen, hopefully you won't mind if we bug you again.
Will do. As I said, Jake, got plenty of time. Thanks.
Thank you, Dennis. We really appreciate it. There you go. Dennis Dodd, longtime college football writer, worked for CBS Sports forever. Absolutely a dang legend. And you know what? He might be playing golf, Christian, and he might be traveling a lot. But how about that? Dennis is still dialed in. You hear those answers about what's going on with the legislation and, even a hint there, saying, hey, I'm not going to get
that perked my eyebrows up a little bit.
Yeah, the story with Coach Witt is because he knows, because dude might be retired, but dude is still dialed in.
This is not a job that you step away from.
No, that was a fun conversation, and he really has. Even he's one of the biggest names in college football sports writing for a long, long time, and was always willing, very generous with his time to jump on the station on all of our shows, and lend his expertise. So that was cool. We were talking about, you had reached out to him and was like, he's retired. It's like, no, dude, Dennis is always nails. We should absolutely have him on if he's willing to do it. So
when I texted him, he said, what station do you work for? I said, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. He said, oh, nice, the flamethrower. You guys got the hot takes.
Exactly. So, that's why he comes back to us. No, that was a great convo. Great job, Christian. And big thanks to Dennis for jumping on with us. We really appreciate it. Coming up next, Mitch Harper covers the Cougs for KSLSports.com. We'll get his take on what's going on down at BYU camp. Stay tuned. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Cavs, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Hey, this is Aaron with Greenify Energy Savers, and I want to extend the incredible offer exclusively for KSL Sports Zone listeners that I recently introduced live on air with DJ and PK. For a limited time, when you purchase a new solar system for your home or business, Greenify will give you a Tesla Powerwall 3 backup battery free. That's right, you'll receive the battery at no cost. You simply pay for the installation. Already have solar but don't have a backup battery? Give us a call. We're also offering unbeatable pricing on battery add-on installations. And here's even more good news. Thanks to the partnerships we've built over the past 14 years in business, we can offer a 25% upfront discount on your entire project. Call us for the details. Every homeowner can qualify. Call Greenify Energy Savers today for your free no-obligation solar and battery quote at 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464. Or visit greenifyenergysavers.com to claim your free Tesla Powerwall 3 with your qualifying solar installation. That's greenifyenergysavers.com.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at IFA. Listen, when it comes to your lawn, these guys know what they're doing, and they know what they're doing specifically here in Utah with our climate, and the time is now to make a power move on that lawn. August can be tough on Utah lawns, but healthy green turf starts with the right game plan. That's why IFA recommends Step 3, Spring and Summer Lawn Food. It's locally blended and specially formulated for Utah soils, helping your lawn stay thick, healthy, and green through the hottest part of the season. And with drought conditions still a concern, of course, every drop of water matters. IFA's soil surfactants help water penetrate deeper into the soil and spread more evenly, reducing runoff and helping your lawn make the most of every irrigation cycle. From high school football fields and baseball diamonds to parks, golf courses, and home lawns across Utah, IFA's turf experts know what it takes to grow healthy grass. Visit your local IFA country store or go to ifa.coop for your lawn care advice, soil treatments, fertilizers, and everything you need to grow a healthier lawn while saving water. IFA, we're here to help you grow the things you love.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Should BYU and Notre Dame be playing football every single year? An annual matchup.
Yeah, if they have this opportunity, build something new and see if it sticks. So if you have a chance to get Notre Dame, sign on.
I would assume that Brett Yormark would be in Santiago's ears and do it. How can I help you do it? It's just going to elevate the league's profile.
I don't think we appreciate the level of improvement and status BYU football program is right now. This is a team that has won double digits here 2 years in a row at the Power 4 level. It's something that has never been done. And you can argue that this is the best that the program's ever been.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get hunt ready before you head into the backcountry. Gear up at Mountain Land Truck Outfitters. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment, and you'll get a free $25 Maverick G card. Don't miss this limited time hunting season offer. Visit your nearest Mountain Land Truck Outfitters location or shop today at mtnlndtruck.com. Offer valid through August 31st, 2026 or while supplies last. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment to receive one free $25 Maverick gift card. Limit one gift card per customer account while supplies last.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Just doing it big, you know.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. We're going to talk to our buddy Mitch Harper coming up here momentarily. Mitch has been working very hard covering camp. He's got a bunch of stuff up at kslsports.com. If you're looking for info, Mitch, of course, as always, has all the latest and greatest up there. So stay tuned. We're going to connect with Mitch coming up in a moment. We may be Christian. You were teasing earlier the Hall of Fame game tonight with the Panthers and Cardinals.
Oh yeah, you're bringing it back up.
Well, I am, because do you know why the Cardinals went viral today?
Today?
No. A bunch of clips surfaced from their camp of them looking just dreadful. Can't catch, can't get a snap, fumbles left and right. I mean, they're being clowned publicly for how crappy that they are.
And that's why they're in the Hall of Fame game.
I don't know if that's the promotional, juice that you want going into the Hall of Fame game. Mitch Harper joining us now, covers the Cougs for KSLSports.com. Mitch, real quick, are you going to watch the Hall of Fame game tonight with the Panthers and the Cardinals?
I will be.
And you're not, I don't think you are, but you're not a degenerate gambler.
I'm not.
No.
I
Okay.
just want some football.
You're just a sick person.
And if he was, he wouldn't admit it on air.
I'm glad you're coming on, though, Mitch, because we are talking football, and you are passionate about the sport. Where do you want to start? What do you think is the biggest story coming out of the start of camp right now?
I think just how Kalani Sitake believes he likes the speed of this BYU team. I don't think that's ever been a characteristic I ever hear associated with BYU football is speed.
Not often, anyway.
So I can't think of a time that I've ever heard a coach point out on day one of a camp they like the speed of the team. So that kind of shined, through yesterday from Kalani Sitake's comments. But, honestly, BYU only gave us like 8 minutes of practice when we were supposed to get 20. So the observation, it was all 3rd and 4th team guys, which was fine because, honestly, I look at these deep cut players as probably what's probably most important really in fall camp, because with so much returning experience, get those guys ready for the battles in the season, develop the rest of your roster, because now you no longer just say to a guy, hey, you're probably going to redshirt now it's like everyone is on the table because they're going to lose the year of eligibility anyway. So everyone needs to be ready if called upon to play. So I think there is a little bit more intrigue and value, kind of deep cut, reps being out there in camp. But the speed, I think, was what really caught my attention, hearing that from Kalani Sitake, which was unprovoked.
I heard you with Scotty and the coach earlier this week, and you brought up the Bears' efficiency numbers, and you brought up the possibility of getting to 70%, which is where Zach Wilson and Jaron Hall were under Coach A-Rod. And I thought to myself, man, BYU's offense is going to be unstoppable if he gets to 70%. I mean, that would be ridiculous. So I guess I'd ask the follow-up, what circumstance need to happen for him to get to that 70? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I think that a large part of that is he's got to improve as a passer, I think, one. But I think, two, it helps the cause he's got a lot of capable tight ends that he can go to over the middle. And those quick intermediate throws that can be, quick hitters. And I think they feel these tight ends could have the ability to break free and get some chunk yardage, even if with it being a simple route and a simple pitch and catch. So I think Bear has got that potential, and he shed some weight a little bit, looks much improved physically from where he was last year as a freshman. He trimmed his long hair that he had at Big 12 Media Days. That was of note. At practice yesterday, I saw he got a new haircut. So it kind of looks like the Bear that he was a year ago at this time navigating fall camp as a fresh face in BYU's program. But just continue to evolve as a passer. I think that's the big question with Bear this year. We all know that he can run the football with the best of them, even with his little bit of getting rid of some weight. He's still going to be able to run the football. Last year, he had more than 500 yards. I would expect that the workload's going to continue, where he's going to still be a key piece to BYU's ground attack. So just evolving as a passer, and with the improved depth at tight end, that could create an opportunity. I think his decision-making, too, will be something to watch this season as well. But I expect a jump from Bear. I think he's going to be better this season. Can he, become one of the best in the Big 12? I think BYU needs that if they're going to actually win this conference.
So I'm sure you're tired of this question, but who fills the void then at wide receiver? I mean, if everything's going well, who probably took a step forward? Is it JoJo's time to shine? We're talking about a brother connection. I mean, who fills that void?
So I talked to Fesi Sitake, the wide receiver coach, yesterday about this. We kind of went in depth on the wide receiver unit. He said right now that probably, as he put it, is JoJo Phillips wide receiver one. And he's been impressed with JoJo in the spring and summer, and feels like he's ready for this opportunity to be in this spotlight role. And, I think I asked Fesi if it's harder for an unexpected performer to emerge when you don't have a proven wide receiver one. Because last year, Kingston, no one at this time was looking at him saying he's going to be one of the best receivers in the Big 12 last year. No one saw that coming, myself included. I think it helped the cause that there was a guy that creates a lot of attention in opposing scouting reports with Chase Roberts. You don't have that this year. And, and Fesi noted that, there's been years in the past where they've had this sort of situation and guys emerge. But still, I think that position, when you have a team that feels like it's all chips are in, not to pull the degenerate gambler talk, but put the chips in, and you don't want to have any sort of glaring weakness with this team. And, they like the talent of these receivers, but it's still a question mark because none of these guys have taken on spotlight roles anywhere in their collegiate careers yet. So JoJo will be the assumed one. Talked about Kyler Casper as well. And Fesi raved about his athleticism. And I think that's something that maybe is not something that people point to with him being 6'6". You think just kind of a big bodied guy that's dealt with multiple foot injuries. You wouldn't really point to athleticism, but Fesi said he's an incredible athlete and someone that can do a lot of different things, whether it's red zone, a deep threat receiver. They love his speed and athleticism at that wide receiver spot. And then these freshmen, Legend Glasgow, Fessy noted that he has been running with the ones because of his knowledge of the playbook. So I look at Legend Glasgow as being a favorite to be a week one starter as a true freshman. I don't think there's many other positions on this team that you could point to a true freshman making a dent right out of the gates. But I think Glasgow is going to have that opportunity for BYU in that wide receiver room.
I don't remember the last time a newcomer had as much buzz as Uluave. I hope I'm saying that. Cade, the transfer from Cal there at linebacker. You mentioned you only got a chance to see third and fourth stringers, so probably didn't get a chance to lay your eyes on him actually playing. But give us a little more info on this guy, and is he going to live up to the buzz he's creating so far?
I think Uluave will, and he's. First off, I saw him on the sideline. He's probably the CEO of biker shorts. He wears the shortest shorts, but he rocks them well. Like not many men can pull those off, but Uluave holds it down quite well. He's going to be really good for BYU. He might be, the best player on the defense this year. And even Kalani pointed to Uluave. He looks like he's already immersed himself in the scheme. He's a completely different player from where he was in spring, and he hasn't even played a game yet for BYU, but you just know with what his production has been at the collegiate level, everywhere he's been, every conference. He was a Pac-12 freshman of the year. He was a first-team All-ACC guy last year. He's going to be excellent, and he's a leader too. And he's really kind of taken on a face of the program type approach where, last week at the Golf Classic, he's taken on any interview that anyone wanted to throw his way. He was just willing to talk about anything, and he's just fast too. He gets downhill. He plays with so much speed, and that's what really shined in spring football when watching him, and the coaching staff just believes that he's only gotten better since spring. So I think he's going to be excellent for BYU. I think that entire linebacker unit is going to be really good with Glasgow. Sialia Cerro returns, and he's dealt with injuries. He's finally fully healthy. Ace Kafusi, Jake Clifton from Kansas State, return missionary transfer. He's been really good too. So that's a deep linebacker room with no shortage of talent, but I think Uluave might lead the way.
Keep hearing Gary Anderson's name come up a lot. People talk about Papinga and how he'll do and step into the coordinator role. And, I think he even himself mentioned Gary being a resource, but a lot of people are talking about that. I heard DJ PK this morning read his job title, which made me laugh. I'm curious, what exactly is his job description? What does Gary do on a day in and day out basis?
He's heavily involved with the defense, and last couple of years, he's been right there right next to the coordinator in the booth, devising game plans and being, like a defensive consultant as it's listed now. And now it's chief consultant to the head coach.
Don't forget the chief, Mitch. Don't short the man.
Chief. Gary Anderson's, heavily involved. And I think, what helps with Kelly Papinga and Gary Anderson, why his role, I think, is so noteworthy now compared to when it was with Jay Hill, is just, the foundation of this defense is still, the Whittingham, Kalani, Scally, all those guys that tried and true defense. And Papinga's kind of had to become a student of that defense the last 3 years. And by no means would he be veteran of that defense yet. He's immersed himself, and he's gotten to know it quite a bit, and it's been a really good defense the past couple of years for BYU. But Gary Anderson's a veteran on that thing, and he's known as well as anyone like Whittingham and Kalani. So just to have that extra set of eyes, and even Anderson has pointed to, even on these airwaves where he said that he likes the ability to mentor and develop young defensive coaches too. And he's got an opportunity here with Kelly Papinga, who's a veteran in coaching, but it's new being the coordinator. And, Kalani pointed how Papinga is probably the hardest working coordinator he's ever been around. And I thought that was high praise for K-Pop, because he has been putting in yeoman's work on the recruiting trail and everything he can to really hit this out of the park. Because I think when you inherit a defense that's got guys like Kato Luave, got preseason first team all Big 12 guys, and Keanu Tanavasa, Evan Johnson, there's a certain standard. He's not stepping into BYU's defense like Jay Hill did, where it was maybe the nation's worst defense and it can only go up. No one's going to want to look at this and go, 8-4, 9-3 and say the defense was the issue for BYU fumbling the bag and not getting to the playoff for the Big 12 championship. that could instantly create, I don't say hot seat, but it could create people pointing to, well, Jay Hill's gone, and maybe the best days of BYU's defense are out the window because of that. So Gary Anderson's role kind of being that connector to that whole scheme and origins. But then you also have, again, guys like Papinga have worked with Fred Warner, Kyle Vanoy. I mean, he was in the trenches with those guys at BYU, and Fred Warner, always praises Kelly Papinga for the development that he experienced at BYU and the recruitment too, to K-pop. So, and Fred Warner's the best in the NFL these days when it comes to the linebacker position. So I think Kelly Papinga is going to be really good, but Gary Anderson's role is just valuable. And for him too, he doesn't have to worry about recruiting. He doesn't have to worry about really talking to us. He can just focus on ball, be at a high level program with people he knows, but also help, develop the next generation of coaches that are really looking to still climb the ladder.
I hope this question makes sense, Mitch. But when I first got in the business, and I'm sure this was true when you did too, BYU had the rep that they didn't pay anybody, including their head coach, right? They're lucky if you get a budget to fill out the staff with what the NCAA would allow. Even as recently as when Kalani first got hired and all the budget went to Ty Detmer and he had to kind of scramble together a staff. And we've gotten to the point now where BYU, and don't get me wrong, I think it's the perfect role for Gary Anderson, and it's obviously perfect for BYU, but BYU has gotten to the point where they're going to pay a former head coach just to hang around and give his advice, So my question is, how did we get here? Did BYU truly have a change of heart about investing in athletics and the football coaching staff in specific, or is this Kalani leveraged all this as the process has gone and he's had other interests?
I think BYU's, invested a lot more because they knew that if they wanted to be competitive in the Big 12, they had to step up. But I think there's still a lot more to be done. I don't think BYU's arrived at all. I think that there's still a far cry from the Texas Techs, the Oregons, the Texases of the world. Like, that's, if you're not chasing them, like, what are you in this for? So I think that's why I get, hesitant to say that this is like a playoff or bust type season, because I feel pretty confident that this isn't a $40 million roster. And so I think there's still a gap. Like, they've done a big, leap forward from what it's been in the past. Even 2 years ago when Mark Pope left on the basketball side, you thought, are they going to really invest and try to keep building this? And they hit it out of the park with Kevin Young, and it's a completely different program. They're in the mix for 5-star pro recruits left and right. Football, I think there's still more to be done on that front with the overall investment of the roster, and retaining Kalani was a great sign to that. But going around the Big 12 venues, you just see the facilities, like seeing Texas Tech in person last November. That's not the same ball game BYU's playing in, and you're chasing that in the league, and they're not slowing down. And now the difference with Texas Tech, it's not just portal heavy. It's now high school recruits, 5 stars. They're getting the best of the best, and that machine's not slowing down. So I think people look at the Big 12 and say it's a wacky, wide open, crazy league. Like, no, it's starting to settle into where there's going to be a juggernaut, and I think it's Texas Tech. BYU's got a chance to be right there, but I think, I don't feel confident that they're still to that level of investing in their roster, because a lot of people want to play for Kalani Sitake and this program, and getting guys like Keita Luave are great examples of that. You got to get more of those guys in these portal cycles and really build out these rosters. Imagine if you get a guy, an all-conference wide receiver in the portal, and pay a premium and still get them, to buy into the culture. This staff's pretty likable. So I think there's still room to grow on that front. But yeah, it's much better than where it once was, because I think you thought that, BYU would step into the Big 12 and look to add value, but would they ever really play the game at the highest stages? I think they have, but there's still more to be done, I think, from BYU's standpoint of paying out with the rosters. And I think there's still more to be done in basketball too.
Mitch, I remember now years ago when Deion Sanders first got hired at Colorado, you and I did some radio where we kind of disagreed on how that was going to go. And it was obviously terrific radio, because I still remember it today. That year also, or maybe it was the next year, when we were in Vegas at the Big 12 Media Day, And when Deion stepped onto the floor, it was truly like a celebrity was there, and everybody was fawning. And this year at Big 12 Media Days, it felt way different. It felt like he was much more quiet and subdued. It wasn't like the celebrity just walked onto the floor. And so I'm curious, all these years after our conversation, where you're at on Deion and the Buffs program and his future. Ben didn't think he'd be there this long, you know? I'm curious your thoughts on where he is now.
Yeah, I think, to the point of the Big 12 Media Day, I mean, he went up to his players, and I was there just because I was kind of seeing what he wanted to say to his players, and there was like 4 other media members. Two years ago, there would have been probably 100 people circling him at least, watching his every move. So you're right that the buzz is completely gone. I think that, Coach Prime, I just think he's kind of miscalculated a little bit on the high school piece. You got to, I think going portal heavy is totally fine. I think it's great, honestly, because like if I'm going to go build out a roster, I want the proven commodity at the college level over some 18-year-old that has these high expectations of just waltzing in and being the guy. Go get a transfer portal guy who's been an all-conference player over a 3-star high school guy any day. Absolutely. I think though what's hurt him is that he lost their guy that they called the franchise, Jordan Seaton, to LSU. I thought that was a big blow because he was someone that really believed in the vision of Coach Prime and the program, and he leaves for LSU. And I thought that was a big blow. And just seeing that team, seeing them in the Alamo Bowl a couple years ago against BYU and last year too, they just seem small. They just don't look big physically. Like you get around BYU and Utah in the trenches, they're huge. And BYU and Utah are big physical teams. In Colorado, it's just not that. And I think that's something that's been a little bit surprising. I still think, though, that Prime is I think he could still be a great coach somewhere else. I just think that Colorado, it's kind of like I think he's almost done all that he could there, honestly. I feel like if he got to Florida State, his alma mater, or somewhere else, maybe in Texas where he's got roots deep in that state, I think he could hit it out of the park. But I just think a lot of guys, they don't want to be at Colorado. And I just think that program's kind of done all it can with Coach Prime's star power and celebrity. So I still am a believer in him as the college football coach. He's got to have more continuity as the coordinators because he's been revolving door with the OCs every year. DC, he's had 3 different guys, 4 different OCs. He's got to get some stability there. He brings in Marion, the go-go offense with the OC this year, but I'm still a believer in Prime. I like what he does for college football. I like that he's good for the Big 12, but I just think he's done all he can at Colorado. And if I was him, I'd be looking elsewhere for a new landing spot. And I think Florida State makes all the sense in the world to can Norvell and go get Coach Prime, the alma mater, because I think he would kill it in recruiting and building out rosters in Florida. I think that would just make so much sense because going into the Southeast to get recruits for the state of Colorado, that's just not going to be a recipe that works year after year. And I think Coach Prime's tried to do that a little bit too much, and it's kind of backfired where they just don't have the depth and the physical presence in those trenches to really win at a high level consistently in a Power 4 conference.
Mitch, thank you for coming on, and enjoy your evening of watching Kenny Pickett fail at football. We will talk to you soon.
All right. Thanks, Jake.
Thanks, Mitch. You're the best. That's Mitch Harper, covers the Cougs for KSLSports.com. He's all over camp. Follow his stuff. He's got a ton of it up now, and it's just going to keep on coming. So this is Mitch's busy season now until, next May. Mitch is going to be busy. So check out all his work, KSLSports.com. We appreciate him taking time to jump on with us and talk a little bit about the Cougs. All right, we'll have more coming up next. PK will be with us in the 5 o'clock hour. It's the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We've got a fire west of Riverdale Road. It's causing some big slowdowns for both northbound and southbound I-15 drivers. Southbound slowing starts at the 12th Street exit in Ogden, while noticeable delays for northbound traffic begin north of the 650 North exit in Clearfield. Hey, looking for a new ride? Doug Smith offers great savings on new and used vehicles. They've got a big selection, great prices, and great people. Visit them in American Fork, Spanish Fork, or Linden, or online at heydoug.net. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoe.
For Utah, it's offense and maybe defensive line, but primarily the offensive line. And so I'm like, okay, maybe I got to dig a little deeper here. But honestly, the more I kept looking at it, the more I kept thinking, it really comes down to those two position groups. Can Utah have offensive linemen that can step up?
You know, I think the big question mark outside of the offensive line for Utah nationally is Morgan Scalley.
Yeah.
But, nobody even talks about that around here because I think everybody has a real comfort factor with the way things looked in that bowl game, honestly. But the bottom line was they were sharp. They took advantage of opportunity more so than maybe a Whittingham team would. It felt like the guys were loose and ready to ball. That's like a sign. And then you hear all the stuff from the guys, how happy they are.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hey, Mammoth fans. The 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Be there for every goal, every hit, and every moment of the next season. Season ticket members get the best seats, the best value, and exclusive perks all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK. That's 801-325-PUCK to reserve your seats today. Don't miss a moment next season. Tusks up.
Hey, this is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. We've had some of the hottest summer temperatures on record, and our phones have been ringing off the hook with people complaining about how hot their home is. Well, the biggest culprit for this is the attic. Recently, I was in an attic that was 172 degrees. This is why your house is so hot and your AC is always running and can't keep up. At Greenify, we have a solution that really works. It's called Radiant Barrier Attic Foil. Radiant Barrier is a highly reflective foil that is stapled to the rafters in the attic. It reflects the sun's heat, which will make the attic and your home much, much cooler. Give Greenify a call today and we will brave the heat and go up in your attic and tell you how to get the cool comfort back in your home. We will also check out your insulation levels and attic ventilation, which will also help tremendously in making your home more energy efficient. And Greenify will make sure you get all the utility rebates that you're entitled to. Call us today and I won't even charge you for the visit. 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464, or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com.
This water bottle is 1 cent. Should we get it? Yeah, it's literally 1 cent.
A penny? Sounds perfect until you spot the $90 shipping. These are the traps hiding in your back-to-school budget. You're the one doing the math at checkout, so we did the homework. From shrinking notebook sizes to backpack surprises.
55. Too much for a backpack.
KSL's Matt Gephardt shows you exactly where to spend less and send your kids to class ready. Back-to-school bargains tonight at 10.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
Visit Serenoni's Summer Warehouse Sale, Saturday, August 8th, 11 a.m. until 6 p.m. at Bountiful High School. Save up to 70% off luxury blankets, baby gifts, and more. Celebrate 20 years of comfort with Serenoni.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I said, settle down, everything is fine. Take your eyes off the floor. She said, no, I'm not all right. I lost my head on the door. She's antisocial, antisocial, she's an angel.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, thank you for joining us today. Thanks to Mitch Harper, joined us in the last segment to give us a breakdown of BYU camp. Let's switch things over to Utah camp. Yesterday, Utah really did a terrific job making their coaches and a lot of folks available, and we want to take advantage of that. We played Kevin McGiven yesterday, the new offensive coordinator, but we wanted to get to a couple more of these today. And when I saw that Sharif Shah was made available, I thought that is the perfect place to start because Sharif is always cannot miss radio. And we thought we'd hear his media availability and maybe circle around back to it later on in the show for some things he said about why he stayed at Utah. But let's play the entire availability for you right now. Here's Sharif Shah.
Sharif, obviously you're going to get a lot of questions about corners, but I want to ask you specifically about special teams.
Sure.
You are the coordinator of that group. How have you seen maybe Dylan Curtis or Ryan Phillips and the rest of the special teams unit come along from the end of spring to now?
What's been fun is to watch somebody like Logan Castor. Logan is our long snapper, short snapper, he does all of our snapping. Logan's been in the program for years now, and when you think about Utah football, Logan is who I think about. Somebody that just works, doesn't complain, never asks for anything. Oh, I absolutely love him. And I love that he said, Coach, if I just focus on one thing and becoming the very best snapper for you, you think I can probably find a way on the field? Like, maybe. Not only did he find his way on the field, he found his way to becoming an all-conference long snapper. So I'm extremely happy about him. It's now about who's behind him. And that's what we've had to kind of go out and find. Or like we always do in the Utah way, is anybody on the team ever long snap? No. You got 42 hands to go up and you're like, okay, let's all meet after practice and let's see if we can figure out who's going to be somewhat decent. Well, then out of that, those bevy of kids, you get, a couple that are actually pretty good. You're like, hey, Logan was one of those guys. He said, I think I can long snap. I'm 6'5", 231, and maybe I can run a little bit. And I have massive 12-inch hands. The ball looks like a tennis ball when it's going back there. So, some people have God-given physical attributes that make it easier for them. He's one of them. And there's a kid behind him named Mitch Nielsen who's showing up. Another kid, Gage Victor, who we got from Snow College, who's also doing a fantastic job. Super pleased with what I think can be a very good long snapping group. Orion Phillips, when we first got him, he looked like my baby from Joe Dirt or something. He just looked crazy. And I tell him that all the time. I said, you were 162 pounds. He's 193 now. And I watched him punt. Like, you might have a chance to do something special. He is so good, just in terms of attitude, demeanor. Coach, you think maybe we can try this or that? And it used to be, Coach, this is crazy. It's a little bit chaotic. Everybody's coming at me. I'm like, yeah, mate, because he's from Australia. I'm like, that's what we do here in America. People's going to blitz you. So get used to getting the ball off faster. I like to go and get my steps right. And I was like, look, punt the ball. Let's get this thing going. Well, he got good, and he got really good. And I think he's poised to be a lot better. Dylan Curtis is who I'm most excited to watch. He had a tough freshman debut, showed the capability of which we all thought he had. An outstanding elite leg. He still has it. coming off of an injury that now I feel like he's probably just about 100% watching him kick in practice. I'm like, oh man, we might be pretty good. And at least if we're not as good as I think we'll be consistent. We'll be good enough to, I think when Coach Scally looks and says, should we put our field goal unit on? I'm like, Coach, go right now. And we all feel good about it, and the kids feel good about it. So that's what you love to see coming out of spring. That's what was been happy. I love Tanner Craig, a young man that we got who was with us, went to Utah State, then think to UTEP, and now is back. Love him. He's a kicker and a potential punter for us. So long snappers, punters, kickers, but at least we're in a good spot where we can continue to grow some kids and get people better and get ready for this season.
Coach Shaw, you've obviously had a very close relationship with Morgan Scally, as you did with Kyle Whittingham. I want to ask you just about the decision to stay with Morgan and stay at this program instead of going to Michigan or even other places. What was that process like for you, and was it an easy decision to make, just given your relationship with Morgan?
Coach Witt, I would not be coaching had it not been for Coach Witt. I wouldn't be here. So I will always love Coach Witt. Always, forever, has a very special place in my heart. So when he initially left, it was something that I had to consider. I knew where I wanted to be. I know I wanted to be with Coach Scally, but Coach has a way of being very persuasive, Coach Witt. He can be very persuasive, and when I talk to my wife and just going through the things that I still wanted to be able to achieve here, it made sense. It was what was in my heart to be with Coach Scally. We had a lot of plans that we sat in the corner, that defensive room for years, just, well, if I were this and if I could do that, wishing, and now some of these things are starting to come to fruition. No, you don't want to go anywhere. You want to see if you can make those dreams a reality. So, man, I absolutely love what I believe Coach Witt is going to build, but my home was here. It was with the guy that, I was able to cut my teeth with. And on the defensive side of the ball, it's with the thought and expectation that we want to win in a big way. We want to do what Indiana showed everybody that you can do. If you can assemble the right young men, have the right culture, the right mindset, you can do that. That's not a one-off. I think that's going to become more apparent and more commonplace than people think, especially with what's happening in college football, what's been happening, transfers, more good players and on virtually damn near every team. So I wanted to be here.
Last one from Josh.
You have a lot of competition in your room. I know you're never satisfied with where.
Never.
But where are they right now? Do you feel comfortable that you have guys that can get out there? I think in spring you were saying they were a little too physical. Are you at a point now where you feel comfortable with at least where you're at?
I'm at a point right now where I can look in my room and say, these 5 or 6 guys should be able to really help us. I didn't know that in the spring. In the spring, I'm like, I think he might be able to do it. I'm not sure about this kid. But now, having gone through summer, just a few days in the fall camp, and Coach Scally is so good. He wants an assessment on everybody, like, what about this room? And we do that as a coaching staff like everybody else in the country. But I look at the room and say, yeah, I'm getting comfortable with believing that these 4, 5, 6 kids can really do it. I guess the level of impatience with me is invariably injury happens. So I'm looking at the other kids in the room like, you should be able to come along faster, which makes me incredibly impatient. I'm always yelling at somebody for something. They're like, well, I didn't even get a rep. Well, you've been watching for the last 3 days. Why don't you know it? It's kind of wrong, but it is what it is. But you want the accelerated development right now because we play. The kids are like, oh, Coach, we don't play until September. I'm like, we play in 5 minutes. That's what it feels like to me. But I've grown a lot more comfortable watching the kids in the summer and then again in these last few days to see, man, Scooby should be able to have several guys be with him. Scooby because he has the most experience. But then it's Eli Reed who showed his physicality and length. James Chenault we call Bobo. incredibly savvy. J.C. Hart, who's been with us, now is comfortable in the defense and starting to make some plays. Earl Parker, young man we got out of JUCO. Brandon Holmes, another young man who would probably be vying for a nickel spot. The person I'm probably most excited for is Jeremiah Caldwell, who we call Rock. Rock played safety, played outside corner, played nickel. His versatility and command of the room just gives us such, I think, a benefit. Especially it helps to be 6'2.5" and playing nickel as well as corner. And then the young kids who I'm impatiently patient with, your Dylan Waters, Major Henshin, the kids that just got to us in spring, who I'd love to continue to take a big step forward. It's and the person I hope continues to show me improvement like he has the last 2 days is Nick Brown. He came from Lamar, and I've asked him to play nickel, and it's just a lot to do, and it's a lot to digest in that spot, but he's doing a great job. So I can at least confidently say, man, I have a good room. I feel like I have good pieces to assemble to make us really, really competitive, if not absolutely elite, I believe. But we have a lot of camp left, a lot of camp left.
You heard that, Christian. He's impatiently patient with the young guys. I wonder what that looks like.
A lot of yelling.
A lot of yelling, yeah. What would it look like if your wife was impatiently patient with you?
A lot of yelling.
A lot of yelling? All right. Yeah, impatiently patient. I wonder what that looks like. It's probably not all that fun. It's probably not all that patient.
Yeah. It's pretty contradictory.
That I would guess. Yeah. Anyway, really good stuff from Sharif Shah. Really great breakdown of the special teams, developing those punters and long snappers. So great stuff. So there you go. That's Utah's cornerbacks coach, Sharif Shah. We might talk about a little bit later on his answer on whether he did, his decision to stay at Utah and not follow Kyle Whittingham to Michigan. So stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. PK joins us in the 5 o'clock hour. It's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeComb.
From top to bottom, this is the most talented team the Kalani Sitake's ever had at BYU. And that includes his first year when he had Taysom Hill and Jamal Williams. This is as good of a complete team. Now, I know there's some question marks at wide receiver. Totally get that. But I also look at it from the depth. They've got it. The quality, the high-end players, they've got it. I just think this team is absolutely loaded, and we're going to see it on display.
And the questions will get answered quickly. The receivers that you choose have to go out on the field, and they have to run their routes and catch balls, and they catch balls and make plays. You'll start to get to know them better. They'll become more than just a name on a page. And then on Utah's side, nationally, both teams ranked in the top 25. BYU considered a contender, and Utah a dark horse. You guys are in the conversation. Now it's just go do it.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, we talk about teams a lot on sports radio. Good teams, bad teams, good teammates, bad teammates. Listen, when it comes to the financial well-being of you and your family, if you're anything like me, you really could use a good team of folks on your side looking out for you or helping you make the best decisions possible for yourself and your family. Listen, I talk about the process, sitting down with them for free, 855-TRAJAN-1. You can sit down with them. I've done it. They have offices in Draper and Farmington. I went to the one in Draper. And when I say really their idea is just to get to know you, that's truly what it is. No pressure. They're going to ask you questions about you, your priorities, your goals, your risk tolerance, and then they're going to work with you to build you the plan of attack that is right for you, and then that team executes and everybody is on the same page, especially now that they have Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Truly, all of your financial needs right there under the same roof, everybody pulling in the same direction, a true team with you in mind. So call them, 855-TRAJAN-1, and sit down with them just like I did. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 855-TRAJAN1 or TrajanWealth.com.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
As summer winds down, it's time to get back into a routine. Between school drop-offs, homework, sports, and everything else on your calendar, dinner shouldn't be another thing to worry about. Beehive Meals makes back to school easier with meals your family will actually look forward to. This month's menus include favorites like chicken Alfredo, chicken burrito bowls, meatball marinara, steak fajitas, and jalapeno cheddar smash burgers. Spend less time stressing over dinner and more time enjoying the moments that matter. Visit BeehiveMeals.com and make this school year your easiest one yet.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Premium Wireless. How to get 30, 30, to get 30, to get 20, 20, 20, to get 20, 20, to get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month. Sold!
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12-month plan required. $15 per month equivalent. Taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only. Greater than 50 gigabytes may slow when network is busy. See terms.
On BritBox, your next hidden gem is right around the corner.
If you're going to be bold, here is the place to do it.
Get ready for Britain's most anticipated series, streaming exclusively on BritBox. Catch new seasons of favourites, including Ludwig, starring David Mitchell.
You want someone to get murdered?
And the eagerly awaited new adaptation of Agatha Christie's iconic detective duo, Tommy and Tuppence.
Do you think we're actually really good at this?
Stream the best of British TV on BritBox. Watch with a free trial.
Help maintain fun at Lagoon. Join their maintenance and construction team. Now hiring full-time year-round ride maintenance technicians and HVAC technicians. Great benefits and career opportunities. Apply at lagoonpark.com/jobs. Must be 18 or older.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is Thursday. That means we announce the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. This week's winner is Chelsea Cavett. And here's what it says in her nomination. Coach C is an amazing PE teacher at Vista Elementary in Taylorsville. She teaches the students so many different games and skills for physical fitness. They love the games that she teaches, and they even play those games during recess. During their mile run last year, she would draw a part of a smiley face on the student's hand each time they completed a lap. This encouraged the kids to keep running because they were excited to get their smiley face completed. My son excitedly showed me the smiley face on his hand at the end of the school day. Instead of complaining that he had to run, he was pumped to show me how much he accomplished. She also did a running club for our 4th and 5th graders this past fall. The kids really enjoyed it. It was fun to watch the kids compete, and it brought a sense of belonging to the students at our school. She is cheerful and ready, with a ready smile for all who cross her path. She deserves recognition for the awesome energy and positivity she brings to our PE program. Thanks so much. Shout out to Chelsea Cavett, PE teacher at Vista Elementary right there in Taylorsville. Pretty cool, Christian. Did you, how did you react to running the mile when you were in elementary or junior high? How was your attitude about that?
I was a little chubby kid, so I was not thrilled when it was mile day.
Oh, didn't you just dread it?
I
dreaded it forever. And I am not, I've never been a quote unquote runner. And I know that comes easy for some people. I am not one of them. Just used to dread it. So for Coach Cavett to find a way
making it fun
to make it digestible, that is the ultimate challenge right there. Getting kids excited to run the mile.
Because it is important.
When was the last time you ran a mile?
Years.
Yeah.
Years. I think I had a PE class in college, I guess. So 5 years.
So it's been a minute.
Yeah.
You took a PE class in college that made you run a mile?
Yeah.
Dude, you signed up for the wrong PE class. What class was that?
Okay. Actually, no, it wasn't PE. Now that I think it was like, when I first started college, I was going to be a physical therapist. So it was like a class for that.
Wow. You were going to be a physical therapist?
Well, I changed my mind.
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think you have the heart for physical therapy.
Hence why I'm not there. Yeah. Trust me, I had a hard realization one day.
Meaning that you have a heart, so you're not capable of being a physical therapist.
What was yours named again?
Oh, Mariah.
Inflicted a lot of pain on you.
Terrible pain. Indeed. I didn't know you thought about being a physical therapist. I like you so much less now.
Oh, well, thanks.
Did you study? Did you get far in your studies?
I did 2 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you did get down the road.
Yeah, I got pretty far down the road. Okay. And then I was like, yeah, I don't want to do this.
Speaking of out of shape and running, did you see this story and then subsequent video? Because I saw the story yesterday, and then I saw this video come out today. But did you see that the Detroit Pistons G League team had public tryouts, and they were charging you $250 to try out? Did you see the video that came out today of some of the try? I mean,
All Stars or what?
No, I mean, so I don't understand. I thought, even though when I first saw the story, I thought, okay, $250 for a G League tryout. All right, that's a shakedown, right?
Well, it's a high enough fee to weed out anybody that's just messing around.
No, it's
you
not.
Would think
it's not.
But that's what it's okay.
So I don't know if these, what do you call them? Contestants? The people trying out?
Prospects?
No.
They're not going to make it. No chance.
I don't know. So I don't know if these clowns are participating in this as like a novelty, or if the Pistons G League team is truly profiting off of people who the dream is dead, but they can't let it go. You know what I mean?
Probably a little bit of both.
No, there's a dude in this scrum of a video that has to be 275 pounds.
Oh,
just
yeah.
Absolutely lumbering out there. And it's probably worse than you would see down at the
number on his jersey is 182. Like he's wearing a jersey, and it's the only triple-digit jersey I've ever seen in basketball.
These got to be guys trying out on a dare or something, right?
Yeah, maybe they lost their fantasy football league.
Because there's no way that these people think that it would actually be possible for them to make the Pistons G League team. And you know what? I know the Stars have had open tryouts before. I don't know if they charged for it, and I honestly don't know the level of player that it attracted. But I can't believe some of these people actually showed up to this tryout thinking that the NBA dream is still alive.
This comment says they got to pay for Jalen Duren's Supermax somehow.
So they're just profiting off of failed dreams from people who have a higher opinion of their basketball game
You know
than
what?
they should.
We know a few people who'd be there.
That's why I'm saying I would be curious to see what the quality of player that showed up to the Stars Open tryout. I don't know if they're going to have one of those this year. I know they had one a couple of years ago. But no, I don't think the Pistons G League team found the next star from this open tryout. I think they just stole a lot of money from hopeless people that still have hope. Or people doing it as a joke.
That's an expensive joke. $250 is not nothing.
But we're talking about these clowns on the radio in Utah.
Yeah.
They went viral. Maybe that was the idea.
Yeah, the one guy's 275 pounds, maybe 6'1". He steals the ball from a guy who's about 5'10", 5'11", 160.
Yeah, the dream is dead. You just flushed
These are not
$250.
NBA players, no.
No. Yeah, it's over. It's over, pal. I'm sorry.
Non-refundable fee.
Yeah, of course. Of course it's non-refundable. Anyway, the dream is dead. I'm sorry to inform these players, but it's the dream is over. All right, stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next in the 4 o'clock hour. Then PK jumps on with us for the 5 o'clock hour. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? Everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Roll into summer in a new Chevy from Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. We've got cars, trucks, and SUVs perfect for fun under the sun. Together, let's drive.
Hey, Doug.
Technology never stands still. Neither does Les Olson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
Picture this. You pull into your driveway, and for the first time in a long time, you will love what you see. Beautiful new siding, bright energy-efficient windows, gutters that protect your home year-round, and a deck that makes the backyard feel brand new. Not someday, not after one more year. With RGS Exteriors, the home you've been wanting can start today.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
Your student's career doesn't begin after college graduation. It starts the day they arrive. At the John M. Huntsman School of Business, every student is surrounded by career coaches, faculty mentors, employers, and real-world experiences to build confidence, professional skills, and meaningful connections. From the first semester to graduation, everything is designed to prepare students for career success. The John M. Huntsman School of Business. Dare mighty things.
Hey Utah, Jimmer Fredette here. You remember Jimmer Mania? When the building got loud, the tempo sped up, and you could feel something special was about to happen? That's the same kind of energy you get behind the wheel at BMW of Pleasant Grove. Quick acceleration, sharp handling, total control. Whether you're hitting I-15 for work, making the school run, or heading out for the weekend. Because great driving is like great basketball. Quick decisions, smooth moves, and confidence when it matters. And if you know my game, you know that I love the three-pointer. Catch it, rise up, let it fly. In a BMW, it's the same feeling. Smooth, precise, and dialed in. Like you're pulling from deep, and you know it's money the second it leaves your hand. The crew at BMW of Pleasant Grove makes the whole process easy too. No pressure, no runaround. Just a premium experience from shopping to financing to service that has your back for miles. So if you're ready to upgrade your drive and bring that game day energy to every day, visit BMW of Pleasant Grove or online at bmwofpg.com. BMW of Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
I don't need to explain to you that water runs Utah, that we didn't get enough last year, or that Utah is one of the driest states in the country. But I will tell you, slowtheflow.org has tons of tips for saving water. Head to the website to learn how you can keep Utah beautiful and livable.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Just doing it big, you know.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. There's a bunch of NBA child custody stuff in the news today, Christian. Well, we've got some BYU stuff we can circle around to in a second, but let me ask you this one first. Paul Pierce is in a child support kind of thing with he's got a baby boy and with his ex-girlfriend or whatever. But before I tell you why I'm bringing this up, have I ever told you why I thought it would be funny if I had a kids and then named them an official title? You know, like you named your son Colonel, or you name your son Officer.
Yeah.
So, you know, so if you had your son instead of Dalton, it could be Colonel Esparza.
Yeah, what's your name, son?
Colonel Esparza.
Colonel.
You're a colonel already? No. That's just my name.
That's my name. Then he has to go into the military.
I suppose, but wouldn't you automatically think that person has leadership? You know, wouldn't that automatically, like, I should follow this guy. His name is Colonel.
Right.
I don't know. Just thought process, right? So Paul Pierce, his ex, her name is Princess Santiago, and their son together, his name is King.
So reverse order.
But I don't know if that accomplishes what I always thought would be cool. I don't know.
You think King is a little too?
I think that's too much.
Okay. You're more like LaMelo Ball naming his son La1.
He did? I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Uh-huh.
Speaking of LaMelo Ball, there's pictures out there, or I guess it's a video. Someone moving all the stuff out of his penthouse took a video of the penthouse. The penthouse he refused to pay rent for, if you recall back to that story. And Cam Newton's dad is now suing LaMelo Ball to get back rent and HOA fees. But I'm telling you, LaMelo Ball's house looks like it was decorated by a 13-year-old boy.
That's who LaMelo Ball is. He is the same kid that scored 100 points at Montverde High School all those years ago.
There's these weird alien statues. There's Papa Shot hoops things. It looks like it does. It looks like a Dave & Buster's. It really does. If you had you and LaMelo are probably about the same age, Christian, right? Maybe you're a year or two older than he is.
I think I'm a year older than him, yeah.
If you had unlimited amount of money and could decorate your penthouse in Charlotte, North Carolina any way you want, would you go with Dave & Buster's?
The inner kid in me says yes. But I don't know how. I would need practicality.
See, if I were in my mid-20s and I had limitless money and I could just do whatever I wanted with a penthouse, it would have like a foosball table or a pool table or something juvenile like that. Not like that. Not like Pop-A-Shot and arcade feel. It'd be more like sports bar feel.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Not little kid arcade feel. I don't get it. Is it an Arrested Development thing that guy basically got attention on him as a 13-year-old and then he just froze in time emotionally?
I think that is what it is. Anytime I watch LaMelo Ball do anything, anytime I see a clip of him, I'm like, oh, that's a kid. And then I'm like, oh, wait, no, this dude is in his mid-20s. Have you seen his feet tattoo?
No.
His feet, his toes have like flames on them. His toes are tattooed red. And they're like hot Cheetos. It's bad. It's bad, dude. I'm telling you. This dude has the emotional capacity of a 13-year-old child.
Would you care about that if you were a general manager?
You would think that if you're investing hundreds of millions of dollars, then yes, you would.
But none of that has anything to do with his game.
I think he plays like a 13-year-old child.
I do too.
Right.
I agree with you. Maybe they are related. But you'll look past a lot if you think the player is really good. Not only did Minnesota extend him too, or did they just trade for him? I can't remember.
I don't think they had to extend him, no.
I think you're right. I think they just traded for him. But Minnesota thinks he's the missing piece. They don't care about any of that, obviously. I mean, I think, listen, nobody likes to shade LeBron more than me. But I do think there's some of that with LeBron and his behavior where he just stopped maturing emotionally as a 15-year-old or whatever. And, lying about reading books, that's a 15-year-old's behavior, right? But LeBron is still considered one of the best ever. I mean, if a GM would have passed on LeBron because he lies about reading books, that would have been a gigantic mistake, right?
There's also a difference between LeBron's behavior and LaMelo's.
I agree, but it wouldn't have been a red flag for LeBron, but it's a red flag for LaMelo.
Because LaMelo is more worrying. He's crashing his cars and stuff, LeBron never did anything like that.
True, absolutely true. But LaMelo is also nowhere as good as LeBron.
Right.
Which is what I think the answer is you'll look past anything, any red flag, any Arrested Development or whatever, if the player is LeBron James.
Sure.
The problem you bring up, though, is that LaMelo plays like he's 13. So he plays with an immature. He plays like a guy whose house is decorated like Dave & Buster's.
He scored 100 points in a high school game and has not changed the way that he played since.
Right. So, maybe they are related, but I'm sure Minnesota's saying, okay, well, we'll get him under our umbrella and help him come of age and get older, and everybody matures at some point, and maybe his game will mature too. So in that case, though, you're like deliberately ignoring the red flag that we're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know. Anthony Edwards has kind of a messy personal life off the court, and on the court, he is a really dang good player for the Timberwolves, so maybe they do think that they can figure things out with LaMelo.
Have you seen... I have not. I have not seen what's the terrible movie with Kevin Costner about him running the Browns?
Draft Day.
Yeah. Okay, I have not seen it, but I do know the plot twist at the end because I've heard people talk about it where he passed on drafting a young star quarterback in the draft because nobody went to his birthday party, right?
Yep.
Am I getting that essentially correct? That somehow Kevin Costner, the Dances with Wolves guy, identifies this as some red flag, as some reason not to take a star rookie quarterback. That's the dumbest thing I have ever heard in my entire life. If I owned an NFL team and my GM came to me and said, I didn't take this guy because no one went to his birthday party, I would fire him immediately. Could you imagine making such an important decision for an NFL franchise on a whim such as, I heard nobody went to his birthday party?
Hence why LaMelo was, number 1 overall?
No, he was not number 1 overall. He was 3 or 4. You'd have to go back and look.
Okay.
But he was not number 1 overall. No. I mean, yes, is it a red flag that a college football player would be so I don't know, what am I looking for here? So unpopular that nobody would go to his birthday party. Would that be a red flag if you really read into it? I guess. But if you use that red flag not to take a fantastic football player that you thought could be a franchise quarterback, well, that's really dumb.
So you're saying you err on the side of you can fix it. I mean, at that point, you are still drafting a kid. At this point, LaMelo Ball's not a kid anymore.
No, so maybe that becomes more.
So it's still a different situation. This is a dude who's been a pro now he was drafted in 22. He's going into his 5th professional season.
But if Anthony Edwards had his penthouse like a Dave & Buster's, would you care?
No.
No, not at all.
Much better player.
Yeah, much better player. So it's. I find these discussions entertaining because people are swift to point out faults, myself included, and say, "Oh, that's a red flag. I wouldn't trade for that guy in a million years because he has the emotional age of 13." But if LaMelo Ball were actually a little bit more successful and a little better, nobody would care at all. I mean, even take another young player. Like if Cooper Flagg had his room decorated like a Dave & Buster's, nobody cares. In fact, it'd be like, hey, can I get you another Papa Shot in there? And what about a skee ball thing? How's your skee ball skills, Christian?
Oh, I cheat. I walk up and throw it in.
For the tickets?
Yeah.
Wow, that's pretty low, dude.
And, getting a high score.
Could you be prosecuted for fraud for doing that?
Maybe stealing?
Well, you're stealing tickets. You're cheating at the game. You got a giant inflatable crayon that you didn't earn.
Yeah. I'll ask my lawyer.
Hey, I'm just saying, watch yourself, Christian. I don't want to defraud Dave & Buster's.
Okay. Well, I never named where.
That sounds like a good way to end up in the clink somewhere, man.
Yeah, okay.
You watch yourself.
All right.
What's your go-to prize?
Honestly, it used to be candy.
Uh-huh.
But then now I look for card games.
Okay.
Sometimes they've got some fun card games or whatever, or even a deck of cards.
I find the prices in those stores outrageous.
Well, that's why you got to cheat at the games.
Well, I'm not, but outrageous. 300 tickets for a Tootsie Roll. I spent $50 getting those 300 tickets.
Yeah, you got to level up your games, dude.
Jeez.
Maybe you need a Dave & Buster's in your living room.
Really, you would consider doing Dave & Buster's in your penthouse if money were no object?
If I had the money, then yeah, I would never leave my house.
No, but you would pick that motif. Like Karl Malone built his house in the avenues like a log cabin. You would follow LaMelo Ball into Dave & Buster's land.
No, I'd probably go indoor golf simulator.
Yes, much more adjusted. Yes, much more age appropriate. I totally agree. Christian, I guess was it yesterday or 2 days ago? I think it was yesterday that you were clowning BYU's wide receivers, saying that the season could be a total failure based on that room because they're so crappy. And I asked...
word for word, yeah. Surprised you nailed it.
You pretty much re-racked it. I asked Mitch what it would take for the Bear to get to 70% completion percentage, which would really mean he's having one heck of a year. And Mitch gave his answer and did not mention the receivers. I had to follow up to get him to talk about the receivers, and I was a little bit surprised he didn't go right there with it'll be tough to get to 70 if he doesn't get somebody to stand out at receiver, and seemed to indicate that they have a lot of confidence in JoJo Phillips in particular. I was curious if you were surprised that he did not bring up the receivers when answering that question.
Right now, it's day one of camp, right? So who really knows? But I do know that JoJo Phillips had a lot of hype going into last year, and he was hurt, I think, the very end of the first or second game of the season, and he didn't come back until a couple games left. And when he did come back, he had a lot of drops and was kind of a disappointment, and you kind of just got to flesh that season behind you, right? And now he comes in as the most experienced guy in this group outside of, obviously, Tiger Bachmeier's a senior, but he hasn't been with the team as long as JoJo has. So it makes sense that he is the, I guess, lead to be wide receiver one, as Mitch mentioned. But looking at the group as a whole, it's really just a big unknown. I really don't know what to expect. I think somebody will rise to the top by the end of fall camp. That's what it's for, and that's what happens because somebody has to. But looking at the way this group is right now, it's really a lot of question marks and a lot of unknowns.
They do have a newcomer in Kyler Casper, so we'll see how that plays out. And then the tight end position, they've got Walker Lyons coming in, of course, and Roger Saliapaga. So, maybe the tight ends also give him a little bit of performance. But really, Mitch, when he was answering the question, he stressed that Bear is the one who indeed needs to improve from a throwing standpoint and did not mention the wide receivers, which is true. I mean, maybe, both of these things can be true at the same time. And I think everybody, myself included, was impressed with the progress that they saw Bear make on the field last year in throwing the football. But I thought Mitch gave a pretty good answer, saying really he needs to be the one to get better throwing the ball, and I thought that was insightful. It's easy to look at the returning quarterback and say, "Oh, this guy walks on water," right? Especially after a freshman campaign like that. Dennis Dodd came on with us earlier talking about Bear and mentioned that he was the only freshman to have 3,500 combined yards last year. It's really easy to say, okay, well, that guy will make the next step, and the performance is going to be there. But you forget that these are college athletes and that the onus to improve does fall on the player himself. Bear in this circumstance, DJ, I thought brought up a really astute point yesterday when he joined us and was talking about camp that, if you go back and look in the heyday of BYU and Norm Chow and slinging the ball all over the yard, the receivers were not exactly Jerry Rice and Herman Moore. I made a joke about Brandon Doman's brother, Cliff, who was a great receiver at BYU. You can go back and look. He made a ton of plays, and he was really, really good. He was far from an NFL receiver. You remember players like Eric Drage, who were fine and had plenty of production, but were not what you would think of when you think of elite receivers. And so, BYU might have to be back in that realm a little bit, where your quarterback needs to be good enough to make receivers better. And sometimes I think it's receivers that make quarterbacks look better. But in this circumstance with this year's BYU team, the Bears going to have to make his receivers and his pass catchers look better, and not the other way around. You know what I always thought was the ultimate example of a receiver, and this is at the NFL level, Christian, a receiver that made a quarterback better. Can you think of any examples?
I've got one.
Let's hear it.
Well, as a Broncos fan, Demaryius Thomas and Tim Tebow. You think of like the Tebow mania and them beating the Steelers in the playoffs. The play that won the game in overtime, it was a slant to Demaryius Thomas, and he caught it and ran 80 yards for a touchdown. Tebow had to throw the ball 5 yards, and Thomas did all the work.
I'm shocked you went with that example. Shocked you went with the Broncos. And yes, that example would qualify. But maybe, in fact, you are too young for this. But Randy Moss, when he played for the Vikings, do you remember his quarterback?
Dante Culpepper.
Dante Culpepper, who everybody thought was pretty dang good. The day Randy Moss got traded to the Raiders, it was the day that Culpepper ceased to be any good.
Right.
He washed out then with Minnesota, and he went to Miami and looked like a clown who didn't know what he was doing. So the pendulum goes both ways. I would argue that Tom Brady always made his receivers better than they actually were. which was the reason that they kept churning receivers. It's because it didn't really matter. He was going to make those receivers look better than they were. I think Michael Irvin made Troy Aikman better, but then you look at some of the receivers on those old Cowboys teams that came through on the other side that eventually left to sign big deals because Troy Aikman made them look awesome, and then they go somewhere else and they were just hot garbage. Look into, what was that guy's name? Alvin Harper, who ended up leaving the Cowboys and going to Tampa. And that dude just signed that huge deal, and that was the last day that he was relevant in the NFL. Just terrible going to a team where you're playing with a different...
Thanks to Troy.
Seriously, I mean, these things they go back and forth. But in this case, with this version of BYU football, I think Bear is going to have to make the pass catchers better. And that includes JoJo Phillips, and he has a huge opportunity, and he should really go and grab it. That wide receiver 1 position should be his, and he should have a thrower who's capable of getting the ball. But Bear's going to have to make him look better. I'm not so sure if you wait to have the receivers make the quarterback look better, if that's coming.
No, and that's, again, I mean, we kind of mentioned this earlier with Devin Dampier and his experience, and Bear's not nearly as experienced as Devin is, but again, that's why they bring him back, because, they trust in his ability to improve upon what he showed last year. And you mentioned the 3,500 yards and the rushing ability, and it is pretty clear that the throw game is where he needs to improve. But if he can do that, I mean, suddenly you're talking about like a true NFL draft prospect because of the size and the power. And if he can really become a dependable passer, that's a dude that can be one of the top college quarterbacks in the country if he puts that part of his game together.
And let us not forget the breaking news that Mitch had for us, that Bear has trimmed his hair. He no longer has the flowing locks that we saw at BYU Big 12 Media Days. It's now trim. I know I was wondering. I just want to make sure everybody got that. You're a big deal when your haircut makes news. I'm trying to think of a starlet. Jennifer Aniston gets her haircut. Bam, making news. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Bear Bachmeier gets his haircut. Bam, front page news. That's how you know you've arrived, Christian.
His brother too, yeah. Tiger.
If you make it to the point where your haircut is newsworthy, you truly have arrived.
I'm not there yet.
No, you got a ways.
Bear Bachmeier.
You got a ways to go, bro.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but you don't even have the courage to turn on your video monitor when we're doing the show, so people can see you on YouTube. All you producers are cowardly, as you have it turned off all the time.
This camera doesn't work.
I'm looking at it right now. It does work.
Oh no, the back end stuff.
That's not true. I'm looking at the camera right now.
It doesn't work.
I'm looking at that angle right now. You know how much that I hate being on the camera. From the very beginning, I have bellyached over being on camera. I get it. It's where the world has gone. I'm not going to quit my job over it, but I don't like it, not in the slightest. And so for me to be forced to do it, and you and Salzar and Hatch are too craven to turn it on when you pop on the mic. So our good folks watching on YouTube or KSLSports.com think you're just the voice of the good Lord falling out of nowhere instead of having the camera pop up when you turn it on.
I do like, it's like, what's his name in the Hard Knocks?
Oh, the actor?
Yeah, the voice guy.
Liv whatever it is?
Yeah, Liv Schreiber.
Where's Ben to give us his entire IMDb? Yeah, right. That's what you are in the show?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you turned your mic on right there, and it didn't pop up on the screen. Someone watching on YouTube right now is like, who's that bozo? Wonder what he looks like. Wonder if his haircut would make news.
Catch me on Saturdays, bro.
Oh, yeah, when it's about your show. Oh, there you go. Now it's on. Now pop on your microphone.
Well, okay. No, the thing is, one time, okay.
It's not working now.
No, there's not a
there
right...
There it is. No.
There's not a right frame for it. I'll have to figure this out. It's work in progress.
Yeah. I bet you Salzar intentionally submarined that.
He did.
Yeah, I believe it. We'll have more coming up next. PK, top of the 5 o'clock hour. Audio Vault at 450. It's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Westbound on 201 is a major trouble spot heading out to Magna thanks to a roadside fire now blocking the flow at 7200 West. We've got another fire that closed I-84 in Riverdale. That's still causing backups, but eastbound traffic is now going through from the I-15 southbound ramp. Hey, at UTA, we move your early mornings, your long days, and your big plans. We move purpose. We move you. Plan your trip right now at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined by Jim Williams, longtime sports media producer, director, and executive. Keep an eye out when MLB expands. Salt Lake City is quietly becoming one of the hottest sports towns in America. Sports Business Journal just vaulted Salt Lake from number 44 to number 12 nationally, ahead of some legacy markets on its best sports business cities list. What has changed? What's driving that?
I think a lot of it is people are discovering Utah. And I think what's driving it is look at the attendance. Look at the attendance at the Mammoth hockey game. The Jazz have always been strong. And then you've got, of course, Real Salt Lake. People are getting to understand numbers are numbers, whether you want to argue them or whatever. But at the end of the day, you want to be where you're going to be appreciated. This is a fantastic up and growing market. It's going to help the entire region.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey, honey, I was thinking about updating the house a little.
A little?
You know, new siding, new windows, gutters that actually work, maybe even a new deck.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, I called RGS Exteriors.
Well, that's a good decision.
When it comes to upgrading your home's exterior, the right choice is easy. RGS Exteriors specializes in siding, windows, gutters, and decking that transform the look and protection of your home.
Hi, Tim Brown, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Hundreds of children are experiencing homelessness, living in a family shelter with just the bare essentials. And back-to-school shopping is a luxury they can't afford. But you can help. The Road Home Apple Tree program provides a brand new outfit, shoes that fit just right, and a backpack. Giving is easy. Donate online or shop for a child in need. Visit theroadhomeappletree.com today, because every child deserves to start school feeling like they belong.
Get hunt ready before you head into the backcountry. Gear up at Mountain Land Truck Outfitters. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment, and you'll get a free $25 Maverick G card. Don't miss his limited time hunting season offer. Visit your nearest Mountain Land Truck Outfitters location or shop today at mtnlndtruck.com. Offer valid through August 31st, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment to receive one free $25 Maverick gift card. Limit one gift card per customer account while supplies last.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. I told you there's a lot of child custody stuff in the NBA today, Christian. Did you see? Did you see what Luka Doncic's former fiance?
So I saw the other day that she withdrew from the United States courts.
Well,
right?
Apparently, and I'm just reading from the report here, Luka Doncic's former fiancée, Ana Maria Goltes, is reportedly willing to move on from her child custody battle with Lakers superstar Luka Doncic for a certain amount of money. Do you want to guess what she's asking for?
More than the $250 that the Pistons are charging for
More,
the tryout.
yes, more than that, correct.
We talking millions?
Millions, yes, we are in the millions.
10 million?
$50 million is what she wants to go away. Report says 80% of the payout the outlet claimed, TMZ claimed, would be for Goltes, and the other 20% would be their two children. Okay,
so she is looking out for the kids at least.
Kinda. In most, like they weren't married. In most child support cases, isn't 100% supposed to be for the kids? I don't know. Honestly, I haven't
to pay child support.
I haven't either, and I haven't. If there's a family law attorney out there that wants to let us know, I guess alimony is a thing, but they were never married.
Yeah, I don't know how this works.
But I wonder if he's considering it. That is a wild amount of money. $50 million just to go away?
To go away. Okay. Must really not like her.
I guess. I don't know if they were together for a long time. They have two kids.
Maybe she doesn't like the LA life.
Or maybe she's just looking for $50 million. I don't know. That seems like a...
Shoot, I am too.
You'd have to be pretty annoying for somebody to even consider giving you $50 million just to go away.
Yeah.
But I'd be intentionally annoying if it meant that I got a $50 million payday. Really just busting his chops 24/7.
Aggravating him on purpose.
On purpose, yeah.
Okay.
Like this could all be over if you just scratch that check for $50 million.
Some people just live different lives than us, man.
Yes, that is true.
Just completely different worlds.
That is true. But yeah, I could bust Luka's chops over and over again
if
it
do
meant
it for free.
Yeah, if you meant to you get a $50 million payday on the other side. I'm going to quit bugging you with all these texts if you just pay me $50 million.
Just the most annoying person you've ever met.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I'll totally be out of your life. $50 million. I could do it.
I don't think that's going to end up happening. That seems too rich.
Too steep?
Yeah.
All right. Well, hopefully Luka's having a good time with all his teammates over there in Slovenia.
Yeah, probably avoiding
Bonding.
this woman.
Yeah. All right. Hey, we played Sharif Shah earlier in the show, his media availability from Utah camp. And he had an interesting quote that's kind of making the rounds. And we can let's circle back to that and talk about it a little bit. PK is going to be with us at the top of the 4 o'clock hour. Audio Vault is coming up at 4:50, so stay tuned for that. But here's the clip from Sharif Shah talking about staying at Utah as opposed to following Witt to Michigan.
Coach Witt, I would not be coaching had it not been for Coach Witt. I wouldn't be here. So I will always love Coach Witt, always, forever. Has a very special place in my heart. So when he initially left, it was something that I had to consider. You know, I knew where I wanted to be. I know I wanted to be with Coach Scally, but Coach has a way of being very persuasive, Coach Witt. You know, he can be very persuasive. And when I talked to my wife and just going through the things that I still wanted to be able to achieve here, it made sense. It was what was in my heart to be with Coach Scally. You know, we had a lot of plans that we sat in the corner, that defensive room for years, just, well, if I were this and if I could do that, you know, wishing, and now some of these things are starting to come to fruition. No, you don't want to go anywhere. You want to see if you can make those dreams a reality. So, man, I absolutely love what I believe Coach Witt is going to build, but my home was here. It was with the guy that, I was able to cut my teeth with. And on the defensive side of the ball, it's with the thought and expectation that we want to win in a big way. We want to do what Indiana showed everybody that you can do. If you can assemble the right young men, have the right culture, the right mindset, you can do that. That's not a one-off. I think that's going to become more apparent and more commonplace than people think, especially with what's happening in college football, what's been happening, transfers, more good players and on virtually damn near every team. So I wanted to be here.
I have many thoughts on that, but what real quick, Christian, maybe you have an opinion on this. What do you think that Sharif meant when he said Coach Witt can be very persuasive? Very persuasive. What do you think he was talking about?
Oh, you've seen Witt's face when he gets real serious, you know. It's kind of an intimidation thing.
I thought for sure he was alluding to a lot of dough. That Michigan money, you know.
That 50 M's that we were just talking about. Not quite 50 for Sharif Shah, but.
Like that, Coach Witt can be very persuasive. I just thought, I wonder what kind of paycheck he was talking about there. But I am not surprised. One, that Coach Witt would try and take Sharif Shah. But two, that Sharif Shah would stay at Utah. You know, Christian, and again, I like talking history with you, but do you know Sharif Shah's origin story? He played at Utah under Coach McBride and was from, I believe it was Compton, but from Southern California and from LA. He came to Utah, played for Coach Mack, and I believe played for Witt. I'd have to go back and look at the dates, but I believe Witt was defensive coordinator. I could be wrong about that. But he turned out to be a total and complete success story. Sharif Shah comes to Utah. He balls out on the field. He was a great player, fan favorite, everything under the sun. Then he becomes an attorney, goes to law school, becomes an attorney, is a successful attorney for a firm around here that you would have heard of, and really was making a great career for himself. But he kept going back to the program every year to help out. He would give motivational speeches. He would tell his story, and in a kind of roundabout way, help with recruiting, I believe, as well. And then when there was an opening on the staff for a cornerbacks coach, Coach Witt hired Sharif Shah. Now, I'm not proud to admit, but I remember this. I'm not proud to admit that on air I said, I don't know about this. I don't know if this is going to be a good idea. You hire a lawyer to be the quarterbacks coach? How is this going to go? And honestly, I could not have really been more wrong, as he has been an unbelievable success story at the University of Utah. His position group has been out of this world, phenomenal. I mean, guys like Jalen Johnson, who might be the best corner in the NFL right now. Who was I think he ended up being well, anyway, I'll leave that name out of my mind. But he's had a tremendous amount of success. He's been a great coach. He's been a great recruiter. But I am not surprised in the slightest that he did not follow Witt to Michigan, because much like Morgan Scalley, he is a true Utah. He is a true Utah man. He has roots with the University of Utah. He has roots with his community. He mentioned his wife, Jen, has roots here, maybe unconventional roots here, but is a Utahn, And he and Morgan, and I know this for a fact, have developed an unbelievably close relationship. And Sharif really just described it right there, being in those coaching rooms and coaching on the same defense for so long. So I'm not surprised that Sharif still is here in Utah because of his, he's become originally from Southern California, but has become a Utahn, and deep-rooted Utahn at that. And so, yeah, I'm not surprised Coach Witt wanted him to come. I'm not surprised he stayed. And if Coach Witt was truly being very persuasive, I bet you Coach Shaw got a nice little raise with his decision to stay. By the way, Utah is better for it.
Yeah, you look at what Scalley's defense was able to do the last several years, including, back to Jalen Johnson, Clark Phillips, another player that was drafted recently, Smith Snowden, probably going to go to the NFL eventually. That man scheme is really, really dependent on these corners. And you look at who's been able to churn out this NFL caliber level of player, and it's Sharif Shah.
It's funny, when Jen was on The Real Housewives of Salt Lake, and I saw some online commentary on the episodes, or some of the episodes, and it turned out renting, they called it a chalet in Park City, but I mean, it was this unbelievable house. And I saw, someone said on the Talk Snap, how much is Utah paying their cornerbacks coach? Turns out that was not the source of that income.
Yeah.
And that didn't turn out to be entirely real. Yeah. I still would love to ask Coach Shaw about appearing on that show. He was like a character on the show. He was on a bunch of different episodes.
How many media members in this market do you think, how much crossover do you think there is among media members of those who cover Sharif Shah / Utah and watch Real Housewives?
Probably low. Like, is Furlong out there watching The Real Housewives of Salt Lake? Probably not.
I don't think so. I think this is like a job for Jake Scott.
To get up there and do it? Oh, they'd probably throw me out and never let me back in. I'm amazed that he hasn't been asked more about that.
It's a big deal.
She got arrested off a bus. Have you seen that episode?
I've seen the clip, yeah.
You need to get into The Real Housewives of Salt Lake. I haven't seen the last few seasons. There's a rumor out there, though, that Whitney and Justin Rose are living separate lives. So I got to get dialed back into this show.
Okay. I was big into Jersey Shore. That was my thing. I haven't really watched a ton of reality TV outside of that.
You love the Secret Lives of Mormon Wives.
I mean, not really. My wife watches it.
Not like Ben, but you're into the storylines.
I'm aware of it. My wife watches it. I don't watch it. Jersey Shore, I mean, I sat down.
Who was your go-to character in Jersey Shore?
DJ Pauly D.
That was everybody's, right?
Yeah, he was cool. The quiet one, who was the young one? I'm forgetting his name. I don't remember. But
the young one, weren't they all like the same age?
They were all young, but he was like the kind of innocent one that was like everybody's little brother, and he was kind of like...
Not the situation.
No, not the situation.
Not the Royd, not the Royd Rage guy.
Not Royd Rage Ronnie.
Man, was his relationship with that what's her name, Sammy Sweetheart, was that the most annoying plot line ever, or what? You need to get into Real Housewives of Salt Lake. You'd like it. Ron McBride makes an appearance in season 1.
Oh yeah.
At Jen Shaw's birthday party.
Vinny.
Vinny.
Vinny is this kid's name.
Vinny.
He's not a kid anymore.
What a show.
Yeah.
What a show.
But Coach Mack.
Yeah, Coach Mack was on an episode.
Accidentally?
No, they were showing us the party, and Coach Mack was at the party.
Okay. Man of many talents.
Yes, man of many talents. All right, Audio Vault's next. PK at 5. Stay tuned. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Coming out of the Ogden area, I-15 southbound continues to suffer from slowing from 21st Street down to the Roy area, while US 89 also has delays down the hill from Harrison Boulevard to I-84. Westbound on the 201 highway is also super slow from 5600 West all the way out to 80th West in Magna. Attention property managers, customers, see your parking lot before they see your lobby. Make the first thing unforgettable with GoPave Utah. They've got seal coating, crack sealing, striping, and patching across the Wasatch Front. Call them right now or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Beehive Meals. Man, do we love Beehive Meals. It fits so conveniently into our busy schedule in my family. It takes the thought out of thinking, what are we going to do for dinner tonight? And quite literally takes all of the prep work out of it, which I obviously love. I've been enjoying their crock pot meals for years now, and I've been so excited this summer to try their brand new flat top meals. Amazing, fresh prepared meals designed for your flat top griddle, or even in a regular skillet. And of course, since it's Beehive, no chopping, no measuring. You just thaw, you cook, and dinner is done. It's so easy, and it's honestly super easy to put your own little spin on these recipes as well. So with school coming right around the corner, we're talking about busy schedules, after-school activities. So take the what's for dinner out of your life and let Beehive take care of it for you. And the August menu with the flat top meals is great. We're talking chicken Alfredo, meatball marinara, a return of the jalapeno cheddar smash burgers. So delicious. You need to check it out today. If you're ready to make dinner easier and better, go to beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating so there's always space, even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
This is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. If your home feels like it's overheating the moment the sun comes up, your windows could be a major reason why. In the summer months, inefficient windows let in heat and force your AC to work overtime, driving up your energy bills and making your home less comfortable. The problem is, most homeowners know they need new windows, but put it off because they assume it's going to be too expensive. At Greenify Energy Savers, we install high-performance AMSCO energy-efficient windows manufactured right here in Salt Lake City. So install times are typically just a few weeks, not several months. And most homeowners are surprised to learn that we can often save them thousands of dollars compared to other window companies while still offering premium windows with a lifetime warranty and flexible finance options. Don't spend another summer fighting the heat inside your home. Give Greenify Energy Savers a call today for a free, no-obligation quote at 801-948-4464. Again, that's 801-948-4464. Or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com. Let us save you literally thousands of dollars and greenify your windows today.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi, with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. Listen every morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with Jake and Ben for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
No crazy soundbite slips past these guys.
I came here for the same reason people go to the zoo.
This is another edition of the Audio Vault with Jake and Ben. On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Time for the Audio Vault, the best sound of the day. By the way, shout out to our friend Wild Turkey Fart Blunt, who on the Talk Snap sent in a photo, and it says, Jake, found one of Christian's senior pics, and it's a picture of Christian Jersey Shore style.
GTL, baby.
And I believe that you tried to pull off that lifestyle at some point in your. Did you try to go Jersey Shore but Cedar City style?
Yeah, my wife won't let me wear tank tops.
Are you a tank top guy? Would you wear tank tops? Are you like Pitt McAfee where you'd be pitting out? Pits out?
Yeah, my wife wouldn't let me.
Sun's out, pits out. But you would if your wife were not in the picture?
Yeah.
Wow, I never thought a Christian being tank top guy.
I'd be. I mean, look at this picture.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm count me in the club of the tank top rarely looks good.
Well, hence why you marry a smart woman.
That says
because she has definitely saved me from being embarrassed.
Put those pits away, Christian.
Exactly.
Nobody wants to see or smell that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying that I mean, I would do it because I would want to. But then everybody else would be like, "Who's this guy that thinks that he looks good?"
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know many that can pull off the tank top look really spectacularly.
DJ Pauly D.
Even him, I don't know. Don't get famous wearing a tank top.
Or with the stupid blowout haircut.
Yeah.
He's like 50 years old and still wears it.
Or a stupid blowout haircut trying to get your fledgling DJ career off the ground. Anywho. Time for the Audio Vault. There's nothing out there today that's all that can't miss, so we thought we'd go with an oldie but a goodie because we brought it up yesterday. Why did we bring it up? Oh, we were talking about officials being terrible. And, of course, this is the legendary moment where the Utes, the Ute basketball team under Larry Kryskowiak, lost a tough one, and I believe it was to Arizona State, and there were some controversial calls. And this is what Larry Kryskowiak's post-game press conference sounded like.
It's out of control, and they all do it. You know that, Bobby. You're supposed to be good officials.
Hello. All right. Okay. I don't recognize that voice. Maybe one of our coaches. Okay.
Oh, you better believe he recognized that voice. You better believe he knew that was the good doctor, Chris Hill, behind the scenes going after the head of officials there for the Pac-12. I love that cut so much. I love Larry Kryskowiak's reaction to it. Oh, which is so funny. I love it that he basically lies and says, I don't know whose voice that is. Maybe one of our coaches or something. Meanwhile, Chris Hill absolutely coming unglued, just like any fan out there, about how terrible the refereeing in the Pac-12 really was. In football and basketball. Bobby deserved it. I'm on team Dr. Hill.
You know that, Bobby.
You know
You're
that,
supposed
Bobby.
To be that official.
Absolutely incredible. Incredible moment. I always said, though, at least he did it behind closed doors as opposed to kicking in the press conference door, and doing it in front of everybody.
What's the point of being behind closed doors if everybody can hear?
But it's still a private moment. It's tough to hold it against them,
Okay.
It's tough to be like you're crying about the officials when you do it behind closed doors. When you do it in front of the press conference, I think that changes it a little bit.
I was happy to be in the Big 12.
Now I am not.
Tonight I am not.
Man, Pac-12 officiating was bad, which is the whole reason why we brought up that clip. Just terrible. All right, stay tuned. The one and only Patrick Kinahan is going to be on the show coming up next. He's going to hang out with us in the 5 o'clock hour. Stay tuned. It's the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Picture this. You pull into your driveway, and for the first time in a long time, you will love what you see. Beautiful new siding, bright, energy-efficient windows, gutters that protect your home year-round, and a deck that makes the backyard feel brand new. Not someday, not after one more year. With RGS Exteriors, the home you've been wanting can start today.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight and tomorrow, the Salt Lake City Bees and the Oklahoma City Comets play at 6:35, and you can listen to the game on both 1280 and 97.5 The Zone. Saturday, lots of games. It starts at 2 o'clock with the Utah Royals in Denver to play the Summit. NWSL action starts at 2 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. The Bees and Comets will play at 6:35 on 1280 The Zone, and then RSL in Leagues Cup action against Atlanta, 8 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, Keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations: American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's the best station, period.
Let's be honest. These guys have the best job on the planet.
You come to work in a frickin' bathrobe?
So if you're out there working hard, you should also expect your radio hosts to put in an honest day's work. So of course, Jake and Ben are live at 5 with the biggest headlines and the best analysis in Utah. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is time for Live at 5, brought to you by our friends at Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call 855-TRAJAN-1 or visit their website at trajanwealth.com. We're going to talk to Patrick Kinahan coming up here in a moment. We're trying to connect with him to get his thoughts on camps, what's going on in Utah. He and DJ were down at BYU for the Open of BYU camp. They got a chance to do one-on-ones with a bunch of different coaches down there and have been utilizing their sound or those interviews on their show with DJ and PK in the morning. So eager to get PK's thoughts on what's going on with camps. And, of course, get PK's thoughts on whatever else is rattling around in PK's brain, which is oftentimes very interesting and insightful. So we'll connect with Patrick Kinahan coming up here in a moment. In fact, he's ready to roll. Hi, PK. How are you?
Jake, I hate to say this, big guy, but I lost respect for you from you today.
Why?
Well, we're a sports station, and Chicho, that guy has been on my you-know-what list since Dallas. And I guys, Kevin Costner, the Dancing with Wolves guy, not the Bull Durham guy, not the Field of Dreams guy. We're a sports station, and you identify him as the Dancing with Wolves guy, and Chicho and you. That's how you're going to go with that. And we're a sports station, 2 of the finest, if not the finest, sports movies. And I happen to think Field of Dreams, hey, Dad, do you want to have a catch? Everyone can relate to that. No, you went to some out in the outpost, which I hated that movie, Dancing with Wolves guy. Oh, my gosh. I would rather have you tell me that the Beatles are overrated than listen to that Dancing with Wolves guy as a reference to Kevin Costner. What were you thinking?
All right. Now, you're probably going to hate my take here, but Dances with Wolves, he did win the Oscar for, to be fair.
I don't give a crap about the Oscars. What is that? The DNC convention show on Sunday night?
Wow. And I do love Field of Dreams. I'm with you. I do love that movie. Bull Durham is terrible. Do people think that's a comedy? That's the most unfunny comedy I think I've ever seen. And Susan Sarandon is so annoying in that movie. I wanted to turn it off the whole way through.
Okay. I'm not necessarily going to argue with you on that, but still. The Dances with Wolves guy.
Well, he could have gone the Yellowstone guy. I mean, he's famous for that.
Okay, and that's a little more current, and I think for a while it was filmed here locally, but the Dances with Wolves guy, I was taking a shower, and I about leaped out of the shower and thought, I'm going to drive right down there. I'm not going to do this from home. I'm going to drive down there and just smack him in the back of the head.
Oh man. Well, all right. Well, yeah, we can go down the Beatles route if that's the direction
And
that
the
you really
Beatles,
want to go.
Jake, there's been one musician in the history of music who's been assassinated.
Is that true?
Yeah. And you know who it was? The most popular musician, singer, songwriter, talented guy in the history of planet Earth.
Oh, yeah. Christian brought up a good point. What about Selena?
I said, man.
Oh, okay. All right.
Christian, stick to the heritage. At least I appreciate him on that.
Oh, man. PK, you were down in Provo yesterday, and I love what you and DJ do. You guys go down there and you get great interviews for your show, kind of hang out and get a chance to we usually call it a one-on-one, but in your guys' case, 2-on-1. And it's always, really great content. You and DJ are the best in the biz when it comes to interviews, in my humble opinion. So I'm curious, and I'll let you take it where you want to go. What did you really learn yesterday?
Well, I want to give a shout out to BYU because they are extremely accommodating for interviews. I had asked for 2 players and 2 coordinators, and they lined them up. And we didn't have time for one of the players. We'll get to that down the line. But we got Bear's brother, Tiger, who's got a good personality and is a great interview. And then obviously we got Kelly Papinga and Aaron Roderick. And nobody was over our shoulders telling to wrap it up. Unlike some others. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
So, I think that these guys now have been around. Obviously, Aaron Roderick, I think, was at Utah 12 years and been at BYU for a number of years. Kelly Papinga has been in the business. This is his first year as a coordinator. And it's funny. I make this, I don't know if it's an analogy, but it's a point. That Kalani is in his 11th year as a head coach, right? But really, he's going into his 4th year because that's the time that they've been in the Big 12. And you talk to the departed Tom Homo, serving as a mission president now, Brian Santiago, his successor, and they will all tell you that the Big 12 was a game changer because when they did independence, when the Utes went into the Pac-12, they had to do it. The Mountain West on that silly mountain station had no exposure and all. And so it was the right move at the time. But as independence wore on, it became a malaise. It became the depths, the throes of independence. And the program clearly suffered, right? They lost 9 games in a row to Utah. Well, now they've come out of it, and they were able to recruit to the Big 12 a couple of years before they went in, which is important because that means you can recruit guys and then send them on their missions. And then when they come back, they'll be in the Big 12, right? They have to wait the 2 years. And it's funny, it was 2 years before they went in. And the point I'm making is the program, I believe right now, since Broncos era in the late 2000s, from 2006 to 2009, the program is in the best shape that it's been since then. And so these guys can come out and make the statement that this is the fastest team we've had. This is the most depth we have. And they're speaking from their experiences. And you can see why, because the Big 12 has been a game changer. The NIL, we know BYU's participating. They still got a ways to go before they can get to Texas Tech's level. But still, the optimism for the program, I think right now, in modern times, so to speak, is at an all-time high. And they really believe they've got really quality players and some backups. Kelly Papinga said in linebackers, and we've known, and you know this too as well as anybody, BYU has been a great place for linebackers, right? They've had a number of great linebackers over the years. And he said, we can use our threes and there wouldn't be much drop off. And they have never been able to say that ever. And now they're saying it. So the point is the program is in a really good spot. Expectations are extremely high.
How good do you think the Bear can be this year, PK. If I talked to Mitch earlier in the show, and he thinks that the Bear could get to like a 70% completion percentage. And if he hit that, I would say, man, that offense must really be humming. And he's well on his way to being the next example of a great BYU quarterback. So I guess, how good do you think he can be?
Aaron Roderick laid out the expectations. We'll play that. We played Kelly Papinga today. We'll play Aaron Roderick tomorrow. And he said, he's not a stats guy. A couple years ago, he made that comment, stats are for losers. But he said there are some stats that indicate quality, that indicate the quality of the offense. And they're not necessarily putting individual stats out there for guys to reach it. They're putting some benchmarks because those equate to a good team. So that's where he's looking for the stats. And individually for Bear, that quarterback guy at BYU, that he wants a 3-to-1 touchdown to ratio, interception ratio, and he wants close to 70%, and he wants to reduce the number of carries on Bear. They don't want him running as much. Now he's not interested in a number because obviously that could vary from game to game. But the point he was making, Aaron Roderick, was that when they got to the end of the season, he was hobbled. And, they didn't have much in the way of a backup, so they had to go with him. So they're thinking they've got a long season with the possibility of playing in Texas for the conference title. And then, maybe if they should beat Notre Dame or what have you, maybe it's a playoff game or two, right? We'll see. And so that being said, they need him to be healthy as the season wears on. And one of the ways, there's no guarantees on anything on this, but you're playing the odds. One of the ways is to reduce the number of carries for Bear. Now, with all that in mind, the guy's extremely intelligent. They had told me last year, once he came and the Retzlaff situation became apparent, that he wasn't going to be able to play at BYU or was going to be suspended for most of the season, that if Bear picked up the offense, he was going to be the starter. Now, other guys kept saying Hillstead, but my intel was saying no, and I wrote about it like 5 times at KSL without saying he's the definitive starter. But if you could read between the lines, he was going to be there, right? And he did, and he had a nice season. Now, what can he do to grow upon it? Tiger, his brother, I don't think we played that interview, maybe in the first hour, I'm not sure, talking about Bear's acumen. The guy's super smart, obviously went to Stanford before he came over. So, if you go to Stanford, you got your academics in order. So his ability to process everything is really good. So what does that mean? I don't know if it's going to mean necessarily statistically a drastic improvement, even as Aaron Roderick set out those benchmarks, but, maybe a quicker decision in a closer game that can help. And I think that's what they're looking at. So I don't necessarily know that his stats may be better, although they want him to be. But he's got a lot of weapons with the tight ends and LJ Martin, and we'll see what the receivers do, and just be so proficient in what he does. So that's the excitement there.
You talk about A-Rod being with the Utes for 12 years, PK, and it got me thinking with Utah, it was kind of up and down, right? He was co-coordinator and demoted and coordinator, and eventually, Utah and A-Rod parted ways. I don't think it's a hot take to say he's had more success at BYU. In fact, I would argue a lot more success at BYU. A couple of NFL quarterbacks, and that's not even talking about the 10-win seasons and making quarterbacks better, which I think is undeniable during his time at BYU. Why do you think he's been a better coach with the Cougs than the Utes? Or maybe you don't even agree with that premise.
Well, I'm not sure he would agree with that, because he liked to tell people he was the coordinator, not the co-coordinator, but he was the coordinator for 4 years, and he'll tell you they won 39 games in those 4 years. So he'll tell you that. So take that for what it's worth. And I think what he'll tell you is that at BYU he has full reign. He can do what he wants. And Kalani, he loves working for Kalani. And I can tell you right now, he's had multiple offers that at least feelers and at least one offer that he turned down that probably wouldn't require him to move, and we'll leave it at that. And he stayed because of Kalani. He loves working there. And he says that all the coaches love working for Kalani. He told me another coach had a couple of big-time offers this season, didn't go. And not Michigan. Obviously, Jay Hill and Guilford left for that one. But they all like working for Kalani, the environment that he's built. And so I think he will say that he has the freedom to not worry about being second guessed. And plus he's got more experience, right?
Right.
I mean, usually if you do things, the longer you do them, most of the time, you tend to get better. You level off at some point, but he just feels like he's got complete control of what he needs to do and the freedom to do it and really not have to worry. And I think that's a sense of empowerment.
I think, the quarterbacks at Utah, when he was there, you weren't always confident. And this, again,
That's
probably has
true,
nothing
too.
to do with him, but you weren't as always confident in their development, right?
There's
And,
no question.
Tyler Huntley developed under Andy Ludwig, right? He didn't, not
he
necessarily under A-Rod. And he goes to BYU, and this dude's now track record is he's developing the heck out of these guys. All those quarterbacks under him at BYU have all gotten better. And if the question is, will Bear take the next step? I would bet more on the answer to that being yes because of A-Rod, and I don't know if that's always been true.
I think that's a fair assessment, and I think that's a fair assessment at Utah. He's dealing with more talent here, right? And the two guys you're talking about are Zach Wilson and Jaron Hall. Now, they're not going to have, it doesn't look like prolific NFL careers, but they both got to the NFL. They were both drafted, and Utah hasn't had a quarterback drafted since Alex Smith.
Oh, both huge success stories. I don't care about their pro career. Huge success stories for sure.
Yeah. And the stats that A-Rod has laid out are based on what Zach did when he had experience, what Jaron Hall did when he had experience. And both those guys did that. So that's the standard that they're trying to match. And we'll see if Bear can do that. I worry. I don't know if I worry. Maybe worry's too big of a concern. Too big of a word. But I am concerned about receivers. And if they go out and those receivers can't get open or start dropping balls, that becomes a problem. They took a major hit at that position, and a couple. They obviously knew Chase Roberts was going to leave, but the other guys they didn't, and it turned out, and we know with Hagan and Parker Kingston, we understand what happened. We don't need to recite all that, and so they feel like they got guys, and. We laugh with Utah. This is the best group of receivers. This time of year is built in optimism. Everybody is optimistic. What's the point of going into a season? And, I was listening to Kenny Dillingham today in his post-practice, and somebody asked him about bringing guys who were on the team last year back. He said, we got our guys. We got 105 guys. This is our team. We're going to go with them. Let's play. And so you can't just keep going back and forth on that. You got your guys. You recruited these guys. You got to have confidence in them. You brought them in for the transfer portal, and now there's an opportunity for these guys to shine. The two, they got size on the outside with JoJo Phillips and this Casper dude who didn't play at Oregon that much. I don't know what the situation was with Oregon. I basically stopped following Oregon to the level that we used to because they're not in our conference anymore. They took off. My dearly departed, rest in peace, Pac-12 is no more. So I don't pay attention to that conference, the Big Ten. I will with Michigan, obviously, this year, like I do. So I don't know what the deal was. I know he had some injuries, but if they can get some production there, they should be in a good spot offensively, and we'll see how Bear flourishes. I agree with you. I expect him to get better. Why wouldn't he?
Right.
You brought up Tyler Huntley. By the time Tyler Huntley was a senior, oh my goodness,
he was
gracious,
awesome.
Man. Yeah, he put together a phenomenal senior season. Look back to John Beck, his early struggles, and the time that he was a senior. Now, Bear's not a senior, but he is going to be a second-year starter, and he could legitimately be a 3-year starter at BYU. And in today's world of a transfer portal, and I guess he could be a 4-year starter if he wanted to stick around for that last year, or maybe a 5-year starter.
Yeah.
Who knows? We'll just have to see how it plays out. But they've got the weapons, and now they got to do it out on the field, man. And they got a schedule that's going to allow them, if they do it, to show some people just how good they are.
I'm trying to look this up real quick. Speaking of John Beck, I can't find the box score. Oh, this isn't the right game. Will Bear be the first quarterback for BYU to beat Notre Dame in Provo since John Beck?
John Beck did do that that 1 year.
I don't know if he started though. I think somebody else
I think
started.
it might have been Matt Berry.
I think
Matt
it was
Berry
Matt Berry. Yeah.
Yeah. You're right.
But John played.
I was a beat writer at that time for the Watchdog. Right? So yeah, I think it was Matt Berry. I think he threw a touchdown pass to Austin Collie and maybe one to Todd Watkins also. I believe Collie caught a touchdown pass, like a fingertips, in the northwest end zone, if I remember.
When he was
stretching my memory a
freshman before his mission.
Yeah, and Collie was the ultimate baller, obviously.
People forget how good Todd Watkins was. That dude was awesome.
Watkins was decent. He got drafted. He spent a little time in the NBA. He could stretch the field for you. Absolutely. Yeah. That was a good combination.
Yeah. By the time he and Beck came of age, they were pretty deadly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
But that's a huge game. It's amazing to me that Notre Dame's going to play in Provo again. And unlike that Notre Dame team remember the coach was Ty Willingham, and he was coming off of Washington and just wasn't a good fit there, and they were terrible. This Notre Dame team is going to be really good.
Well, they're talking top 5.
Yeah.
I mean, you read all the magazines and all the previews and stuff, and their schedule is such that all of us would be stunned if they didn't come into Provo undefeated. And Notre Dame is always going to get the benefit of the doubt in terms of opinion, ranking, committee ranking. I guess you could say, wait a second, they didn't get that last year, so maybe that's not as true. But the schedule, I think this year, they're going to try to make up for it and give them more love because we know what happened last year. So they should be undefeated. BYU's got a tougher schedule before that game because week 2 at home against Arizona, I think the Cats are going to be good. And then having to go to TCU right before, that's going to be a difficult game.
You're not clowning the Cats? You can give them a little credit?
No.
I'm surprised.
That's two different things. That's when I'm on the air, it's about business. That's not fandom. And people don't want to hear my fandom. They don't care about that. And I'm beyond that anyway. When they play each other, obviously I'll root for the guys that where I went and wear my colors. But no, when we're analyzing things, fandom doesn't play into it. I'm well beyond that. And I've said in my mind, Fafita is the best passing quarterback in the conference. Now that could change because there's other guys who have an opportunity to be good. And the only reason why he's still at Arizona right now is he's short. If he were 6'2", he would have gone to the NFL. I firmly believe that because I think he's that good. And he's got a ton of relatives here. He was telling me, I don't remember if you were when we were interviewing him, but he actually told me that last year too. He's got a lot of relatives in Utah, obviously Polynesian. And so he's looking forward to that game because they let that game get away from them. They really feel against BYU in Tucson last year, if you recall. And I think it went into overtime.
Oh, yeah. Well, after you guys abandoned me at Big 12 Media Days, I talked to Brent Brennan. And he's like, how did he put it? He said, you better tune in to watch. And he even mentioned the time of the game because I think it's a late game. And he's like, that's going to be a good one. They have that game marked because of the way it ended last year.
No, it was the last game late game in Tucson. Here, it's going to be 1:30 in the afternoon.
Is that what it is? He mentioned the time of the game, though. It was funny.
Yeah, it's 1:30 on September 12th. And yeah, you like to say that I abandoned you. I like to say that my love of the listeners, I had to get back in time so I could do the show the next day because I don't take time off in a football season.
Well, good for you. That's...
And now watch, I'll probably get sick or something and jinx myself.
I sure did. Do you mind sticking around for one more and we'll talk to you?
Is that all right with you? I'm here till 9:00 when I go to bed. So whatever you want.
All right. Well, PK is going to stick around with us for another segment. We'll talk a little Utes right around the corner. It's the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
As summer winds down, it's time to get back into a routine. Between school drop-offs, homework, sports, and everything else on your calendar, dinner shouldn't be another thing to worry about. Beehive Meals makes back to school easier with meals your family will actually look forward to. This month's menus include favorites like chicken Alfredo, chicken burrito bowls, meatball marinara, steak fajitas, and jalapeno cheddar smash burgers. Spend less time stressing over dinner and more time enjoying the moments that matter. Visit beehivemeals.com and make this school year your easiest one yet.
It's our summer liquidation event.
So we're making room for the incoming 27s, and we're blowing out all the 26s. Save huge on the Open Range RV Colt 17 BH for only $12,995 or $141 a month, 0 down. Or the Heartland Prowler 2500 BH for $16,995 or $184 a month, 0 down. Or the Heartland Cyclone 2214 for $54,995 or $414 a month, 0 down. All three models include an additional $699 dock fee.
We must make room for new inventory.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH. That sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, 0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
Just doing it big, you know?
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I want you, please take me home.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Join Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, coming up tomorrow from 10 to 2 at RGS Exteriors. Still with us. Of course, you hear him every morning alongside David James from 6 to 10. He is Patrick Kinnan. PK, before we move on to the Utes, I have to get your opinion on something because you and I share two interests. You are beach guy and you are golf guy. And I like that about you because I consider myself, I enjoy both of those things as well. Did you see this viral video of a congressional candidate in Hawaii get beat up? Have you been following all that? Did you see why he got beat up?
I think they said his music was too loud.
He had his music up. A 61-year-old man asked him to turn it down. This guy's name is Kirill Basin. Basin then allegedly threatened the man by implying he had a firearm and would shoot the victim's wife.
I didn't know that.
And then a bystander intervened and beat up the guy. So my question for you is...
Beat up the congressional candidate?
Yes, beat up the congressional candidate because...
Somebody got decked, yeah.
Yeah, the candidate was threatening this guy's wife and saying he had a gun. And so the bystander just beat him up. Deservedly so, in my opinion. But my question to you is, what is your policy when it comes to music at the beach and music on the golf course? Is it appropriate in either spot?
But it depends on what the situation is. If you are in a foursome and they're your friends, it's probably okay. But if you're in a foursome and you don't know, say usually it's 2 and 2, right? And you don't know the other guys, then you got to keep it way, way low because it may be a disturbance and it may be not your kind of music. So you need to be respectful of that situation because, golf isn't cheap these days. And for a lot of people, they're priced out. So you want them to have as good a time. And the game is difficult enough, as we all know. So no on that, unless it's your friends and you know that they approve.
All right.
Then the beach, I don't want to hear your music. So keep it low. And, it depends on where you go. Some places they're jammed in there. So, no, I don't want to hear. We were in Minnesota a couple of weeks ago. We went on a baseball trip, right, to both Chicago ballparks.
Yeah, right.
Went up to Minneapolis to catch the Twins, and there was guys driving, and we went to Chicago. I sent you that picture, on that boat tour, and some guys in the downtown in their cars just had it cranked. No, nobody wants to hear your stuff. So I think you need to be respectful. You can have it on, but turn it down so you can hear it. Or obviously, if you're by yourself or what have you, you've got headphones. I'd take headphones to the beach a lot and listen to Buffett or beach type music, Zac Brown, those types of things. Even go back the Beach Boys and listen to that when I'm there because that just seems so appropriate. So yeah, I don't think you need to ruin other people's experiences. I think you need to be more polite. You can still listen, but just tone it down a little bit.
And if somebody asks you to turn it down, don't threaten them with a gun. That's a bad idea.
I would be in my swimsuit so they would see my guns so they wouldn't worry about it.
All right, PK, we talked about the Cougs in the last segment. Let's hit on the Utes. What are the big things you want to find out about in camp for Utah?
I just want to see Skelly under pressure. The bowl game was fun. There was no pressure, right? And they were way better than Nebraska. I covered that game, and I think Nebraska might have scored first, and that was it. That was all she wrote. They might have got another touchdown later on, but Utah had their way, and it was all fun and games. Well, in the conference, it's not going to be all fun and games, and I don't even remember who Nebraska. I think their quarterback had long since left the team.
Yeah.
He's now over at Oregon and all. So bowl games now, unless their playoff games are so freaking funky that I don't even know that they should count on your record. But that was a good opportunity for him to get his feet wet, as they say. What's he going to do under pressure? That 4th and 2. 4th and 3. Broncos still talks about it 20 years later that he was booed in that first game in Boston College because he punted and the offense wasn't doing anything. And he still remembers that, right? We all remember that. And he uses it as an axe to grind. So what's he going to do in that situation? They got a lot of new coaches. Everything is new. Now, it's not entirely new. A lot of it is holdover, but, he says he's going to open it up more. And you want to be entertaining. That's, Gary Croton took a lot of grief that, win by 9, not by 2.
Yeah,
well,
right.
You don't want to lose the game. And it was irresponsible to call a pass in that situation with a freshman quarterback against Stanford when they set a program low of passing yardage of like 25. But I get you want to be entertaining. You just don't want to be irresponsible at the cost of losing the game. So is that going to be true? Is that really going to be true? Are we going to see a more wide open, more exciting offense? They tell us, but, kind of said that a lot. And when it comes, you never really know. That's how people say, oh, if I were in this situation, I'll do. You don't know what you're going to do until you're in that situation. And when you get there, then you make that decision. You may have ideas. So how's that going to play out? And I think they should be competitive. They don't have an extremely difficult schedule. You look at their schedule, and my gosh, they have an opportunity to roll through the first 2 months undefeated. It wouldn't be shocking at all what that schedule sets up. Now, November, that's an entirely different story. So, that's the great thing about it. You don't judge your team after 5 games, after 10 games. You judge them after 12. But by that time, they may have momentum rolling. Dampier's really good, man. I like the kid. He's an electric kid with a lot of talent. His personality is such that, man, he is so charismatic. He's smiling. He's upbeat. He's happy all the time. And I think that's infectious. I think people feed off of that. He's fun to be around. And he's a senior now, man. He's been doing this for a good long while. And McGivern's been around, the offensive coordinator. He's not going to put him in situations that are unfamiliar to the kid. So I expect them to have success. Defensively, they got a lot more question marks than they normally have as far as that goes. So what does that mean? They suffered heavy losses at all 3 levels. Doesn't mean they can't replace them, but they still have suffered losses at all 3 levels. And how are they going to be there? So I want to see how that defense responds. And guys that got a little bit of experience, been in the program a bit, they're going to really have to act like they're veterans and play like veterans and play with the production that those veterans over the course of the last few decades have given Utah.
So do you expect them to contend for the conference championship? Obviously way too early, a lot of water to go under the bridge, but do you expect that at this moment?
Contend, yeah. I mean, that's a broader definition than to finish in the top 2. I don't see why not. Now, I absolutely believe they should go into November contending, but those first 2 games in November, really the first 3, but the first 2, we know that BYU Utah, it takes a lot out of both teams, right? We saw it when they first got in the conference. I think the Devils benefited a couple of times playing Utah right after the non-conference with the Cougars. And they didn't fare so well, and the program wasn't in the position that it became. But you just look back a couple of years ago, right? The Utes had BYU down. It would, the comeback, the penalty, the field goal, blah blah blah. And what do the Cougars do? They go home and lose to Kansas the next week, right? I mean, my gosh, shouldn't have happened. And that's probably what kept you out of the playoff, not the loss to the Sun Devils, but the loss to Kansas, and allowed the Sun Devils and Iowa State to get in there, and we know what happened there. So you're looking at Utah playing BYU that first Saturday in November, and then the next week having to go down to Tucson. That's going to be tough, right? So I expect them to contend in the November, and then tell me what their record is in November. If it's 4-0, they're on top of the world. 2-2, maybe they got a shot. 3-1, definitely have a shot. 1-3, probably not.
Do you think your Wolverines win the Big Ten?
No.
No, not in year number 1?
No. I want them to. I'll be the first to say it, My wife's family is from back to my mother-in-law.
Yeah, and they're Michigan State people.
Her nephews are, but all of her cousins are Michigan fans. Yeah, her brother's son chose to go to Michigan State. So and then he grew up in Detroit. my brother-in-law and his family in the automotive industry. It's funny. My mother-in-law is from Detroit, moves to Phoenix, gets married, has the family. But then her son, my wife has one sibling, a younger brother by a couple of years, and he's way into cars. So he goes back to Detroit area and lives there for 30-some years, raises his family in that area where my mother-in-law was from. And the other son played D2 football at Saginaw in Michigan, big old defensive end type. But the cousins and aunts and uncles were all Michigan fans. I don't know that I'm going to believe until I see it in Bryce Underwood.
Right.
He's got a world of talent, but I'm wondering, is it there? Is it there as a quarterback? And he's athletic as all get out, but do you really need that athleticism at quarterback? You need some. Look at Tom Brady, a Michigan guy. He didn't really have, and we know what he did. Anthony Richardson down at Florida. I went and covered that game against Utah. I said, this guy's an amazing athlete, but I don't think he's going to be an NFL quarterback. And the Colts take him high, and they've proven me right. He's not. He's not even starting anymore. Daniel Jones is, obviously. Taysom Hill was an unbelievable athlete, but was he a starting NFL quarterback? No. So I don't know about Bryce Underwood. I'm not sure. They got a freshman running back named Hyder who is going to be really, really good. And so they should be competitive. And I think we're going to see Kyle Whittingham is just going to take what he's done and bring it over there, right? That's not going to change all of a sudden. I mean, Jason Beck's a really good coordinator, so they can do some different things. And they did some different things last year. The offense was very prolific last year at Utah for sure. But is Bryce Underwood prepared to engineer that type of offense right now? I'm not so sure. I got to see it. If he is, then yeah, they should contend. But look at their schedule, Jake. You can call it up, man. They got as tough a schedule as any team in the country.
And I got to finish with Ohio State, who's preseason number 1.
And I'm going to tell Kyle, I'm going to call him up every day that week and say, son, you got to win that game, because I hate those guys. That's the one team I hate, and it's personal for reasons that I don't want to get into. But yeah, I want Michigan to win 70-0.
Who was the legendary coach there forever? Woody Hayes?
Woody Hayes?
Did he insult you in some way, shape, or form?
No, it goes way later than that. It runs a million times deeper.
Let's see. Michigan goes at Oregon, at Ohio State, so those two right there are pretty brutal. They do have Indiana and Penn State at home. They have Oklahoma in the non-conference. So, yeah.
So that's 5 games right there. Yeah. Come on. How many teams are playing that quality of opponent for almost half their schedule? I don't see it. And you got Michigan State. They got a new coach. They got the guy from Northwestern went up there, Fitzgerald. He's a tough guy. We'll see what they can do. They've had moments where they've been good, obviously. They need to reload that. They've had their issues in the manner that Michigan had their issues, right? The flesh can do you in, Jake.
Sure
it's
can.
A good time. I'm surprised it didn't do you in, because when you were younger, oh my gosh, the way you played the field.
That was my game, kind of. PK, thank you. You're always so nice to jump on with us. We really appreciate it. And seriously, we'll be dialed in the morning to those interviews with you and DJ. They're always so good. So thank you very much.
Okay, I'll talk to you guys.
All right, see you, PK. That's our buddy Patrick Kinahan. We'll have more coming up next. We'll get some voicemails straight ahead. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Should BYU and Notre Dame be playing football every single year? An annual matchup.
Yeah, if they have this opportunity, build something new and see if it sticks. So if you have a chance to get Notre Dame, sign on.
I would assume that Brett Yormark would be in Santiago's ear saying, do it. How can I help you do it? It's just going to elevate the league's profile.
I don't think we appreciate the level of improvement and status BYU football program is right now. This is a team that has won double digits here 2 years in a row at the Power 4 level. It's something that has never been done. And you can argue that this is the best that the program's ever been.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Zach Bryan with Heaven on Tour.
Poison myself again, something in the orange tells me you'll never.
Friday, August 7th, Rice-Eccles Stadium.
I wish I didn't, but I do.
With special guests, Ryan Bingham and the Texas Gentlemen, and Faye Philly. Tickets are on sale now at ZachBryan.com.
I think I heard you coming.
Don't miss Zach Bryan live.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight and tomorrow, the Salt Lake City Bees and the Oklahoma City Comets play at 6:35, and you can listen to the game on both 1280 and 97.5 The Zone. Saturday, lots of games. It starts at 2 o'clock with the Utah Royals in Denver to play the Summit. NWSL action starts at 2 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. The Bees and Comets will play at 6:35 on 1280 The Zone, and then RSL in Leagues Cup action against Atlanta, 8 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeComb.
Joining us now, it is the head coach of the Utah State Aggies, Bronco Mendenhall.
I know you're so process-driven and there's a plan to every part of the season, but is this your favorite part?
There's an excitement that comes to the start of every season for sure. I would have to say, just in terms of full transparency, I really like the off season. I like the molding, forming, crafting, forging the next team through the weight workouts and through the runs and through the early morning workouts and through spring practice. I think that's my favorite era. Nothing takes away from the season, or can it take the place of the season, and the excitement going into today certainly at a really high level. I think foundationally that my favorite part is the formation of the team, and now this part where you get to see kind of the fruition of the formation of your program.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to AmericaFirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hey, Mammoth fans. The 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Be there for every goal, every hit, and every moment of the next season. Season ticket members get the best seats, the best value, and exclusive perks all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK. That's 801-325-PUCK to reserve your seats today. Don't miss a moment next season. Tusks up.
Thinking about replacing your windows? Choose the company that builds and installs them right here in Utah. Advanced Window Products is Utah's local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to homeowners. Nate Orchard here. At Advanced Window Products, there are no dealer fees, no middleman markups, and no extra costs to cover someone else's profit. From manufacturing to installation, every step is handled by Advanced Window Products' local team. Every window is custom built in Salt Lake City for Utah's homes and backed by one of the strongest warranties in the industry. A lifetime warranty covering labor, glass, and parts. Even better, it's fully transferable to the next homeowner. Right now, get $2,000 off when you purchase 10 or more windows. Financing is available, and Dominion Energy rebates may help you save even more. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100, or visit us at advancedwindows.com. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airways, talking sports. They got him Matrix and also loves his tie guy. Ben's got style with his scarf. Oh my.
This is Lyle. This is for the Jake and Ben Show. I'm a future absorber of the podcast. I have two things. One, going all the way back to Hot Take Tuesday, I think we need to remind Ben what Hot Take Tuesday is. Really? The size of cards? That's a hot take? Come on, Ben, you're better. And then also, I'm a little disappointed in Christian. You guys were talking about the coaches poll. How does Christian not play the polls are fun drop? You always got to play something like that.
Like that?
Thanks, guys. You're awesome.
Who was that, Christian? That was really good.
Oh, Lyle. I forgot to put the name on the sheet. Lyle.
Shout out to Lyle. Thank you for leaving a voicemail. Appreciate you absorbing the show in the future. Fine friend from the future, Lyle. That was about to be my favorite voicemail ever because he clowned Ben. And totally right. Size of cards? Hot take? What? Huh? That's not a hot take at all.
Yeah, I don't know where he's going with that.
I don't either. But so I like that. Calling out Ben.
Like that?
And then he pivots right to calling out Christian. I was like, yeah, Lyle's got it. This is the best voicemail left ever. But then he has to bring up a drop that I absolutely hate.
But come on, polls are fun.
Hate that drop so much.
That was a long time ago.
That was a long time ago.
You sound pretty youthful there.
I sound younger, yes. And as Scotty and Hans pointed out, that I have this weird thing at the end of fun where I don't know why I held on to the end, but that bugs me each and every time.
Well, I didn't know about it. I now that Lyle brought it up, I do remember hearing it, but it's not one that I have saved on my page. But
so thanks to Lyle for making that known to Christian. That's so great, Lyle.
I might have to add it to the catalog.
Thank you for listening, Lyle. I take back every nice thing I said. I'm kidding. Thanks for listening, Lyle. That's all right. I'm not afraid of my embarrassing drops. It's all right.
Shout out to Lyle, too. You know, you mentioned yesterday. Who cares if it's from a conversation earlier in the week? You know, it's Thursday. We can clown on
Ben's
revisit Hot Take Tuesday. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Feel free to leave a call in from the future. We love it.
Yeah, and seriously, I do miss some of the interaction that sports radio used to be. Listener interaction, I think, is part of what makes this medium great, right? It's more personal, and people like to be heard on the radio or like to have, what am I looking for? Like ownership, be part of the show. And back when we used to take calls, that was easier to do, right? But people don't make phone calls as much anymore. And frankly, a lot of calls were not super great content. Some people would say most of calls weren't super great content, but I still love the interaction. And I actually think the voicemail feature on the app is 100% perfect. But the other thing is podcasting is such a big deal now. You don't want to freeze out your friends from the future, right? You don't want to freeze out your podcast. You want them to have the ability to interact with the show too. So if that means going back in time and resetting something that we talked about, I'm totally all for it. So bring it on, friends from the future. Don't feel bad if it's a couple of days old like Lyle. If you want to weigh in and clown Ben's hot take, I'll listen to that anytime, frankly.
And you know what? I got plenty of like that's for everybody.
Everybody, bring it on.
Everybody, come get it.
I do like how our voicemailers are pausing and knowing that you're going to play that.
Well,
I do like that.
So the funny part is there's a pause. Sometimes live there's a pause because I'm doing other things. And I need to find the button and hit it. I screen all of these voicemails. So I know that I'm going to have like that to play. I don't necessarily need, sometimes it's nice to have the the fit right there, I guess. But I do think it's funny. Everybody like that's differently. DJ has his own special way.
He does. I'm glad he likes that, though.
Like that?
He loves it.
So thank you, Lyle. Thank you for alerting Christian to one of my least favorite drops. That's very nice of you. All right, let's give away some RSL tickets, shall we? Caller number 12 right now. We're going to hook you up. 801-575-ZONE. A 5-pack. Take the fam of tickets to go see RSL take on Atlanta FC. This is a Leagues Cup match at America First Field on Saturday at 8 o'clock. Caller number 12 right now. 801-575-ZONE. Coming up next, 6 o'clock hour. Stay tuned. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's our summer liquidation event.
So we're making room for the incoming 27s, and we're blowing out all the 26s. Save huge on the Open Range RV Colt 17BH for only $12,995 or $141 a month, 0 down. Or the Heartland Prowler 2500BH for $16,995 or $184 a month, 0 down. Or the Heartland Cyclone 2214 for $54,995 or $414 a month, 0 down. All 3 models include an additional $699 dock fee.
We must make room for new inventory.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, 0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold